and he led his little bourgeois away. The son, regretting the swans, turned his head back toward the basin until a corner of the quincunxes concealed it from him. In the meanwhile, the two little waifs had approached the brioche at the same time as the swans. It was floating on the water. The smaller of them stared at the cake. The elder gazed after the retreating bourgeois. Father and son entered the labyrinth of walks, which leads to the grand flight of steps near the clump of trees on the side of the Rue Madame. As soon as they had disappeared from view, the elder child hastily flung himself flat on his stomach on the rounding curb of the basin, and clinging to it with his left hand, and leaning over the water on the verge of falling in, he stretched out his right hand with his stick towards the cake. The swans, perceiving the enemy, made haste, and in so doing they produced an effect of their breasts, which was of service to the little fisher. The water flowed back before the swans, and one of these gentle concentric undulations softly floated the brioche towards the child's wand. Just as the swans came up, the stick touched the cake. The child gave it a brisk rap, drew in the brioche, frightened away the swans, seized the cake, and sprang to his feet. The cake was wet, but they were hungry and thirsty. The elder broke the cake into two portions, a large one and a small one, took the small one for himself, gave the large one to his brother, and said to him, "Ram that into your muzzle." Chapter 17. Mortus pater filium moriturum expectat. Marius dashed out of the barricade. Commiphera followed him, but he was too late. Gavroche was dead. Commiphera brought back the basket of cartridges. Marius bore the child. Alas, he thought, that which the father had done for his father, he was requiting to the son. Only, Thénardier had brought back his father alive. He was bringing back the child dead. When Marius re-entered the redoubt with Gavroche in his arms, his face, like the child, was inundated with blood. At the moment when he had stooped to lift Gavroche, a bullet had grazed his head. He had not noticed it. Courfeyrac untied his cravat, and with it bandaged Marius' brow. They laid Gavroche on the same table with Mabeuf, and spread over the two corpses the black shawl. There was enough of it for both the old man and the child. Commiphera distributed the cartridges from the basket which he had brought in. This gave each man 15 rounds to fire. Jean Valjean was still in the same place, motionless on his stone post. When Commiphera offered him his 15 cartridges, he shook his head. "Here's a rare eccentric," said Commiphera in a low voice to Enjolras. "He finds a way of not fighting in this barricade." "Which does not prevent him from defending it," responded Enjolras. "Heroism has its originals," resumed Commiphera. And Courfeyrac, who had overheard, added, "He is another sort from Father Mabeuf." One thing which must be noted is that the fire which was battering the barricade hardly disturbed the interior. Those who have never traversed the whirlwind of this sort of war can form no idea of the singular moments of tranquility mingled with these convulsions. Men go and come, they talk, they jest, they lounge. Someone whom we know heard a combatant say to him in the midst of the grape shot, "We are here as at a bachelor breakfast." The redoubt of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, we repeat, seemed very calm within. All mutations and all phases had been, or were about to be, exhausted. The position from critical had become menacing, and from menacing was probably about to become desperate. In proportion as the situation grew gloomy, the glow of heroism empurpled the barricade more and more. Enjolras, who was grave, dominated it, in the attitude of a young Spartan sacrificing his naked sword to the somber genius, Epidotas. Commiphera, wearing an apron, was dressing the wounds. Bossuet and Feuilly were making cartridges with the powder flask picked up by Gavroche on the dead corporal, and Bossuet said to Feuilly, "We are soon to take the diligence for another planet." Courfeyrac was disposing and arranging on some paving stones, which he had reserved for himself near Enjolras, a complete arsenal, his sword cane, his gun, 2 holster pistols, and a cudgel, with the care of a young girl setting a small Dunkirk in order. Jean Valjean stared silently at the wall opposite him. An artisan was fastening Mother Hucheloup's big straw hat on his head with a string, for fear of sunstroke, as he said. The young men from the Cowgird Dakes were chatting merrily among themselves, as though eager to speak patois for the last time. Jolie, who had taken Widow Hucheloup's mirror from the wall, was examining his tongue in it. Some combatants, having discovered a few crusts of rather mouldy bread in a drawer, were eagerly devouring them. Marius was disturbed with regard to what his father was about to say to him. Chapter 18. The Vulture Become Prey. We must insist upon one psychological fact peculiar to barricades. Nothing which is characteristic of that surprising war of the streets should be omitted. Whatever may have been the singular inward tranquility which we have just mentioned, the barricade, for those who are inside it, remains, nonetheless, a vision. There is something of the apocalypse in civil war. All the mists of the unknown are commingled with fierce flashes, revolutions are sphinxes, and anyone who has passed through a barricade thinks he has traversed a dream. The feelings to which one is subject in these places we have pointed out in the case of Marius, and we shall see the consequences. They are both more and less than life. On emerging from a barricade, one no longer knows what one has seen there. One has been terrible, but one knows it not. One has been surrounded with conflicting ideas which had human faces. One's head has been in the light of the future. There were corpses lying prone there and phantoms standing erect. The hours were colossal and seemed hours of eternity. One has lived in death. Shadows have passed by. What were they? One has beheld hands on which there was blood. There was a deafening horror. There was also a frightful silence. There were open mouths which shouted, and other open mouths which held their peace. One was in the midst of smoke, of night, perhaps. One fancied that one had touched the sinister ooze of unknown depths. One stares at something red on one's finger-nails. One no longer remembers anything. Let us return to the Rue de la Chanvrerie. All at once, between two discharges, the distant sound of a clock striking the hour became audible. "It is midday," said Comefera. The 12 strokes had not finished striking when Enjolras sprang to his feet, and from the summit of the barricade hurled this thundering shout. "Carry stones up into the houses, line the windowsills and the roofs with them, half the men to their guns, the other half to the paving stones. There is not a minute to be lost." A squad of sappers and miners, axe on shoulder, had just made their appearance in battle array at the end of the street. This could only be the head of a column, and of what column? The attacking column, evidently. The sappers charged with the demolition of the barricade must always precede the soldiers who are to scale it. They were, evidently, on the brink of that moment, which M. Clermont-Tonnerre, in 1822, called the tug of war. Enjolras' order was executed with the correct haste which is peculiar to ships and barricades, the only two scenes of combat where escape is impossible. In less than a minute, 2/3 of the stones which Enjolras had piled up at the door of Corinth had been carried up to the first floor and the attic, and before a second minute had elapsed, these stones, artistically set one upon the other, walled up the sash window on the first floor and the windows in the roof to half their height. A few loopholes carefully planned by Feuilly, the principal architect, allowed of the passage of the gun barrels. This armament of the windows could be effected all the more easily since the firing of grapeshot had ceased. The two cannons were now discharging ball against the center of the barrier in order to make a hole there, and, if possible, a breach for the assault. When the stones destined to the final defense were in place, Enjolras had the bottles which he had set under the table where Mabeuf lay, carried to the first floor. "Who is to drink that?" Bossuet asked him. "They," replied Enjolras. Then they barricaded the window below, and held in readiness the iron crossbars which served to secure the door of the wine shop at night. The fortress was complete. The barricade was the rampart, the wine shop was the dungeon. With the stones which remained, they stopped up the outlet. As the defenders of a barricade are always obliged to be sparing of their ammunition, and as the assailants know this, the assailants combine their arrangements with a sort of irritating leisure, expose themselves to fire prematurely, though in appearance more than in reality, and take their ease. The preparations for attack are always made with a certain methodical deliberation, after which, the lightning strikes. This deliberation permitted Enjolras to take a review of everything and to perfect everything. He felt that, since such men were to die, their death ought to be a masterpiece. He said to Marius, "We are the two leaders. I will give the last orders inside. Do you remain outside and observe?" Marius posted himself on the lookout upon the crest of the barricade. Enjolras had the door of the kitchen, which was the ambulance, as the reader will remember, nailed up. "No splashing of the wounded," he said. He issued his final orders in the taproom in a curt but profoundly tranquil tone. Feuilly listened and replied in the name of all. "On the first floor, hold your axes in readiness to cut the staircase. Have you them?" "Yes," said Feuilly. "How many?" "2 axes and a poleaxe." "That is good. There are now 26 combatants of us on foot. How many guns are there?" 34. 8 too many. Keep those 8 guns loaded like the rest and at hand. Swords and pistols in your belts. 20 men to the barricade. 6 ambushed in the attic windows and at the window on the first floor to fire on the assailants through the loopholes in the stones. Let not a single worker remain inactive here. Presently, when the drum beats the assault, let the 20 below stairs rush to the barricade. The first to arrive will have the best places. These arrangements made, he turned to Javert and said, "I am not forgetting you." And laying a pistol on the table, he added, "The last man to leave this room will smash the skull of this spy." "Here," inquired a voice. "No, let us not mix their corpses with our own. The little barricade of the Mondétour lane can be scaled. It is only 4 feet high. The man is well pinioned. He shall be taken thither and put to death." There was someone who was more impassive at that moment than Enjolras. It was Javert. Here Jean Valjean made his appearance. He had been lost among the group of insurgents. He stepped forth and said to Enjolras, "You are the commander." "Yes." "You thanked me a while ago." "In the name of the Republic, the barricade has 2 saviors, Marius Pontmercy and yourself. Do you think that I deserve a recompense?" "Certainly." "Well, I request one." "What is it?" "That I may blow that man's brains out." Javert raised his head, saw Jean Valjean, made an almost imperceptible movement, and said, "That is just." As for Enjolras, he had begun to reload his rifle. He cut his eyes about him. "No objections." And he turned to Jean Valjean. "Take the spy." Jean Valjean did, in fact, take possession of Javert by seating himself on the end of the table. He seized the pistol, and a faint click announced that he had cocked it. Almost at the same moment, a blast of trumpets became audible. "Take care," shouted Marius from the top of the barricade. Javert began to laugh with that noiseless laugh which was peculiar to him, and gazing intently at the insurgents, he said to them, "You are in no better case than I am." "All out," shouted Enjolras. The insurgents poured out tumultuously, and as they went, received in the back, may we be permitted the expression, this sally of Javert's. We shall meet again shortly. Chapter 19. Jean Valjean takes his revenge. When Jean Valjean was left alone with Javert, he untied the rope which fastened the prisoner across the middle of the body, and the knot of which was under the table. After this, he made him a sign to rise. Javert obeyed with that indefinable smile in which the supremacy of enchained authority is condensed. Jean Valjean took Javert by the martingale, as one would take a beast of burden by the breastband, and dragging the latter after him, emerged from the wine-shop slowly, because Javert, with his impeded limbs, could take only very short steps. Jean Valjean had the pistol in his hand. In this manner they crossed the inner trapezium of the barricade. The insurgents, all intent on the attack, which was imminent, had their backs turned to these two. Marius alone, stationed on one side, at the extreme left of the barricade, saw them pass. This group of victim and executioner was illuminated by the sepulchral light which he bore in his own soul. Jean Valjean, with some difficulty, but without relaxing his hold for a single instant, made Javert, pinioned as he was, scale the little entrenchment in the Mondétour lane. When they had crossed this barrier, they found themselves alone in the lane. No one saw them. Among the heap they could distinguish a livid face, streaming hair, a pierced hand, and the half-nude breast of a woman. It was Fantine. The corner of the houses hid them from the insurgents. The corpses carried away from the barricade formed a terrible pile a few paces distant. Javert gazed askance at this body, and, profoundly calm, said in a low tone, "It strikes me that I know that girl." Then he turned to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean thrust the pistol under his arm and fixed on Javert a look which it required no words to interpret. "Javert, it is I." Javert replied, "Take your revenge." Jean Valjean drew from his pocket a knife and opened it. "A clasp knife," exclaimed Javert. "You are right, that suits you better." Jean Valjean cut the martingale which Javert had about his neck, then he cut the cords on his wrists, then, stooping down, he cut the cord on his feet, and straightening himself up, he said to him, "You are free." Javert was not easily astonished. Still, master of himself though he was, he could not repress a start. He remained open-mouthed and motionless. Jean Valjean continued, "I do not think that I shall escape from this place, but if, by chance, I do, I live, under the name of Fauchelevent, in the Rue de l'Armée, number 7. Javert snarled like a tiger, which made him half open one corner of his mouth, and he muttered between his teeth, "Have a care." "Go," said Jean Valjean. Javert began again. "Thou saidst Fauchelevent, Rue de l'Armée. Number 7. Javert repeated in a low voice, "Number 7. He buttoned up his coat once more, resumed the military stiffness between his shoulders, made a half-turn, folded his arms, and supporting his chin on one of his hands, he set out in the direction of the Halles. Jean Valjean followed him with his eyes. A few minutes later, Javert turned round and shouted to Jean Valjean, "You annoy me, kill me rather." Javert himself did not notice that he no longer addressed Jean Valjean as thou. "Be off with you," said Jean Valjean. Javert retreated slowly. A moment later, he turned the corner of the Rue des Prétures. When Javert had disappeared, Jean Valjean fired his pistol in the air. Then he returned to the barricade and said, "It is done." In the meanwhile, this is what had taken place. Marius, more intent on the outside than on the interior, had not, up to that time, taken a good look at the pinioned spy in the dark background of the tap-room. When he beheld him in broad daylight, striding over the barricade in order to proceed to his death, he recognized him. Something suddenly recurred to his mind. He recalled the inspector of the Rue de Pontoise and the 2 pistols which the latter had handed to him and which he, Marius, had used in this very barricade, and not only did he recall his face, but his name as well. This recollection was misty and troubled, however, like all his ideas. It was not an affirmation that he made, but a question which he put to himself. Is not that the inspector of police who told me that his name was Javert? Perhaps there was still time to intervene in behalf of that man, but, in the first place, he must know whether this was Javert. Marius called to Enjolras, who had just stationed himself at the other extremity of the barricade. "Enjolras, what is the name of yonder man?" "What man?" "The police agent. Do you know his name?" "Of course, he told us." "What is it?" "Javert." Marius sprang to his feet. At that moment, They heard the report of the pistol. Jean Valjean reappeared and cried, "It is done." A gloomy chill traversed Marius' heart. Chapter 20. The dead are in the right, and the living are not in the wrong. The death agony of the barricade was about to begin. Everything contributed to its tragic majesty at that supreme moment. 1,000 mysterious crashes in the air, the breath of armed masses set in movement in the streets which were not visible, the intermittent gallop of cavalry, the heavy shock of artillery on the march, the firing by squads, and the cannonades crossing each other in the labyrinth of Paris, the smokes of battle mounting all gilded above the roofs, indescribable and vaguely terrible cries, lightnings of menace everywhere, the tocsin of Saint Mary, which now had the accents of a sob, the mildness of the weather, the splendor of the sky filled with sun and clouds, the beauty of the day, and the alarming silence of the houses. For since the preceding evening, the 2 rows of houses in the Rue de la Chanvrerie had become 2 walls, ferocious walls, doors closed, windows closed, shutters closed. In those days, so different from those in which we live, when the hour was come, when the people wished to put an end to a situation which had lasted too long, with a charter granted or with a legal country, when universal wrath was diffused in the atmosphere, when the city consented to the tearing up of the pavements, when insurrection made the bourgeoisie smile by whispering its password in its ear, then the inhabitant, thoroughly penetrated with the revolt, so to speak, was the auxiliary of the combatant, and the house fraternized with the improvised fortress which rested on it. When the situation was not ripe, when the insurrection was not decidedly admitted, when the masses disowned the movement, all was over with the combatants, the city was changed into a desert around the revolt, souls grew chilled, refuges were nailed up, and the street turned into a defile to help the army to take the barricade. A people cannot be forced through surprise to walk more quickly than it chooses. Woe to whomsoever tries to force its hand. A people does not let itself go at random, then it abandons the insurrection to itself. The insurgents become noxious, infected with the plague. A house is an escarpment, a door is a refusal, a facade is a wall. This wall hears, sees, and will not. It might open and save you. No, this wall is a judge. It gazes at you and condemns you. What dismal things are closed houses! They seem dead, they are living. Life which is, as it were, suspended there, persists there. No one has gone out of them for 24 hours, but no one is missing from them. In the interior of that rock, people go and come, go to bed and rise again. They are a family party there, there they eat and drink. They are afraid, a terrible thing. Fear excuses this fearful lack of hospitality. Terror is mixed with it, an extenuating circumstance. Sometimes even, and this has been actually seen, fear turns to passion. Fright may change into fury, as prudence does into rage. Hence this wise saying, the enraged moderates. There are outbursts of supreme terror, whence springs wrath like a mournful smoke. What do these people want? What have they come there to do? Let them get out of the scrape, so much the worse for them. It is their fault. They are only getting what they deserve. It does not concern us. Here is our poor street all riddled with balls. They are a pack of rascals. Above all things, don't open the door. And the house assumes the air of a tomb. The insurgent is in the death throes in front of that house. He sees the grape-shot and naked swords drawing near. If he cries, he knows that they are listening to him and that no one will come. There stand walls which might protect him. There are men who might save him. And these walls have ears of flesh, and these men have bowels of stone. Whom shall he reproach? No one and every one. The incomplete times in which we live. It is always at its own risk and peril that utopia is converted into revolution, and from philosophical protest becomes an armed protest, and from Minerva turns to Pallas. The utopia which grows impatient and becomes revolt knows what awaits it. It almost always comes too soon. Then it becomes resigned and stoically accepts catastrophe in lieu of triumph. It serves those who deny it without complaint, even excusing them, and even disculpates them, and its magnanimity consists in consenting to abandonment. It is indomitable in the face of obstacles and gentle towards ingratitude. Is this ingratitude, however? Yes, from the point of view of the human race. No, from the point of view of the individual. Progress is man's mode of existence. The general life of the human race is called progress, The collective stride of the human race is called progress. Progress advances. It makes the great human and terrestrial journey towards the celestial and the divine. It has its halting places where it rallies the laggard troop. It has its stations where it meditates, in the presence of some splendid Canaan suddenly unveiled on its horizon. It has its nights when it sleeps. And it is one of the poignant anxieties of the thinker that he sees the shadow resting on the human soul, and that he gropes in darkness without being able to awaken that slumbering progress. God is dead, perhaps, said Gerard de Nerval one day to the writer of these lines, confounding progress with God and taking the interruption of movement for the death of being. He who despairs is in the wrong. Progress infallibly awakes, and in short, we may say that it marches on even when it is asleep, for it has increased in size. When we behold it erect once more, we find it taller. To be always peaceful does not depend on progress any more than it does on the stream. Erect no barriers, cast in no boulders. Obstacles make water froth and humanity boil. Hence arise troubles, but after these troubles, we recognize the fact that ground has been gained. Until order, which is nothing else than universal peace, has been established, until harmony and unity reign, progress will have revolutions as its halting places. What then is progress? We have just enunciated it, the permanent life of the peoples. Now it sometimes happens that the momentary life of individuals offers resistance to the eternal life of the human race. Let us admit without bitterness that the individual has his distinct interests and can, without forfeiture, stipulate for his interest and defend it. The present has its pardonable dose of egotism. Momentary life has its rights and is not bound to sacrifice itself constantly to the future. The generation which is passing in its turn over the earth is not forced to abridge it for the sake of the generations, its equal, after all, who will have their turn later on. I exist, murmurs that someone whose name is all. I am young and in love, I am old and I wish to repose, I am the father of a family, I toil, I prosper, I am successful in business, I have houses to lease, I have money in the government funds, I am happy, I have a wife and children, I have all this, I desire to live, leave me in peace. Hence, at certain hours, a profound cold broods over the magnanimous vanguard of the human race. Utopia, moreover, we must admit, quits its radiant sphere when it makes war. It, the truth of tomorrow, borrows its mode of procedure battle from the lie of yesterday. It, the future, behaves like the past. It, pure idea, becomes a deed of violence. It complicates its heroism with a violence for which it is just that it should be held to answer, a violence of occasion and expedient, contrary to principle, and for which it is fatally punished. The utopia, insurrection, fights with the old military code in its fist. It shoots spies, it executes traitors, it suppresses living beings and flings them into unknown darkness. It makes use of death, a serious matter. It seems as though utopia had no longer any faith in radiance, its irresistible and incorruptible force. It strikes with the sword. Now no sword is simple. Every blade has two edges. He who wounds with the one is wounded with the other. Having made this reservation, and made it with all severity, it is impossible for us not to admire, whether they succeed or not, those the glorious combatants of the future, the confessors of utopia. Even when they miscarry, they are worthy of veneration, and it is perhaps in failure that they possess the most majesty. Victory, when it is in accord with progress, merits the applause of the people, but a heroic defeat merits their tender compassion. The one is magnificent, the other sublime. For our own part, we prefer martyrdom to success. John Brown is greater than Washington, and Pisacane is greater than Garibaldi. It certainly is necessary that someone should take the part of the vanquished. We are unjust towards these great men who attempt the future when they fail. Revolutionists are accused of sowing fear abroad. Every barricade seems a crime. Their theories are incriminated, their aim suspected, their ulterior motive is feared, their conscience denounced. They are reproached with raising, erecting, and heaping up, against the reigning social state, a mass of miseries, of griefs, of iniquities, of wrongs, of despairs, and of tearing from the lowest depths blocks of shadow in order therein to embattle themselves and to combat. People shout to them, "You are tearing up the pavements of hell." They might reply, "That is because our barricade is made of good intentions." The best thing, assuredly, is the pacific solution. In short, let us agree that when we behold the pavement, we think of the bear, and it is a goodwill which renders society uneasy. But it depends on society to save itself. It is to its own goodwill that we make our appeal. No violent remedy is necessary. To study evil amiably, to prove its existence, then to cure it. It is to this that we invite it. However that may be, even when fallen, above all when fallen, these men, who at every point of the universe, with their eyes fixed on France, are striving for the grand work with the inflexible logic of the ideal, are august. They give their life a free offering to progress. They accomplish the will of Providence. They perform a religious act. At the appointed hour, with as much disinterestedness as an actor who answers to his cue, in obedience to the divine stage manager, they enter the tomb. And this hopeless combat, this stoical disappearance they accept in order to bring about the supreme and universal consequences, the magnificent and irresistibly human movement begun on the 14th of July, 1789. These soldiers are priests. The French Revolution is an act of God. Moreover, there are, and it is proper to add this distinction to the distinctions already pointed out in another chapter, there are accepted revolutions, revolutions which are called revolutions. There are refused revolutions, which are called riots. An insurrection which breaks out is an idea which is passing its examination before the people. If the people lets fall a black ball, the idea is dried fruit. The insurrection is a mere skirmish. Waging war at every summons and every time that utopia desires it is not the thing for the peoples. Nations have not always and at every hour the temperament of heroes and martyrs. They are positive. A priori, insurrection is repugnant to them, in the first place, because it often results in a catastrophe, in the second place, because it always has an abstraction as its point of departure. Because, and this is a noble thing, it is always for the ideal, and for the ideal alone, that those who sacrifice themselves do thus sacrifice themselves. An insurrection is an enthusiasm. Enthusiasm may wax wroth, hence the appeal to arms. But every insurrection, which aims at a government or a regime, aims higher. Thus, for instance, and we insist upon it, what the chiefs of the insurrection of 1832, and in particular the young enthusiasts of the Rue de la Chanvrerie were combating, was not precisely Louis Philippe. The majority of them, when talking freely, did justice to this king who stood midway between monarchy and revolution. No one hated him, but they attacked the younger branch of the divine right in Louis Philippe as they had attacked its elder branch in Charles X. And that which they wished to overturn in overturning royalty in France was, as we have explained, the usurpation of man over man and of privilege over right in the entire universe. Paris without a king has as result the world without despots. This is the manner in which they reasoned. Their aim was distant, no doubt, vague perhaps, and it retreated in the face of their efforts, but it was great. Thus it is, and we sacrifice ourselves for these visions, which are almost always illusions for the sacrificed, but illusions with which, after all, the whole of human certainty is mingled. We throw ourselves into these tragic affairs and become intoxicated with that which we are about to do. Who knows? We may succeed. We are few in number, we have a whole army arrayed against us, but we are defending right, the natural law, the sovereignty of each one over himself from which no abdication is possible, justice and truth, and in case of need, we die like the 300 Spartans. We do not think of Don Quixote but of Leonidas, and we march straight before us, and once pledged, we do not draw back, and we rush onwards with head held low, cherishing as our hope an unprecedented victory, revolution completed, progress set free again, the aggrandizement of the human race, universal deliverance, and in the event of the worst, Thermopylae A. These passages of arms for the sake of progress often suffer shipwreck, and we have just explained why. The crowd is restive in the presence of the impulses of paladins. Heavy masses, the multitudes which are fragile because of their very weight, fear adventures, and there is a touch of adventure in the ideal. Moreover, and we must not forget this, interests which are not very friendly to the ideal and the sentimental are in the way. Sometimes the stomach paralyses the heart. The grandeur and beauty of France lies in this, that she takes less from the stomach than other nations, She more easily knots the rope about her loins. She is the first awake, the last asleep. She marches forwards. She is a seeker. This arises from the fact that she is an artist. The ideal is nothing but the culminating point of logic, the same as the beautiful is nothing but the summit of the true. Artistic peoples are also consistent peoples. To love beauty is to see the light. That is why the torch of Europe, that is to say of civilization, was first borne by Greece, who passed it on to Italy, who handed it on to France. Divine, illuminating nations of scouts, vit lampada tradunt. It is an admirable thing that the poetry of a people is the element of its progress. The amount of civilization is measured by the quantity of imagination. Only a civilizing people should remain a manly people. Corinth, yes. Sybaris, no. Whoever becomes effeminate makes himself a bastard. He must be neither a dilettante nor a virtuoso, but he must be artistic. In the matter of civilization, he must not refine, but he must sublime. On this condition, one gives to the human race the pattern of the ideal. The modern ideal has its type in art, and its means is science. It is through science that it will realize that august vision of the poets, the socially beautiful. Eden will be reconstructed by A plus B. At the point which civilization has now reached, the exact is a necessary element of the splendid, and the artistic sentiment is not only served, but completed by the scientific organ. Dreams must be calculated. Art, which is the conqueror, should have for support science, which is the walker. The solidity of the creature which is ridden is of importance. The modern spirit is the genius of Greece, with the genius of India as its vehicle, Alexander on the elephant. Races which are petrified in dogma or demoralized by lucre are unfit to guide civilization. Genuflection before the idol or before money wastes away the muscles which walk and the will which advances. Hieratic or mercantile absorption lessens a people's power of radiance, lowers its horizon by lowering its level, and deprives it of that intelligence, at once both human and divine, of the universal goal, which makes missionaries of nations. Babylon has no ideal. Carthage has no ideal. Athens and Rome have and keep, throughout all the nocturnal darkness of the centuries, halos of civilization. France is in the same quality of race as Greece and Italy. She is Athenian in the matter of beauty and Roman in her greatness. Moreover, she is good. She gives herself. Oftener than is the case with other races, is she in the humor for self-devotion and sacrifice. Only this humor seizes upon her and again abandons her. And therein lies the great peril for those who run when she desires only to walk, or who walk on when she desires to halt. France has her relapses into materialism, and at certain instants, the ideas which obstruct that sublime brain have no longer anything which recalls French greatness and are of the dimensions of a Missouri or a South Carolina. What is to be done in such a case? The giantess plays at being a dwarf. Immense France has her freaks of pettiness. That is all. To this there is nothing to say. Peoples, like planets, possess the right to an eclipse, and all is well, provided that the light returns and that the eclipse does not degenerate into night. Dawn and resurrection are synonymous. The reappearance of the light is identical with the persistence of the eye. Let us state these facts calmly. Death on the barricade or the tomb in exile is an acceptable occasion for devotion. The real name of devotion is disinterestedness. Let the abandoned allow themselves to be abandoned. Let the exiled allow themselves to be exiled. And let us confine ourselves to entreating great nations not to retreat too far when they do retreat. One must not push too far in descent under pretext of a return to reason. Matter exists, the minute exists, interest exists, the stomach exists, but the stomach must not be the sole wisdom. The life of the moment has its rights, we admit, but permanent life has its rights also. Alas, the fact that one is mounted does not preclude a fall. This can be seen in history more frequently than is desirable. A nation is great, it tastes the ideal, then it bites the mire and finds it good. And if it be asked how it happens that it has abandoned Socrates for Falstaff, it replies, because I love statesmen. One word more before returning to our subject, the conflict. A battle like the one which we are engaged in describing is nothing else than a convulsion towards the ideal. Progress trammeled is sickly and is subject to these tragic epilepsies. With that malady of progress, civil war, we have been obliged to come in contact in our passage. This is one of the fatal phases, at once act and entr'acte of that drama whose pivot is a social condemnation and whose veritable title is progress. Progress. The cry to which we frequently give utterance is our whole thought, and at the point of this drama which we have now reached, the idea which it contains having still more than one trial to undergo, it is, perhaps, permitted to us, if not to lift the veil from it, to at least allow its light to shine through. The book which the reader has under his eye at this moment is from one end to the other, as a whole and in detail, whatever may be its intermittences, exceptions, and faults, the march from evil to good, from the unjust to the just, from night to day, from appetite to conscience, from rottenness to life, from hell to heaven, from nothingness to God. Point of departure, matter, point of arrival, the soul, the hydra at the beginning, the angel at the end. Chapter 21, The Heroes. All at once, the drum beat the charge. The attack was a hurricane. On the evening before, in the darkness, the barricade had been approached silently, as by a boa. Now, in broad daylight, in that widening street, surprise was decidedly impossible. Rude force had, moreover, been unmasked. The cannon had begun the roar. The army hurled itself on the barricade. Fury now became skill. A powerful detachment of infantry of the line, broken at regular intervals by the National Guard and the Municipal Guard on foot, and supported by serried masses which could be heard though not seen, debauched into the street at a run, with drums beating, trumpets braying, bayonets leveled, the sappers at their head, and imperturbable under the projectiles, charged straight for the barricade with the weight of a brazen beam against a wall. The wall held firm. The insurgents fired impetuously. The barricade once scaled had a mane of lightning flashes. The assault was so furious that for one moment it was inundated with assailants, but it shook off the soldiers as the lion shakes off the dogs, and it was only covered with besiegers as the cliff is covered with foam, to reappear, a moment later, beetling, black and formidable. The column, forced to retreat, remained massed in the street, unprotected but terrible, and replied to the redoubt with a terrible discharge of musketry. Anyone who has seen fireworks will recall the sheaf, formed of interlacing lightnings, which is called a bouquet. Let the reader picture to himself this bouquet, no longer vertical but horizontal, bearing a bullet, buckshot, or a biscaïen at the tip of each one of its jets of flame, and picking off dead men, one after another, from its clusters of lightning. The barricade was underneath it. On both sides, the resolution was equal. The bravery exhibited there was almost barbarous, and was complicated with a sort of heroic ferocity which began by the sacrifice of self. This was the epoch when a National Guardsman fought like a zouave. The troop wished to make an end of it. Insurrection was desirous of fighting. The acceptance of the death agony in the flower of youth and in the flush of health turns intrepidity into frenzy. In this fray, each one underwent the broadening growth of the death hour. The street was strewn with corpses. The barricade had Enjolras at one of its extremities and Marius at the other. Enjolras, who carried the whole barricade in his head, reserved and sheltered himself. 3 soldiers fell, one after the other, under his embrasure, without having even seen him. Marius fought unprotected. He made himself a target. He stood with more than half his body above the breastworks. There is no more violent prodigal than the avaricious man who takes the bit in his teeth. There is no man more terrible in action than a dreamer. Marius was formidable and pensive. In battle, he was as in a dream. One would have pronounced him a phantom engaged in firing a gun. The insurgents' cartridges were giving out, but not their sarcasms. In this whirlwind of the sepulchre in which they stood, they laughed. Courfeyrac was bareheaded. "What have you done with your hat?" Bossuet asked him. Courfeyrac replied, "They have finally taken it away from me with cannonballs." Or they uttered haughty comments. "Can anyone understand," exclaimed Feuilly bitterly, "those men?" And he cited names, well-known names, even celebrated names, some belonging to the old army, who had promised to join us and taken an oath to aid us, and who had pledged their honor to it, and who are our generals and who abandon us. And Combeferre restricted himself to replying with a grave smile. There are people who observe the rules of honor as one observes the stars, from a great distance. The interior of the barricade was so strewn with torn cartridges that one would have said that there had been a snowstorm. The assailants had numbers in their favor, the insurgents had position. They were at the top of a wall, and they thundered point-blank upon the soldiers, tripping over the dead and wounded and entangled in the escarpment. This barricade, constructed as it was and admirably buttressed, was really one of those situations where a handful of men hold a legion in check. Nevertheless, the attacking column, constantly recruited and enlarged under the shower of bullets, drew inexorably nearer, and now, little by little, step by step, but surely the army closed in around the barricade as the vice grasps the winepress. One assault followed another. The horror of the situation kept increasing. Then there burst forth on that heap of paving stones, in that Rue de la Chanvrerie, a battle worthy of a wall of Troy. These haggard, ragged, exhausted men, who had had nothing to eat for 24 hours, who had not slept, who had but a few more rounds to fire, who were fumbling in their pockets, which had been emptied of cartridges, nearly all of whom were wounded, with head or arm bandaged with black and blood-stained linen, with holes in their clothes from which the blood trickled, and who were hardly armed with poor guns and notched swords, became Titans. The barricade was 10 times attacked, approached, assailed, scaled, and never captured. In order to form an idea of this struggle, it is necessary to imagine fire set to a throng of terrible courages, and then to gaze at the conflagration. It was not a combat, it was the interior of a furnace. Their mouths breathed the flame, their countenances were extraordinary. The human form seemed impossible there, the combatants flamed forth there, and it was formidable to behold the going and coming in that red glow of those salamanders of the fray. The successive and simultaneous scenes of this grand slaughter we renounce all attempts at depicting. The epic alone has the right to fill 12,000 verses with a battle. One would have pronounced this that hell of Brahmanism, the most redoubtable of the 17 abysses, which the Veda calls the forest of swords. They fought hand to hand, foot to foot, with pistol shots, with blows of the sword with their fists at a distance, close at hand, from above, from below, from everywhere, from the roofs of the houses, from the windows of the wine shop, from the cellar windows, whither some had crawled. They were 1 against 60. The facade of Corinth, half demolished, was hideous. The window, tattooed with grapeshot, had lost glass and frame, and was nothing now but a shapeless hole, tumultuously blocked with paving stones. Bossuet was killed, Feuilly was killed, Courfeyrac was killed, Combeferre, transfixed by 3 blows from a bayonet in the breast at the moment when he was lifting up a wounded soldier, had only time to cast a glance to heaven when he expired. Marius, still fighting, was so riddled with wounds, particularly in the head, that his countenance disappeared beneath the blood, and one would have said that his face was covered with a red kerchief. Enjolras alone was not struck. When he had no longer any weapon, he reached out his hands to right and left, and an insurgent thrust some arm or other into his fist. All he had left was the stumps of 4 swords, one more than François I at Marignan. Homer says, Diomedes cuts the throat of Axylus, son of Teuthrones, who dwelt in happy Arispa. Euryalus, son of Mecistos, exterminates Drissos and Opheltios Aescipus, and that Pedasus whom the Naiad of Barbaria bore to the blameless Bucolian. Ulysses overthrows Pidites of Percosius, Antilochus, Abelrus, Polypates, Astialus, Polydamas, Odos of Cyllene, and Teucer, Aretaun. Megantheos dies under the blows of Eurypylus' pike. Agamemnon, king of the heroes, flings to earth Elatos, born in the rocky city which is laved by the sounding river Satnese. In our old poems of exploits, Esplandian attacks the giant Marquis Swantibor with a cobbler's shoulder stick of fire, and the latter defends himself by stoning the hero with towers which he plucks up by the roots. Our ancient mural frescoes show us the 2 dukes of Bretagne and Bourbon, armed, emblazoned and crested in warlike guise, on horseback and approaching each other, their battle-axes in hand, masked with iron, gloved with iron, booted with iron, the one caparisoned in ermine, the other draped in azure. Bretagne with his lion between the two horns of his crown, Bourbon, helmeted with a monster fleur-de-lis on his visor. But in order to be superb, it is not necessary to wear, like Ivan, the ducal morion, to have in the fist, like Esplandian, a living flame, or like Files, father of Polydamas, to have brought back from Ephra a good suit of mail, a present from the king of men, Euphetes. It suffices to give one's life for a conviction or a loyalty. This ingenuous little soldier, yesterday a peasant of Boss or Limousin, who prowls with his clasp knife by his side around the children's nurses in the Luxembourg garden, this pale young student bent over a piece of anatomy or a book, a blond youth who shaves his beard with scissors. Take both of them, breathe upon them with a breath of duty, place them face to face in the Carrefour Boucherat or in the blind alley Planchemibre, and let the one fight for his flag and the other for his ideal, and let both of them imagine that they are fighting for their country. The struggle will be colossal, and the shadow which this raw recruit and this sawbones in conflict will produce in that grand epic field where humanity is striving will equal the shadow cast by Megarion, king of Lycia, tiger-filled, crushing in his embrace the immense body of Ajax, equal to the gods. Chapter 22, Foot to Foot. When there were no longer any of the leaders left alive, except Enjolras and Marius at the two extremities of the barricade, the center, which had so long sustained Courfeyrac, Joly, Bossuet, Feuilly, and Commiffera, gave way. The cannon, though it had not effected a practicable breach, had made a rather large hollow in the middle of the redoubt. There, the summit of the wall had disappeared before the balls and had crumbled away, and the rubbish which had fallen, now inside, now outside, had, as it accumulated, formed two piles in the nature of slopes on the two sides of the barrier, one on the inside, the other on the outside. The exterior slope presented an inclined plane to the attack. A final assault was there attempted, and this assault succeeded. The mass, bristling with bayonets and hurled forward at a run, came up with irresistible force, and the serried front of battle of the attacking column made its appearance through the smoke on the crest of the battlements. This time, it was decisive. The group of insurgents who were defending the center retreated in confusion. Then the gloomy love of life awoke once more in some of them. Many, finding themselves under the muzzles of this forest of guns, did not wish to die. This is a moment when the instinct of self-preservation emits howls, when the beast reappears in men. They were hemmed in by the lofty six-story house which formed the background of their redoubt. This house might prove their salvation. The building was barricaded and walled, as it were, from top to bottom. Before the troops of the line had reached the interior of the redoubt, there was time for a door to open and shut. The space of a flash of lightning was sufficient for that, and the door of that house, suddenly opened a crack and closed again instantly, was life for these despairing men. Behind this house there were streets, possible flight space. They set to knocking at that door with the butts of their guns, and with kicks, shouting, calling, entreating, wringing their hands. No one opened. From the little window on the third floor, the head of the dead man gazed down upon them. But Enjolras and Marius and the 7 or 8 rallied about them, sprang forward and protected them. Enjolras had shouted to the soldiers, "Don't advance," and as an officer had not obeyed, Enjolras had killed the officer. He was now in the little inner court of the redoubt, with his back planted against the Corinth building, a sword in one hand, a rifle in the other, holding open the door of the wine shop, which he barred against assailants. He shouted to the desperate men, "There is but one door open, this one." And shielding them with his body, and facing an entire battalion alone, he made them pass in behind him. All precipitated themselves thither. Enjolras, executing with his rifle, which he now used like a cane, what single-stick players call a covered rose round his head, leveled the bayonets around and in front of him, and was the last to enter. And then ensued a horrible moment, when the soldiers tried to make their way in, and the insurgents strove to bar them out. The door was slammed with such violence, that, as it fell back into its frame, it showed the 5 fingers of a soldier who had been clinging to it, cut off and glued to the post. Marius remained outside. A shot had just broken his collarbone. He felt that he was fainting and falling. At that moment, with eyes already shut, he felt the shock of a vigorous hand seizing him, and the swoon in which his senses vanished hardly allowed him time for the thought, mingled with a last memory of Cosette. "I am taken prisoner. I shall be shot." Enjolras, not seeing Marius among those who had taken refuge in the wine shop, had the same idea, but they had reached a moment when each man has not the time to meditate on his own death. Enjolras fixed the bar across the door and bolted it, and double-locked it with key and chain, while those outside were battering furiously at it, the soldiers with the butts of their muskets, the sappers with their axes. The assailants were grouped about that door. The siege of the wine shop was now beginning. The soldiers, we will observe, were full of wrath. The death of the artillery sergeant had enraged them, and then, a still more melancholy circumstance. During the few hours which had preceded the attack, it had been reported among them that the insurgents were mutilating their prisoners, and that there was the headless body of a soldier in the wine shop. This sort of fatal rumor is the usual accompaniment of civil wars, and it was a false report of this kind which, later on, produced the catastrophe of the Rue Transnonain. When the door was barricaded, Enjolras said to the others, "Let us sell our lives dearly." Then he approached the table on which lay Mabeuf and Gavroche. Beneath the black cloth, two straight and rigid forms were visible, one large, the other small, and the two faces were vaguely outlined beneath the cold folds of the shroud. A hand projected from beneath the winding sheet and hung near the floor. It was that of the old man. Enjolras bent down and kissed that venerable hand, just as he had kissed his brow on the preceding evening. These were the only 2 kisses which he had bestowed in the course of his life. Let us abridge the tale. The barricade had fought like a gate of Thebes, the wine shop fought like a house of Saragossa. These resistances are dogged, no quarter, no flag of truce possible. Men are willing to die, provided their opponent will kill them. When Suchet says, "Capitulate," Palafox replies, "After the war with cannon, the war with knives." Nothing was lacking in the capture by assault of the Hucheloup wine shop, neither paving stones raining from the windows and the roof on the besiegers, and exasperating the soldiers by crushing them horribly, nor shots fired from the attic windows and the cellar, nor the fury of attack, nor, finally, when the door yielded, the frenzied madness of extermination. The assailants, rushing into the wine shop, their feet entangled in the panels of the door which had been beaten in and flung on the ground, found not a single combatant there. The spiral staircase, hewn asunder with the axe, lay in the middle of the tap-room. A few wounded men were just breathing their last. Everyone who was not killed was on the first floor, and from there, through the hole in the ceiling, which had formed the entrance of the stairs, a terrific fire burst forth. It was the last of their cartridges. When they were exhausted, when these formidable men on the point of death had no longer either powder or ball, each grasped in his hands 2 of the bottles which Enjolras had reserved, and of which we have spoken, and held the scaling party in check with these frightfully fragile clubs. They were bottles of aquafortis. We relate these gloomy incidents of carnage as they occurred. The besieged man, alas, converts everything into a weapon. Greek fire did not disgrace Archimedes, boiling pitch did not disgrace Bayard. All war is a thing of terror, and there is no choice in it. The musketry of the besiegers, though confined and embarrassed by being directed from below upwards, was deadly. The rim of the hole in the ceiling was speedily surrounded by heads of the slain, whence dripped long, red, and smoking streams. The uproar was indescribable. A close and burning smoke almost produced night over this combat. Words are lacking to express horror when it has reached this pitch. There were no longer men in this conflict, which was now infernal. They were no longer giants matched with colossi. It resembled Milton and Dante rather than Homer. Demons attacked, specters resisted. It was heroism become monstrous. Chapter 23. Orestes fasting and Pylades drunk. At length, by dint of mounting on each other's backs, aiding themselves with the skeleton of the staircase, climbing up the walls, clinging to the ceiling, slashing away at the very brink of the trapdoor, the last one who offered resistance, a score of assailants, soldiers, National Guardsmen, municipal guardsmen in utter confusion, the majority disfigured by wounds in the face during that redoubtable ascent, blinded by blood, furious, rendered savage, made an eruption into the apartment on the first floor. There they found only one man still on his feet, Enjolras. Without cartridges, without sword, he had nothing in his hand now but the barrel of his gun, whose stock he had broken over the head of those who were entering. He had placed the billiard table between his assailants and himself. He had retreated into the corner of the room. and there, with haughty eye and head borne high, with this stump of a weapon in his hand, he was still so alarming as to speedily create an empty space around him. A cry arose. "He is the leader. It was he who slew the artilleryman. It is well that he has placed himself there. Let him remain there. Let us shoot him down on the spot." "Shoot me," said Enjolras. And flinging away his bit of gun barrel, and folding his arms, he offered his breast. The audacity of a fine death always affects men. As soon as Enjolras folded his arms and accepted his end, the din of strife ceased in the room, and this chaos suddenly stilled into a sort of sepulchral solemnity. The menacing majesty of Enjolras, disarmed and motionless, appeared to oppress this tumult, and this young man, haughty, bloody, and charming, who alone had not a wound, who was as indifferent as an invulnerable being, seemed, by the authority of his tranquil glance, to constrain this sinister rabble to kill him respectfully. His beauty, at that moment augmented by his pride, was resplendent, and he was fresh and rosy after the fearful 24 hours which had just elapsed, as though he could no more be fatigued than wounded. It was of him, possibly, that a witness spoke afterwards, before the council of war. "There was an insurgent whom I heard called Apollo. A National Guardsman who had taken aim at Enjolras lowered his gun, saying, 'It seems to me that I am about to shoot a flower.' 12 men formed into a squad in the corner opposite Enjolras, and silently made ready their guns. Then a sergeant shouted, 'Take aim.' An officer intervened. 'Wait.' And addressing Enjolras, 'Do you wish to have your eyes bandaged?' 'No.' 'Was it you who killed the artillery sergeant?' 'Yes.' Grantaire had waked up a few moments before. Grantaire, it will be remembered, had been asleep ever since the preceding evening in the upper room of the wine shop, seated on a chair and leaning on the table. He realized in its fullest sense the old metaphor of dead drunk. The hideous potion of absinthe, porter, and alcohol had thrown him into a lethargy. His table being small and not suitable for the barricade, he had been left in possession of it. He was still in the same posture, with his breast bent over the table, his head lying flat on his arms, surrounded by glasses, beer jugs, and bottles. His was the overwhelming slumber of the torpid bear and the satiated leech. Nothing had had any effect upon it, neither the fusillade, nor the cannonballs, nor the grape shot which had made its way through the window into the room where he was, nor the tremendous uproar of the assault. He merely replied to the cannonade, now and then, by a snore. He seemed to be waiting there for a bullet which should spare him the trouble of waking. Many corpses were strewn around him, and at the first glance, there was nothing to distinguish him from those profound sleepers of death. Noise does not rouse a drunken man. Silence awakens him. The fall of everything around him only augmented Grantaire's prostration. The crumbling of all things was his lullaby. The sort of halt which the tumult underwent in the presence of Enjolras was a shock to this heavy slumber. It had the effect of a carriage going at full speed, which suddenly comes to a dead stop. The persons dozing within it wake up. Grantaire rose to his feet with a start, stretched out his arms, rubbed his eyes, stared, yawned, and understood. A fit of drunkenness reaching its end resembles a curtain which is torn away. One beholds, at a single glance and as a whole, all that it has concealed. All suddenly presents itself to the memory, and the drunkard, who has known nothing of what has been taking place during the last 24 hours, has no sooner opened his eyes than he is perfectly informed. Ideas recur to him with abrupt lucidity. The obliteration of intoxication, a sort of steam which has obscured the brain, is dissipated and makes way for the clear and sharply outlined importunity of realities. Relegated, as he was, to one corner and sheltered behind the billiard table, the soldiers whose eyes were fixed on Enjolras had not even noticed Grantaire, and the sergeant was preparing to repeat his order, "Take aim," when all at once they heard a strong voice shout beside them, "Long live the Republic, I'm one of them." Grantaire had risen. The immense gleam of the whole combat which he had missed, and in which he had had no part, appeared in the brilliant glance of the transfigured drunken man. He repeated, "Long live the Republic," crossed the room with a firm stride and placed himself in front of the guns beside Enjolras. "Finish both of us at one blow," said he. And turning gently to Enjolras, he said to him, "Do you permit it?" Enjolras pressed his hand with a smile. This smile was not ended when the report resounded. Enjolras, pierced by 8 bullets, remained leaning against the wall, as though the balls had nailed him there. Only his head was bowed. Grantaire fell at his feet, as though struck by a thunderbolt. A few moments later, the soldiers dislodged the last remaining insurgents who had taken refuge at the top of the house. They fired into the attic through a wooden lattice. They fought under the very roof. They flung bodies, some of them still alive, out through the windows. 2 light infantrymen, who tried to lift the shattered omnibus, were slain by 2 shots fired from the attic. A man in a blouse was flung down from it, with a bayonet wound in the abdomen, and breathed his last on the ground. A soldier and an insurgent slipped together on the sloping slates of the roof, and as they would not release each other, they fell, clasped in a ferocious embrace. A similar conflict went on in the cellar. Shouts, shots, a fierce trampling, then silence. The barricade was captured. The soldiers began to search the houses round about and to pursue the fugitives. Chapter 24. Prisoner. Marius was, in fact, a prisoner. The hand which had seized him from behind, and whose grasp he had felt at the moment of his fall and his loss of consciousness, was that of Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had taken no other part in the combat than to expose himself in it. Had it not been for him, no one in that supreme phase of agony would have thought of the wounded. Thanks to him, everywhere present in the carnage, like a providence, those who fell were picked up, transported to the tap-room, and cared for. In the intervals, he reappeared on the barricade. But nothing which could resemble a blow, an attack, or even personal defense proceeded from his hands. He held his peace and lent succor. Moreover, he had received only a few scratches. The bullets would have none of him. If suicide formed part of what he had meditated on coming to this sepulchre, to that spot, he had not succeeded. But we doubt whether he had thought of suicide, an irreligious act. Jean Valjean, in the thick cloud of the combat, did not appear to see Marius. The truth is that he never took his eyes from the latter. When a shot laid Marius low, Jean Valjean leaped forward with the agility of a tiger, fell upon him as on his prey, and bore him off. The whirlwind of the attack was, at that moment, so violently concentrated upon Enjolras and upon the door of the wine-shop, that no one saw Jean Valjean sustaining the fainting Marius in his arms, traverse the unpaved field of the barricade, and disappear behind the angle of the Corinth building. The reader will recall this angle, which formed a sort of cape on the street. It afforded shelter from the bullets, the grape-shot, and all eyes, and a few square feet of space. There is sometimes a chamber which does not burn in the midst of a conflagration, and in the midst of raging seas, beyond a promontory, or at the extremity of a blind alley of shoals, a tranquil nook. It was in this sort of fold, in the interior trapezium of the barricade, that Eponine had breathed her last. There Jean Valjean halted, let Marius slide to the ground, placed his back against the wall, and cast his eyes about him. The situation was alarming. For an instant, for 2 or 3 perhaps, this bit of wall was a shelter, but how was he to escape from this massacre? He recalled the anguish which he had suffered in the Rue Polonceau 8 years before, and in what manner he had contrived to make his escape. It was difficult then, today it was impossible. He had before him that deaf and implacable house, 6 stories in height, which appeared to be inhabited only by a dead man leaning out of his window. He had on his right the rather low barricade, which shut off the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. To pass this obstacle seemed easy, but beyond the crest of the barrier, a line of bayonets was visible. The troops of the line were posted on the watch behind that barricade. It was evident that to pass the barricade was to go in quest of the fire of the platoon, and that any head which should run the risk of lifting itself above the top of that wall of stones would serve as a target for 60 shots. On his left, he had the field of battle. Death lurked round the corner of that wall. What was to be done? Only a bird could have extricated itself from this predicament. and it was necessary to decide on the instant, to devise some expedient, to come to some decision. Fighting was going on a few paces away. Fortunately, all were raging around a single point, the door of the wine shop. But if it should occur to one soldier, to one single soldier, to turn the corner of the house, or to attack him on the flank, all was over. Jean Valjean gazed at the house facing him. He gazed at the barricade at one side of him. Then he looked at the ground, with the violence of the last extremity, bewildered, and as though he would have liked to pierce a hole there with his eyes. By dint of staring, something vaguely striking in such an agony began to assume form and outline at his feet, as though it had been a power of glance, which made the thing desired unfold. A few paces distant he perceived, at the base of the small barrier so pitilessly guarded and watched on the exterior, beneath a disordered mass of paving stones which partly concealed it, an iron grating, placed flat and on a level with the soil. This grating, made of stout, transverse bars, was about 2 feet square. The frame of paving stones which supported it had been torn up, and it was, as it were, unfastened. Through the bars, a view could be had of a dark aperture, something like the flue of a chimney or the pipe of a cistern. Jean Valjean darted forward. His old art of escape rose to his brain like an illumination. To thrust aside the stones, to raise the grating, to lift Marius, who was as inert as a dead body, upon his shoulders, to descend, with this burden on his loins, and with the aid of his elbows and knees, into that sort of well, fortunately not very deep, to let the heavy trap, upon which the loosened stones rolled down afresh, fall into its place behind him, to gain his footing on a flagged surface 3 meters below the surface. All this was executed like that which one does in dreams, with the strength of a giant and the rapidity of an eagle. This took only a few minutes. Jean Valjean found himself with Marius, who was still unconscious, in a sort of long, subterranean corridor. There reigned profound peace, absolute silence, night. The impression which he had formerly experienced when falling from the wall into the convent recurred to him. Only, what he was carrying today was not Cosette, it was Marius. He could barely hear the formidable tumult in the wine shop, taken by assault, like a vague murmur overhead. Book 2, The Intestine of the Leviathan. Chapter 1, The Land Impoverished by the Sea. Paris casts 25 millions yearly into the water, and this without metaphor. How and in what manner, day and night, with what object, with no object, with what intention, with no intention, why, for no reason, by means of what organ, by means of its intestine. What is its intestine? The sewer. 25 millions is the most moderate approximative figure which the valuations of special science have set upon it. Science, after having long groped about, now knows that the most fecundating and the most efficacious of fertilizers is human manure. The Chinese, let us confess it to our shame, knew it before us. Not a Chinese peasant, it is Ekberg who says this, goes to town without bringing back with him, at the 2 extremities of his bamboo pole, 2 full buckets of what we designate as filth. Thanks to human dung, the earth in China is still as young as in the days of Abraham. Chinese wheat yields 100-fold of the seed. There is no guano comparable in fertility with the detritus of a capital. A great city is the most mighty of dung makers. Certain success would attend the experiment of employing the city to manure the plain. If our gold is manure, our manure, on the other hand, is gold. What is done with this golden manure? It is swept into the abyss. Fleets of vessels are dispatched, at great expense, to collect the dung of petrels and penguins at the South Pole, and the incalculable element of opulence which we have on hand, we send to the sea. All the human and animal manure which the world wastes, restored to the land instead of being cast into the water, would suffice to nourish the world. Those heaps of filth at the gate-posts, those tumbrils of mud which jolt through the street by night, those terrible casks of the street department, those fetid drippings of subterranean mire, which the pavements hide from you, do you know what they are? They are the meadow in flower, the green grass, wild thyme, thyme and sage. They are game, they are cattle, they are the satisfied bellows of great oxen in the evening, they are perfumed hay, they are golden wheat, they are the bread on your table, They are the warm blood in your veins, they are health, they are joy, they are life. This is the will of that mysterious creation which is transformation on earth and transfiguration in heaven. Restore this to the great crucible, your abundance will flow forth from it. The nutrition of the plains furnishes the nourishment of men. You have it in your power to lose this wealth and to consider me ridiculous to boot. This will form the masterpiece of your ignorance. Statisticians have calculated that France alone makes a deposit of $500 million every year in the Atlantic through the mouths of her rivers. Note this, with 500 millions, we could pay 1/4 of the expenses of our budget. The cleverness of man is such that he prefers to get rid of these 500 millions in the gutter. It is the very substance of the people that is carried off, here drop by drop, there wave after wave, the wretched outpour of our sewers into the rivers, and the gigantic collection of our rivers into the ocean. Every hiccup of our sewers costs us 1,000 francs. From this spring too results the land impoverished and the water tainted, hunger arising from the furrow and disease from the stream. It is notorious, for example, that at the present hour the Thames is poisoning London. So far as Paris is concerned, it has become indispensable of late to transport the mouths of the sewers downstream, below the last bridge. A double tubular apparatus, provided with valves and sluices, sucking up and driving back, a system of elementary drainage, simple as the lungs of a man, and which is already in full working order in many communities in England, would suffice to conduct the pure water of the fields into our cities, and to send back to the fields the rich water of the cities, and this easy exchange, the simplest in the world, would retain among us the 500 millions now thrown away. People are thinking of other things. The process actually in use does evil with the intention of doing good. The intention is good, the result is melancholy. Thinking to purge the city, the population is blanched like plants raised in cellars. A sewer is a mistake. When drainage everywhere, with its double function, restoring what it takes, shall have replaced the sewer, which is a simple impoverishing washing, then, this being combined with the data of a now social economy, the product of the earth will be increased tenfold, and the problem of misery will be singularly lightened. Add the suppression of parasitism, and it will be solved. In the meanwhile, the public wealth flows away to the river, and leakage takes place. Leakage is the word. Europe is being ruined in this manner by exhaustion. As for France, we have just cited its figures. Now, Paris contains 1/25 of the total population of France, and Parisian guano being the richest of all, we understate the truth when we value the loss on the part of Paris at 25 millions in the $500 million, which France annually rejects. These 25 millions, employed in assistance and enjoyment, would double the splendor of Paris. The city spends them in sewers, so that we may say that Paris's great prodigality, its wonderful festival, its bourgeon folly, its orgy, its stream of gold from full hands, its pomp, its luxury, its magnificence, is its sewer system. It is in this manner that, in the blindness of a poor political economy, we drown and allow to float downstream and to be lost in the gulfs the well-being of all. There should be nets at St. Cloud for the public fortune. Economically considered, the matter can be summed up thus. Paris is a spendthrift. Paris, that model city, that patron of well-arranged capitals, of which every nation strives to possess a copy, that metropolis of the ideal, that august country of the initiative, of impulse and of effort, that center and that dwelling of minds, that nation-city, that hive of the future, that marvelous combination of Babylon and Corinth, would make a peasant of the Phocian shrug his shoulders, from the point of view which we have just indicated. Imitate Paris, and you will ruin yourselves. Moreover, and particularly in this immemorial and senseless waste, Paris is itself an imitator. These surprising exhibitions of stupidity are not novel. This is no young folly. The ancients did like the moderns. The sewers of Rome, says Liebig, have absorbed all the well-being of the Roman peasant. When the Campagna of Rome was ruined by the Roman sewer, Rome exhausted Italy, and when she had put Italy in her sewer, she poured in Sicily, then Sardinia, then Africa. The sewer of Rome has engulfed the world. This cesspool offered its engulfment to the city and the universe. Urbi et orbi, eternal city, unfathomable sewer. Rome sets the example for these things as well as for others. Paris follows this example with all the stupidity peculiar to intelligent towns. For the requirements of the operation upon the subject of which we have just explained our views, Paris has beneath it another Paris, a Paris of sewers, which has its streets, its crossroads, its squares, its blind alleys, its arteries, and its circulation, which is of mire and minus the human form. For nothing must be flattered, not even a great people. Where there is everything, there is also ignominy by the side of sublimity. And if Paris contains Athens, the city of light, Tyre, the city of might, Sparta, the city of virtue, Nineveh, the city of marvels, it also contains Lutetia, the city of mud. However, the stamp of its power is there also, and the titanic sink of Paris realizes, among monuments, that strange ideal realized in humanity by some men like Machiavelli, Bacon, and Mirabeau, grandiose vileness. The subsoil of Paris, if the eye could penetrate its surface, would present the aspect of a colossal madrepore. A sponge has no more partitions and ducts than the mound of earth for a circuit of 6 leagues round about, on which rests the great and ancient city. Not to mention its catacombs, which are a separate cellar, not to mention the inextricable trelliswork of gas pipes, without reckoning the vast tubular system for the distribution of fresh water, which ends in the pillar fountains, the sewers alone form a tremendous, shadowy network under the 2 banks, a labyrinth which has its slope for its guiding thread. There appears, in the humid mist, the rat which seems the product to which Paris has given birth. Chapter 2. Ancient History of the Sewer. Let the reader imagine Paris lifted off like a cover. The subterranean network of sewers, from a bird's-eye view, will outline on the banks a species of large branch grafted on the river. On the right bank, the belt sewer will form the trunk of this branch. The secondary ducts will form the branches, and those without exit the twigs. This figure is but a summary 1½ exact. The right angle, which is the customary angle of this species of subterranean ramifications, being very rare in vegetation. A more accurate image of this strange geometrical plan can be formed by supposing that one is viewing some eccentric oriental alphabet, as intricate as a thicket, against a background of shadows, and the misshapen letters should be welded one to another in apparent confusion, and as at haphazard, now by their angles, again by their extremities. Sinks and sewers played a great part in the Middle Ages, in the Lower Empire, and in the Orient of old. The masses regarded these beds of decomposition, these monstrous cradles of death, with a fear that was almost religious. The vermin ditch of Benares is no less conducive to giddiness than the lion's ditch of Babylon. Teglath-Phalasar, according to the rabbinical books, swore by the sink of Nineveh. It was from the sewer of Munster that John of Leyden produced his false moon, and it was from the cesspool of Keksheb that Oriental Menalchem, Mechana, the veiled prophet of Khorasan, caused his false sun to emerge. The history of men is reflected in the history of sewers. The Germoni A58 narrated Rome. The sewer of Paris has been an ancient and formidable thing. It has been a sepulchre. It has served as an asylum. Crime, intelligence, social protest, liberty of conscience, thought, theft, all that human laws persecute or have persecuted is hidden in that hole. The Maillatins in the 14th century, the Tyre Lane of the 15th, the Huguenots in the 16th, Morins illuminated in the 17th, the chauffeurs in the 18th. 100 years ago, the nocturnal blow of the dagger emerged thence, the pickpocket in danger slipped thither, the forest had its cave, Paris had its sewer. Vagrancy, that Gallic Picaria, accepted the sewer as the adjunct of the Coeur des Miracles, and at evening it returned thither, fierce and sly, through the Maubert outlet, as into a bedchamber. It was quite natural that those who had the Blindelly Vide Gauset, or the Rue Coupe Gorge, for the scene of their daily labor, should have for their domicile by night the culvert of the Chemin-Vert, or the catch basin of Hurepoix, hence a throng of souvenirs. All sorts of phantoms haunt these long, solitary corridors. Everywhere is putrescence and miasma. Here and there are breathing holes, where villain within converses with Rabelais without. The sewer in ancient Paris is the rendezvous of all exhaustions and of all attempts. Political economy therein spies a detritus, social philosophy there beholds a residuum. The sewer is the conscience of the city, everything there converges and confronts everything else. In that livid spot there are shades, but there are no longer any secrets. Each thing bears its true form, or at least, its definitive form. The mass of filth has this in its favor, that it is not a liar. Ingenuousness has taken refuge there. The mask of Basil is to be found there, but one beholds its cardboard and its strings and the inside as well as the outside, and it is accentuated by honest mud. Scapin's false nose is its next-door neighbor. All the uncleannesses of civilization, once past their use, fall into this trench of truth, where the immense social sliding ends. They are there engulfed, but they display themselves there. This mixture is a confession. There are no more false appearances, no plastering over is possible. Filth removes its shirt, absolute denudation puts to the rout all illusions and mirages. There is nothing more except what really exists, presenting the sinister form of that which is coming to an end. There the bottom of a bottle indicates drunkenness, a basket handle tells a tale of domesticity. There the core of an apple, which has entertained literary opinions, becomes an apple core once more. The effigy on the Big Sue becomes frankly covered with verdigris. Caphas, spittle meets Falstaff's puking. The louis d'or which comes from the gaming house jostles the nail whence hangs the rope's end of the suicide. A livid fetus rolls along, enveloped in the spangles which danced at the opera last Shrove Tuesday. A cap which has pronounced judgment on men wallows beside a mass of rottenness which was formerly Margotton's petticoat. It is more than fraternization, it is equivalent to addressing each other as thou. All which was formerly rouged is washed free. The last veil is torn away. A sewer is a cynic. It tells everything. The sincerity of foulness pleases us and rests the soul. When one has passed one's time in enduring upon earth the spectacle of the great airs which reasons of state, the oath, political sagacity, human justice, professional probity, the austerities of situation, incorruptible robes all assume, it solaces one to enter a sewer and to behold the mire which befits it. This is instructive at the same time. We have just said that history passes through the sewer. The St. Bartholomew's filter through there, drop by drop, between the paving stones. Great public assassinations, political and religious butcheries traverse this underground passage of civilization and thrust their corpses there. For the eye of the thinker, all historic murderers are to be found there, in that hideous penumbra, on their knees, with a scrap of their winding sheet for an apron, dismally sponging out their work. Louis XI is there with Tristan, Francois I with Duprat, Charles IX is there with his mother, Richelieu is there with Louis XIII, Louvois is there, Letelier is there, Hebert and Maillard are there, scratching the stones and trying to make the traces of their actions disappear. Beneath these vaults one hears the brooms of specters, one there breathes the enormous fetidness of social catastrophes, one beholds reddish reflections in the corners. There flows a terrible stream in which bloody hands have been washed. The social observer should enter these shadows. They form a part of his laboratory. Philosophy is the microscope of the thought. Everything desires to flee from it, but nothing escapes it. Tergiversation is useless. What side of oneself does one display in evasions? The shameful side. Philosophy pursues with its glance, probes the evil, and does not permit it to escape into nothingness. In the obliteration of things which disappear, in the watching of things which vanish, it recognizes all. It reconstructs the purple from the rag and the woman from the scrap of her dress. From the cesspool, it reconstitutes the city. From mud, it reconstructs manners. From the potsherd, it infers the amphora or the jug. By the imprint of a fingernail on a piece of parchment, it recognizes the difference which separates the jury of the Judingas from the jury of the ghetto. It rediscovers in what remains that which has been good, evil, the true, the blood-stain of the palace, the ink-blot of the cavern, the drop of sweat from the brothel, trials undergone, temptations welcomed, orgies cast forth, the turn which characters have taken as they became abased, the trace of prostitution in souls of which their grossness rendered them capable, and on the vesture of the porters of Rome the mark of Messalina's elbowing. Chapter 3. Bruneseau. The sewer of Paris in the Middle Ages was legendary. In the 16th century, Henry II attempted a bore which failed. Not 100 years ago, the cesspool, Mercier attests the fact, was abandoned to itself and fared as best it might. Such was this ancient Paris, delivered over to quarrels, to indecision, and to gropings. It was tolerably stupid for a long time. Later on, 89 showed how understanding comes to cities, but in the good, old times, the capital had not much head. It did not know how to manage its own affairs, either morally or materially, and could not sweep out filth any better than it could abuses. Everything presented an obstacle, everything raised a question. The sewer, for example, was refractory to every itinerary. One could no more find one's bearings in the sewer than one could understand one's position in the city, above the unintelligible, below the inextricable. Beneath the confusion of tongues, there reigned the confusion of caverns. D. Aedalis backed up Babel. Sometimes the Paris sewer took a notion to overflow, as though this misunderstood Nile were suddenly seized with a fit of rage. There occurred, infamous to relate, inundations of the sewer. At times, that stomach of civilization digested badly, the cesspool flowed back into the throat of the city, and Paris got an aftertaste of her own filth. These resemblances of the sewer to remorse had their good points. They were warnings, very badly accepted, however. The city waxed indignant at the audacity of its mire and did not admit that the filth should return. Drive it out better. The inundation of 1802 is one of the actual memories of Parisians of the age of 80. The mud spread in cross form over the Place des Victoires, where stands the statue of Louis XIV. It entered the Rue Saint-Honoré by the two mouths to the sewer in the Champs-Élysées, the Rue Saint-Florentin through the Saint-Florentin sewer, the Rue Pierre-Poisson through the sewer de la Sonnerie, the Rue Popincourt through the sewer of the Chemin Vert, the Rue de la Roquette through the sewer of the Rue de Lappe. It covered the drain of the Rue des Champs-Élysées to the height of 35 centimeters, and to the south through the vent of the Seine, performing its functions in inverse sense. Penetrated the Rue Mazarine, the Rue de l'Échoué, and the Rue des Marais, where it stopped at a distance of 109 meters, a few paces distant from the house in which Racine had lived, respecting, in the 17th century, the poet more than the king. It attained its maximum depth in the Rue Saint-Pierre, where it rose to the height of 3 feet above the flagstones of the water-spout, and its maximum length in the Rue Saint-Sabin, where it spread out over a stretch 238 meters in length. At the beginning of this century, the sewer of Paris was still a mysterious place. Mud can never enjoy a good fame, but in this case, its evil renown reached the verge of the terrible. Paris knew, in a confused way, that she had under her a terrible cavern. People talked of it as of that monstrous bed of Thebes in which swarmed centipedes 15 long feet in length, and which might have served Behemoth for a bathtub. The great boots of the sewermen never ventured further than certain well-known points. We were then very near the epoch when the scavengers' carts, from the summit of which Saint Foy fraternized with the Marquis de Créquy, discharged their loads directly into the sewer. As for cleaning out, that function was entrusted to the pouring rains, which encumbered rather than swept away. Rome left some poetry to her sewer and called it the Gemoni A. Paris insulted hers and entitled it the Polypus Hole. Science and superstition were in accord, in horror. The Polypus Hole was no less repugnant to hygiene than to legend. The goblin was developed under the fetid covering of the Mouffetard sewer. The corpses of the marmosets had been cast into the sewer de la Barillerie. Fagon attributed the redoubtable malignant fever of 1685 to the great hiatus of the sewer of the Marais, which remained yawning in the Rue Saint-Louis, almost opposite the sign of the gallant messenger. The mouth of the sewer of the Rue de la Mortellerie was celebrated for the pestilences which had their source there. With its grating of iron, with points simulating a row of teeth, it was like a dragon's maw in that fatal street, breathing forth hell upon men. The popular imagination seasoned the somber Parisian sink with some indescribably hideous intermixture of the infinite. The sewer had no bottom. The sewer was the lower world. The idea of exploring these leprous regions did not even occur to the police. To try that unknown thing, to cast the plummet into that shadow, to set out on a voyage of discovery in that abyss, who would have dared? It was alarming. Nevertheless, someone did present himself. The cesspool had its Christopher Columbus. One day in 1805, during one of the rare apparitions which the emperor made in Paris, the minister of the interior, some Decrez or Critet or other, came to the master's intimate levee. In the carousel there was audible the clanking of swords of all those extraordinary soldiers of the great Republic and of the great Empire. Then Napoleon's door was blocked with heroes, men from the Rhine, from the Escaut, from the Adige, and from the Nile, companions of Javert, of Desaix, of Marceau, of Hoche, of Kleber, the Ajrostiers of Fleurus, the Grenadiers of Mayence, the pontoon builders of Genoa, hussars whom the pyramids had looked down upon, artillerists whom Junot's cannonball had spattered with mud, cuirassiers who had taken by assault the fleet lying at anchor in the Zuyder Zee. Some had followed Bonaparte upon the bridge of Lodi, others had accompanied Murat in the trenches of Mantua, others had preceded Lannes in the hollow road of Montebello. The whole army of that day was present there, in the courtyard of the Tuileries, represented by a squadron or a platoon, and guarding Napoleon in repose. And that was the splendid epoch when the Grand Army had Marengo behind it and Austerlitz before it. "Sire," said the Minister of the Interior to Napoleon, "yesterday I saw the most intrepid man in your empire." "What man is that?" said the Emperor brusquely, "and what has he done?" "He wants to do something, sire." "What is it?" "To visit the sewers of Paris." This man existed, and his name was Bruneseau. Chapter 4. The visit took place. It was a formidable campaign, a nocturnal battle against pestilence and suffocation. It was, at the same time, a voyage of discovery. One of the survivors of this expedition, an intelligent working man who was very young at the time, related curious details with regard to it, several years ago, which Bruneseau thought himself obliged to omit in his report to the prefect of police, as unworthy of official style. The processes of disinfection were, at that epoch, extremely rudimentary. Hardly had Bruneseau crossed the first articulations of that subterranean network, when 8 laborers out of the 20 refused to go any further. The operation was complicated. The visit entailed the necessity of cleaning, hence it was necessary to cleanse and at the same time to proceed, to note the entrances of water, to count the gratings and the vents, to lay out in detail the branches, to indicate the currents at the point where they parted, to define the respective bounds of the divers basins, to sound the small sewers grafted on the principal sewer, to measure the height under the keystone of each drain, and the width, at the spring of the vaults as well as at the bottom, in order to determine the arrangements with regard to the level of each water entrance, either of the bottom of the arch, or on the soil of the street. They advanced with toil. The lanterns pined away in the foul atmosphere. From time to time, a fainting sewerman was carried out. At certain points, there were precipices. The soil had given away, the pavement had crumbled, the sewer had changed into a bottomless well. They found nothing solid. A man disappeared suddenly. They had great difficulty in getting him out again. On the advice of Fourcray, they lighted large cages filled with tow steeped in resin, from time to time, in spots which had been sufficiently disinfected. In some places, the wall was covered with misshapen fungi. One would have said tumors. The very stone seemed diseased within this unbreathable atmosphere. Bruneseau, in his exploration, proceeded downhill. At the point of separation of the 2 water conduits of the Grand Hurleur, he deciphered upon a projecting stone the date of 1550. This stone indicated the limits where Philibert Delorme, charged by Henry II with visiting the subterranean drains of Paris, had halted. This stone was the mark of the 16th century on the sewer. Bruneseau found the handiwork of the 17th century once more in the ponceau drain of the old Rue Ville du Temple, vaulted between 1600 and the handiwork of the 18th in the western section of the collecting canal, walled and vaulted in 1740. These 2 vaults, especially the less ancient, that of 1740, were more cracked and decrepit than the masonry of the Belt Sewer, which dated fro an epoch when the brook of fresh water of Ménilmontant was elevated to the dignity of the Grand Sewer of Paris, an advancement analogous to that of a peasant who should become first valet de chamber to the king, something like Grosjean transformed into Lebel. Here and there, particularly beneath the courthouse, they thought they recognized the hollows of ancient dungeons excavated in the very sewer itself. hideous in pace. An iron neck collar was hanging in one of these cells. They walled them all up. Some of their finds were singular. Among others, the skeleton of an orangutan who had disappeared from the Jardin des Plantes in 1800, a disappearance probably connected with the famous and indisputable apparition of the devil in the Rue des Bernardins in the last year of the 18th century. The poor devil had ended by drowning himself in the sewer. Beneath this long, arched drain which terminated at the Archie Marion, a perfectly preserved ragpicker's basket excited the admiration of all connoisseurs. Everywhere, the mire, which the sewermen came to handle with intrepidity, abounded in precious objects, jewels of gold and silver, precious stones, coins. If a giant had filtered this cesspool, he would have had the riches of centuries in his lair. At the point where the two branches of the Rue du Temple and of the Rue Saint-Avoy separate, they picked up a singular Huguenot medal in copper, bearing on one side the pig hooded with a cardinal's hat, and on the other, a wolf with a tiara on his head. The most surprising rencounter was at the entrance to the Grand Sewer. This entrance had formerly been closed by a grating of which nothing but the hinges remained. From one of these hinges hung a dirty and shapeless rag which, arrested there in its passage, no doubt, had floated there in the darkness and finished its process of being torn apart. Bruneseau held his lantern close to this rag and examined it. It was a very fine batiste, and in one of the corners, less frayed than the rest, they made out a heraldic coronet and embroidered above these 7 letters, LAVBESP. The crown was the coronet of a marquis, and the 7 letters signified l'Aubespine. They recognized the fact that what they had before their eyes was a morsel of the shroud of Marat. Marat, in his youth, had had amorous intrigues. This was when he was a member of the household of the Comte d'Artois in the capacity of physician to the stables. From these love affairs, historically proved, with a great lady, he had retained this sheet, as a waif or a souvenir. At his death, as this was the only linen of any fineness which he had in his house, they buried him in it. Some old women had shrouded him for the tomb in that swaddling band in which the tragic friend of the people had enjoyed voluptuousness. Bruneseau passed on. They left that rag where it hung. They did not put the finishing touch to it. Did this arise from scorn or from respect? Marat deserved both. And then, destiny was there sufficiently stamped to make them hesitate to touch it. Besides, the things of the sepulchre must be left in the spot which they select. In short, the relic was a strange one. A marquise had slept in it. Marat had rotted in it. It had traversed the Pantheon to end with the rats of the sewer. This chamber rag, of which Watteau would formerly have joyfully sketched every fold, had ended in becoming worthy of the fixed gaze of Dante. The whole visit to the subterranean stream of filth of Paris lasted 7 years, fro to 1812. As he proceeded, Bruneseau drew, directed, and completed considerable works. In 1808 he lowered the arch of the Ponceau, and everywhere creating new lines, he pushed the sewer in 1809, under the Rue Saint-Denis as far as the Fountain of the Innocents, in 1810 under the Rue Froidmanteau and under the Salpêtrière, in 1811 under the Rue Neuve des Petits Spiers, under the Rue du Mail, under the Rue de l'Échoppe, under the Place Réal, in 1812 under the Rue de la Paix and under the Chaussée d'Antin. At the same time, he had the whole network disinfected and rendered healthful. In the second year of his work, Bruneseau engaged the assistance of his son-in-law Nargaud. It was thus that, at the beginning of the century, ancient society cleansed its double bottom and performed the toilet of its sewer. There was that much clean, at all events. Tortuous, cracked, unpaved, full of fissures, intersected by gullies, jolted by eccentric elbows, mounting and descending illogically, fetid, wild, fierce, submerged in obscurity, with cicatrices on its pavements and scars on its walls, terrible, such was, retrospectively viewed, the antique sewer of Paris. Ramifications in every direction, crossings of trenches, branches, goosefeet, stars, as in military mines, coecum, blind alleys, vaults lined with saltpeter, pestiferous pools, scabby sweats. On the walls, drops dripping from the ceilings, darkness. Nothing could equal. The horror of this old, waste crypt, the digestive apparatus of Babylon, a cavern, ditch, gulf pierced with streets, a titanic mole burrow, where the mind seems to behold that enormous blind mole, the past, prowling through the shadows in the filth which has been splendor. This, we repeat, was the sewer of the past. Chapter 5. Present Progress. Today the sewer is clean, cold, straight, correct. It almost realizes the ideal of what is understood in England by the word respectable. It is proper and greyish, laid out by rule and line, one might almost say as though it came out of a bandbox. It resembles a tradesman who has become a councillor of state. One can almost see distinctly there. The mire there comports itself with decency. At first, one might readily mistake it for one of those subterranean corridors, which were so common in former days, and so useful in flights of monarchs and princes in those good old times, when the people loved their kings. The present sewer is a beautiful sewer. The pure style reigns there. The classical rectilinear Alexandrine, which, driven out of poetry, appears to have taken refuge in architecture, seems mingled with all the stones of that long, dark, and whitish vault. Each outlet is an arcade. The Rue de Rivoli serves as pattern even in the sewer. However, if the geometrical line is in place anywhere, it is certainly in the drainage trench of a great city. There, everything should be subordinated to the shortest road. The sewer has, nowadays, assumed a certain official aspect. The very police reports, of which it sometimes forms the subject, no longer are wanting in respect towards it. The words which characterize it in administrative language are sonorous and dignified. What used to be called a gut is now called a gallery. What used to be called a hole is now called a surveying orifice. Villain would no longer meet with his ancient temporary provisional lodging. This network of cellars has its immemorial population of prowlers, rodents, swarming in greater numbers than ever. From time to time, an aged and veteran rat risks his head at the window of the sewer and surveys the Parisians. But even these vermin grow tame, so satisfied are they with their subterranean palace. The cesspool no longer retains anything of its primitive ferocity. The rain, which in former days soiled the sewer, now washes it. Nevertheless, do not trust yourself too much to it. Miasmas still inhabit it. It is more hypocritical than irreproachable. The Prefecture of Police and the Commission of Health have done their best, but in spite of all the processes of disinfection, it exhales a vague, suspicious odor like Tartuffe after confession. Let us confess that, taking it all in all, this sweeping is a homage which the sewer pays to civilization. And as, from this point of view, Tartuffe's conscience is a progress over the Augean stables, it is certain that the sewers of Paris have been improved. It is more than progress, it is transmutation. Between the ancient and the present sewer there is a revolution. What has affected this revolution? The man whom all the world forgets, and whom we have mentioned, Bruneseau. Chapter 6. Future Progress. The excavation of the sewer of Paris has been no slight task. The last 10 centuries have toiled at it without being able to bring it to a termination, any more than they have been able to finish Paris. The sewer, in fact, receives all the countershocks of the growth of Paris. Within the bosom of the earth, it is a sort of mysterious polyp with 1,000 antennae, which expands below as the city expands above. Every time that the city cuts a street, the sewer stretches out an arm. The old monarchy had constructed only 23,300 meters of sewers. That was where Paris stood in this respect on the 1st of January, 1806. Beginning with this epoch, of which we shall shortly speak, the work was usefully and energetically resumed and prosecuted. Napoleon built. The figures are curious: 4,804 meters, Louis XVIII; 5,709, Charles X; 10,836, Louis Philippe; 89,020, the Republic of 1848; 23,381, the present government; 70,500. In all, at the present time, 226,610 meters, 60 leagues of sewers, the enormous entrails of Paris. An obscure ramification ever at work, a construction which is immense and ignored. As the reader sees, the subterranean labyrinth of Paris is today more than 10 times what it was at the beginning of the century. It is difficult to form any idea of all the perseverance and the efforts which have been required to bring this cesspool to the point of relative perfection in which it now is. It was with great difficulty that the ancient monarchical provostship, and during the last 10 years of the 18th century, the revolutionary mayoralty, had succeeded in perforating the 5 leagues of sewer which existed previous to 1806. All sorts of obstacles hindered this operation, some peculiar to the soil, others inherent in the very prejudices of the laborious population of Paris. Paris is built upon a soil which is singularly rebellious to the pick, the hoe, the bore, and to human manipulation. There is nothing more difficult to pierce and to penetrate than the geological formation upon which is superposed the marvelous historical formation called Paris. As soon as work in any form whatsoever is begun, and adventures upon this stretch of alluvium, subterranean resistances abound. There are liquid clays, springs, hard rocks, and those soft and deep quagmires which special science calls moutards. 59. The pick advances laboriously through the calcareous layers, alternating with very slender threads of clay, and schistose beds in plates encrusted with oyster shells, the contemporaries of the pre-Adamite oceans. Sometimes, a rivulet suddenly bursts through a vault that has been begun and inundates the laborers, or a layer of marl is laid bare and rolls down with the fury of a cataract, breaking the stoutest supporting beams like glass. Quite recently, at Villette, when it became necessary to pass the collecting sewer under the St. Martin Canal without interrupting navigation or emptying the canal, a fissure appeared in the basin of the canal. Water suddenly became abundant in the subterranean tunnel, which was beyond the power of the pumping engines. It was necessary to send a diver to explore the fissure which had been made in the narrow entrance of the Grand Basin, and it was not without great difficulty that it was stopped up. Elsewhere near the Seine, and even at a considerable distance from the river, as for instance at Belleville, Grandrue, and Lumiere Passage, quicksands are encountered in which one sticks fast, and in which a man sinks visibly. Add suffocation by miasmas, burial by slides, and sudden crumbling of the earth. Add the typhus, with which the workmen become slowly impregnated. In our own day, after having excavated the gallery of Clichy, with a banquette to receive the principal water conduit of Arc, a piece of work which was executed in a trench 10 meters deep. After having, in the midst of landslides, and with the aid of excavations often putrid, and of shoring up, vaulted the Beaver from the Boulevard de l'Hôpital as far as the Seine. After having, in order to deliver Paris from the floods of Montmartre, and in order to provide an outlet for that river-like pool 9 hectares in extent, which crouched near the Barrière des Martyrs, after having, let us state, constructed the line of sewers from the Barrière Blanche to the road of Aubervilliers in 4 months, working day and night, at a depth of 11 meters, after having, a thing heretofore unseen, made a subterranean sewer in the Rue Bar-du-Bec, without a trench, 6 meters below the surface, the superintendent, Monod, died. After having vaulted 3,000 meters of sewer in all quarters of the city, from the Rue Traversière Saint-Antoine to the Rue de l'Ursine, after having freed the Carrefour Senzier-Mouffetard from inundations of rain by means of the branch of the Arbalete, after having built the St. George's sewer on rock and concrete in the fluid sands, after having directed the formidable lowering of the flooring of the vault timber in the Notre Dame de Nazareth branch, Dulot the engineer died. There are no bulletins for such acts of bravery as these, which are more useful, nevertheless, than the brutal slaughter of the field of battle. The sewers of Paris in 1832 were far from being what they are today. Bruneseau had given the impulse, but the cholera was required to bring about the vast reconstruction which took place later on. It is surprising to say, for example, that in 1821, a part of the belt sewer, called the Grand Canal, as in Venice, still stood stagnating uncovered to the sky in the Rue des Gourds. It was only in 1821 that the city of Paris found in its pocket the 260,080 francs and 6 centimes required for covering this mass of filth. The 3 absorbing wells of the Combat, the Connet, and Saint-Mandé, with their discharging mouths, their apparatus, their cesspools, and their depuratory branches, only date fro the intestinal sewer of Paris has been made over anew, and as we have said, it has been extended more than tenfold within the last quarter of a century. 30 years ago, at the epoch of the insurrection of the 5th of June, it was still, in many localities, nearly the same ancient sewer. A very great number of streets, which are now convex, were then sunken causeways. At the end of a slope, where the tributaries of a street or crossroads ended, there were often to be seen large, square gratings with heavy bars, whose iron, polished by the footsteps of the throng, gleamed dangerous and slippery for vehicles and caused horses to fall. The official language of the roads and bridges gave to these gratings the expressive name of cassis. 60. In 1832, in a number of streets, in the Rue de l'Étoile, the Rue Saint-Louis, the Rue du Temple, the Rue Ville du Temple, the Rue Notre-Dame de Nazareth, the Rue Folie-Méricourt, the Quai aux Fleurs, the Rue du Petit Musc, the Rue du Normandie, the Rue Pontoc-Spiches, the Rue des Marais, the Faubourg Saint-Martin, the Rue Notre-Dame des Victoires, the Faubourg Montmartre, the Rue Grange-Batelier, in the Champs-Élysées, the Rue Jacob, the Rue de Tournon, the ancient Gothic sewer still cynically displayed its maw. It consisted of enormous voids of stone catch-basins, sometimes surrounded by stone posts, with monumental effrontery. Paris in 1806 still had nearly the same sewers numerically as stated in 1663, 5,300 fathoms. After Bruneseau, on the 1st of January, 1832, it had 40,300 meters. Between 1806 and there had been built, on an average, 750 meters annually. Afterwards, 8 and even 10,000 meters of galleries were constructed every year in masonry of small stones, with hydraulic mortar which hardens underwater on a cement foundation. At 200 francs the meter, the 60 leagues of Paris sewers of the present day represent 48 millions. In addition to the economic progress, which we have indicated at the beginning, grave problems of public hygiene are connected with that immense question, the sewers of Paris. Paris is the center of two sheets, a sheet of water and a sheet of air. The sheet of water, lying at a tolerably great depth underground, but already sounded by two bores, is furnished by the layer of green clay situated between the chalk and the Jurassic limestone. This layer may be represented by a disc 5 and 20 leagues in circumference, a multitude of rivers and brooks. Whose there one drinks the Seine, the Marne, the Yonne, the Oise, the Aisne, the Cher, the Vienne and the Loire in a glass of water from the well of Grenelle. The sheet of water is healthy. It comes from heaven in the first place and next from the earth. The sheet of air is unhealthy. It comes from the sewer. All the miasms of the cesspool are mingled with the breath of the city, hence this bad breath. The air taken from above a dung heap, as has been scientifically proved, is purer than the air taken from above Paris. In a given time, with the aid of progress, mechanisms become perfected, and as light increases, the sheet of water will be employed to purify the sheet of air, that is to say, to wash the sewer. The reader knows that by washing the sewer we mean the restitution of the filth to the earth, the return to the soil of dung and of manure to the fields. Through this simple act, the entire social community will experience a diminution of misery and an augmentation of health. At the present hour, the radiation of diseases from Paris extends to 50 leagues around the Louvre, taken as the hub of this pestilential wheel. We might say that, for 10 centuries, the cesspool has been the disease of Paris. The sewer is the blemish which Paris has in her blood. The popular instinct has never been deceived in it. The occupation of sewermen was formerly almost as perilous and almost as repugnant to the people as the occupation of knacker, which was so long held in horror and handed over to the executioner. High wages were necessary to induce a mason to disappear in that fetid mine. The ladder of the cesspool cleaner hesitated to plunge into it. It was said, in proverbial form, to descend into the sewer is to enter the grave, and all sorts of hideous legends, as we have said, covered this colossal sink with terror, a dread sinkhole which bears the traces of the revolutions of the globe as of the revolutions of man, and where are to be found vestiges of all cataclysms from the shells of the deluge to the rag of Marat. Book 3rd, Mud But the Soul. Chapter 1, The Sewer and Its Surprises. It was in the sewers of Paris that Jean Valjean found himself. Still another resemblance between Paris and the sea. As in the ocean, the diver may disappear there. The transition was an unheard-of one. In the very heart of the city, Jean Valjean had escaped from the city, and in the twinkling of an eye, in the time required to lift the cover and to replace it, he had passed from broad daylight to complete obscurity, from midday to midnight, from tumult to silence, from the whirlwind of thunders to the stagnation of the tomb. and by a vicissitude far more tremendous even than that of the Rue Polonceau, from the most extreme peril to the most absolute obscurity. An abrupt fall into a cavern, a disappearance into the secret trapdoor of Paris, to quit that street where death was on every side for that sort of sepulchre where there was life, was a strange instant. He remained for several seconds as though bewildered, listening, stupefied. The waste trap of safety had suddenly yawned beneath him. Celestial goodness had, in a manner, captured him by treachery, adorable ambuscades of Providence. Only the wounded man did not stir, and Jean Valjean did not know whether that which he was carrying in that grave was a living being or a dead corpse. His first sensation was one of blindness. All of a sudden he could see nothing. It seemed to him, too, that in one instant he had become deaf. He no longer heard anything. The frantic storm of murder which had been let loose a few feet above his head did not reach him, thanks to the thickness of the earth which separated him from it, as we have said, otherwise than faintly and indistinctly, and like a rumbling in the depths. He felt that the ground was solid under his feet. That was all, but that was enough. He extended one arm and then the other, touched the walls on both sides, and perceived that the passage was narrow. He slipped, and thus perceived that the pavement was wet. He cautiously put forward one foot, fearing a hole, a sink, some gulf. He discovered that the paving continued. A gust of fetidness informed him of the place in which he stood. After the lapse of a few minutes, he was no longer blind. A little light fell through the manhole through which he had descended, and his eyes became accustomed to this cavern. He began to distinguish something. The passage in which he had burrowed, no other word can better express the situation, was walled in behind him. It was one of those blind alleys which the special jargon terms branches. In front of him there was another wall, a wall like night. The light of the air hole died out 10 or 12 paces from the point where Jean Valjean stood, and barely cast a wan pallor on a few meters of the damp walls of the sewer. Beyond, the opaqueness was massive. To penetrate thither seemed horrible. An entrance into it appeared like an engulfment. A man could, however, plunge into that wall of fog, and it was necessary so to do. Haste was even requisite. It occurred to Jean Valjean that the grating which he had caught sight of under the flagstones might also catch the eye of the soldiery, and that everything hung upon this chance. They also might descend into that well and search it. There was not a minute to be lost. He had deposited Marius on the ground. He picked him up again, that is the real word for it, placed him on his shoulders once more, and set out. He plunged resolutely into the gloom. The truth is that they were less safe than Jean Valjean fancied. Perils of another sort, and no less serious, were awaiting them, perchance. After the lightning-charged whirlwind of the combat, the cavern of miasmas and traps, after chaos, the sewer, Jean Valjean had fallen from one circle of hell into another. When he had advanced 50 paces, he was obliged to halt. A problem presented itself. The passage terminated in another gut which he encountered across his path. Their two ways presented themselves. Which should he take? Ought he to turn to the left or to the right? How was he to find his bearings in that black labyrinth? This labyrinth, to which we have already called the reader's attention, has a clue, which is its slope. To follow to the slope is to arrive at the river. This Jean Valjean instantly comprehended. He said to himself that he was probably in the sewer des Halles, that if he were to choose the path to the left and follow the slope, he would arrive, in less than a quarter of an hour, at some mouth on the Seine between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf. That is to say, he would make his appearance in broad daylight on the most densely peopled spot in Paris. Perhaps he would come out on some manhole at the intersection of streets. Amazement of the passers-by at beholding two bleeding men emerge from the earth at their feet. Arrival of the police, a call to arms of the neighboring post of guards. Thus they would be seized before they had even got out. It would be better to plunge into that labyrinth, to confide themselves to that black gloom, and to trust to Providence for the outcome. He ascended the incline and turned to the right. When he had turned the angle of the gallery, the distant glimmer of an air hole disappeared, the curtain of obscurity fell upon him once more, and he became blind again. Nevertheless, he advanced as rapidly as possible. Marius, two arms were passed round his neck, and the former's feet dragged behind him. He held both these arms with one hand and groped along the wall with the other. Marius' cheek touched his, and clung there, bleeding. He felt a warm stream which came from Marius trickling down upon him and making its way under his clothes, but a humid warmth near his ear, which the mouth of the wounded man touched, indicated respiration and consequently life. The passage along which Jean Valjean was now proceeding was not so narrow as the first. Jean Valjean walked through it with considerable difficulty. The rain of the preceding day had not, as yet, entirely run off, and it created a little torrent in the center of the bottom, and he was forced to hug the wall in order not to have his feet in the water. Thus he proceeded in the gloom. He resembled the beings of the night groping in the invisible and lost beneath the earth in veins of shadow. Still, little by little, whether it was that the distant air holes emitted a little wavering light in this opaque gloom, or whether his eyes had become accustomed to the obscurity, some vague vision returned to him, and he began once more to gain a confused idea, now of the wall which he touched, now of the vault beneath which he was passing. The pupil dilates in the dark, and the soul dilates in misfortune and ends by finding God there. It was not easy to direct his course. The line of the sewer re-echoes, so to speak, the line of the streets which lie above it. There were then in Paris 2,200 streets. Let the reader imagine himself beneath that forest of gloomy branches which is called the sewer. The system of sewers existing at that epoch, placed end to end, would have given a length of 11 leagues. We have said above that the actual network, thanks to the special activity of the last 30 years, was no less than 60 leagues in extent. Jean Valjean began by committing a blunder. He thought that he was beneath the Rue Saint-Denis, and it was a pity that it was not so. Under the Rue Saint-Denis, there is an old stone sewer which dates from Louis XIII, and which runs straight to the collecting sewer, called the Grand Sewer, with but a single elbow on the right, on the elevation of the ancient Cour des Miracles, and a single branch, the Saint Martin Sewer, whose 4 arms describe a cross. But the gut of the Petit Truanderie, the entrance to which was in the vicinity of the Corinth wine shop, has never communicated with the sewer of the Rue Saint-Denis. It ended at the Montmartre sewer, and it was in this that Jean Valjean was entangled. Their opportunities of losing oneself abound. The Montmartre sewer is one of the most labyrinthine of the ancient network. Fortunately, Jean Valjean had left behind him the sewer of the markets, whose geometrical plan presents the appearance of a multitude of parrots, roosts piled on top of each other. But he had before him more than one embarrassing encounter and more than one street corner, for they are streets presenting itself in the gloom like an interrogation point. First, on his left, the vast sewer of the Plâtrière, a sort of Chinese puzzle, thrusting out and entangling its chaos of TS and ZS under the post office and under the rotunda of the wheat market as far as the Seine, where it terminates in a Y. Secondly, on his right, the curving corridor of the Rue du Cadran with its 3 teeth, which are also blind courts. Thirdly, on his left, the branch of the Mail, complicated, almost at its inception, with a sort of fork, and proceeding from zigzag to zigzag until it ends in the grand crypt of the outlet of the Louvre, truncated and ramified in every direction. And lastly, the blind alley of a passage of the Rue des Jauneurs, without counting little ducts here and there, before reaching the belt sewer, which alone could conduct him to some issue sufficiently distant to be safe. Had Jean Valjean had any idea of all that we have here pointed out, he would speedily have perceived, merely by feeling the wall, that he was not in the subterranean gallery of the Rue Saint-Denis. Instead of the ancient stone, instead of the antique architecture, haughty and royal even in the sewer, with pavement and string courses of granite and mortar costing 800 livres the fathom, he would have felt under his hand contemporary cheapness, economical expedience, porous stone filled with mortar on a concrete foundation, which costs 200 francs the meter, and the bourgeois masonry known as a petits matériaux, small stuff. But of all this he knew nothing. He advanced with anxiety, but with calmness, seeing nothing, knowing nothing, buried in chance, that is to say, engulfed in providence. By degrees, we will admit, a certain horror seized upon him. The gloom which enveloped him penetrated his spirit. He walked in an enigma. This aqueduct of the sewer is formidable. It interlaces in a dizzy fashion. It is a melancholy thing to be caught in this Paris of shadows. Jean Valjean was obliged to find and even to invent his route without seeing it. In this unknown, every step that he risked might be his last. How was he to get out? Should he find an issue? Should he find it in time? Would that colossal subterranean sponge with its stone cavities allow itself to be penetrated and pierced? Should he there encounter some unexpected knot in the darkness? Should he arrive at the inextricable and the impassable? Would Marius die there of hemorrhage and he of hunger? Should they end by both getting lost and by furnishing two skeletons in a nook of that night? He did not know. He put all these questions to himself without replying to them. The intestines of Paris form a precipice. Like the prophet, he was in the belly of the monster. All at once he had a surprise. At the most unforeseen moment, and without having ceased to walk in a straight line, he perceived that he was no longer ascending. The water of the rivulet was beating against his heels, instead of meeting him at his toes. The sewer was now descending. Why? Was he about to arrive suddenly at the Seine? This danger was a great one, but the peril of retreating was still greater. He continued to advance. It was not towards the Seine that he was proceeding. The ridge which the soil of Paris forms on its right bank empties one of its watersheds into the Seine and the other into the Grand Sewer. The crest of this ridge, which determines the division of the waters, describes a very capricious line. The culminating point, which is the point of separation of the currents, is in the Saint-Avoy sewer, beyond the Rue Michel-le-Comte, in the sewer of the Louvre, near the boulevards, and in the Montmartre sewer, near the Halles. It was this culminating point that Jean Valjean had reached. He was directing his course towards the Belt sewer. He was on the right path, but he did not know it. Every time that he encountered a branch, he felt of its angles, and if he found that the opening which presented itself was smaller than the passage in which he was, he did not enter but continued his route, rightly judging that every narrower way must needs terminate in a blind alley and could only lead him further from his goal, that is to say, the outlet. Thus he avoided the quadruple trap which was set for him in the darkness by the four labyrinths which we have just enumerated. At a certain moment, he perceived that he was emerging from beneath the Paris which was petrified by the uprising, where the barricades had suppressed circulation, and that he was entering beneath the living and normal Paris. Overhead, he suddenly heard a noise as of thunder, distant but continuous. It was the rumbling of vehicles. He had been walking for about half an hour, at least according to the calculation which he made in his own mind, and he had not yet thought of rest. He had merely changed the hand with which he was holding Marius. The darkness was more profound than ever, but its very depth reassured him. All at once he saw his shadow in front of him. It was outlined on a faint, almost indistinct reddish glow, which vaguely empurpled the flooring vault underfoot and the vault overhead, and gilded to his right and to his left the two viscous walls of the passage. Stupefied, he turned round. Behind him, in the portion of the passage which he had just passed through, at a distance which appeared to him immense, piercing the dense obscurity, flamed a sort of horrible star which had the air of surveying him. It was the gloomy star of the police, which was rising in the sewer. In the rear of that star 8 or 10 forms were moving about in a confused way, black, upright, indistinct, horrible. Chapter 2. Explanation. On the day of the 6th of June, a battue of the sewers had been ordered. It was feared that the vanquished might have taken to them for refuge, and Prefect Gisquet was to search occult Paris while General Bugeaud swept public Paris. A double and connected operation which exacted a double strategy on the part of the public force, represented above by the army and below by the police. 3 squads of agents and sewermen explored the subterranean drain of Paris, the first on the right bank, the second on the left bank, the third in the city. The agents of police were armed with carabines, with bludgeons, swords, and poignards. That which was directed at Jean Valjean at that moment was the lantern of the patrol of the right bank. This patrol had just visited the curving gallery and the 3 blind alleys which lie beneath the Rue du Cadran. While they were passing their lantern through the depths of these blind alleys, Jean Valjean had encountered on his path the entrance to the gallery, had perceived that it was narrower than the principal passage, and had not penetrated thither. He had passed on. The police, on emerging from the Galerie du Cadran, had fancied that they heard the sound of footsteps in the direction of the Belt sewer. They were, in fact, the steps of Jean Valjean. The sergeant in command of the patrol had raised his lantern, and the squad had begun to gaze into the mist in the direction whence the sound proceeded. This was an indescribable moment for Jean Valjean. Happily, if he saw the lantern well, the lantern saw him but ill. It was light and he was shadow. He was very far off and mingled with the darkness of the place. He hugged the wall and halted. Moreover, he did not understand what it was that was moving behind him. The lack of sleep and food and his emotions had caused him also to pass into the state of a visionary. He beheld a gleam, and around that gleam forms. What was it? He did not comprehend. Jean Valjean having paused, the sound ceased. The men of the patrol listened and heard nothing. They looked and saw nothing. They held a consultation. There existed at that epoch, at this point of the Montmartre sewer, a sort of crossroads called de service, which was afterwards suppressed, on account of the little interior lake which formed there, swallowing up the torrent of rain in heavy storms. The patrol could form a cluster in this open space. Jean Valjean saw these spectres form a sort of circle. These bulldogs' heads approached each other closely and whispered together. The result of this council held by the watchdogs was that they had been mistaken, that there had been no noise, that it was useless to get entangled in the belt sewer, that it would only be a waste of time, but that they ought to hasten towards St. Mary, that if there was anything to do and any Bousinget to track out, it was in that quarter. From time to time, parties resole their old insults. In 1832, the word Bousinget formed the interim between the word Jacobin, which had become obsolete, and the word demagogue, which has since rendered such excellent service. The sergeant gave orders to turn to the left, towards the watershed of the Seine. If it had occurred to them to separate into two squads and to go in both directions, Jean Valjean would have been captured. All hung on that thread. It is probable that the instructions of the prefecture, foreseeing a possibility of combat and insurgents in force, had forbidden the patrol to part company. The patrol resumed its march, leaving Jean Valjean behind it. Of all this movement, Jean Valjean perceived nothing, except the eclipse of the lantern, which suddenly wheeled round. Before taking his departure, the sergeant, in order to acquit his policeman's conscience, discharged his gun in the direction of Jean Valjean. The detonation rolled from echo to echo in the crypt, like the rumbling of that titanic entrail. A bit of plaster which fell into the stream and splashed up the water a few paces away from Jean Valjean warned him that the ball had struck the arch over his head. Slow and measured steps resounded for some time on the timber work, gradually dying away as they retreated to a greater distance. The group of black forms vanished. A glimmer of light oscillated and floated, communicating to the vault a reddish glow which grew fainter, then disappeared. The silence became profound once more. The obscurity became complete. Blindness and deafness resumed possession of the shadows, and Jean Valjean, not daring to stir as yet, remained for a long time leaning with his back against the wall, with straining ears and dilated pupils, watching the disappearance of that phantom patrol. Chapter 3: The Spun Man. This justice must be rendered to the police of that period, that even in the most serious public junctures, it imperturbably fulfilled its duties connected with the sewers and surveillance. A revolt was, in its eyes, no pretext for allowing malefactors to take the bit in their own mouths, and for neglecting society for the reason that the government was in peril. The ordinary service was performed correctly in company with the extraordinary service, and was not troubled by the latter. In the midst of an incalculable political event already begun, under the pressure of a possible revolution, a police agent spun a thief without allowing himself to be distracted by insurrection and barricades. It was something precisely parallel which took place on the afternoon of the 6th of June on the banks of the Seine, on the slope of the right shore, a little beyond the Pont des Invalides. There is no longer any bank there now. The aspect of the locality has changed. On that bank, two men, separated by a certain distance, seemed to be watching each other while mutually avoiding each other. The one who was in advance was trying to get away. The one in the rear was trying to overtake the other. It was like a game of checkers played at a distance. and in silence. Neither seemed to be in any hurry, and both walked slowly, as though each of them feared by too much haste to make his partner redouble his pace. One would have said that it was an appetite following its prey, and purposely without wearing the air of doing so. The prey was crafty and on its guard. The proper relations between the hunted polecat and the hunting dog were observed. The one who was seeking to escape had an insignificant mien and not an impressive appearance. The one who was seeking to seize him was rude of aspect and must have been rude to encounter. The first, conscious that he was the more feeble, avoided the second, but he avoided him in a manner which was deeply furious. Anyone who could have observed him would have discerned in his eyes the somber hostility of flight and all the menace that fear contains. The shore was deserted. There were no passers-by, not even a boatman nor a lighterman was in the skiffs, which were moored here and there. It was not easy to see these two men, except from the quay opposite, and to any person who had scrutinized them at that distance, the man who was in advance would have appeared like a bristling, tattered, and equivocal being, who was uneasy and trembling beneath a ragged blouse, and the other like a classic and official personage, wearing the frock coat of authority buttoned to the chin. Perchance the reader might recognize these two men if he were to see them closer at hand. What was the object of the second man? Probably to succeed in clothing the first more warmly. When a man clothed by the state pursues a man in rags, it is in order to make of him a man who is also clothed by the state. Only the whole question lies in the color. To be dressed in blue is glorious. To be dressed in red is disagreeable. There is a purple from below. It is probably some unpleasantness and some purple of this sort which the first man is desirous of shirking. If the other allowed him to walk on and had not seized him as yet, it was, judging from all appearances, in the hope of seeing him laid up to some significant meeting place and to some group worth catching. This delicate operation is called spinning. What renders this conjecture entirely probable is that the buttoned-up man, on catching sight from the shore of a hackney coach on the quay as it was passing along empty, made a sign to the driver. The driver understood, evidently recognized the person with whom he had to deal, turned about, and began to follow the two men at the top of the quay at a foot pace. This was not observed by the slouching and tattered personage who was in advance. The hackney coach rolled along the trees of the Champs-Élysées. The bust of the driver, whip in hand, could be seen moving along above the parapet. One of the secret instructions of the police authorities to their agents contains this article: always have on hand a hackney coach in case of emergency. While these two men were maneuvering, each on his own side, with irreproachable strategy, they approached an inclined plane on the quay which descended to the shore, and which permitted cab drivers arriving from Passy to come to the river and water their horses. This inclined plane was suppressed later on. For the sake of symmetry, horses may die of thirst, but the eye is gratified. It is probable that the man in the blouse had intended to ascend this inclined plane, with a view to making his escape into the Champs-Élysées, a place ornamented with trees, but in return much infested with policemen, and where the other could easily exercise violence. This point on the quay is not very far distant from the house brought to Paris from Mort in 1824 by Colonel Braque, and designated as the House of François I. A guard-house is situated close at hand. To the great surprise of his watcher, the man who was being tracked did not mount by the inclined plane for watering. He continued to advance along the quay on the shore. His position was visibly becoming critical. What was he intending to do, if not to throw himself into the Seine? Henceforth there existed no means of ascending to the quay. There was no other inclined plane, no staircase, and they were near the spot, marked by the bend in the Seine towards the Pont de Jena, where the bank, growing constantly narrower, ended in a slender tongue and was lost in the water. There he would inevitably find himself blocked between the perpendicular wall on his right, the river on his left and in front of him, and the authorities on his heels. It is true that this termination of the shore was hidden from sight by a heap of rubbish 6 or 7 feet in height, produced by some demolition or other. But did this man hope to conceal himself effectually behind that heap of rubbish, which one need but skirt? The expedient would have been puerile. He certainly was not dreaming of such a thing. The innocence of thieves does not extend to that point. The pile of rubbish formed a sort of projection at the water's edge, which was prolonged in a promontory as far as the wall of the quay. The man who was being followed arrived at this little mound and went round it, so that he ceased to be seen by the other. The latter, as he did not see, could not be seen. He took advantage of this fact to abandon all dissimulation and to walk very rapidly. In a few moments, he had reached the rubbish heap and passed round it. There he halted in sheer amazement. The man whom he had been pursuing was no longer there. Total eclipse of the man in the blouse. The shore, beginning with the rubbish heap, was only about 30 paces long. Then it plunged into the water which beat against the wall of the quay. The fugitive could not have thrown himself into the Seine without being seen by the man who was following him. What had become of him? The man in the buttoned-up coat walked to the extremity of the shore and remained there in thought for a moment, his fists clenched, his eyes searching. All at once he smote his brow. He had just perceived, at the point where the land came to an end and the water began, a large iron grating, low, arched, garnished with a heavy lock and with 3 massive hinges. This grating, a sort of door pierced at the base of the quay, opened on the river as well as on the shore. A blackish stream passed under it. This stream discharged into the Seine. Beyond the heavy, rusty iron bars, a sort of dark and vaulted corridor could be descried. The man folded his arms and stared at the grating with an air of reproach. As this gaze did not suffice, he tried to thrust it aside. He shook it, it resisted solidly. It is probable that it had just been opened, although no sound had been heard, a singular circumstance in so rusty a grating, but it is certain that it had been closed again. This indicated that the man before whom that door had just opened had not a hook but a key. This evidence suddenly burst upon the mind of the man who was trying to move the grating, and evoked from him this indignant ejaculation. "That is too much, a government key." Then, immediately regaining his composure, he expressed a whole world of interior ideas by this outburst of monosyllables accented almost ironically. "Come, come, come, come." That said, and in the hope of something or other, either that he should see the man emerge or other men enter, he posted himself on the watch behind a heap of rubbish, with the patient rage of a pointer. The hackney coach, which regulated all its movements on his, had, in its turn, halted on the quay above him, close to the parapet. The coachman, foreseeing a prolonged wait, encased his horses, muzzles in the bag of oats which is damp at the bottom, and which is so familiar to Parisians, to whom, be it said in parenthesis, the government sometimes applies it. The rare passers-by on the Pont de Jena turned their heads, before they pursued their way, to take a momentary glance at these 2 motionless items in the landscape, the man on the shore, the carriage on the quay. Chapter 4. He also bears his cross. Jean Valjean had resumed his march, and had not again paused. This march became more and more laborious. The level of these vaults varies. The average height is about 5 feet, 6 inches, and has been calculated for the stature of a man. Jean Valjean was forced to bend over, in order not to strike Marius against the vault. At every step he had to bend, then to rise, and to feel incessantly of the wall. The moisture of the stones, and the viscous nature of the timber framework furnished but poor supports to which to cling, either for hand or foot. He stumbled along in the hideous dung-heap of the city. The intermittent gleams from the air-holes only appeared at very long intervals, and were so wan that the full sunlight seemed like the light of the moon. All the rest was mist, miasma, opaqueness, blackness. Jean Valjean was both hungry and thirsty, especially thirsty, and this, like the sea, was a place full of water where a man cannot drink. His strength, which was prodigious, as the reader knows, and which had been but little decreased by age, thanks to his chaste and sober life, began to give way nevertheless. Fatigue began to gain on him, and as his strength decreased, it made the weight of his burden increase. Marius, who was perhaps dead, weighed him down as inert bodies weigh. Jean Valjean held him in such a manner that his chest was not oppressed, and so that respiration could proceed as well as possible. Between his legs, he felt the rapid gliding of the rats. One of them was frightened to such a degree that he bit him. From time to time, a breath of fresh air reached him through the vent holes of the mouths of the sewer and reanimated him. It might have been 3 hours past midday when he reached the belt sewer. He was at first astonished at this sudden widening. He found himself, all at once, in a gallery where his outstretched hands could not reach the 2 walls, and beneath a vault which his head did not touch. The grand sewer is, in fact, 8 feet wide and 7 feet high. At the point where the Montmartre sewer joins the grand sewer, 2 other subterranean galleries, that of the Rue de Provence and that of the abattoir, form a square. Between these 4 ways, a less sagacious man would have remained undecided. Jean Valjean selected the broadest, that is to say, the belt sewer, but here the question again came up. Should he descend or ascend? He thought that the situation required haste, and that he must now gain the Seine at any risk. In other terms, he must descend. He turned to the left. It was well that he did so, for it is an error to suppose that the belt sewer has 2 outlets, the one in the direction of Bercy, the other towards Passy, and that it is, as its name indicates, the subterranean girdle of the Paris on the right bank. The grand sewer, which is, it must be remembered, nothing else than the old brook of Ménilmontant, terminates, if one ascends it in a blind sack, that is to say, at its ancient point of departure, which was its source, at the foot of the knoll of Ménilmontant. There is no direct communication with the branch which collects the waters of Paris, beginning with the Cartier Poppincourt, and which falls into the Seine through the Emilotte sewer above the ancient Isle Louviers. This branch, which completes the collecting sewer, is separated from it, under the Rue Ménilmontant itself, by a pile which marks the dividing point of the waters between upstream and downstream. If Jean Valjean had ascended the gallery, he would have arrived, after 1,000 efforts, and broken down with fatigue, and in an expiring condition, in the gloom, at a wall. He would have been lost. In case of necessity, by retracing his steps a little way, and entering the passage of the Fils du Calvaire, on condition that he did not hesitate at the subterranean crossing of the Carrefour Boucherat, and by taking the corridor Saint-Louis, then the Saint-Gilles gut on the left, then turning to the right and avoiding the Saint-Sebastian gallery, he might have reached the Emilotte sewer, and thence, provided that he did not go astray in the sort of F which lies under the Bastille, he might have attained the outlet on the Seine near the Arsenal. But in order to do this, he must have been thoroughly familiar with the enormous madrepore of the sewer in all its ramifications and in all its openings. Now, we must again insist that he knew nothing of that frightful drain which he was traversing, and had anyone asked him in what he was, he would have answered, in the night. His instinct served him well. To descend was, in fact, possible safety. He left on his right the 2 narrow passages, which branch out in the form of a claw under the Rue Laffitte and the Rue Saint-Georges, and the long bifurcated corridor of the Chaussée d'Antin. A little beyond an affluent, which was, probably, the Madeleine branch, he halted. He was extremely weary. A passably large air-hole, probably the manhole in the Rue d'Anjou, furnished a light that was almost vivid. Jean Valjean, with the gentleness of movement which a brother would exercise towards his wounded brother, deposited Marius on the banquette of the sewer. Marius, blood-stained face, appeared under the wan light of the air-hole like the ashes at the bottom of a tomb. His eyes were closed. His hair was plastered down on his temples like a painter's brushes dried in red wash. His hands hung limp and dead. A clot of blood had collected in the knot of his cravat. His limbs were cold, and blood was clotted at the corners of his mouth. His shirt had thrust itself into his wounds. The cloth of his coat was chafing the yawning gashes in the living flesh. Jean Valjean, pushing aside the garments with the tips of his fingers, laid his hand upon Marius' breast. His heart was still beating. Jean Valjean tore up his shirt, bandaged the young man's wounds as well as he was able, and stopped the flowing blood. Then, bending over Marius, who still lay unconscious and almost without breathing, in that half-light, he gazed at him with inexpressible hatred. On disarranging Marius' garments, he had found 2 things in his pockets, the roll which had been forgotten there on the preceding evening, and Marius, pocketbook. He ate the roll and opened the pocketbook. On the first page, he found the 4 lines written by Marius. The reader will recall them. My name is Marius Pontmercy. Carry my body to my grandfather, M. Gillenormand, Rue des Fils du Calvaire, number 6, in the Marais. Jean Valjean read these 4 lines by the light of the air hole, and remained for a moment as though absorbed in thought, repeating in a low tone, Rue des Fils du Calvaire, number 6, Monsieur Gillenormand. He replaced the pocketbook in Marius' pocket. He had eaten, his strength had returned to him. He took Marius up once more upon his back, placed the latter's head carefully on his right shoulder, and resumed his descent of the sewer. The grand sewer, directed according to the course of the valley of Ménilmontant, is about 2 leagues long. It is paved throughout a notable portion of its extent. This torch of the names of the streets of Paris, with which we are illuminating for the reader Jean Valjean's subterranean march, Jean Valjean himself did not possess. Nothing told him what zone of the city he was traversing, nor what way he had made. Only the growing pallor of the pools of light, which he encountered from time to time, indicated to him that the sun was withdrawing from the pavement, and that the day would soon be over, and the rolling of vehicles overhead, having become intermittent instead of continuous, then having almost ceased, he concluded that he was no longer under central Paris, and that he was approaching some solitary region in the vicinity of the outer boulevards or the extreme outer quays. Where there are fewer houses and streets, the sewer has fewer air holes. The gloom deepened around Jean Valjean. Nevertheless, he continued to advance, groping his way in the dark. Suddenly, this darkness became terrible. Chapter 5. In the case of sand, as in that of woman, there is a fineness which is treacherous. He felt that he was entering the water, and that he no longer had a pavement under his feet, but only mud. It sometimes happens that on certain shores of Bretagne or Scotland a man, either a traveler or a fisherman, while walking at low tide on the beach far from shore, suddenly notices that for several minutes past he has been walking with some difficulty. The beach underfoot is like pitch. His soles stick fast to it. It is no longer sand, it is birdlime. The strand is perfectly dry, but at every step that he takes, as soon as the foot is raised, the print is filled with water. The eye, however, has perceived no change. The immense beach is smooth and tranquil. All the sand has the same aspect. Nothing distinguishes the soil that is solid from that which is not solid. The joyous little cloud of sand lice continues to leap tumultuously under the feet of the passer-by. The man pursues his way. He walks on, turns towards the land, endeavors to approach the shore. He is not uneasy. Uneasy about what? Only he is conscious that the heaviness of his feet seems to be increasing at every step that he takes. All at once he sinks in. He sinks in 2 or 3 inches. Decidedly he is not on the right road. He halts to get his bearings. Suddenly he glances at his feet. His feet have disappeared. The sand has covered them. He draws his feet out of the sand. He tries to retrace his steps. He turns back. He sinks in more deeply than before. The sand is up to his ankles. He tears himself free from it and flings himself to the left. The sand reaches to mid-leg. He flings himself to the right. The sand comes up to his knees. Then, with indescribable terror, he recognizes the fact that he is caught in a quicksand, and that he has beneath him that frightful medium in which neither man can walk nor fish can swim. He flings away his burden. If he have one, he lightens himself like a ship in distress. It is too late. The sand is above his knees. He shouts, he waves his hat or his handkerchief. The sand continually gains on him. If the beach is deserted, if the land is too far away, if the bank of sand is too ill-famed, there is no hero in the neighborhood, all is over, he is condemned to be engulfed. He is condemned to that terrible interment, long, infallible, implacable, which it is impossible to either retard or hasten, which lasts for hours, which will not come to an end, which seizes you erect, free in the flush of health, which drags you down by the feet, which at every effort that you attempt, at every shout that you utter, draws you a little lower, which has the air of punishing you for your resistance by a redoubled grasp, which forces a man to return slowly to earth, while leaving him time to survey the horizon, the trees, the verdant country, the smoke of the villages on the plain, the sails of the ships on the sea, the birds which fly and sing, the sun and the sky. This engulfment is the sepulchre which assumes a tide, and which mounts from the depths of the earth towards a living man. Each minute is an inexorable layer out of the dead. The wretched man tries to sit down, to lie down, to climb. Every movement that he makes buries him deeper. He straightens himself up. He sinks. He feels that he is being swallowed up. He shrieks, implores, cries to the clouds, wrings his hands, grows desperate. Behold him in the sand up to his belly. The sand reaches to his breast. He is only a bust now. He uplifts his hands, utters furious groans, clenches his nails on the beach, tries to cling fast to that ashes, supports himself on his elbows in order to raise himself from that soft sheath, and sobs frantically. The sand mounts higher. The sand has reached his shoulders. The sand reaches to his throat. Only his face is visible now. His mouth cries aloud. The sand fills it. Silence. His eyes still gaze forth. The sand closes them. Night. Then his brow decreases. A little hair quivers above the sand. A hand projects, pierces the surface of the beach, waves, and disappears. Sinister obliteration of a man. Sometimes a rider is engulfed with his horse. Sometimes the carter is swallowed up with his cart, all founders in that strand. It is shipwreck elsewhere than in the water. It is the earth drowning a man. The earth, permeated with the ocean, becomes a pitfall. It presents itself in the guise of a plain, and it yawns like a wave. The abyss is subject to these treacheries. This melancholy fate, always possible on certain sea beaches, was also possible 30 years ago in the sewers of Paris. Before the important works, undertaken in 1833, the subterranean drain of Paris was subject to these sudden slides. The water filtered into certain subjacent strata, which were particularly friable. The footway, which was of flagstones, as in the ancient sewers, or of cement on concrete, as in the new galleries, having no longer an underpinning, gave way. A fold and a flooring of this sort means a crack, means crumbling. The framework crumbled away for a certain length. This crevice, the hiatus of a gulf of mire, was called a fontis in the special tongue. What is a fontis? It is the quicksands of the seashore suddenly encountered under the surface of the earth. It is the beach of Mont Saint-Michel in a sewer. The soaked soil is in a state of fusion, as it were. All its molecules are in suspension in soft medium. It is not earth and it is not water. The depth is sometimes very great. Nothing can be more formidable than such an encounter. If the water predominates, death is prompt, the man is swallowed up. If earth predominates, death is slow. Can anyone picture to himself such a death? If being swallowed by the earth is terrible on the seashore, what is it in a cesspool? Instead of the open air, the broad daylight, the clear horizon, those vast sounds, those free clouds whence reigns life, instead of those barks discrayed in the distance, of that hope under all sorts of forms, of probable passers-by, of succor possible up to the very last moment. Instead of all this, deafness, blindness, a black vault, the inside of a tomb already prepared, death in the mire beneath a cover. Slow suffocation by filth, a stone box where asphyxia opens its claw in the mire and clutches you by the throat, fetidness mingled with the death rattle, slime instead of the strand, sulphuretted hydrogen in place of the hurricane, dung in place of the ocean. And to shout, to gnash one's teeth, and to writhe, and to struggle, and to agonize with that enormous city which knows nothing of it all over one's head. Inexpressible is the horror of dying thus. Death sometimes redeems his atrocity by a certain terrible dignity. On the funeral pile in shipwreck, one can be great. In the flames as in the foam, a superb attitude is possible. One there becomes transfigured as one perishes. But not here. Death is filthy. It is humiliating to expire. The supreme floating visions are abject. Mud is synonymous with shame. It is petty, ugly, infamous. To die in a butt of Malvoisie, like Clarence, is permissible. In the ditch of a scavenger, like Escableau, is horrible. To struggle therein is hideous. At the same time that one is going through the death agony, one is floundering about. There are shadows enough for hell, and mire enough to render it nothing but a slough, and the dying man knows not whether he is on the point of becoming a spectre or a frog. Everywhere else the sepulchre is sinister. Here it is deformed. The depth of the fontis varied, as well as their length and their density, according to the more or less bad quality of the subsoil. Sometimes a fontis was 3 or 4 feet deep, sometimes 8 or 10, sometimes the bottom was unfathomable. Here the mire was almost solid, they're almost liquid. In the Lumière fontes, it would have taken a man a day to disappear, while he would have been devoured in 5 minutes by the Philippot slough. The mire bears up more or less, according to its density. A child can escape where a man will perish. The first law of safety is to get rid of every sort of load. Every sewerman who felt the ground giving way beneath him began by flinging away his sack of tools, or his back basket, or his hod. The fontes were due to different causes: the friability of the soil, some landslip at a depth beyond the reach of man, the violent summer rains, the incessant flooding of winter, long, drizzling showers. Sometimes the weight of the surrounding houses on a marly or sandy soil forced out the vaults of the subterranean galleries and caused them to bend aside, or it chanced that a flooring vault burst and split under this crushing thrust. In this manner, the heaping up of the Parthenon obliterated, a century ago, a portion of the vaults of St. Genevieve Hill. When a sewer was broken in under the pressure of the houses, the mischief was sometimes betrayed in the street above by a sort of space, like the teeth of a saw between the paving stones. This crevice was developed in an undulating line throughout the entire length of the cracked vault, and then, the evil being visible, the remedy could be promptly applied. It also frequently happened that the interior ravages were not revealed by any external scar, and in that case, woe to the sewermen. When they entered without precaution into the sewer, they were liable to be lost. Ancient registers make mention of several scavengers who were buried in fontes in this manner. They give many names, among others, that of the sewerman who was swallowed up in a quagmire under the manhole of the Rue Carême-Prenant, a certain Blaise Poutrain. This Blaise Poutrain was the brother of Nicolas Poutrain, who was the last grave digger of the cemetery called the Charnier des Innocents in 1785, the epoch when that cemetery expired. There was also that young and charming Vicomte d'Escarbleau, of whom we have just spoken, one of the heroes of the siege of Lérida, where they delivered the assault in silk stockings, with violins at their head. 500 Escarbleau, surprised one night at his cousin's, the Duchesse de Sourdis, was drowned in a quagmire of the Beautreillis sewer, in which he had taken refuge in order to escape from the Duke. Madame de Sourdis, when informed of his death, demanded her smelling bottle and forgot to weep, through sniffling at her salts. In such cases, there is no love which holds fast, the sewer extinguishes it. Hero refuses to wash the body of Leander. Thisbe stops her nose in the presence of Pyramus and says, "Phew." Chapter 6. The Fontes. Jean Valjean found himself in the presence of a fontes. This sort of quagmire was common at that period in the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées, difficult to handle in the hydraulic works, and a bad preservative of the subterranean constructions, on account of its excessive fluidity. This fluidity exceeds even the inconsistency of the sands of the Quartier St. George's, which could only be conquered by a stone construction on a concrete foundation, and the clay strata, infected with gas, of the Quartier des Martyrs, which are so liquid that the only way in which a passage was effected under the Gallery des Martyrs was by means of a cast-iron pipe. When in 1836, the old stone sewer beneath the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, in which we now see Jean Valjean, was demolished for the purpose of reconstructing it, the quicksand, which forms the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées as far as the Seine, presented such an obstacle that the operation lasted nearly 6 months, to the great clamor of the dwellers on the riverside, particularly those who had hotels and carriages. The work was more than unhealthy, it was dangerous. It is true that they had 4 months and a half of rain and 3 floods of the Seine. The fontes which Jean Valjean had encountered was caused by the downpour of the preceding day. The pavement, badly sustained by the subjacent sand, had given way and had produced a stoppage of the water. Infiltration had taken place, a slip had followed. The dislocated bottom had sunk into the ooze. To what extent? Impossible to say. The obscurity was more dense there than elsewhere. It was a pit of mire in a cavern of night. Jean Valjean felt the pavement vanishing beneath his feet. He entered this slime. There was water on the surface, slime at the bottom. He must pass it. To retrace his steps was impossible. Marius was dying and Jean Valjean exhausted. Besides, where was he to go? Jean Valjean advanced. Moreover, the pit seemed, for the first few steps, not to be very deep, but in proportion as he advanced, his feet plunged deeper. Soon he had the slime up to his calves and water above his knees. He walked on, raising Marius in his arms as far above the water as he could. The mire now reached to his knees and the water to his waist. He could no longer retreat. This mud, dense enough for one man, could not, obviously, uphold two. Marius and Jean Valjean would have stood a chance of extricating themselves singly. Jean Valjean continued to advance, supporting the dying man, who was perhaps a corpse. The water came up to his armpits. He felt that he was sinking. It was only with difficulty that he could move in the depth of ooze which he had now reached. The density, which was his support, was also an obstacle. He still held Marius on high, and with an unheard-of expenditure of force, he advanced still, but he was sinking. He had only his head above the water now, and his two arms holding up Marius. In the old paintings of the deluge, there is a mother holding her child thus. He sank still deeper. He turned his face to the rear to escape the water, and in order that he might be able to breathe. Anyone who had seen him in that gloom would have thought that what he beheld was a mask floating on the shadows. He caught a faint glimpse above him of the drooping head and livid face of Marius. He made a desperate effort and launched his foot forward. His foot struck something solid, a point of support. It was high time. He straightened himself up and rooted himself upon that point of support with a sort of fury. This produced upon him the effect of the first step in a staircase leading back to life. The point of support, thus encountered in the mire at the supreme moment, was the beginning of the other watershed of the pavement, which had bent but had not given way, and which had curved under the water like a plank and in a single piece. Well-built pavements form a vault and possess this sort of firmness. This fragment of the vaulting, partly submerged but solid, was a veritable inclined plane, and once on this plane he was safe. Jean Valjean mounted this inclined plane and reached the other side of the quagmire. As he emerged from the water, he came in contact with a stone and fell upon his knees. He reflected that this was but just, and he remained there for some time, with his soul absorbed in words addressed to God. He rose to his feet, shivering, chilled, foul-smelling, bowed beneath the dying man whom he was dragging after him, all dripping with slime, and his soul filled with a strange light. Chapter 7. One sometimes runs aground when one fancies that one is disembarking. He set out on his way once more. However, although he had not left his life in the Fontes, he seemed to have left his strength behind him there. That supreme effort had exhausted him. His lassitude was now such that he was obliged to pause for breath every 3 or 4 steps and lean against the wall. Once he was forced to seat himself on the banquette in order to alter Marius' position, and he thought that he should have to remain there. But if his vigor was dead, his energy was not. He rose again. He walked on desperately, almost fast, proceeded thus for 100 paces, almost without drawing breath, and suddenly came in contact with the wall. He had reached an elbow of the sewer, and arriving at the turn with head bent down, he had struck the wall. He raised his eyes, and at the extremity of the vault, very far away in front of him, he perceived a light. This time it was not that terrible light. It was good, white light. It was daylight. Jean Valjean saw the outlet. A damned soul, who, in the midst of the furnace, should suddenly perceive the outlet of Gehenna, would experience what Jean Valjean felt. It would fly wildly with the stumps of its burned wings towards that radiant portal. Jean Valjean was no longer conscious of fatigue. He no longer felt Marius' weight. He found his legs once more of steel. He ran rather than walked. As he approached, the outlet became more and more distinctly defined. It was a pointed arch, lower than the vault, which gradually narrowed, and narrower than the gallery, which closed in as the vault grew lower. The tunnel ended like the interior of a funnel, a faulty construction, imitated from the wickets of penitentiaries, logical in a prison, illogical in a sewer, and which has since been corrected. Jean Valjean reached the outlet. There he halted. It certainly was the outlet, but he could not get out. The arch was closed by a heavy grating, and the grating, which, to all appearance, rarely swung on its rusty hinges, was clamped to its stone jamb by a thick lock, which, red with rust, seemed like an enormous brick. The keyhole could be seen, and the robust latch deeply sunk in the iron staple. The door was plainly double-locked. It was one of those prison locks which old Paris was so fond of lavishing. Beyond the grating was the open air, the river, the daylight, the shore, very narrow but sufficient for escape. The distant quays, Paris, that gulf in which one so easily hides oneself, the broad horizon, liberty. On the right, downstream, the bridge of Jena was discernible. On the left, upstream, the bridge of the Invalids. The place would have been a propitious one in which to await the night and to escape. It was one of the most solitary points in Paris, the shore which faces the Grand Caillou. Flies were entering and emerging through the bars of the grating. It might have been 8:30 in the evening. The day was declining. Jean Valjean laid Marius down along the wall, on the dry portion of the vaulting. Then he went to the grating and clenched both fists round the bars. The shock which he gave it was frenzied, but it did not move. The grating did not stir. Jean Valjean seized the bars one after the other, in the hope that he might be able to tear away the least solid, and to make of it a lever wherewith to raise the door or to break the lock. Not a bar stirred. The teeth of a tiger are not more firmly fixed in their sockets. No lever, no prying possible. The obstacle was invincible. There was no means of opening the gate. Must he then stop there? What was he to do? What was to become of him? He had not the strength to retrace his steps, to recommence the journey which he had already taken. Besides, how was he to again traverse that quagmire whence he had only extricated himself as by a miracle? And after the quagmire, was there not the police patrol, which assuredly could not be twice avoided? And then, whither was he to go? What direction should he pursue? To follow the incline would not conduct him to his goal. If he were to reach another outlet, he would find it obstructed by a plug or a grating. Every outlet was, undoubtedly, closed in that manner. Chance had unsealed the grating through which he had entered, but it was evident that all the other sewer mouths were barred. He had only succeeded in escaping into a prison. All was over. Everything that Jean Valjean had done was useless. Exhaustion had ended in failure. They were both caught in the immense and gloomy web of death, and Jean Valjean felt the terrible spider running along those black strands and quivering in the shadows. He turned his back to the grating and fell upon the pavement, hurled to earth rather than seated, close to Marius, who still made no movement, and with his head bent between his knees. This was the last drop of anguish. Of what was he thinking during this profound depression? Neither of himself nor of Marius. He was thinking of Cosette. Chapter 8. The Torn Coat Tail. In the midst of this prostration, a hand was laid on his shoulder, and a low voice said to him, "Half shares." Some person in that gloom. Nothing so closely resembles a dream as despair. Jean Valjean thought that he was dreaming. He had heard no footsteps. Was it possible? He raised his eyes. A man stood before him. This man was clad in a blouse. His feet were bare. He held his shoes in his left hand. He had evidently removed them in order to reach Jean Valjean without allowing his steps to be heard. Jean Valjean did not hesitate for an instant. Unexpected as was this encounter, this man was known to him. The man was Thénardier. Although awakened, so to speak, with a start, Jean Valjean, accustomed to alarms and steeled to unforeseen shocks that must be promptly parried, instantly regained possession of his presence of mind. Moreover, the situation could not be made worse. A certain degree of distress is no longer capable of a crescendo, and Thénardier himself could add nothing to this blackness of this night. A momentary pause ensued. Thénardier, raising his right hand to a level with his forehead, formed with it a shade. Then he brought his eyelashes together by screwing up his eyes, a motion which, in connection with a slight contraction of the mouth, characterizes the sagacious attention of a man who is endeavoring to recognize another man. He did not succeed. Jean Valjean, as we have just stated, had his back turned to the light, and he was, moreover, so disfigured, so bemired, so bleeding that he would have been unrecognizable in full noonday. On the contrary, illuminated by the light from the grating, a cellar light, it is true, livid, yet precise in its lividness, Thénardier, as the energetic popular metaphor expresses it, immediately leaped into Jean Valjean's eyes. This inequality of conditions sufficed to assure some advantage to Jean Valjean in that mysterious duel which was on the point of beginning between the two situations and the two men. The encounter took place between Jean Valjean veiled and Thénardier unmasked. Jean Valjean immediately perceived that Thénardier did not recognize him. They surveyed each other for a moment in that half-gloom, as though taking each other's measure. Thénardier was the first to break the silence. "How are you going to manage to get out?" Jean Valjean made no reply. Thénardier continued. "It's impossible to pick the lock of that gate, but still, you must get out of this." "That is true," said Jean Valjean. "Well, half shares then." "What do you mean by that?" "You have killed that man, that's all right. I have the key." Thénardier pointed to Marius. He went on. "I don't know you, but I want to help you. You must be a friend." Jean Valjean began to comprehend. Thénardier took him for an assassin. Thénardier resumed. "Listen, comrade, you didn't kill that man without looking to see what he had in his pockets. Give me my half, I'll open the door for you." And half drawing from beneath his tattered blouse a huge key, he added, "Do you want to see how a key to liberty is made? Look here." Jean Valjean remained stupid. The expression belongs to the elder Corneille to such a degree that he doubted whether what he beheld was real. It was Providence appearing in horrible guise, and his good angel springing from the earth in the form of Thénardier. Thénardier thrust his fist into a large pocket concealed under his blouse, drew out a rope, and offered it to Jean Valjean. "Hold on," said he, "I'll give you the rope to boot." "What is the rope for?" "You will need a stone also, but you can find one outside. There's a heap of rubbish." "What am I to do with a stone?" "Idiot, you'll want to sling that stiff into the river. You'll need a stone and a rope, otherwise it would float on the water." Jean Valjean took the rope. There is no one who does not occasionally accept in this mechanical way. Thénardier snapped his fingers, as though an idea had suddenly occurred to him. "Ah, see here, comrade, how did you contrive to get out of that slough yonder? I haven't dared to risk myself in it. Phew, you don't smell good." After a pause, he added, "I'm asking you questions, but you're perfectly right not to answer. It's an apprenticeship against that cursed quarter of an hour before the examining magistrate. And then, when you don't talk at all, you run no risk of talking too loud. That's no matter, as I can't see your face, and as I don't know your name. You are wrong in supposing that I don't know who you are and what you want. I twig. You've broken up that gentleman a bit. Now you want to tuck him away somewhere. The river, that great hider of folly, is what you want. I'll get you out of your scrape. Helping a good fellow in a pinch is what suits me to a hair." While expressing his approval of Jean Valjean's silence, he endeavored to force him to talk. He jostled his shoulder in an attempt to catch a sight of his profile, and he exclaimed, without, however, raising his tone, "Apropos of that quagmire, you're a hardy animal. Why didn't you toss the man in there?" Jean Valjean preserved silence. Thénardier resumed, pushing the rag which served him as a cravat to the level of his Adam's apple, a gesture which completes the capable air of a serious man. "After all, you acted wisely. The workmen, when they come tomorrow to stop up that hole, would certainly have found the stiff abandoned there, and it might have been possible, thread by thread, straw by straw, to pick up the scent and reach you. Someone has passed through the sewer. Who? Where did he get out? Was he seen to come out? The police are full of cleverness. The sewer is treacherous and tells tales of you. Such a find is a rarity. It attracts attention. Very few people make use of the sewers for their affairs, while the river belongs to everybody. The river is the true grave. At the end of a month they fish up your man in the nets at St. Cloud. Well, what does one care for that? It's carrion. Who killed that man? Paris. And justice makes no inquiries. You have done well." The more loquacious Thénardier became, the more mute was Jean Valjean. Again Thénardier shook him by the shoulder. "Now let's settle this business. Let's go shares. You have seen my key. Show me your money." Thénardier was haggard, fierce, suspicious, rather menacing, yet amicable. There was one singular circumstance. Thénardier's manners were not simple. He had not the air of being wholly at his ease. While affecting an air of mystery, he spoke low. From time to time he laid his finger on his mouth and muttered, "Hush!" It was difficult to divine why. There was no one there except themselves. Jean Valjean thought that other ruffians might possibly be concealed in some nook, not very far off, and that Thénardier did not care to share with them. Thénardier resumed. "Let's settle up. How much did the stiff have in his bags?" Jean Valjean searched his pockets. It was his habit, as the reader will remember, to always have some money about him. The mournful life of expedience to which he had been condemned imposed this as a law upon him. On this occasion, however, he had been caught unprepared. When donning his uniform of a National Guardsman on the preceding evening, he had forgotten, dolefully absorbed as he was, to take his pocketbook. He had only some small change in his fob. He turned out his pocket, all soaked with ooze, and spread out on the banquette of the vault 1 louis d'or, 2 5-franc pieces, and 5 or 6 large sous. Thénardier thrust out his lower lip with a significant twist of the neck. "You knocked him over cheap," said he. He set to feeling the pockets of Jean Valjean and Marius with the greatest familiarity. Jean Valjean, who was chiefly concerned in keeping his back to the light, let him have his way. While handling Marius' coat, Thénardier, with the skill of a pickpocket, and without being noticed by Jean Valjean, tore off a strip which he concealed under his blouse, probably thinking that this morsel of stuff might serve, later on, to identify the assassinated man and the assassin. However, he found no more than the 30 francs. "That's true," said he. "Both of you together have no more than that." And forgetting his motto, "half shares," he took all. He hesitated a little over the large sous. After due reflection, he took them also, muttering, "Never mind, you cut folks' throats too cheap altogether." That done, he once more drew the big K from under his blouse. "Now, my friend, you must leave. It's like the fare here, you pay when you go out. You have paid, now clear out." And he began to laugh. Had he, in lending to this stranger the aid of his key, and in making some other man than himself emerge from that portal, the pure and disinterested intention of rescuing an assassin, we may be permitted to doubt this. Thénardier helped Jean Valjean to replace Marius on his shoulders, then he betook himself to the grating on tiptoe, and barefooted, making Jean Valjean a sign to follow him, looked out, laid his finger on his mouth, and remained for several seconds, as though in suspense. His inspection finished, he placed the key in the lock. The bolt slipped back and the gate swung open. It neither grated nor squeaked. It moved very softly. It was obvious that this gate and those hinges, carefully oiled, were in the habit of opening more frequently than was supposed. This softness was suspicious. It hinted at furtive goings and comings, silent entrances and exits of nocturnal men, and the wolf-like tread of crime. The sewer was evidently an accomplice of some mysterious band. This taciturn grating was a receiver of stolen goods. Thénardier opened the gate a little way, allowing just sufficient space for Jean Valjean to pass out, closed the grating again, gave the key a double turn in the lock, and plunged back into the darkness without making any more noise than a breath. He seemed to walk with the velvet paws of a tiger. A moment later, that hideous providence had retreated into the invisibility. Jean Valjean found himself in the open air. Chapter 9. Marius produces on someone who is a judge of the matter the effect of being dead. He allowed Marius to slide down upon the shore. They were in the open air. The miasmas, darkness, horror lay behind him. The pure, healthful, living, joyous air that was easy to breathe inundated him. Everywhere around him reigned silence, but that charming silence when the sun has set in an unclouded azure sky. Twilight had descended. Night was drawing on, the great deliverer, the friend of all those who need a mantle of darkness that they may escape from an anguish. The sky presented itself in all directions like an enormous calm. The river flowed to his feet with the sound of a kiss. The aerial dialogue of the nests bidding each other good night in the elms of the Champs-Élysées was audible. A few stars, daintily piercing the pale blue of the zenith, and visible to reverie alone, formed imperceptible little splendors amid the immensity. Evening was unfolding over the head of Jean Valjean, all the sweetness of the infinite. It was that exquisite and undecided hour which says neither yes nor no. Night was already sufficiently advanced to render it possible to lose oneself at a little distance, and yet there was sufficient daylight to permit of recognition at close quarters. For several seconds, Jean Valjean was irresistibly overcome by that august and caressing serenity. Such moments of oblivion do come to men. Suffering refrains from harassing the unhappy wretch. Everything is eclipsed in the thoughts. Peace broods over the dreamer like night. And beneath the twilight which beams, and in imitation of the sky which is illuminated, the soul becomes studded with stars. Jean Valjean could not refrain from contemplating that vast, clear shadow which rested over him. Thoughtfully he bathed in the sea of ecstasy and prayer in the majestic silence of the eternal heavens. Then he bent down swiftly to Marius, as though the sentiment of duty had returned to him, and dipping up water in the hollow of his hand, he gently sprinkled a few drops on the latter's face. Marius' eyelids did not open, but his half-open mouth still breathed. Jean Valjean was on the point of dipping his hand in the river once more, when, all at once, he experienced an indescribable embarrassment, such as a person feels when there is someone behind him whom he does not see. We have already alluded to this impression, with which everyone is familiar. He turned round. Someone was, in fact, behind him, as there had been a short while before. A man of lofty stature, enveloped in a long coat, with folded arms, and bearing in his right fist a bludgeon of which the leaden head was visible, stood a few paces in the rear of the spot where Jean Valjean was crouching over Marius. With the aid of the darkness, it seemed a sort of apparition. An ordinary man would have been alarmed because of the twilight, a thoughtful man on account of the bludgeon. Jean Valjean recognized Javert. The reader has divined, no doubt, that Thénardier's pursuer was no other than Javert. Javert, after his unlooked-for escape from the barricade, had betaken himself to the prefecture of police, had rendered a verbal account to the prefect in person in a brief audience, had then immediately gone on duty again, which implied, the note, the reader will recollect, which had been captured on his person, a certain surveillance of the shore on the right bank of the Seine near the Champs-Élysées, which had, for some time past, aroused the attention of the police. There he had caught sight of Thénardier and had followed him. The reader knows the rest. Thus it will be easily understood that that grating, so obligingly opened to Jean Valjean, was a bit of cleverness on Thénardier's part. Thénardier intuitively felt that Javert was still there. The man spied upon has a scent which never deceives him. It was necessary to fling a bone to that sleuth-hound. An assassin, what a godsend! Such an opportunity must never be allowed to slip. Thénardier, by putting Jean Valjean outside in his stead, provided a prey for the police, forced them to relinquish his scent, made them forget him in a bigger adventure, repaid Javert for his waiting, which always flatters a spy, earned 30 francs, and counted with certainty, so far as he himself was concerned, on escaping with the aid of this diversion. Jean Valjean had fallen from one danger upon another. These two encounters, this falling one after the other, from Thénardier upon Javert, was a rude shock. Javert did not recognize Jean Valjean, who, as we have stated, no longer looked like himself. He did not unfold his arms. He made sure of his bludgeon in his fist by an imperceptible movement and said in a curt, calm voice, "Who are you?" "I." "Who is I?" "Jean Valjean." Javert thrust his bludgeon between his teeth, bent his knees, inclined his body, laid his two powerful hands on the shoulders of Jean Valjean, which were clamped within them as in a couple of vices, scrutinized him and recognized him. Their faces almost touched. Javert's look was terrible. Jean Valjean remained inert beneath Javert's grasp, like a lion submitting to the claws of a lynx. "Inspector Javert," said he, "you have me in your power. Moreover, I have regarded myself as your prisoner ever since this morning. I did not give you my address with any intention of escaping from you. Take me, only grant me one favor." Javert did not appear to hear him. He kept his eyes riveted on Jean Valjean. His chin being contracted, thrust his lips upwards towards his nose, a sign of savage reverie. At length, he released Jean Valjean, straightened himself stiffly up without bending, grasped his bludgeon again firmly, and as though in a dream, he murmured rather than uttered this question. "What are you doing here, and who is this man?" He still abstained from addressing Jean Valjean as thou. Jean Valjean replied, and the sound of his voice appeared to rouse Javert. "It is with regard to him that I desire to speak to you. Dispose of me as you see fit, but first help me to carry him home. That is all that I ask of you." Javert's face contracted, as was always the case when anyone seemed to think him capable of making a concession. Nevertheless, he did not say no. Again he bent over, drew from his pocket a handkerchief which he moistened in the water, and with which he then wiped Marius' blood-stained brow. "This man was at the barricade," said he in a low voice and as though speaking to himself. "He is the one they called Marius." A spy of the first quality, who had observed everything, listened to everything, and taken in everything, even when he thought that he was to die, who had played the spy even in his agony, and who, with his elbows leaning on the first step of the sepulchre, had taken notes. He seized Marius' hand and felt his pulse. "He is wounded," said Jean Valjean. "He is a dead man," said Javert. Jean Valjean replied, "No, not yet." "So you have brought him thither from the barricade," remarked Javert. His preoccupation must indeed have been very profound for him not to insist on this alarming rescue through the sewer, and for him not to even notice Jean Valjean's silence after his question. Jean Valjean, on his side, seemed to have but one thought. He resumed. "He lives in the Marais, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, with his grandfather. I do not recollect his name." Jean Valjean fumbled in Marius' coat, pulled out his pocketbook, opened it at the page which Marius had penciled, and held it out to Javert. There was still sufficient light to admit of reading. Besides this, Javert possessed in his eye the feline phosphorescence of night birds. He deciphered the few lines written by Marius, and muttered, "Gillenormand, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, No. 6. Then he exclaimed, "Coachman." The reader will remember that the hackney coach was waiting in case of need. Javert kept Marius' pocketbook. A moment later, the carriage, which had descended by the inclined plane of the watering place, was on the shore. Marius was laid upon the back seat, and Javert seated himself on the front seat beside Jean Valjean. The door slammed, and the carriage drove rapidly away, ascending the quays in the direction of the Bastille. They quitted the quays and entered the streets. The coachman, a black form on his box, whipped up his thin horses. A glacial silence reigned in the carriage. Marius, motionless, with his body resting in the corner, and his head drooping on his breast, his arms hanging, his legs stiff, seemed to be awaiting only a coffin. Jean Valjean seemed made of shadow, and Javert of stone, and in that vehicle full of night, whose interior, every time that it passed in front of a street lantern, appeared to be turned lividly wan. As by an intermittent flash of lightning, chance had united and seemed to be bringing face to face the three forms of tragic immobility, the corpse, the spectre, and the statue. Chapter 10. Return of the son who was prodigal of his life. At every jolt over the pavement, a drop of blood trickled from Marius' hair. Night had fully closed in when the carriage arrived at No. 6, Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Javert was the first to alight. He made sure with one glance of the number on the carriage gate, and raising the heavy knocker of beaten iron, embellished in the old style, with a male goat and a satyr confronting each other, he gave a violent peal. The gate opened a little way, and Javert gave it a push. The porter half made his appearance yawning, vaguely awake, and with a candle in his hand. Everyone in the house was asleep. People go to bed betimes in the Marais, especially on days when there is a revolt. This good, old quarter terrified at the revolution, takes refuge in slumber, as children, when they hear the bugaboo coming, hide their heads hastily under their coverlet. In the meantime, Jean Valjean and the coachman had taken Marius out of the carriage, Jean Valjean supporting him under the armpits and the coachman under the knees. As they thus bore Marius, Jean Valjean slipped his hand under the latter's clothes, which were broadly rent, felt his breast, and assured himself that his heart was still beating. It was even beating a little less feebly, as though the movement of the carriage had brought about a certain fresh access of life. Javert addressed the porter in a tone befitting the government, and the presence of the porter of a factious person. Some person whose name is Gillenormand. Here, what do you want with him? His son is brought back. His son, said the porter stupidly. He is dead. Jean Valjean, who, soiled and tattered, stood behind Javert, and whom the porter was surveying with some horror, made a sign to him with his head that this was not so. The porter did not appear to understand either Javert's words or Jean Valjean's sign. Javert continued. He went to the barricade, and here he is. To the barricade, ejaculated the porter. He has got himself killed. Go waken his father. The porter did not stir. Go along with you, repeated Javert. And he added, there will be a funeral here tomorrow. For Javert, the usual incidents of the public highway were categorically classed, which is the beginning of foresight and surveillance, and each contingency had its own compartment. All possible facts were arranged in drawers, as it were, whence they emerged on occasion in variable quantities, in the street, uproar, revolt, carnival, and funeral. The porter contented himself with waking Basque. Basque woke Nicolette. Nicolette roused Great-Aunt Gillenormand. As for the grandfather, they let him sleep on, thinking that he would hear about the matter early enough in any case. Marius was carried up to the first floor, without anyone in the other parts of the house being aware of the fact, and deposited on an old sofa in M. Gillenormand's antechamber. And while Basque went in search of a physician, and while Nicolette opened the linen presses, Jean Valjean felt Javert touch him on the shoulder. He understood and descended the stairs, having behind him the step of Javert, who was following him. The porter watched them take their departure as he had watched their arrival, in terrified somnolence. They entered the carriage once more, and the coachman mounted his box. Inspector Javert, said Jean, grant me yet another favor. What is it? Demanded Javert roughly. Let me go home for one instant, then you shall do whatever you like with me. Javert remained silent for a few moments, with his chin drawn back into the collar of his greatcoat, then he lowered the glass and front. Driver, said he, Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. Chapter 11, Concussion in the Absolute. They did not open their lips again during the whole space of their ride. What did Jean Valjean want? To finish what he had begun, to warn Cosette, to tell her where Marius was, to give her, possibly, some other useful information, to take, if he could, certain final measures. As for himself, so far as he was personally concerned, all was over. He had been seized by Javert and had not resisted. Any other man than himself in like situation would, perhaps, have had some vague thoughts connected with the rope which Thénardier had given him and of the bars of the first cell that he should enter. But let us impress it upon the reader, after the bishop, there had existed in Jean Valjean a profound hesitation in the presence of any violence, even when directed against himself. Suicide, that mysterious act of violence against the unknown which may contain, in a measure, the death of the soul, was impossible to Jean Valjean. At the entrance to the Rue de l'Homme Armé, the carriage halted, the way being too narrow to admit of the entrance of vehicles. Javert and Jean Valjean alighted. The coachman humbly represented to Monsieur l'Inspecteur that the Utrecht velvet of his carriage was all spotted with the blood of the assassinated man and with mire from the assassin. That is the way he understood it. He added that an indemnity was due him. At the same time, drawing his certificate book from his pocket, he begged the inspector to have the goodness to write him a bit of an attestation. Javert thrust aside the book which the coachman held out to him and said, "How much do you want, including your time of waiting and the drive?" "It comes to 7 hours and a quarter," replied the man, "and my velvet was perfectly new. 80 francs, Mr. Inspector." Javert drew 4 Napoleons from his pocket and dismissed the carriage. Jean Valjean fancied that it was Javert's intention to conduct him on foot to the post of the Blancs-Manteaux or to the post of the Archives, both of which are close at hand. They entered the street. It was deserted as usual. Javert followed Jean Valjean. They reached number 7. Jean Valjean knocked. The door opened. "It is well," said Javert. "Go upstairs." He added with a strange expression, and as though he were exerting an effort in speaking in this manner, "I will wait for you here." Jean Valjean looked at Javert. This mode of procedure was but little in accord with Javert's habits. However, he could not be greatly surprised that Javert should now have a sort of haughty confidence in him, the confidence of the cat which grants the mouse liberty to the length of its claws, seeing that Jean Valjean had made up his mind to surrender himself and to make an end of it. He pushed open the door, entered the house, called to the porter who was in bed and who had pulled the cord from his couch, "It is I," and ascended the stairs. On arriving at the first floor, he paused. All sorrowful roads have their stations. The window on the landing place, which was a sash window, was open. As in many ancient houses, the staircase got its light from without and had a view on the street. The street lantern, situated directly opposite, cast some light on the stairs and thus effected some economy in illumination. Jean Valjean, either for the sake of getting the air or mechanically, thrust his head out of this window. He leaned out over the street. It is short, and the lantern lighted it from end to end. Jean Valjean was overwhelmed with amazement. There was no longer anyone there. Javert had taken his departure. Chapter 12. The Grandfather. Basque and the porter had carried Marius into the drawing-room as he still lay stretched out, motionless, on the sofa upon which he had been placed on his arrival. The doctor who had been sent for had hastened thither. Aunt Gillenormand had risen. Aunt Gillenormand went and came, in a fright, wringing her hands and incapable of doing anything but saying, "Heavens, is it possible?" At times she added, "Everything will be covered with blood." When her first horror had passed off, a certain philosophy of the situation penetrated her mind and took form in the exclamation, "It was bound to end in this way." She did not go so far as, "I told you so," which is customary on this sort of occasion. At the physician's orders, a camp bed had been prepared beside the sofa. The doctor examined Marius, and after having found that his pulse was still beating, that the wounded man had no very deep wound on his breast, and that the blood on the corners of his lips proceeded from his nostrils, he had him placed flat on the bed, without a pillow, with his head on the same level as his body, and even a trifle lower, and with his bust bare in order to facilitate respiration. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, on perceiving that they were undressing Marius, withdrew. She set herself to telling her beads in her own chamber. The trunk had not suffered any internal injury. A bullet, deadened by the pocketbook, had turned aside and made the tour of his ribs with a hideous laceration, which was of no great depth, and consequently not dangerous. The long, underground journey had completed the dislocation of the broken collarbone, and the disorder there was serious. The arms had been slashed with saber cuts. Not a single scar disfigured his face, but his head was fairly covered with cuts. What would be the result of these wounds on the head? Would they stop short at the hairy cuticle, or would they attack the brain? As yet, this could not be decided. A grave symptom was that they had caused a swoon, and that people do not always recover from such swoons. Moreover, the wounded man had been exhausted by hemorrhage. From the waist down, the barricade had protected the lower part of the body from injury. Basque and Nicolette tore up linen and prepared bandages. Nicolette sewed them, Basque rolled them. As lint was lacking, the doctor, for the time being, arrested the bleeding with layers of wadding. Beside the bed, 3 candles burned on a table where the case of surgical instruments lay spread out. The doctor bathed Marius' face and hair with cold water. A full pail was reddened in an instant. The porter, candle in hand, lighted them. The doctor seemed to be pondering sadly. From time to time, he made a negative sign with his head, as though replying to some question which he had inwardly addressed to himself. A bad sign for the sick man are these mysterious dialogues of the doctor with himself. At the moment when the doctor was wiping Marius' face and lightly touching his still closed eyes with his finger, a door opened at the end of the drawing room, and a long, pallid figure made its appearance. This was the grandfather. The revolt had, for the past 2 days, deeply agitated, enraged, and engrossed the mind of M. Gillenormand. He had not been able to sleep on the previous night, and he had been in a fever all day long. In the evening, he had gone to bed very early, recommending that everything in the house should be well barred, and he had fallen into a doze through sheer fatigue. Old men sleep lightly. M. Gillenormand's chamber adjoined the drawing-room, and in spite of all the precautions that had been taken, the noise had awakened him. Surprised at the rift of light which he saw under his door, he had risen from his bed and had groped his way thither. He stood astonished on the threshold, one hand on the handle of the half-open door, with his head bent a little forward and quivering, his body wrapped in a white dressing-gown, which was straight and as destitute of folds as a winding-sheet, and he had the air of a phantom who is gazing into a tomb. He saw the bed, and on the mattress that young man, bleeding, white with a waxen whiteness, with closed eyes and gaping mouth, and pallid lips, stripped to the waist, slashed all over with crimson wounds, motionless and brilliantly lighted up. The grandfather trembled from head to foot as powerfully as ossified limbs can tremble. His eyes, whose cornea were yellow on account of his great age, were veiled in a sort of vitreous glitter. His whole face assumed in an instant the earthy angles of a skull. His arms fell pendant, as though spring had broken, and his amazement was betrayed by the outspreading of the fingers of his 2 aged hands, which quivered all over. His knees formed an angle in front, allowing, through the opening in his dressing-gown, a view of his poor bare legs, all bristling with white hairs, and he murmured, "Marius." "Sir," said Basque, "Monsieur has just been brought back. He went to the barricade and—" "He is dead," cried the old man in a terrible voice. "Ah, the rascal." Then a sort of sepulchral transformation straightened up this centenarian, as erect as a young man. "Sir," said he, "you are the doctor. Begin by telling me one thing. He is dead, is he not?" The doctor, who was at the highest pitch of anxiety, remained silent. M. Gillenormand wrung his hands with an outburst of terrible laughter. "He is dead, he is dead, he is dead. He has got himself killed on the barricades. Out of hatred to me, he did that to spite me. Ah, you blood drinker, this is the way he returns to me. Misery of my life, he is dead." He went to the window, threw it wide open as though he were stifling, and erect before the darkness, he began to talk into the street, to the night. "Pierced, sabred, exterminated, slashed, hacked in pieces. Just look at that, the villain. He knew well that I was waiting for him, and that I had had his room arranged, and that I had placed at the head of my bed his portrait taken when he was a little child. He knew well that he had only to come back, and that I had been recalling him for years, and that I remained by my fireside, with my hands on my knees, not knowing what to do, and that I was mad over it. You knew well that you had but to return and to say, 'It is I,' and you would have been the master of the house, and that I should have obeyed you, and that you could have done whatever you pleased with your old numbskull of a grandfather. You knew that well, and you said, 'No, he is a royalist, I will not go,' and you went to the barricades, and you got yourself killed out of malice, to revenge yourself for what I said to you about Monsieur le Duc de Berry. It is infamous. Go to bed then and sleep tranquilly. He is dead, and this is my awakening." The doctor, who was beginning to be uneasy in both quarters, quitted Marius for a moment, went to M. Gillenormand, and took his arm. The grandfather turned round, gazed at him with eyes which seemed exaggerated in size and bloodshot, and said to him calmly, "I thank you, sir. I am composed. I am a man. I witnessed the death of Louis XVI. I know how to bear events. One thing is terrible, and that is to think that it is your newspapers which do all the mischief. You will have scribblers, chatterers, lawyers, orators, tribunes, discussions, progress, enlightenment, the rights of man, the liberty of the press, and this is the way that your children will be brought home to you. Ah, Marius, it is abominable, killed, dead before me, a barricade. Ah, the scamp. Doctor, you live in this quarter, I believe. Oh, I know you well. I see your cabriolet pass my window. I am going to tell you, you are wrong to think that I am angry. One does not fly into a rage against a dead man. That would be stupid. This is a child whom I have reared. I was already old while he was very young. He played in the Tuileries garden with his little shovel and his little chair, and in order that the inspectors might not grumble, I stopped up the holes that he made in the earth with his shovel, with my cane. One day he exclaimed, "Down with Louis XVIII," and off he went. It was no fault of mine. He was all rosy and blonde. His mother is dead. Have you ever noticed that all little children are blonde? Why is it so? He is the son of one of those brigands of the Loire, but children are innocent of their father's crimes. I remember when he was no higher than that. He could not manage to pronounce his DS. He had a way of talking that was so sweet and indistinct that you would have thought it was a bird chirping. I remember that once, in front of the Hercules Farnese, people formed a circle to admire him and marvel at him. He was so handsome, was that child. He had a head such as you see in pictures. I talked in a deep voice, and I frightened him with my cane, but he knew very well that it was only to make him laugh. In the morning, when he entered my room, I grumbled, but he was like the sunlight to me all the same. One cannot defend oneself against those brats. They take hold of you, they hold you fast, they never let you go again. The truth is that there never was a Cupid like that child. Now, what can you say for your Lafayettes, your Benjamin Constants, and your Tirecoeur de Courcelles who have killed him? This cannot be allowed to pass in this fashion. He approached Marius, who still lay livid and motionless, and to whom the physician had returned, and began once more to wring his hands. The old man's pallid lips moved as though mechanically, and permitted the passage of words that were barely audible, like breaths in the death agony. "Ah, heartless lad, ah, clubbist, ah, wretch, ah, septembrist." Reproaches in the low voice of an agonizing man, addressed to a corpse. Little by little, as it is always indispensable that internal eruptions should come to the light, the sequence of words returned, but the grandfather appeared no longer to have the strength to utter them. His voice was so weak and extinct that it seemed to come from the other side of an abyss. "It is all the same to me. I am going to die too, that I am. And to think that there is not a hussy in Paris who would not have been delighted to make this wretch happy. A scamp who, instead of amusing himself and enjoying life, went off to fight and get himself shot down like a brute. And for whom? Why, for the Republic. Instead of going to dance at the Chaumière, as it is the duty of young folks to do, what's the use of being 20 years old? The Republic, accursed pretty folly. Poor mothers beget fine boys do. Come, he is dead. That will make 2 funerals under the same carriage gate. So you have got yourself arranged like this for the sake of General Lamarck's handsome eyes. What had that General Lamarck done to you? A slasher, a chatterbox, to get oneself killed for a dead man. If that isn't enough to drive anyone mad, just think of it, at 20. And without so much as turning his head to see whether he was not leaving something behind him. That's the way poor, good old fellows are forced to die alone nowadays. Perish in your corner, owl. Well, after all, so much the better. That is what I was hoping for. This will kill me on the spot. I am too old. I am 100 years old. I am 100,000 years old. I ought, by rights, to have been dead long ago. This blow puts an end to it. So all is over. What happiness! What is the good of making him inhale ammonia and all that parcel of drugs? You are wasting your trouble, you fool of a doctor. Come, he's dead, completely dead. I know all about it. I am dead myself too. He hasn't done things by half. Yes, this age is infamous. Infamous, and that's what I think of you, of your ideas, of your systems, of your masters, of your oracles, of your doctors, of your scapegraces of writers, of your rascally philosophers, and of all the revolutions which, for the last 60 years, have been frightening the flocks of crows in the Tuileries. But you are pitiless in getting yourself killed like this. I shall not even grieve over your death. Do you understand, you assassin? At that moment, Marius slowly opened his eyes, and his glance, still dimmed by lethargic wonder, rested on M. Gillenormand. "Marius," cried the old man. "Marius, my little Marius, my child, my well-beloved son, you open your eyes, you gaze upon me, you are alive, thanks." And he fell fainting. Book 4th, Javert derailed. Chapter 1. Javert passed slowly down the Rue de l'Armée. He walked with drooping head for the first time in his life, and likewise, for the first time in his life, with his hands behind his back. Up to that day, Javert had borrowed from Napoleon's attitudes only that which is expressive of resolution, with arms folded across the chest, that which is expressive of uncertainty, with the hands behind the back, had been unknown to him. Now a change had taken place. His whole person, slow and somber, was stamped with anxiety. He plunged into the silent streets. Nevertheless, he followed one given direction. He took the shortest cut to the Seine, reached the Quai des Ormes, skirted the quay, passed the Grève, and halted at some distance from the post of the Place du Châtelet, at the angle of the Pont Notre Dame. There, between the Notre Dame and the Pont au Change on the one hand, and the Quai de la Mégisserie and the Quai aux Fleurs on the other, the Seine forms a sort of square lake, traversed by a rapid. This point of the Seine is dreaded by mariners. Nothing is more dangerous than this rapid, hemmed in, at that epoch, and irritated by the piles of the mill on the bridge, now demolished. The two bridges, situated thus close together, augment the peril. The water hurries in formidable wise through the arches. It rolls in vast and terrible waves. It accumulates and piles up there. The flood attacks the piles of the bridges as though in an effort to pluck them up with great liquid ropes. Men who fall in there never reappear. The best of swimmers are drowned there. Javert leaned both elbows on the parapet, his chin resting in both hands, and while his nails were mechanically twined in the abundance of his whiskers, he meditated. A novelty, a revolution, a catastrophe had just taken place in the depths of his being, and he had something upon which to examine himself. Javert was undergoing horrible suffering. For several hours, Javert had ceased to be simple. He was troubled. That brain, so limpid in its blindness, had lost its transparency. That crystal was clouded. Javert felt duty divided within his conscience, and he could not conceal the fact from himself. When he had so unexpectedly encountered Jean Valjean on the banks of the Seine, there had been in him something of the wolf which regains his grip on his prey, and of the dog who finds his master again. He beheld before him two paths, both equally straight, but he beheld two, and that terrified him who had never in all his life known more than one straight line, and the poignant anguish lay in this, that the two paths were contrary to each other. One of these straight lines excluded the other. Which of the two was the true one? His situation was indescribable. To owe his life to a malefactor, to accept that debt and to repay it, to be, in spite of himself, on a level with a fugitive from justice, and to repay his service with another service, to allow it to be said to him, "Go," and to say to the latter in his turn, "Be free," to sacrifice to personal motives, duty, that general obligation, and to be conscious, in those personal motives, of something that was also general and, perchance, superior, to betray society in order to remain true to his conscience, that all these absurdities should be realized and should accumulate upon him. This was what overwhelmed him. One thing had amazed him. This was that Jean Valjean should have done him a favor, and one thing petrified him, that he, Javert, should have done Jean Valjean a favor. Where did he stand? He sought to comprehend his position and could no longer find his bearings. What was he to do now? To deliver up Jean Valjean was bad. To leave Jean Valjean at liberty was bad. In the first case, the man of authority fell lower than the man of the galleys. In the second, a convict rose above the law and set his foot upon it. In both cases, dishonor for him, Javert. There was disgrace in any resolution at which he might arrive. Destiny has some extremities which rise perpendicularly from the impossible, and beyond which life is no longer anything but a precipice. Javert had reached one of those extremities. One of his anxieties consisted in being constrained to think. The very violence of all these conflicting emotions forced him to it. Thought was something to which he was unused, and which was peculiarly painful. In thought there always exists a certain amount of internal rebellion, and it irritated him to have that within him. Thought on any subject whatever, outside of the restricted circle of his functions, would have been for him in any case useless and a fatigue. Thought on the day which had just passed was a torture. Nevertheless, it was indispensable that he should take a look into his conscience after such shocks and render to himself an account of himself. What he had just done made him shudder. He, Javert, had seen fit to decide, contrary to all the regulations of the police, contrary to the whole social and judicial organization, contrary to the entire code, upon a release. This had suited him. He had substituted his own affairs for the affairs of the public. Was not this unjustifiable? Every time that he brought himself face to face with this deed without a name which he had committed, he trembled from head to foot. Upon what should he decide? One sole resource remained to him, to return in all haste to the Rue de l'Armée and commit Jean Valjean to prison. It was clear that that was what he ought to do. He could not. Something barred his way in that direction. Something what? Is there in the world anything outside of the tribunals, executory sentences, the police and the authorities? Javert was overwhelmed. A galley slave sacred, a convict who could not be touched by the law, and that the deed of Javert. Was it not a fearful thing that Javert and Jean Valjean, the man made to proceed with vigor, the man made to submit, that these two men who were both the things of the law should have come to such a pass, that both of them had set themselves above the law? What then? Such enormities were to happen and no one was to be punished. Jean Valjean, stronger than the whole social order, was to remain at liberty, and he, Javert, was to go on eating the government's bread. His reverie gradually became terrible. He might, athwart this reverie, have also reproached himself on the subject of that insurgent who had been taken to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, but he never even thought of that. The lesser fault was lost in the greater. Besides, that insurgent was, obviously, a dead man, and legally, death puts an end to pursuit. Jean Valjean was the load which weighed upon his spirit. Jean Valjean disconcerted him. All the axioms which had served him as points of support all his life long had crumbled away in the presence of this man. Jean Valjean's generosity towards him, Javert, crushed him. Other facts which he now recalled, and which he had formerly treated as lies and folly, now recurred to him as realities. Madeleine reappeared behind Jean Valjean, and the two figures were superposed in such fashion that they now formed but one, which was venerable. Javert felt that something terrible was penetrating his soul, admiration for a convict, respect for a galley slave. Is that a possible thing? He shuddered at it, yet could not escape from it. In vain did he struggle. He was reduced to confess, in his inmost heart, the sublimity of that wretch. This was odious. A benevolent malefactor, merciful, gentle, helpful, clement, a convict, returning good for evil, giving back pardon for hatred, preferring pity to vengeance, preferring to ruin himself rather than to ruin his enemy, saving him who had smitten him, kneeling on the heights of virtue, more nearly akin to an angel than to a man. Javert was constrained to admit to himself that this monster existed. Things could not go on in this manner. Certainly, and we insist upon this point, he had not yielded without resistance to that monster, to that infamous angel, to that hideous hero, who enraged almost as much as he amazed him. 20 times, as he sat in that carriage face to face with Jean Valjean, the legal tiger had roared within him. A score of times he had been tempted to fling himself upon Jean Valjean, to seize him and devour him, that is to say, to arrest him. But more simple, in fact, to cry out at the first post that they passed, "Here is a fugitive from justice who has broken his ban," to summon the gendarmes and say to them, "This man is yours," then to go off, leaving that condemned man there, to ignore the rest and not to meddle further in the matter. This man is forever a prisoner of the law may do with him what it will. What could be more just? Javert had said all this to himself. He had wished to pass beyond, to act, to apprehend the man, and then, as at present, he had not been able to do it. And every time that his arm had been raised convulsively towards Jean Valjean's collar, his hand had fallen back again, as beneath an enormous weight, and in the depths of his thought he had heard a voice, a strange voice crying to him, "It is well. deliver up your savior. Then have the basin of Pontius Pilate brought and wash your claws. Then his reflections reverted to himself, and beside Jean Valjean glorified, he beheld himself, Javert, degraded. A convict was his benefactor. But then, why had he permitted that man to leave him alive? He had the right to be killed in that barricade. He should have asserted that right. It would have been better to summon the other insurgents to his succor against Jean Valjean, to get himself shot by force. His supreme anguish was the loss of certainty. He felt that he had been uprooted. The code was no longer anything more than a stump in his hand. He had to deal with scruples of an unknown species. There had taken place within him a sentimental revelation entirely distinct from legal affirmation, his only standard of measurement hitherto. To remain in his former uprightness did not suffice. A whole order of unexpected facts had cropped up and subjugated him. A whole new world was dawning on his soul. Kindness accepted and repaid, devotion, mercy, indulgence, violences committed by pity on austerity, respect for persons, no more definitive condemnation, no more conviction, the possibility of a tear in the eye of the law, no one knows what justice according to God, running in inverse sense to justice according to men. He perceived amid the shadows the terrible rising of an unknown moral sun. It horrified and dazzled him. An owl forced to the gaze of an eagle. He said to himself that it was true that there were exceptional cases, that authority might be put out of countenance, that the rule might be inadequate in the presence of a fact, that everything could not be framed within the text of the code, that the unforeseen compelled obedience, that the virtue of a convict might set a snare for the virtue of the functionary, that destiny did indulge in such ambushes, and he reflected with despair that he himself had not even been fortified against a surprise. He was forced to acknowledge that goodness did exist. This convict had been good, and he himself, unprecedented circumstance, had just been good also, so he was becoming depraved. He found that he was a coward. He conceived a horror of himself. Javert's ideal was not to be human, to be grand, to be sublime. It was to be irreproachable. Now he had just failed in this. How had he come to such a pass? How had all this happened? He could not have told himself. He clasped his head in both hands, but in spite of all that he could do, he could not contrive to explain it to himself. He had certainly always entertained the intention of restoring Jean Valjean to the law of which Jean Valjean was the captive, and of which he, Javert, was the slave. Not for a single instant while he held him in his grasp had he confessed to himself that he entertained the idea of releasing him. It was, in some sort, without his consciousness, that his hand had relaxed and had let him go free. All sorts of interrogation points flashed before his eyes. He put questions to himself and made replies to himself, and his replies frightened him. He asked himself, "What has that convict done, that desperate fellow whom I have pursued even to persecution, and who has had me under his foot, and who could have avenged himself, and who owed it both to his rancor and to his safety, in leaving me my life, in showing mercy upon me, his duty? No, something more. And I in showing mercy upon him in my turn, what have I done? My duty? No, something more. So there is something beyond duty." Here he took fright. His balance became disjointed. One of the scales fell into the abyss, the other rose heavenward, and Javert was no less terrified by the one which was on high than by the one which was below. Without being in the least in the world what is called Voltairean, or a philosopher, or incredulous, being, on the contrary, respectful by instinct towards the established church, he knew it only as an august fragment of the social whole. Order was his dogma, and sufficed for him. Ever since he had attained to man's estate and the rank of a functionary, he had centered nearly all his religion in the police. Being, and here we employ words without the least irony and in their most serious acceptation, being, as we have said, a spy as other men are priests. He had a superior, M. Gisquet. Up to that day, he had never dreamed of that other superior, God. This new chief, God, he became unexpectedly conscious of, and he felt embarrassed by him. This unforeseen presence threw him off his bearings. He did not know what to do with this superior, he, who is not ignorant of the fact that the subordinate is bound always to bow, that he must not disobey, nor find fault, nor discuss. and that, in the presence of a superior who amazes him too greatly, the inferior has no other resource than that of handing in his resignation. But how was he to set about handing in his resignation to God? However things might stand, and it was to this point that he reverted constantly, one fact dominated everything else for him, and that was that he had just committed a terrible infraction of the law. He had just shut his eyes on an escaped convict who had broken his ban. He had just set a galley slave at large. He had just robbed the laws of a man who belonged to them. That was what he had done. He no longer understood himself. The very reasons for his action escaped him. Only their vertigo was left with him. Up to that moment he had lived with that blind faith which gloomy probity engenders. This faith had quitted him, this probity had deserted him. All that he had believed in melted away. Truths which he did not wish to recognize were besieging him inexorably. Henceforth, he must be a different man. He was suffering from the strange pains of a conscience abruptly operated on for the cataract. He saw that which it was repugnant to him to behold. He felt himself emptied, useless, put out of joint with his past life, turned out, dissolved. Authority was dead within him. He had no longer any reason for existing. A terrible situation, to be touched. To be granite and to doubt. To be the statue of chastisement cast in one piece in the mold of the law, and suddenly to become aware of the fact that one cherishes beneath one's breast of bronze something absurd and disobedient, which almost resembles a heart. To come to the pass of returning good for good, although one has said to oneself up to that day that that good is evil, to be the watchdog and to lick the intruder's hand, to be ice and melt, to be the pincers and to turn into a hand, to suddenly feel one's fingers opening, to relax one's grip, what a terrible thing. The man projectile, no longer acquainted with his route and retreating. To be obliged to confess this to oneself. Infallibility is not infallible. There may exist error in the dogma. All has not been said when a code speaks. Society is not perfect. Authority is complicated with vacillation. A crack is possible in the immutable. Judges are but men. The law may err. Tribunals may make a mistake. To behold a rift in the immense blue pane of the firmament. That which was passing in Javert was the fampu of a rectilinear conscience, the derailment of a soul, the crushing of a probity which had been irresistibly launched in a straight line and was breaking against God. It certainly was singular that the stoker of order, that the engineer of authority, mounted on the blind iron horse with its rigid road, could be unseated by a flash of light, that the immovable, the direct, the correct, the geometrical, the passive, the perfect, could bend, that there should exist for the locomotive a road to Damascus. God always within man, and refractory, he, the true conscience, to the false, a prohibition to the spark to die out, an order to the ray to remember the sun, an injunction to the soul to recognize the veritable absolute when confronted with the fictitious absolute, humanity which cannot be lost, the human heart indestructible, that splendid phenomenon, the finest, perhaps, of all our interior marvels. Did Javert understand this? Did Javert penetrate it? Did Javert account for it to himself? Evidently he did not. But beneath the pressure of that incontestable incomprehensibility, he felt his brain bursting. He was less the man transfigured than the victim of this prodigy. In all this, he perceived only the tremendous difficulty of existence. It seemed to him that henceforth his respiration was repressed forever. He was not accustomed to having something unknown hanging over his head. Up to this point, everything above him had been, to his gaze, merely a smooth, limpid, and simple surface. There was nothing incomprehensible, nothing obscure, nothing that was not defined, regularly disposed, linked, precise, circumscribed, exact, limited, closed, fully provided for. Authority was a plain surface. There was no fall in it, no dizziness in its presence. Javert had never beheld the unknown except from below. The irregular, the unforeseen, the disordered opening of chaos, the possible slip over a precipice. This was the work of the lower regions, of rebels, of the wicked, of wretches. Now Javert threw himself back, and he was suddenly terrified by this unprecedented apparition, a gulf on high. What? One was dismantled from top to bottom. One was disconcerted, absolutely, In what could one trust? That which had been agreed upon was giving way. What? The defect in society's armor could be discovered by a magnanimous wretch. What? An honest servitor of the law could suddenly find himself caught between two crimes, the crime of allowing a man to escape and the crime of arresting him. Everything was not settled in the orders given by the state to the functionary. There might be blind alleys in duty. What? All this was real. Was it true that an ex-ruffian, weighed down with convictions, could rise erect and end by being in the right? Was this credible? Were there cases in which the law should retire before transfigured crime and stammer its excuses? Yes, that was the state of the case, and Javert saw it, and Javert had touched it. And not only could he not deny it, but he had taken part in it. These were realities. It was abominable that actual facts could reach such deformity. If facts did their duty, they would confine themselves to being proofs of the law. Facts, it is God who sends them. Was anarchy, then, on the point of now descending from on high? Thus, and in the exaggeration of anguish, and the optical illusion of consternation, all that might have corrected and restrained this impression was effaced, and society, and the human race, and the universe were henceforth summed up in his eyes in one simple and terrible feature. Thus the penal laws, the thing judged, the force due to legislation, the decrees of the sovereign courts, the magistracy, the government, prevention, repression, official cruelty, wisdom, legal infallibility, the principle of authority, all the dogmas on which rest political and civil security, sovereignty, justice, public truth, all this was rubbish, a shapeless mass, chaos. He himself, Javert, the spy of order, incorruptibility in the service of the police, the bulldog providence of society, vanquished and hurled to earth, and erect, at the summit of all that ruin, a man with a green cap on his head and a halo round his brow. This was the astounding confusion to which he had come. This was the fearful vision which he bore within his soul. Was this to be endured? No. A violent state, if ever such existed. There were only two ways of escaping from it. One was to go resolutely to Jean Valjean and restore to his cell the convict from the galleys. The other. Javert quitted the parapet, and with head erect this time, betook himself, with a firm tread, towards the station house indicated by a lantern at one of the corners of the Place du Châtelet. On arriving there, he saw through the window a sergeant of police, and he entered. Policemen recognize each other by the very way in which they open the door of a station house. Javert mentioned his name, showed his card to the sergeant, and seated himself at the table of the post on which a candle was burning. On a table lay a pen, a leaden inkstand and paper, provided in the event of possible reports and the orders of the night patrols. This table, still completed by its straw-seated chair, is an institution. It exists in all police stations. It is invariably ornamented with a boxwood saucer filled with sawdust and a wafer box of cardboard filled with red wafers, and it forms the lowest stage of official style. It is there that the literature of the state has its beginning. Javert took a pen and a sheet of paper and began to write. This is what he wrote. A few observations for the good of the service. In the first place, I beg Monsieur le Préfet to cast his eyes on this. Secondly, prisoners, on arriving after examination, take off their shoes and stand barefoot on the flagstones while they are being searched. Many of them cough on their return to prison. This entails hospital expenses. Thirdly, the mode of keeping track of a man with relays of police agents from distance to distance is good, but on important occasions, it is requisite that at least two agents should never lose sight of each other, so that, in case one agent should, for any cause, grow weak in his service, the other may supervise him and take his place. Fourthly, it is inexplicable why the special regulation of the prison of the Madelonnettes interdicts the prisoner from having a chair, even by paying for it. Fifthly, in the Madelonnettes, there are only 2 bars to the canteen, so that the canteen woman can touch the prisoners with her hand. Sixthly, the prisoners called barkers, who summon the other prisoners to the parlor, force the prisoner to pay them 2 sous to call his name distinctly. This is a theft. Seventhly, for a broken thread, 10 sous are withheld in the weaving shop. This is an abuse of the contractor, since the cloth is none the worse for it. Eighthly, it is annoying for visitors to La Force to be obliged to traverse the boys' court in order to reach the parlor of Saint Marie l'Egyptian. Ninthly, it is a fact that any day gendarmes can be overheard relating in the courtyard of the prefecture the interrogations put by the magistrates to prisoners. For a gendarme who should be sworn to secrecy to repeat what he has heard in the examination room is a grave disorder. Tenthly, MME. Henry is an honest woman, her canteen is very neat, but it is bad to have a woman keep the wicket to the mousetrap of the secret cells. This is unworthy of the conciergerie of a great civilization. Javert wrote these lines in his calmest and most correct chirography, not omitting a single comma and making the paper screech under his pen. Below the last line he signed, Javert, Inspector of the First Class. The post of the Place du Châtelet. June 7th, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning. Javert dried the fresh ink on the paper, folded it like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back, "Note for the administration," left it on the table, and quitted the post. The glazed and grated door fell to behind him. Again he traversed the Place du Châtelet diagonally, regained the key, and returned with automatic precision to the very point which he had abandoned a quarter of an hour previously, leaned on his elbows, and found himself again in the same attitude on the same paving stone of the parapet. He did not appear to have stirred. The darkness was complete. It was the sepulchral moment which follows midnight. A ceiling of clouds concealed the stars. Not a single light burned in the houses of the city. No one was passing. All of the streets and quays which could be seen were deserted. Notre Dame and the towers of the courthouse seemed features of the night. A street lantern reddened the margin of the quay. The outlines of the bridges lay shapeless in the mist one behind the other. Recent rains had swollen the river. The spot where Javert was leaning was, it will be remembered, situated precisely over the rapids of the Seine, perpendicularly above that formidable spiral of whirlpools which loose and knot themselves again like an endless screw. Javert bent his head and gazed. All was black. Nothing was to be distinguished. A sound of foam was audible, but the river could not be seen. At moments in that dizzy depth, a gleam of light appeared and undulated vaguely, water possessing the power of taking light, no one knows whence, and converting it into a snake. The light vanished, and all became indistinct once more. Immensity seemed thrown open there. What lay below was not water, it was a gulf. The wall of the quay, abrupt, confused, mingled with the vapors, instantly concealed from sight, produced the effect of an escarpment of the infinite. Nothing was to be seen, but the hostile chill of the water and the stale odor of the wet stones could be felt. A fierce breath rose from this abyss. The flood in the river, divined rather than perceived, the tragic whispering of the waves, the melancholy vastness of the arches of the bridge, the imaginable fall into that gloomy void, into all that shadow was full of horror. Javert remained motionless for several minutes, gazing at this opening of shadow. He considered the invisible with a fixity that resembled attention. The water roared. All at once, he took off his hat and placed it on the edge of the quay. A moment later, a tall black figure, which a belated passerby in the distance might have taken for a phantom, appeared erect upon the parapet of the quay, bent over towards the Seine, then drew itself up again and fell straight down into the shadows. A dull splash followed, and the shadow alone was in the secret of the convulsions of that obscure form which had disappeared beneath the water. Book 5th, Grandson and Grandfather. Chapter 1, in which the tree with the zinc plaster appears again. Some time after the events which we have just recorded, Sieur Boulatruelle experienced a lively emotion. Sieur Boulatruelle was that road-mender of Montfermeil, whom the reader has already seen in the gloomy parts of this book. Boulatruelle, as the reader may, perchance, recall, was a man who was occupied with divers and troublesome matters. He broke stones and damaged travelers on the highway. Road-mender and thief as he was, he cherished one dream. He believed in the treasures buried in the forest of Montfermeil. He hoped someday to find the money in the earth at the foot of a tree. In the meanwhile, he lived to search the pockets of passers-by. Nevertheless, for an instant he was prudent. He had just escaped neatly. He had been, as the reader is aware, picked up in Jondrette's garret in company with the other ruffians. Utility of a vice, his drunkenness had been his salvation. The authorities had never been able to make out whether he had been there in the quality of a robber or a man who had been robbed. An order of nolle prosequi, founded on his well-authenticated state of intoxication on the evening of the ambush, had set him at liberty. He had taken to his heels. He had returned to his road from Gagny to Lagny to make, under administrative supervision, broken stone for the good of the state. With downcast mien, in a very pensive mood, his ardor for theft somewhat cooled, but he was addicted nonetheless tenderly to the wine which had recently saved him. As for the lively emotion which he had experienced a short time after his return to his road-mender's turf-thatched cot, here it is. One morning Boulatruelle, while on his way as was his wont to his work, and possibly also to his ambush, a little before daybreak caught sight, through the branches of the trees, of a man whose back alone he saw, but the shape of whose shoulders, as it seemed to him at that distance and in the early dusk, was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Boulatruelle, although intoxicated, had a correct and lucid memory, a defensive arm that is indispensable to anyone who is at all in conflict with legal order. "Where the deuce have I seen something like that man yonder?" he said to himself, but he could make himself no answer, except that the man resembled someone of whom his memory preserved a confused trace. However, apart from the identity which he could not manage to catch, Boulatruelle put things together and made calculations. This man did not belong in the countryside. He had just arrived there, on foot evidently. No public conveyance passes through Montfermeil at that hour. He had walked all night. Whence came he? Not from a very great distance, for he had neither haversack nor bundle. From Paris, no doubt. Why was he in these woods? Why was he there at such an hour? What had he come there for? Boulatruelle thought of the treasure. By dint of ransacking his memory, he recalled in a vague way that he had already, many years before, had a similar alarm in connection with a man who produced on him the effect that he might well be this very individual. "By the deuce," said Boulatruelle, "I'll find him again. I'll discover the parish of that parishioner. This prowler of Patron Minette has a reason, and I'll know it. People can't have secrets in my forest if I don't have a finger in the pie." He took his pickaxe, which was very sharply pointed. "There now," he grumbled, "is something that will search the earth and a man." And as one knots one thread to another thread, he took up the line of march at his best pace in the direction which the man must follow, and set out across the thickets. When he had compassed 100 strides, the day, which was already beginning to break, came to his assistance. Footprints stamped in the sand, weeds trodden down here and there, heather crushed, young branches in the brushwood bent, and in the act of straightening themselves up again with the graceful deliberation of the arms of a pretty woman who stretches herself when she wakes, pointed out to him a sort of track. He followed it, then lost it. Time was flying. He plunged deeper into the woods and came to a sort of eminence. An early huntsman who was passing in the distance along a path, whistling the air of Guillory, suggested to him the idea of climbing a tree. Old as he was agile. There stood close at hand a beech tree of great size, worthy of Tityrus and of Boulatruelle. Boulatruelle ascended the beech as high as he was able. The idea was a good one. On scrutinizing the solitary waste on the side where the forest is thoroughly entangled and wild, Boulatruelle suddenly caught sight of his man. Hardly had he got his eye upon him when he lost sight of him. The man entered, or rather glided into, an open glade at a considerable distance, masked by large trees, but with which Boulatruelle was perfectly familiar, on account of having noticed, near a large pile of porous stones, an ailing chestnut tree bandaged with a sheet of zinc nailed directly upon the bark. This glade was the one which was formerly called the Blaru Bottom. The heap of stones, destined for no one knows what employment, which was visible there 30 years ago, is doubtless still there. Nothing equals a heap of stones in longevity unless it is a board fence. They are temporary expedients. What a reason for lasting! Boulatruelle, with the rapidity of joy, dropped rather than descended from the tree. The lair was unearthed. The question now was to seize the beast. That famous treasure of his dreams was probably there. It was no small matter to reach that glade. By the beaten paths, which indulge in 1,000 teasing zigzags, it required a good quarter of an hour. In a beeline through the underbrush, which is peculiarly dense, very thorny, and very aggressive in that locality, a full half-hour was necessary. Boulatruelle committed the error of not comprehending this. He believed in the straight line, a respectable optical illusion which ruins many a man. The thicket, bristling as it was, struck him as the best road. "Let's take to the wolves, Rue de Rivoli," said he. Boulatruelle, accustomed to taking crooked courses, was on this occasion guilty of the fault of going straight. He flung himself resolutely into the tangle of undergrowth. He had to deal with holly bushes, nettles, hawthorns, eglantines, thistles, and very irascible brambles. He was much lacerated. At the bottom of the ravine, he found water which he was obliged to traverse. At last he reached the Blaru bottom, after the lapse of 40 minutes, sweating, soaked, breathless, scratched, and ferocious. There was no one in the glade. Boulatruelle rushed to the heap of stones. It was in its place. It had not been carried off. As for the man, he had vanished in the forest. He had made his escape. Where, in what direction, into what thicket, impossible to guess. And heartrending to say, there, behind the pile of stones, in front of the tree with the sheet of zinc, was freshly turned earth, a pickaxe, abandoned or forgotten, and a hole. The hole was empty. "Thief!" shrieked Boulatruelle, shaking his fist at the horizon. Chapter 2. Marius, emerging from civil war, makes ready for domestic war. For a long time, Marius was neither dead nor alive. For many weeks he lay in a fever accompanied by delirium and by tolerably grave cerebral symptoms, caused more by the shocks of the wounds on the head than by the wounds themselves. He repeated Cosette's name for whole nights in the melancholy loquacity of fever and with the somber obstinacy of agony. The extent of some of the lesions presented a serious danger, the suppuration of large wounds being always liable to become reabsorbed, and consequently to kill the sick man under certain atmospheric conditions. At every change of weather, at the slightest storm, the physician was uneasy. "Above all things," he repeated, "let the wounded man be subjected to no emotion." The dressing of the wounds was complicated and difficult, the fixation of apparatus and bandages by cerecloths not having been invented as yet at that epoch. Nicolette used up a sheet, as big as the ceiling, as she put it, for lint. It was not without difficulty that the chloruretted lotions and the nitrate of silver overcame the gangrene. As long as there was any danger, M. Gillenormand, seated in despair at his grandson's pillow, was, like Marius, neither alive nor dead. Every day, sometimes twice a day, a very well-dressed gentleman with white hair, such was the description given by the porter, came to inquire about the wounded man and left a large package of lint for the dressings. Finally, on the 7th of September, 4 months to a day, after the sorrowful night when he had been brought back to his grandfather in a dying condition, the doctor declared that he would answer for Marius. Convalescence began. But Marius was forced to remain for 2 months more stretched out on a long chair, on account of the results called up by the fracture of his collarbone. There always is a last wound like that which will not close, and which prolongs the dressings indefinitely to the great annoyance of the sick person. However, this long illness and this long convalescence saved him from all pursuit. In France, there is no wrath, not even of a public character, which 6 months will not extinguish. Revolts, in the present state of society, are so much the fault of everyone that they are followed by a certain necessity of shutting the eyes. Let us add that the inexcusable Gisquet order, which enjoined doctors to lodge information against the wounded, having outraged public opinion, and not opinion alone, but the king first of all, the wounded were covered and protected by this indignation, and with the exception of those who had been made prisoners in the very act of combat, the councils of war did not dare to trouble anyone. So Marius was left in peace. M. Gillenormand first passed through all manner of anguish, and then through every form of ecstasy. It was found difficult to prevent his passing every night beside the wounded man. He had his big armchair carried to Marius' bedside. He required his daughter to take the finest linen in the house for compresses and bandages. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, like a sage and elderly person, contrived to spare the fine linen while allowing the grandfather to think that he was obeyed. Gillenormand would not permit anyone to explain to him that for the preparation of lint batiste is not nearly so good as coarse linen, nor new linen as old linen. He was present at all the dressings of the wounds from which Mademoiselle Gillenormand modestly absented herself. When the dead flesh was cut away with scissors, he said, "Aye, aye." Nothing was more touching than to see him with his gentle, senile palsy offer the wounded man a cup of his cooling draught. He overwhelmed the doctor with questions. He did not observe that he asked the same ones over and over again. On the day when the doctor announced to him that Marius was out of danger, the good man was in a delirium. He made his porter a present of 3 louis. That evening, on his return to his own chamber, he danced a gavotte, using his thumb and forefinger as castanets, and he sang the following song. Jean est né à Fauger. Vrai nid d'une berger. J'ai adore son Japon. Fripon. Amour tu vis en elle. Car c'est dans sa pranelle. Que tu mets ton carquois. Narquois. Moi je la chante et j'aime. Plus que Diane m'aime. Jean et ses 2 titans. Bretons 61. Then he knelt upon a chair, and Basque, who was watching him through the half-open door, made sure that he was praying. Up to that time, he had not believed in God. Each succeeding phase of improvement, which became more and more pronounced, the grandfather raved. He executed a multitude of mechanical actions full of joy. He ascended and descended the stairs without knowing why. A pretty female neighbor was amazed one morning at receiving a big bouquet. It was M. Gillenormand who had sent it to her. The husband made a jealous scene. M. Gillenormand tried to draw Nicolette upon his knees. He called Marius M. le Baron. He shouted, "Long live the Republic." Every moment he kept asking the doctor, "Is he no longer in danger?" He gazed upon Marius with the eyes of a grandmother. He brooded over him while he ate. He no longer knew himself. He no longer rendered himself an account of himself. Marius was the master of the house. There was abdication in his joy. He was the grandson of his grandson. In the state of joy in which he then was, he was the most venerable of children. In his fear lest he might fatigue or annoy the convalescent, he stepped behind him to smile. He was content, joyous, delighted, charming, young. His white locks added a gentle majesty to the gay radiance of his visage. When grace is mingled with wrinkles, it is adorable. There is an indescribable aurora in beaming old age. As for Marius, as he allowed them to dress his wounds and care for him, he had but one fixed idea: Cosette. After the fever and delirium had left him, he did not again pronounce her name, and it might have been supposed that he no longer thought of her. He held his peace, precisely because his soul was there. He did not know what had become of Cosette. The whole affair of the Rue de la Chanvrerie was like a cloud in his memory. Shadows that were almost indistinct floated through his mind. Eponine, Gavroche, Mabeuf, the Thénardiers, all his friends gloomily intermingled with the smoke of the barricade. The strange passage of M. Fauchelevent through that adventure produced on him the effect of a puzzle in a tempest. He understood nothing connected with his own life. He did not know how nor by whom he had been saved, and no one of those around him knew this. All that they had been able to tell him was that he had been brought home at night in a hackney coach to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Past, present, future were nothing more to him than the mist of a vague idea. But in that fog, there was one immovable point, one clear and precise outline, something made of granite, a resolution, a will, to find Cosette once more. For him, the idea of life was not distinct from the idea of Cosette. He had decreed in his heart that he would not accept the one without the other, and he was immovably resolved to exact of any person whatever who should desire to force him to live, from his grandfather, from fate, from hell, the restitution of his vanished Eden. He did not conceal from himself the fact that obstacles existed. Let us here emphasize one detail. He was not won over and was but little softened by all the solicitude and tenderness of his grandfather. In the first place, he was not in the secret. Then, in his reveries of an invalid, which was still feverish, possibly, he distrusted this tenderness as a strange and novel thing, which had for its object his conquest. He remained cold. The grandfather absolutely wasted his poor old smile. Marius said to himself that it was all right so long as he, Marius, did not speak and let things take their course, but that when it became a question of Cosette, he would find another face, and that his grandfather's true attitude would be unmasked. Then there would be an unpleasant scene, a recrudescence of family questions, a confrontation of positions, every sort of sarcasm and all manner of objections at one and the same time, fautulent, coupulent, fortune, poverty, a stone about his neck, the future, violent resistance, conclusion, a refusal. Marius stiffened himself in advance. And then, in proportion as he regained life, the old ulcers of his memory opened once more. He reflected again on the past. Colonel Pontmercy placed himself once more between M. Gillenormand and him, Marius. He told himself that he had no true kindness to expect from a person who had been so unjust and so hard to his father. And with health, there returned to him a sort of harshness towards his grandfather. The old man was gently pained by this. M. Gillenormand, without however allowing it to appear, observed that Marius, ever since the latter had been brought back to him and had regained consciousness, had not once called him father. It is true that he did not say monsieur to him, but he contrived not to say either the one or the other, by means of a certain way of turning his phrases. Obviously, a crisis was approaching. As almost always happens in such cases, Marius skirmished before giving battle by way of proving himself. This is called feeling the ground. One morning, it came to pass that M. Gillenormand spoke slightingly of the convention apropos of a newspaper which had fallen into his hands, and gave vent to a royalist harangue on Danton, Saint-Just, and Robespierre. The men of '93 were giants, said Marius with severity. The old man held his peace, and uttered not a sound during the remainder of that day. Marius, who had always present to his mind the inflexible grandfather of his early years, interpreted this silence as a profound concentration of wrath, augured from it a hot conflict, and augmented his preparations for the fray in the inmost recesses of his mind. He decided that, in case of a refusal, he would tear off his bandages, dislocate his collarbone, that he would lay bare all the wounds which he had left, and would reject all food. His wounds were his munitions of war. He would have Cosette or die. He awaited the propitious moment with the crafty patience of the sick. That moment arrived. Chapter 3. Marius attacked. One day M. Gillenormand, while his daughter was putting in order the phials and cups on the marble of the commode, bent over Marius and said to him in his tenderest accents, "Look here, my little Marius, if I were in your place, I would eat meat now in preference to fish. A fried sole is excellent to begin a convalescence with, but a good cutlet is needed to put a sick man on his feet." Marius, who had almost entirely recovered his strength, collected the whole of it, drew himself up into a sitting posture, laid his two clenched fists on the sheets of his bed, looked his grandfather in the face, assumed a terrible air, and said, "This leads me to say something to you." "What is it?" "That I wish to marry." "Agreed," said his grandfather, and he burst out laughing. "How agreed?" "Yes, agreed. You shall have your little girl." Marius, stunned and overwhelmed with the dazzling shock, trembled in every limb. M. Gillenormand went on. "Yes, you shall have her, that pretty little girl of yours. She comes every day in the shape of an old gentleman to inquire after you. Ever since you were wounded, she has passed her time in weeping and making lint. I have made inquiries. She lives in the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. Ah, there we have it. Ah, so you want her. Well, you shall have her. You're caught. You had arranged your little plot. You had said to yourself, I'm going to signify this squarely to my grandfather, to that mummy of the Regency and of the Directory, to that ancient beau, to that Durante turned Guérant. He has indulged in his frivolities also that he has had his love affairs, and his grisettes and his cosettes. He has made his rustle, he has had his wings, he has eaten of the bread of spring. He certainly must remember it. Ah, you take the cockchafer by the horns. That's good, I offer you a cutlet and you answer me. By the way, I want to marry. There's a transition for you. Ah, you reckoned on a bickering. You do not know that I am an old coward. What do you say to that? You are vexed. You did not expect to find your grandfather still more foolish than yourself. You are wasting the discourse which you meant to bestow upon me, Mr. Lawyer, and that's vexatious. Well, so much the worse, rage away. I'll do whatever you wish, and that cuts you short, imbecile. Listen, I have made my inquiries. I'm cunning too. She is charming, she is discreet. It is not true about the lancer. She has made heaps of lint. She's a jewel. She adores you. If you had died, there would have been 3 of us. Her coffin would have accompanied mine. I have had an idea, ever since you have been better, of simply planting her at your bedside, but it is only in romances that young girls are brought to the bedsides of handsome young wounded men who interest them. It is not done. What would your aunt have said to it? You are nude 3/4 of the time, my good fellow. Ask Nicolette, who has not left you for a moment, if there was any possibility of having a woman here. And then what would the doctor have said? A pretty girl does not cure a man of fever. In short, it's all right, let us say no more about it. All's said, all's done, it's all settled, take her. Such is my ferocity. You see, I perceived that you did not love me. I said to myself, here now I have my little Cosette right under my hand, I'm going to give her to him. He will be obliged to love me a little then, or he must tell the reason why. Ah, so you thought that the old man was going to storm, to put on a big voice, to shout no, and to lift his cane at all that aurora. Not a bit of it. Cosette, so be it. Love, so be it. I ask nothing better. Pray take the trouble of getting married, sir. Be happy, my well-beloved child. That said, the old man burst forth into sobs. And he seized Marius' head and pressed it with both arms against his breast, and both fell to weeping. This is one of the forms of supreme happiness. Father, cried Marius. Ah, so you love me, said the old man. An ineffable moment ensued. They were choking and could not speak. At length, the old man stammered. Come, his mouth is unstopped at last. He has said, Father to me. Marius disengaged his head from his grandfather's arms and said gently, But father, now that I am quite well, it seems to me that I might see her. Agreed again, you shall see her tomorrow. Father. What? Why not today? Well, today then, let it be today. You have called me father 3 times, and it is worth it. I will attend to it. She shall be brought hither. Agreed, I tell you. It has already been put into verse. This is the ending of the elegy of the June Malade by André Chénier, whose throat was cut by the Raz, by the giants of 93. M. Gillenormand fancied that he detected a faint frown on the part of Marius, who, in truth, as we must admit, was no longer listening to him, and who was thinking far more of Cosette than of 1793. The grandfather, trembling at having so inopportunely introduced André Chénier, resumed precipitately. Cut his throat is not the word. The fact is that the great revolutionary geniuses, who were not malicious, that is incontestable, who were heroes party, found that André Chénier embarrassed them somewhat, and they had him guillot. That is to say, those great men on the 7th of Thermidor besought André Chénier, in the interests of public safety, to be so good as to go. M. Gillenormand, clutched by the throat by his own phrase, could not proceed, being able neither to finish it nor to retract it, while his daughter arranged the pillow behind Marius, who was overwhelmed with so many emotions. The old man rushed headlong, with as much rapidity as his age permitted, from the bedchamber, shut the door behind him, and purple, choking and foaming at the mouth, his eyes starting from his head, he found himself nose to nose with honest Basque, who was blacking boots in the anteroom. He seized Basque by the collar and shouted full in his face in fury, By the 100,000 Javots of the devil, those ruffians did assassinate him. Who, sir? André Chénier. Yes, sir, said Basque in alarm. Chapter 4. Mademoiselle Gillenormand ends by no longer thinking it a bad thing that M. Fauchelevent should have entered with something under his arm. Cosette and Marius beheld each other once more. What that interview was like we decline to say. There are things which one must not attempt to depict. The son is one of them. The entire family, including Basque and Nicolette, were assembled in Marius' chamber at the moment when Cosette entered it. Precisely at that moment, the grandfather was on the point of blowing his nose. He stopped short, holding his nose in his handkerchief and gazing over it at Cosette. She appeared on the threshold. It seemed to him that she was surrounded by a glory. "Adorable," he exclaimed. Then he blew his nose noisily. Cosette was intoxicated, delighted, frightened, in heaven. She was as thoroughly alarmed as anyone can be by happiness. She stammered, all pale, yet flushed. She wanted to fling herself into Marius' arms and dared not, ashamed of loving in the presence of all these people. People are pitiless towards happy lovers. They remain when the latter most desire to be left alone. Lovers have no need of any people whatever. With Cosette and behind her, there had entered a man with white hair who was grave yet smiling, though with a vague and heartrending smile. It was Monsieur Fauchelevent. It was Jean Valjean. He was very well dressed, as the porter had said, entirely in black, in perfectly new garments, and with a white cravat. The porter was 1,000 leagues from recognizing in this correct bourgeois, in this probable notary, the fear-inspiring bearer of the corpse, who had sprung up at his door on the night of the 7th of June, tattered, muddy, hideous, haggard, his face masked in blood and mire, supporting in his arms the fainting Marius. Still, his porter's scent was aroused. When M. Fauchelevent arrived with Cosette, the porter had not been able to refrain from communicating to his wife this aside. "I don't know why it is, but I can't help fancying that I've seen that face before." M. Fauchelevent in Marius' chamber remained apart near the door. He had under his arm a package which bore considerable resemblance to an octavo volume enveloped in paper. The enveloping paper was of a greenish hue and appeared to be moldy. "Does the gentleman always have books like that under his arm?" Mademoiselle Gillenormand, who did not like books, demanded in a low tone of Nicolette. "Wells," retorted M. Gillenormand, who had overheard her in the same tone, "he's a learned man. What then? Is that his fault? Monsieur Boulard, one of my acquaintances, never walked out without a book under his arm either, and he always had some old volume hugged to his heart like that." And with a bow, he said aloud, "Monsieur Tranchelevent." Father Gillenormand did not do it intentionally, but inattention to proper names was an aristocratic habit of his. "Monsieur Tranchelevent, I have the honor of asking you, on behalf of my grandson, Baron Marius Pontmercy, for the hand of Mademoiselle." Monsieur Tranchelevent bowed. "That's settled," said the grandfather. And turning to Marius and Cosette, with both arms extended in blessing, he cried, "Permission to adore each other." They did not require him to repeat it twice. So much the worse. The chirping began. They talked low, Marius resting on his elbow on his reclining chair, Cosette standing beside him. "Oh heavens," murmured Cosette, "I see you once again. It is thou, it is you, the idea of going and fighting like that. But why, it is horrible. I have been dead for 4 months. Oh, how wicked it was of you to go to that battle. What had I done to you? I pardon you, but you will never do it again. A little while ago, when they came to tell us to come to you, I still thought that I was about to die, but it was from joy. I was so sad. I have not taken the time to dress myself. I must frighten people with my looks. What will your relatives say to see me in a crumpled collar? Do speak. You let me do all the talking. We are still in the Rue de l'Homme Armé. It seems that your shoulder was terrible. They told me that you could put your fist in it. And then, it seems that they cut your flesh with the scissors. That is frightful. I have cried till I have no eyes left. It is queer that a person can suffer like that. Your grandfather has a very kindly air. Don't disturb yourself, don't rise on your elbow, you will injure yourself. Oh, how happy I am, so our unhappiness is over, I am quite foolish. I had things to say to you, and I no longer know in the least what they were. Do you still love me? We live in the Rue de l'Homme Armé. There is no garden. I made lint all the time. Stay, sir, look, it is your fault. I have a callus on my fingers." "Angel," said Marius. Angel is the only word in the language which cannot be worn out. No other word could resist the merciless use which lovers make of it. Then, as there were spectators, they paused and said not a word more, contenting themselves with softly touching each other's hands. M. Gillenormand turned towards those who were in the room and cried, "Talk loud, the rest of you. Make a noise, you people behind the scenes. Come, a little uproar the deuce, so that the children can chatter at their ease." And approaching Marius and Cosette, he said to them in a very low voice, "Call each other thou, don't stand on ceremony." Aunt Gillenormand looked on in amazement at this eruption of light in her elderly household. There was nothing aggressive about this amazement. It was not the least in the world like the scandalized and envious glance of an owl at two turtle-doves. It was the stupid eye of a poor innocent 57 years of age. It was a life which had been a failure gazing at that triumph, love. "Mademoiselle Gillenormand Senior," said her father to her, "I told you that this is what would happen to you." He remained silent for a moment and then added, "Look at the happiness of others." Then he turned to Cosette. "How pretty she is, how pretty she is. She's a gruse, so you are going to have that all to yourself, you scamp. Ah, my rogue, you are getting off nicely with me, you are happy. If I were not 15 years too old, we would fight with swords to see which of us should have her. Come now, I am in love with you, mademoiselle. It's perfectly simple. It is your right. You are in the right. Ah, what a sweet, charming little wedding this will make. Our parish is Saint-Denis du Saint-Sacrament, but I will get a dispensation so that you can be married at St. Paul. The church is better. It was built by the Jesuits. It is more coquettish. It is opposite the fountain of Cardinal de Birague. The masterpiece of Jesuit architecture is at Namur. It is called Saint Loup. You must go there after you are married. It is worth the journey. Mademoiselle, I am quite of your mind. I think girls ought to marry. That is what they are made for. There is a certain Saint Catherine whom I should always like to see uncoiffed. 62, it's a fine thing to remain a spinster, but it is chilly. The Bible says, multiply. In order to save the people, Jeanne d'Arc is needed. But in order to make people, what is needed is Mother Goose. So marry, my beauties. I really do not see the use in remaining a spinster. I know that they have their chapel apart in the church, and that they fall back on the society of the Virgin. But sapristi, a handsome husband, a fine fellow, and at the expiration of a year, a big blonde brat who nurses lustily, and who has fine rolls of fat on his thighs, and who musses up your breast in handfuls with his little rosy paws, laughing the while like the dawn. That's better than holding a candle at vespers and chanting Turris Ebernia. The grandfather executed a pirouette on his 80-year-old heels and began to talk again like a spring that has broken loose once more. Ainsi, bornant les coeurs de tes rêvasseries. Alcip il est donc vrai dans plus tu te maries. 63. By the way, what is it, father? Have not you an intimate friend? Yes, Courfeyrac. What has become of him? He is dead. That is good. He seated himself near them, made Cosette sit down, and took their 4 hands in his aged and wrinkled hands. She is exquisite, this darling. She's a masterpiece, this Cosette. She is a very little girl and a very great lady. She will only be a baroness, which is a come down for her. She was born a marquise. What eyelashes she has! Get it well fixed in your noddles, my children, that you are in the true road. Love each other, be foolish about it. Love is the folly of men and the wit of God. Adore each other. Only, he added, suddenly becoming gloomy, what a misfortune. It has just occurred to me. More than half of what I possess is swallowed up in an annuity. So long as I live, it will not matter, but after my death, a score of years hence, ah, my poor children, you will not have a sou. Your beautiful white hands, Madame la Baronne, will do the devil the honor of pulling him by the tail. 64. At this point, they heard a grave and tranquil voice say, Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent possesses 600,000 francs. It was the voice of Jean Valjean. So far he had not uttered a single word. No one seemed to be aware that he was there, and he had remained standing erect and motionless behind all these happy people. What has Mademoiselle Euphrasie to do with the question? Inquired the startled grandfather. I am she, replied Cosette. 600,000 francs, resumed M. Gillenormand. Minus 14 or 15,000 francs, possibly, said Jean Valjean. and he laid on the table the package which Mademoiselle Gillenormand had mistaken for a book. Jean Valjean himself opened the package. It was a bundle of banknotes. They were turned over and counted. There were 500 notes for 1,000 francs each, and 168 of 500. In all, 584,000 francs. "This is a fine book," said M. Gillenormand. 584,000 francs, murmured the aunt. "This arranges things well, does it not, Mademoiselle Gillenormand Senior?" said the grandfather. "That devil of a Marius has ferreted out the nest of a millionaire grisette in his tree of dreams. Just trust to the love affairs of young folks now, will you? Students find studentesses with 600,000 francs. Cherubina works better than Rothschild." 584,000 francs, repeated Mademoiselle Gillenormand in a low tone. 584, one might as well say 600,000. As for Marius and Cosette, they were gazing at each other while this was going on. They hardly heeded this detail. Chapter 5. Deposit your money in a forest rather than with a notary. The reader has no doubt understood, without necessitating a lengthy explanation, that Jean Valjean, after the Champmathieu affair, had been able, thanks to his first escape of a few days' duration, to come to Paris and to withdraw in season from the hands of Laffitte the sum earned by him under the name of Monsieur Madeleine at Montreuil-sur-Mer, and that, fearing that he might be recaptured, which eventually happened, he had buried and hidden that sum in the forest of Montfermeil, in the locality known as the Blaru Bottom. The sum, 630,000 francs, all in bank bills, was not very bulky and was contained in a box. Only, in order to preserve the box from dampness, he had placed it in a coffer filled with chestnut shavings. In the same coffer he had placed his other treasures, the bishop's candlesticks. It will be remembered that he had carried off the candlesticks when he made his escape from Montreuil-sur-Mer. The man seen one evening for the first time by Boulatruelle was Jean Valjean. Later on, every time that Jean Valjean needed money, he went to get it in the Blaru Bottom. Hence the absences which we have mentioned. He had a pickaxe somewhere in the heather, in a hiding place known to himself alone. When he beheld Marius convalescent, feeling that the hour was at hand when that money might prove of service, he had gone to get it. It was he again whom Boulatruelle had seen in the woods, but on this occasion in the morning instead of in the evening. Boulatruelle inherited his pickaxe. The actual sum was 584,500 francs. Jean Valjean withdrew the 500 francs for himself. We shall see hereafter, he thought. The difference between that sum and the 630,000 francs withdrawn from Laffitte represented his expenditure in 10 years, fro to 1833. The 5 years of his stay in the convent had cost only 5,000 francs. Jean Valjean set the 2 candlesticks on the chimney-piece, where they glittered to the great admiration of Toussaint. Moreover, Jean Valjean knew that he was delivered from Javert. The story had been told in his presence, and he had verified the fact in the Moniteur, how a police inspector named Javert had been found drowned under a boat belonging to some laundresses between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf, and that a writing left by this man, otherwise irreproachable and highly esteemed by his superiors, pointed to a fit of mental aberration and a suicide. In fact, thought Jean Valjean, since he left me at liberty, once having got me in his power, he must have been already mad. Chapter 6. The 2 old men do everything, each one after his own fashion, to render Cosette happy. Everything was made ready for the wedding. The doctor, on being consulted, declared that it might take place in February. It was then December. A few ravishing weeks of perfect happiness passed. The grandfather was not the least happy of them all. He remained for a quarter of an hour at a time gazing at Cosette. "The wonderful, beautiful girl," he exclaimed, "and she has so sweet and good an air. She is, without exception, the most charming girl that I have ever seen in my life. Later on she'll have virtues with an odor of violets. How graceful! One cannot live otherwise than nobly with such a creature. Marius, my boy, you are a baron, you are rich. Don't go to pettifogging, I beg of you." Cosette and Marius had passed abruptly from the sepulchre to paradise. The transition had not been softened, and they would have been stunned had they not been dazzled by it. "Do you understand anything about it?" said Marius to Cosette. "No," replied Cosette, "but it seems to me that the good God is caring for us." Jean Valjean did everything, smoothed away every difficulty, arranged everything, made everything easy. He hastened towards Cosette's happiness with as much ardor, and apparently with as much joy, as Cosette herself. As he had been a mayor, he understood how to solve that delicate problem, with the secret of which he alone was acquainted, Cosette's civil status. If he were to announce her origin bluntly, it might prevent the marriage, who knows? He extricated Cosette from all difficulties. He concocted for her a family of dead people, a sure means of not encountering any objections. Cosette was the only scion of an extinct family. Cosette was not his own daughter, but the daughter of the other Fauchelevent. Two brothers Fauchelevent had been gardeners to the convent of the Petit Picpus. Inquiry was made at that convent. The very best information and the most respectable references abounded. The good nuns, not very apt, and but little inclined to fathom questions of paternity, and not attaching any importance to the matter, had never understood exactly of which of the two Fauchelevents Cosette was the daughter. They said what was wanted, and they said it with zeal. An acte de notoriété was drawn up. Cosette became in the eyes of the law Mademoiselle Euphrasie Fauchelevent. She was declared an orphan, both father and mother being dead. Jean Valjean so arranged it that he was appointed, under the name of Fauchelevent, as Cosette's guardian, with M. Gillenormand as supervising guardian over him. As for the 580,000 francs, they constituted a legacy bequeathed to Cosette by a dead person who desired to remain unknown. The original legacy had consisted of 594,000 francs, but 10,000 francs had been expended on the education of Mademoiselle Euphrasie, 5,000 francs of that amount having been paid to the convent. This legacy, deposited in the hands of a third party, was to be turned over to Cosette at her majority or at the date of her marriage. This, taken as a whole, was very acceptable, as the reader will perceive, especially when the sum due was 500,000. There were some peculiarities here and there, it is true, but they were not noticed. One of the interested parties had his eyes blindfolded by love, the others by the 600,000 francs. Cosette learned that she was not the daughter of that old man whom she had so long called father. He was merely a kinsman. Another Fauchelevent was her real father. At any other time this would have broken her heart, but at the ineffable moment which she was then passing through, it cast but a slight shadow, a faint cloud, and she was so full of joy that the cloud did not last long. She had Marius. The young man arrived, the old man was effaced, such is life. And then Cosette had, for long years, been habituated to seeing enigmas around her. Every being who has had a mysterious childhood is always prepared for certain renunciations. Nevertheless, she continued to call Jean Valjean father. Cosette, happy as the angels, was enthusiastic over Father Gillenormand. It is true that he overwhelmed her with gallant compliments and presents. While Jean Valjean was building up for Cosette a normal situation in society and an unassailable status, M. Gillenormand was superintending the basket of wedding gifts. Nothing so amused him as being magnificent. He had given to Cosette a robe of binche guipure, which had descended to him from his own grandmother. "These fashions come up again," said he. "Ancient things are the rage, and the young women of my old age dress like the old women of my childhood." He rifled his respectable chests of drawers in coromandel lacquer, with swelling fronts, which had not been opened for years. "Let us hear the confession of these dowagers," he said. "Let us see what they have in their paunches." He noisily violated the pot-bellied drawers of all his wives, of all his mistresses, and of all his grandmothers. Pekins, damasks, lampas, painted moires, robes of shot gros de tour, India kerchiefs embroidered in gold that could be washed, dauphins without a right or wrong side. In the piece, Genoa and Alençon point lace, parures in antique goldsmith's work, ivory bonbon boxes ornamented with microscopic battles, gewgaws, and ribbons. He lavished everything on Cosette. Cosette, amazed, desperately in love with Marius, and wild with gratitude towards M. Gillenormand, dreamed of a happiness without limit clothed in satin and velvet. Her wedding basket seemed to her to be upheld by seraphim. Her soul flew out into the azure depths with wings of Mechlin lace. The intoxication of the lovers was only equaled, as we have already said, by the ecstasy of the grandfather. A sort of flourish of trumpets went on in the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Every morning, a fresh offering of bric-à-brac from the grandfather to Cosette. All possible knickknacks glittered around her. One day Marius, who was fond of talking gravely in the midst of his bliss, said, apropos of I know not what incident, "The men of the Revolution are so great that they have the prestige of the ages, like Cato and like Phocion, and each one of them seems to me an antique memory." "Moire antique," exclaimed the old gentleman. "Thanks, Marius, that is precisely the idea of which I was in search." And on the following day, a magnificent dress of tea rose-colored moire antique was added to Cosette's wedding presents. From these fripperies, the grandfather extracted a bit of wisdom. Love is all very well, but there must be something else to go with it. The useless must be mingled with happiness. Happiness is only the necessary. Season that enormously with the superfluous for me. A palace and her heart and the Louvre, her heart and the grand waterworks of Versailles. Give me my shepherdess and try to make her a duchess. Fetch me fillies crowned with cornflowers and add 100,000 francs income. Open for me a bucolic perspective as far as you can see beneath a marble colonnade. I consent to the bucolic and also to the fairy spectacle of marble and gold. Dry happiness resembles dry bread. One eats, but one does not dine. I want the superfluous, the useless, the extravagant excess, that which serves no purpose. I remember to have seen, in the Cathedral of Strasbourg, a clock, as tall as a 3-story house which marked the hours, which had the kindness to indicate the hour, but which had not the air of being made for that, and which after having struck midday or midnight, midday the hour of the sun or midnight the hour of love, or any other hour that you like, gave you the moon and the stars, the earth and the sea, birds and fishes, Phobos and Phoebe, and a host of things which emerged from a niche, and the 12 apostles, and the Emperor Charles V, and Eponine and Sabinus, and a throng of little gilded goodmen who played on the trumpet to boot, without reckoning delicious chimes which it sprinkled through the air on every occasion without anyone's knowing why, is a petty bald clock face which merely tells the hour equal to that. For my part, I am of the opinion of the big clock of Strasbourg, and I prefer it to the cuckoo clock from the Black Forest. M. Gillenormand talked nonsense in connection with the wedding, and all the fripperies of the 18th century passed pell-mell through his dithyrambs. You are ignorant of the art of festivals. You do not know how to organize a day of enjoyment in this age, he exclaimed. Your 19th century is weak. It lacks excess. It ignores the rich. It ignores the noble. In everything it is clean-shaven. Your third estate is insipid, colorless, odorless, and shapeless. The dreams of your bourgeois who set up, as they express it, a pretty boudoir freshly decorated, violet, ebony, and calico. Make way, make way. The seer curmudgeon is marrying Mademoiselle Clutchpenny. Sumptuousness and splendor. A louis d'or has been stuck to a candle. There's the epic for you. My demand is that I may flee from it beyond the Sarmatians. In 1787, I predict that all was lost. From the day when I beheld the Duc de Rohan, Prince de Léon, Duc de Chabot, Duc de Montbazon, Marquis de Soubise, Vicomte de Thouars, peer of France, go to Longchamps in a tape-coup that has borne its fruits. In this century, men attend to business. They gamble on change, they win money, they are stingy. People take care of their surfaces and varnish them. Everyone is dressed as though just out of a bandbox, washed, soaped, scraped, shaved, combed, waked, smoothed, rubbed, brushed, cleaned on the outside, irreproachable, polished as a pebble, discreet, neat, and at the same time, death of my life, in the depths of their consciences they have dung heaps and cesspools that are enough to make a cowherd who blows his nose in his fingers recoil. I grant to this age the device, dirty cleanliness. Don't be vexed, Marius, give me permission to speak. I say no evil of the people, as you see. I am always harping on your people, but do look favorably on my dealing a bit of a slap to the bourgeoisie. I belong to it. He who loves well lashes well. Thereupon I say plainly that nowadays people marry, but that they no longer know how to marry. It is true, I regret the grace of the ancient manners. I regret everything about them. Their elegance, their chivalry, those courteous and delicate ways, that joyous luxury which everyone possessed, music forming part of the wedding, a symphony above stairs, a beating of drums below stairs, the dances, the joyous faces round the table, the fine-spun gallant compliments, the songs, the fireworks, the frank laughter, the devil's own row, the huge knots of ribbon. I regret the bride's garter. The bride's garter is cousin to the girdle of Venus. On what does the war of Troy turn? On Helen's garter, parbleu. Why did they fight? Why did Diam the divine break over the head of Myrmidons, that great brazen helmet of 10 points? Why did Achilles and Hector hew each other up with vast blows of their lances? Because Helen allowed Paris to take her garter. With Cosette's garter, Homer would construct the Iliad. He would put in his poem, a loquacious old fellow like me, and he would call him Nestor. My friends, in bygone days, in those amiable days of yore, people married wisely, they had a good contract, and then they had a good carouse. As soon as Cujas had taken his departure, Gamacho entered. But in sooth, the stomach is an agreeable beast which demands its due, and which wants to have its wedding also. People supped well, and had at table a beautiful neighbor without a gimp, so that her throat was only moderately concealed. Oh, the large laughing mouths, and how gay we were in those days! Youth was a bouquet, every young man terminated in a branch of lilacs or a tuft of roses, whether he was a shepherd or a warrior, and if, by chance, one was a captain of dragoons, one found means to call oneself Florian. People thought much of looking well. They embroidered and tinted themselves. A bourgeois had the air of a flower, a marquis had the air of a precious stone. People had no straps to their boots, they had no boots. They were spruce, shining, waved, lustrous, fluttering, dainty, coquettish, which did not at all prevent their wearing swords by their sides. The hummingbird has beak and claws. That was the day of the gallant Indies. One of the sides of that century was delicate, the other was magnificent, and by the green cabbages, people amused themselves. Today, people are serious. The bourgeois is avaricious, the bourgeois is a prude. Your century is unfortunate. People would drive away the graces as being too low in the neck. Alas, beauty is concealed as though it were ugliness. Since the Revolution, everything, including the ballet dancers, has had its trousers. A mountebank dancer must be grave. Your rigadoons are doctrinarian. It is necessary to be majestic. People would be greatly annoyed if they did not carry their chins in their cravats. The ideal of an urchin of 20 when he marries is to resemble M. Royer Collard. And do you know what one arrives at with that majesty? At being petty. Learn this, joy is not only joyous, it is great. But be in love gaily then, what the deuce? Marry when you marry, with fever and giddiness and tumult, and the uproar of happiness. Be grave in church, well and good. But as soon as the mass is finished, Sarpejou, you must make a dream whirl around the bride. A marriage should be royal and chimerical. It should promenade its ceremony from the Cathedral of Rheims to the Pagoda of Chanteloup. I have a horror of a paltry wedding. Ventrigoulette, be in Olympus for that one day at least. Be one of the gods. Ah, people might be sylphs. Games and laughter, argyraspides, they are stupids. My friends, every recently made bridegroom ought to be Prince Aldobrandini. Profit by that unique minute in life to soar away to the Empyrean with the swans and the eagles, even if you do have to fall back on the morrow into the bourgeoisie of the frogs. Don't economize on the nuptials, do not prune them of their splendors, don't scrimp on the day when you beam. The wedding is not the housekeeping. Oh, if I were to carry out my fancy, it would be gallant, violins would be heard under the trees. Here is my program, sky blue and silver. I would mingle with the festival the rural divinities, I would convoke the dryads and the nereids. The nuptials of Amphitrite, a rosy cloud, nymphs with well-dressed locks and entirely naked, an academician offering quatrains to the goddess, a chariot drawn by marine monsters. Triton trottate devant, et turrate de sarconque. Des sons, si ravissants quil ravissate quickonque, 65. There's a festive program, there's a good one, or else I know nothing of such matters, deuce take it. While the grandfather, in full lyrical effusion, was listening to himself, Cosette and Marius grew intoxicated as they gazed freely at each other. Aunt Gillenormand surveyed all this with her imperturbable placidity. Within the last 5 or 6 months, she had experienced a certain amount of emotions. Marius returned, Marius brought back bleeding, Marius brought back from a barricade, Marius dead. Then living, Marius reconciled, Marius betrothed, Marius wedding a poor girl, Marius wedding a millionairess. The 600,000 francs had been her last surprise. Then, her indifference of a girl taking her first communion returned to her. She went regularly to service, told her beads, read her euchology, mumbled aves in one corner of the house, while I love you was being whispered in the other, and she beheld Marius and Cosette in a vague way, like two shadows. The shadow was herself. There is a certain state of inert asceticism in which the soul, neutralized by torpor, a stranger to that which may be designated as the business of living, receives no impressions, either human or pleasant or painful, with the exception of earthquakes and catastrophes. This devotion, as Father Gillenormand said to his daughter, corresponds to a cold in the head. You smell nothing of life, neither any bad nor any good odor. Moreover, the 600,000 francs had settled the elderly spinster's indecision. Her father had acquired the habit of taking her so little into account that he had not consulted her in the matter of consent to Marius' marriage. He had acted impetuously, according to his wont, having a despot-turned slave but a single thought, to satisfy Marius. As for the aunt, it had not even occurred to him that the aunt existed and that she could have an opinion of her own, and sheep as she was, this had vexed her. Somewhat resentful in her inmost soul, but impassible externally, she had said to herself, "My father has settled the question of the marriage without reference to me. I shall settle the question of the inheritance without consulting him." She was rich, in fact, and her father was not. She had reserved her decision on this point. It is probable that, had the match been a poor one, she would have left him poor. So much the worse for my nephew. He is wedding a beggar, let him be a beggar himself. But Cosette's half-million pleased the aunt, and altered her inward situation so far as this pair of lovers were concerned. One owes some consideration to 600,000 francs, and it was evident that she could not do otherwise than leave her fortune to these young people, since they did not need it. It was arranged that the couple should live with the grandfather. M. Gillenormand insisted on resigning to them his chamber, the finest in the house. "That will make me young again," he said. "It's an old plan of mine. I have always entertained the idea of having a wedding in my chamber." He furnished this chamber with a multitude of elegant trifles. He had the ceiling and walls hung with an extraordinary stuff, which he had by him in the piece, and which he believed to have emanated from Utrecht, with a buttercup-colored satin ground, covered with velvet auricular blossoms. It was with that stuff, said he, that the bed of the Duchesse d'Anville at La Roche-Guyon was draped. On the chimney-piece, he set a little figure in Saxe porcelain, carrying a muff against her nude stomach. M. Gillenormand's library became the lawyer's study, which Marius needed. A study, it will be remembered, being required by the Council of the Order. Chapter 7. The effects of dreams mingled with happiness. The lovers saw each other every day. Cosette came with M. Fauchelevent. "This is reversing things," said Mademoiselle Gillenormand, "to have the bride come to the house to do the courting like this." But Marius' convalescence had caused the habit to become established, and the armchairs of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, better adapted to interviews than the straw chairs of the Rue de l'Homme Armé, had rooted it. Marius and M. Fauchelevent saw each other, but did not address each other. It seemed as though this had been agreed upon. Every girl needs a chaperone. Cosette could not have come without M. Fauchelevent. In Marius' eyes, M. Fauchelevent was the condition attached to Cosette. He accepted it. By dint of discussing political matters, vaguely and without precision, from the point of view of the general amelioration of the fate of all men, they came to say a little more than yes and no. Once on the subject of education, which Marius wished to have free and obligatory, multiplied under all forms, lavished on everyone, like the air and the sun, in a word, respirable for the entire population, they were in unison, and they almost conversed. M. Fauchelevent talked well, and even with a certain loftiness of language, still he lacked something indescribable. M. Fauchelevent possessed something less, and also something more, than a man of the world. Marius, inwardly, and in the depths of his thought, surrounded with all sorts of mute questions this M. Fauchelevent, who was to him simply benevolent and cold. There were moments when doubts as to his own recollections occurred to him. There was a void in his memory, a black spot, an abyss excavated by 4 months of agony. Many things had been lost therein. He had come to the point of asking himself whether it were really a fact that he had seen M. Fauchelevent, so serious, and so calm a man in the barricade. This was not, however, the only stupor which the apparitions and the disappearances of the past had left in his mind. It must not be supposed that he was delivered from all those obsessions of the memory which force us, even when happy, even when satisfied, to glance sadly behind us. The head which does not turn backwards towards horizons that have vanished contains neither thought nor love. At times, Marius clasped his face between his hands, and the vague and tumultuous past traversed the twilight which reigned in his brain. Again he beheld Mabeuf fall, he heard Gavroche singing amid the grapeshot, he felt beneath his lips the cold brow of Eponine. Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Bossuet, Grantaire, all his friends rose erect before him, then dispersed into thin air. Were all those dear, sorrowful, valiant, charming, or tragic beings merely dreams? Had they actually existed? The revolt had enveloped everything in its smoke. These great fevers create great dreams. He questioned himself, he felt himself. All these vanished realities made him dizzy. Where were they all then? Was it really true that all were dead? A fall into the shadows had carried off all except himself. It all seemed to him to have disappeared, as though behind the curtain of a theater. There are curtains like this which drop in life. God passes on to the following act. And he himself, was he actually the same man? He, the poor man, was rich. He, the abandoned, had a family. He, the despairing, was to marry Cosette. It seemed to him that he had traversed a tomb, and that he had entered into it black and had emerged from it white, and in that tomb the others had remained. At certain moments, all these beings of the past, returned and present, formed a circle around him and overshadowed him. Then he thought of Cosette and recovered his serenity, but nothing less than this felicity could have sufficed to efface that catastrophe. M. Fauchelevent almost occupied a place among these vanished beings. Marius hesitated to believe that the Fauchelevent of the barricade was the same as this Fauchelevent in flesh and blood, sitting so gravely beside Cosette. The first was, probably, one of those nightmares occasioned and brought back by his hours of delirium. However, the natures of both men were rigid. No question from Marius to M. Fauchelevent was possible. Such an idea had not even occurred to him. We have already indicated this characteristic detail. Two men who have a secret in common, and who, by a sort of tacit agreement, exchange not a word on the subject, are less rare than is commonly supposed. Once only did Marius make the attempt. He introduced into the conversation the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and turning to M. Fauchelevent, he said to him, "Of course, you are acquainted with that street." "What street?" "The Rue de la Chanvrerie." "I have no idea of the name of that street," replied M. Fauchelevent in the most natural manner in the world. The response, which bore upon the name of the street and not upon the street itself, appeared to Marius to be more conclusive than it really was. Decidedly, thought he, I have been dreaming, I have been subject to a hallucination. It was someone who resembled him. M. Fauchelevent was not there. Chapter 8. Two Men Impossible to Find. Marius' enchantment, great as it was, could not efface from his mind other preoccupations. While the wedding was in preparation, and while awaiting the date fixed upon, he caused difficult and scrupulous retrospective researches to be made. He owed gratitude in various quarters. He owed it on his father's account. He owed it on his own. There was Thénardier. There was the unknown man who had brought him, Marius, back to M. Gillenormand. Marius endeavored to find these two men, not intending to marry, to be happy, and to forget them, and fearing that, were these debts of gratitude not discharged, they would leave a shadow on his life, which promised so brightly for the future. It was impossible for him to leave all these arrears of suffering behind him, and he wished, before entering joyously into the future, to obtain a quittance from the past. That Thénardier was a villain detracted nothing from the fact that he had saved Colonel Pontmercy. Thénardier was a ruffian in the eyes of all the world except Marius. And Marius, ignorant of the real scene in the battlefield of Waterloo, was not aware of the peculiar detail that his father, so far as Thénardier was concerned, was in the strange position of being indebted to the latter for his life, without being indebted to him for any gratitude. None of the various agents whom Marius employed succeeded in discovering any trace of Thénardier. Obliteration appeared to be complete in that quarter. Madame Thénardier had died in prison pending the trial. Thénardier and his daughter Azelma, the only two remaining of that lamentable group, had plunged back into the gloom. The gulf of the social unknown had silently closed above those beings. On the surface, there was not visible so much as that quiver, that trembling, those obscure concentric circles which announce that something has fallen in and that the plummet may be dropped. Madame Thénardier being dead, Boulatruelle being eliminated from the case, Claquesous having disappeared, the principal persons accused having escaped from prison, the trial connected with the ambush in the Gorbeau house had come to nothing. That affair had remained rather obscure. The bench of assizes had been obliged to content themselves with two subordinates, Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail, and Demi-Liard, alias Dumilliards, who had been inconsistently condemned, after a hearing of both sides of the case, to 10 years in the galleys. Hard labor for life had been the sentence pronounced against the escaped and contumacious accomplices. Thénardier, the head and leader, had been, through contumacy, likewise condemned to death. This sentence was the only information remaining about Thénardier, casting upon that buried name its sinister light like a candle beside a bier. Moreover, by thrusting Thénardier back into the very remotest depths, through a fear of being recaptured, this sentence added to the density of the shadows which enveloped this man. As for the other person, as for the unknown man who had saved Marius, the researchers were at first to some extent successful, then came to an abrupt conclusion. They succeeded in finding the carriage which had brought Marius to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire on the evening of the 6th of June. The coachman declared that, on the 6th of June, in obedience to the commands of a police agent, he had stood from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until nightfall on the Quai des Champs-Élysées, above the outlet of the Grand Sewer, that, towards 9 o'clock in the evening, the grating of the sewer, which abuts on the bank of the river, had opened, that a man had emerged therefrom, bearing on his shoulders another man who seemed to be dead, that the agent, who was on the watch at that point, had arrested the living man and had seized the dead man, that, at the order of the police agent, he, the coachman, had taken all those folks into his carriage, that they had first driven to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, that they had there deposited the dead man, that the dead man was Monsieur Marius, and that he, the coachman, recognized him perfectly, although he was alive this time, that afterwards they had entered the vehicle again, that he had whipped up his horses. A few paces from the gate of the archives, they had called to him to halt, that there, in the street, they had paid him and left him, and that the police agent had led the other man away, that he knew nothing more, that the night had been very dark. Marius, as we have said, recalled nothing. He only remembered that he had been seized from behind by an energetic hand at the moment when he was falling backwards into the barricade. Then, everything vanished so far as he was concerned. He had only regained consciousness at M. Gillenormand's. He was lost in conjectures. He could not doubt his own identity. Still, how had it come to pass that, having fallen in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, he had been picked up by the police agent on the banks of the Seine, near the Pont des Invalides? Someone had carried him from the Quartier des Halles to the Champs-Élysées, and how, through the sewer, unheard of devotion. Someone who... This was the man for whom Marius was searching. Of this man, who was his savior, nothing, not a trace, not the faintest indication. Marius, although forced to preserve great reserve in that direction, pushed his inquiries as far as the prefecture of police. There, no more than elsewhere, did the information obtained lead to any enlightenment. The prefecture knew less about the matter than did the hackney coachman. They had no knowledge of any arrest having been made on the 6th of June at the mouth of the Grand Sewer. No report of any agent had been received there upon this matter, which was regarded at the prefecture as a fable. The invention of this fable was attributed to the coachman. A coachman who wants a gratuity is capable of anything, even of imagination. The fact was assured, nevertheless, and Marius could not doubt it, unless he doubted his own identity, as we have just said. Everything about this singular enigma was inexplicable. What had become of that man, that mysterious man, whom the coachman had seen emerge from the grating of the grand sewer bearing upon his back the unconscious Marius, and whom the police agent on the watch had arrested in the very act of rescuing an insurgent? What had become of the agent himself? Why had this agent preserved silence? Had the man succeeded in making his escape? Had he bribed the agent? Why did this man give no sign of life to Marius, who owed everything to him? His disinterestedness was no less tremendous than his devotion. Why had not that man appeared again? Perhaps he was above compensation, but no one is above gratitude. Was he dead? Who was the man? What sort of a face had he? No one could tell him this. The coachman answered, "The night was very dark." Basque and Nicolette, all in a flutter, had looked only at their young master all covered with blood. Chapter 4. Tholomyès is so merry that he sings a Spanish ditty. That day was composed of dawn from one end to the other. All nature seemed to be having a holiday and to be laughing. The flower-beds of St. Cloud perfumed the air. The breath of the Seine rustled the leaves vaguely. The branches gesticulated in the wind. Bees pillaged the jasmines. A whole bohemia of butterflies swooped down upon the yarrow, the clover, and the sterile oats. In the august park of the King of France, there was a pack of vagabonds, the birds. The four merry couples mingled with the sun. The fields, the flowers, the trees were resplendent. And in this community of paradise, talking, singing, running, dancing, chasing butterflies, plucking convolvulus, wetting their pink openwork stockings in the tall grass, fresh, wild, without malice, all received, to some extent, the kisses of all, with the exception of Fantine, who was hedged about with that vague resistance of hers composed of dreaminess and wildness, and who was in love. "You always have a queer look about you," said Favorite to her. Such things are joys. These passages of happy couples are a profound appeal to life and nature, and make a caress and light spring forth from everything. There was once a fairy who created the fields and forests expressly for those in love, in that eternal hedge school of lovers which is forever beginning anew, and which will last as long as there are hedges and scholars. Hence the popularity of spring among thinkers. The patrician and the knife-grinder, the duke and the peer, the limb of the law, the courtiers and townspeople, as they used to say in olden times, all are subjects of this fairy. They laugh and hunt, and there is in the air the brilliance of an apotheosis. What a transfiguration effected by love! Notaries, clerks are gods. And the little cries, the pursuits through the grass, the waists embraced on the fly, those jargons which are melodies, those adorations which burst forth in the manner of pronouncing a syllable, those cherries torn from one mouth by another, all this blazes forth and takes its place among the celestial glories. Beautiful women waste themselves sweetly. They think that this will never come to an end. Philosophers, poets, painters observe these ecstasies and know not what to make of it, so greatly are they dazzled by it. "The departure for Cythera," exclaims Watteau. Lancret, the painter of plebeians, contemplates his bourgeois who have flitted away into the azure sky. Diderot stretches out his arms to all these love idols, and Dufay mingles druids with them. After breakfast, the four couples went to what was then called the King's Square to see a newly arrived plant from India, whose name escapes our memory at this moment, and which, at that epoch, was attracting all Paris to St. Cloud. It was an odd and charming shrub with a long stem, whose numerous branches, bristling and leafless and as fine as threads, were covered with a million tiny white rosettes. This gave the shrub the air of a head of hair studded with flowers. There was always an admiring crowd about it. After viewing the shrub, Tholomyès exclaimed, "I offer you asses," and having agreed upon a price with the owner of the asses, they returned by way of Vanvres and Issy. At Issy, an incident occurred. The truly national park, at that time owned by Bergwin the contractor, happened to be wide open. They passed the gates, visited the mannequin anchorite in his grotto, tried the mysterious little effects of the famous cabinet of mirrors, the wanton trap worthy of a satyr, become a millionaire, or of turcaret metamorphosed into a priapus. They had stoutly shaken the swing attached to the 2 chestnut trees celebrated by the Abbé de Bernis. As he swung these beauties, one after the other, producing folds in the fluttering skirts which Greuze would have found to his taste, amid peals of laughter, the Toulousan Tholomyès, who was somewhat of a Spaniard, Toulouse being the cousin of Tolosa, sang, to a melancholy chant, the old ballad Galaga, probably inspired by some lovely maid dashing in full flight upon a rope between 2 trees. Soy de Badajoz, Ama mi lama, Toda mi alma, Is en mi ojos, Pork en senyas, A tuas piernas. Badajoz is my home, and love is my name. To my eyes in flame, all my soul doth come, for instruction meet, I receive at thy feet. Fantine alone refused to swing. I don't like to have people put on airs like that, muttered Favourite with a good deal of acrimony. After leaving the asses there was a fresh delight. They crossed the Seine in a boat, and proceeding from Passy on foot, they reached the barrier of Elatel. They had been up since 5 o'clock that morning, as the reader will remember, but bah, there is no such thing as fatigue on Sunday, said Favourite. On Sunday fatigue does not work. About 3 o'clock the 4 couples, frightened at their happiness, were sliding down the Russian mountains, a singular edifice which then occupied the heights of Beaujon, and whose undulating line was visible above the trees of the Champs-Élysées. From time to time, Favourite exclaimed, "And the surprise, I claim the surprise." "Patience," replied Tholomyès. Chapter 5, Et Bombardes. The Russian mountains having been exhausted, they began to think about dinner, and the radiant party of 8, somewhat weary at last, became stranded in Bombarda's public house, a branch establishment which had been set up in the Champs-Élysées by that famous restaurant-keeper, Bombarda, whose sign could then be seen in the Rue de Rivoli near Delorme Alley. A large but ugly room, with an alcove and a bed at the end. They had been obliged to put up with this accommodation in view of the Sunday crowd. 2 windows whence they could survey beyond the elms, the quay, and the river. A magnificent August sunlight lightly touching the panes. 2 tables. Upon one of them, a triumphant mountain of bouquets, mingled with the hats of men and women. At the other, the 4 couples seated round a merry confusion of platters, dishes, glasses, and bottles. Jugs of beer mingled with flasks of wine. Very little order on the table, some disorder beneath it. They made beneath the table a noise, a clatter of the feet that was abominable, says Molière. This was the state which the shepherd idyll, begun at 5 o'clock in the morning, had reached at 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun was setting, their appetites were satisfied. The Champs-Élysées, filled with sunshine and with people, were nothing but light and dust, the 2 things of which glory is composed. The horses of Marly, those neighing marbles, were prancing in a cloud of gold. Carriages were going and coming. A squadron of magnificent bodyguards, with their clarions at their head, were descending the Avenue de Neuilly. The white flag, showing faintly rosy in the setting sun, floated over the dome of the Tuileries. The Place de la Concorde, which had become the Place Louis XV, once more was choked with happy promenaders. Many wore the silver fleur-de-lis suspended from the white-watered ribbon, which had not yet wholly disappeared from buttonholes in the year 1817. Here and there choruses of little girls threw to the winds, amid the passers-by, who formed into circles and applauded, the then celebrated Bourbon air, which was destined to strike the 100 days with lightning, and which had for its refrain, Rendez-nous, notre Pierre de Gaulle. Rendez-nous, notre Pierre. Give us back our father from Ghent. Give us back our father. Groups of dwellers in the suburbs, in Sunday array, sometimes even decorated with the fleur-de-lis, like the bourgeois, scattered over the large square and the Marigny square, were playing at rings and revolving on the wooden horses. Others were engaged in drinking. Some journeyman printers had on paper caps. Their laughter was audible. Everything was radiant. It was a time of undisputed peace and profound royalist security. It was the epoch when a special and private report of Chief of Police Engels to the King on the subject of the suburbs of Paris terminated with these lines. Taking all things into consideration, sire, there is nothing to be feared from these people. They are as heedless and as indolent as cats. The populace is restless in the provinces. It is not in Paris. These are very pretty men, sire. It would take all of 2 of them to make one of your grenadiers. There is nothing to be feared on the part of the populace of Paris, the capital. It is remarkable that the stature of this population should have diminished in the last 50 years, and the populace of the suburbs is still more puny than at the time of the Revolution. It is not dangerous. In short, it is an amiable rabble. Prefects of the police do not deem it possible that a cat can transform itself into a lion. That does happen, however, and in that lies the miracle wrought by the populace of Paris. Moreover, the cat so despised by Count Engels possessed the esteem of the republics of old. In their eyes it was liberty incarnate, and as though to serve as pendant to the Minerva Aptera of the prose, there stood on the public square in Corinth the colossal bronze figure of a cat. The ingenuous police of the Restoration beheld the populace of Paris in 2 rose-colored alight. It is not so much of an amiable rabble as it is thought. The Parisian is to the Frenchman what the Athenian was to the Greek. No one sleeps more soundly than he. No one is more frankly frivolous and lazy than he. No one can better assume the air of forgetfulness. Let him not be trusted, nevertheless. He is ready for any sort of cool deed. But when there is glory at the end of it, he is worthy of admiration in every sort of fury. Give him a pike, he will produce the 10th of August. Give him a gun, you will have Austerlitz. He is Napoleon's stay and Danton's resource. Is it a question of country, he enlists. Is it a question of liberty, he tears up the pavements. Beware, his hair filled with wrath is epic. His blouse drapes itself like the folds of a chlamys. Take care, he will make of the first Rue Grenatat which comes to hand caudine forks. When the hour strikes, this man of the faubourgs will grow in stature. This little man will arise, and his gaze will be terrible, and his breath will become a tempest, and there will issue forth from that slender chest enough wind to disarrange the folds of the Alps. It is thanks to the suburban man of Paris that the revolution, mixed with arms, conquers Europe. He sings, it is his delight. Proportion his song to his nature, and you will see. As long as he has for refrain nothing but La Carmagnole, he only overthrows Louis XVI. Make him sing the Marseillaise, and he will free the world. This note jotted down on the margin of Engels' report, we will return to our 4 couples. The dinner, as we have said, was drawing to its close. Chapter 6, a chapter in which they adore each other. Chat at table, the chat of love. It is as impossible to reproduce one as the other. The chat of love is a cloud. The chat at table is smoke. Famuel and Dahlia were humming. Tholomyès was drinking. Zéphine was laughing, Fantine smiling, Listolier blowing a wooden trumpet which he had purchased at St. Cloud. Favorite gazed tenderly at Blachevelle and said, Blachevelle, I adore you. This called forth a question from Blachevelle. What would you do, favorite, if I were to cease to love you? I cried favorite, ah, do not say that even in jest. If you were to cease to love me, I would spring after you, I would scratch you, I should rend you, I would throw you into the water, I would have you arrested. Blachevelle smiled with the voluptuous self-conceit of a man who is tickled in his self-love. Favorite resumed. Yes, I would scream to the police. Ah, I should not restrain myself, not at all, rabble. Blachevelle threw himself back in his chair in an ecstasy and closed both eyes proudly. Dahlia, as she ate, said in a low voice to Favorite amid the uproar, So you really idolize him deeply, that Blachevelle of yours? I detest him, replied Favorite in the same tone, seizing her fork again. He is avaricious. I love the little fellow opposite me in my house. He is very nice, that young man. Do you know him? One can see that he is an actor by profession. I love actors. As soon as he comes in, his mother says to him, Ah, mon Dieu, my peace of mind is gone. There he goes with his shouting. But my dear, you are splitting my head. So he goes up to rat-ridden garrets, to black holes as high as he can mount, and there he sets to singing, declaiming, how do I know what, so that he can be heard downstairs. He earns 20 sous a day at an attorney's by penning quibbles. He is the son of a former precentor of Saint Jacques du Haut Pass. Ah, he is very nice. He idolizes me so that one day when he saw me making batter for some pancakes, he said to me, "Mamselle, make your gloves into fritters and I will eat them." It is only artists who can say such things as that. Ah, he is very nice. I am in a fair way to go out of my head over that little fellow. Never mind. I tell Blachevelle that I adore him. How I lie, hey, how I do lie. Favorite paused and then went on. I am sad, you see, Dahlia. It has done nothing but rain all summer. The wind irritates me. The wind does not abate. Blachevelle is very stingy. There are hardly any green peas in the market. One does not know what to eat. I have the spleen, as the English say, butter is so dear. And then you see it is horrible. Here we are dining in a room with a bed in it, and that disgusts me with life. Chapter 7. The Wisdom of Tholomyès. In the meantime, while some sang, the rest talked together tumultuously all at once. It was no longer anything but noise. Tholomyès intervened. Let us not talk at random nor too fast, he exclaimed. Let us reflect, if we wish to be brilliant. Too much improvisation empties the mind in a stupid way. Running beer gathers no froth. No haste, gentlemen, let us mingle majesty with the feast. Let us eat with meditation, let us make haste slowly. Let us not hurry. Consider the springtime. If it makes haste, it is done for, that is to say, it gets frozen. Excess of zeal ruins peach trees and apricot trees. Excess of zeal kills the grace and the mirth of good dinners. No zeal, gentlemen, Grimaud de la Reynière agrees with Talleyrand. A hollow sound of rebellion rumbled through the group. Leave us in peace, Tholomyès, said Blachevelle. Down with the tyrant, said Famuel. Bombarda, Bombance, and Bambachel, cried Listolier. Sunday exists, resumed Famuel. We are sober, added Listolier. Tholomyès, remarked Blachevelle, contemplate my calmness. You are the Marquis of that, retorted Tholomyès. This mediocre play upon words produced the effect of a stone in a pool. The Marquis de Montcalm was at that time a celebrated royalist. All the frogs held their peace. Friends, cried Tholomyès, with the accent of a man who had recovered his empire, come to yourselves. This pun which has fallen from the skies must not be received with too much stupor. Everything which falls in that way is not necessarily worthy of enthusiasm and respect. The pun is the dung of the mind which soars. The jest falls, no matter where, and the mind, after producing a piece of stupidity, plunges into the azure depths. A whitish speck flattened against the rock does not prevent the condor from soaring aloft. Far be it from me to insult the pun. I honor it in proportion to its merits, nothing more. All the most august, the most sublime, the most charming of humanity, and perhaps outside of humanity, have made puns. Jesus Christ made a pun on St. Peter, Moses on Isaac, Aeschylus on Polynices, Cleopatra on Octavius. And observe that Cleopatra's pun preceded the Battle of Actium, and that had it not been for it, no one would have remembered the city of Toryne, a Greek name which signifies a ladle. That once conceded, I return to my exhortation. I repeat, brothers, I repeat, no zeal, no hubbub, no excess, even in witticisms, gaiety, jollities, or plays on words. Listen to me. I have the prudence of Amphiaraus and the baldness of Caesar. There must be a limit even to rebuses, est modus in rebus. There must be a limit even to dinners. You are fond of apple turnovers, ladies, do not indulge in them to excess. Even in the matter of turnovers, good sense and art are requisite. Gluttony chastises the glutton, gula punit gulax. Indigestion is charged by the good God with preaching morality to stomachs. And remember this, each one of our passions, even love, has a stomach which must not be filled too full. In all things the word finis must be written in good season. Self-control must be exercised when the matter becomes urgent. The bolt must be drawn on appetite. One must set one's own fantasy to the violin and carry one's self to the post. The sage is the man who knows how, at a given moment, to effect his own arrest. Have some confidence in me. for I have succeeded to some extent in my study of the law, according to the verdict of my examinations, for I know the difference between the question put and the question pending, for I have sustained a thesis in Latin upon the manner in which torture was administered at Rome at the epoch when Manatius de Mens was quaestor. Of the parricide, because I am going to be a doctor, apparently it does not follow that it is absolutely necessary that I should be an imbecile. I recommend you to moderation in your desires. It is true that my name is Felix Tholomyès, I speak well. Happy is he who, when the hour strikes, takes a heroic resolve and abdicates like Sylla or Origens. Favorite listened with profound attention. Felix, said she, what a pretty word, I love that name. It is Latin, it means prosper. Tholomyès went on. Quirites, gentlemen, caballeros, my friends, do you wish never to feel the prick, to do without the nuptial bed, and to brave love? Nothing more simple. Here is the receipt. Lemonade, excessive exercise, hard labor, work yourself to death, drag blocks, sleep not, hold vigil, gorge yourself with nitrous beverages and potions of nymphas, drink emulsions of poppies and agnus castus. Season this with a strict diet, starve yourself, and add thereto cold baths, girdles of herbs, the application of a plate of lard, lotions made with the subacetate of lard, and fomentations of oxycrat. I prefer a woman, said Listolier. Woman, resumed Tholomyès, distrust her. Woe to him who yields himself to the unstable heart of woman. Woman is perfidious and disingenuous. She detests the serpent from professional jealousy. The serpent is the shop over the way. Tholomyès, cried Blachevelle, you are drunk. Pardieu, said Tholomyès. Then be gay, resumed Blachevelle. I agree to that, responded Tholomyès. And refilling his glass, he rose. Glory to wine, nunc te bac canum, pardon me ladies, that is Spanish, and the proof of it, senoras, is this, like people like cask. The Arab of Castile contains 16 liters, the Cantaro of Alicante, 12, the Olmude of the Canaries, 25, the Cuartin of the Balearic Isles, 26, the boot of Tsar Peter, 30. Long live that Tsar who was great, and long live his boot, which was still greater. Ladies, take the advice of a friend, make a mistake in your neighbor if you see fit. The property of love is to err. A love affair is not made to crouch down and brutalize itself like an English serving maid who has calluses on her knees from scrubbing. It is not made for that. It errs gaily, our gentle love. It has been said, error is human. I say error is love. Ladies, I idolize you all. O Zéphine, O Josephine, face more than irregular, you would be charming were you not all askew. You have the air of a pretty face upon which someone has sat down by mistake. As for favorite, O nymphs and muses, one day when Blachevelle was crossing the gutter in the Rue Guérin-Boisseau, he espied a beautiful girl with white stockings well drawn up, which displayed her legs. This prologue pleased him, and Blachevelle fell in love. The one he loved was favorite. O favorite, thou hast Ionian lips. There was a Greek painter named Euphorion, who was surnamed the painter of the lips. That Greek alone would have been worthy to paint thy mouth. Listen, before thee there was never a creature worthy of the name. Thou wert made to receive the apple like Venus, or to eat it like Eve. Beauty begins with thee. I have just referred to Eve. It is thou who hast created her. Thou deservest the letters patent of the beautiful woman. O favorite, I cease to address you as thou, because I pass from poetry to prose. You were speaking of my name a little while ago. That touched me, but let us, whoever we may be, distrust names. They may delude us. I am called Felix, and I am not happy. Words are liars. Let us not blindly accept the indications which they afford us. It would be a mistake to write to Liege 2 for corks and to Pau for gloves. Miss Dahlia, were I in your place, I would call myself Rosa. A flower should smell sweet, and woman should have wit. I say nothing of Fantine. She is a dreamer, a musing, thoughtful, pensive person. She is a phantom possessed of the form of a nymph and the modesty of a nun, who has strayed into the life of a grisette, but who takes refuge in illusions, and who sings and prays and gazes into the azure without very well knowing what she sees or what she is doing, and who, with her eyes fixed on heaven, wanders in a garden where there are more birds than are in existence. O Fantine, know this. I Tholomyès, I am an illusion, but she does not even hear me, that blonde maid of chimeras. As for the rest, everything about her is freshness, suavity, youth, sweet morning light. O Fantine, made worthy of being called Marguerite or Pearl, you are a woman from the beauteous Orient. Ladies, a second piece of advice. Do not marry. Marriage is a graft. It takes well or ill. Avoid that risk. But bah, what am I saying? I am wasting my words. Girls are incurable on the subject of marriage, and all that we wise men can say will not prevent the waistcoat makers and the shoe stitchers from dreaming of husbands studded with diamonds. Well, so be it. But my beauties, remember this, you eat too much sugar. You have but one fault, O woman, and that is nibbling sugar. O nibbling sex, your pretty little white teeth adore sugar. Now heed me well, sugar is a salt. All salts are withering. Sugar is the most desiccating of all salts. It sucks the liquids of the blood through the veins, hence the coagulation, and then the solidification of the blood, hence tubercles in the lungs, hence death. That is why diabetes borders on consumption. Then do not crunch sugar and you will live. I turn to the men, gentlemen, make conquest, rob each other of your well-beloved without remorse. Chasses across. In love there are no friends. Everywhere where there is a pretty woman hostility is open. No quarter, war to the death. A pretty woman is a casus belli, a pretty woman is flagrant misdemeanor. All the invasions of history have been determined by petticoats. Woman is man's right. Romulus carried off the Sabines. William carried off the Saxon women. Caesar carried off the Roman women. The man who is not loved soars like a vulture over the mistresses of other men. And for my own part, to all those unfortunate men who are widowers, I throw the sublime proclamation of Bonaparte to the army of Italy. Soldiers, you are in need of everything. The enemy has it. Tholomyès paused. Take breath, Tholomyès, said Blachevelle. At the same moment Blachevelle, supported by Listolier and Famuel, struck up to a plaintive air, one of those studio songs composed of the first words which come to hand, rhymed richly and not at all, as destitute of sense as the gesture of the tree and the sound of the wind, which have their birth in the vapor of pipes, and are dissipated and take their flight with them. This is the couplet by which the group replied to Tholomyès' harangue. The father turkey-cocks so grave, some money to an agent gave. That master, good Clermont-Tonnerre, might be made Pope on St. John's Day Fair. But this good Clermont could not be made Pope because no priest was he. And then their agent, whose wrath burned, with all their money back returned. This was not calculated to calm Tholomyès' improvisation. He emptied his glass, filled, refilled it, and began again. Down with wisdom, forget all that I have said. Let us be neither prudes nor prudent men nor prudhams. I propose a toast to mirth, be merry. Let us complete our course of law by folly and eating, indigestion and the digest. Let Justinian be the male and feasting the female, joy in the depths. Live, O creation, the world is a great diamond, I am happy. The birds are astonishing, what a festival everywhere. The nightingale is a gratuitous Elevio. Summer, I salute thee, O Luxembourg, O Georgics of the Rue Madame and of the Allée de l'Observatoire, O pensive infantry soldiers, O all those charming nurses who, while they guard the children, amuse themselves. The pampas of America would please me if I had not the arcades of the Odeon. My soul flits away into the virgin forests and to the savannas. All is beautiful. The flies buzz in the sun. The sun has sneezed out the hummingbird. Embrace me, Fantine. He made a mistake and embraced favorite. Chapter 8. The Death of a Horse. The dinners are better at Edon S than at Bombarda S, exclaimed Zéphine. I prefer Bombarda to Edon, declared Blachevelle. There is more luxury, it is more Asiatic. Look at the room downstairs, there are mirrors on the walls. I prefer them on my plate, said favorite. Blachevelle persisted. Look at the knives. The handles are of silver at Bombarda's and of bone at Edon's. Now, silver is more valuable than bone. Except for those who have a silver chin, observed Tholomyès. He was looking at the dome of the Invalides, which was visible from Bombarda's windows. A pause ensued. Tholomyès, exclaimed Famuel, Listolier, and I were having a discussion just now. A discussion is a good thing, replied Tholomyès. A quarrel is better. We were disputing about philosophy. Well, Which do you prefer, Descartes or Spinoza? Desargiers, said Tholomyès. This decree pronounced, he took a drink and went on. I consent to live. All is not at an end on earth since we can still talk nonsense. For that I return thanks to the immortal gods. We lie, one lies, but one laughs. One affirms, but one doubts. The unexpected bursts forth from the syllogism. That is fine. There are still human beings here below who know how to open and close the surprise box of the paradox merrily. This, ladies, which you are drinking with so tranquil an air is Madeira wine, you must know, from the vineyard of Curl des Frères, which is 317 fathoms above the level of the sea. Attention while you drink, 317 fathoms. And Monsieur Bombarda, the magnificent eating housekeeper, gives you those 317 fathoms for 4 francs and 50 centimes. Again Famuel interrupted him. Tholomyès, your opinions fix the law. Who is your favorite author? Burns. Quinn. No Chew. And Tholomyès continued. Honor to Bombarda, he would equal Monophys of Elephanta if he could but get me an Indian dancing girl, and Thygelion of Aronia if he could bring me a Greek courtesan. For, oh, ladies, there were Bombardas in Greece and in Egypt. Apuleius tells us of them. Alas, always the same, and nothing new, nothing more unpublished by the Creator in creation. Nil sub sol novum, says Solomon, amor omnibus idem, says Virgil, and Carabine mounts with Carabine into the bark at St. Cloud, as Aspasia embarked with Pericles upon the fleet at Samos. One last word. Do you know what Aspasia was, ladies? Although she lived at an epoch when women had, as yet no soul, she was a soul of a rosy and purple hue, more ardent-hued than fire, fresher than the dawn. Aspasia was a creature in whom 2 extremes of womanhood met. She was the goddess prostitute, Socrates plus Manon Lescaut. Aspasia was created in case a mistress should be needed for Prometheus. Tholomyès, once started, would have found some difficulty in stopping, had not a horse fallen down upon the quay just at that moment. The shock caused the cart and the orator to come to a dead halt. It was a Beauceron mare, old and thin, and one fit for the knacker, which was dragging a very heavy cart. On arriving in front of Bombarda, the worn-out, exhausted beast had refused to proceed any further. This incident attracted a crowd. Hardly had the cursing and indignant carter had time to utter with proper energy the sacramental word, Matin the jade, backed up with a pitiless cut of the whip, when the jade fell, never to rise again. On hearing the hubbub made by the passers-by, Tholomyès, merry auditors turned their heads, and Tholomyès took advantage of the opportunity to bring his allocution to a close with this melancholy strophe. Elitate de si monde au caucus et carrosses. Ant le merme destin. Et ros élevé cousi, que vivant les rosses. 50 espace d'un matin, 3. Poor horse, sighed Fantine. And Dahlia exclaimed. There is Fantine, on the point of crying over horses. How can one be such a pitiful fool as that? At that moment Favourite, folding her arms and throwing her head back, looked resolutely at Tholomyès and said, Come now, the surprise. Exactly, the moment has arrived, replied Tholomyès. Gentlemen, the hour for giving these ladies a surprise has struck. Wait for us a moment, ladies. It begins with a kiss, said Blachevelle. On the brow, added Tholomyès. Each gravely bestowed a kiss on his mistress's brow. Then all 4 filed out through the door, with their fingers on their lips. Favourite clapped her hands on their departure. It is beginning to be amusing already, said she. Don't be too long, murmured Fantine. We are waiting for you. Chapter 9, A Merry End to Mirth. When the young girls were left alone, they leaned 2 by 2 on the window-sills, chatting, craning out their heads, and talking from one window to the other. They saw the young men emerge from the Café Bombarda arm in arm. The latter turned round, made signs to them, smiled, and disappeared in that dusty Sunday throng which makes a weekly invasion into the Champs-Élysées. Don't be long, cried Fantine. What are they going to bring us? Said Zéphine. It will certainly be something pretty, said Dahlia. For my part, said Favorite, I want it to be of gold. Their attention was soon distracted by the movements on the shore of the lake, which they could see through the branches of the large trees and which diverted them greatly. It was the hour for the departure of the mail coaches and diligences. Nearly all the stagecoaches for the south and west passed through the Champs-Élysées. The majority followed the quay and went through the Passy barrier. From moment to moment, some huge vehicle, painted yellow and black, heavily loaded, noisily harnessed, rendered shapeless by trunks, tarpaulins, and valises, full of heads which immediately disappeared, rushed through the crowd with all the sparks of a forge, with dust for smoke, and an air of fury, grinding the pavements, changing all the paving stones into steels. This uproar delighted the young girls. Favorite exclaimed. What a row! One would say that it was a pile of chains flying away. It chanced that one of these vehicles, which they could only see with difficulty through the thick elms, halted for a moment, then set out again at a gallop. This surprised Fantine. That's odd, said she. I thought the diligence never stopped. Favorite shrugged her shoulders. This Fantine is surprising. I am coming to take a look at her out of curiosity. She is dazzled by the simplest things. Suppose a case, I am a traveler, I say to the diligence, I will go on in advance. You shall pick me up on the quay as you pass. The diligence passes, sees me, halts, and takes me. That is done every day. You do not know life, my dear. In this manner, a certain time elapsed. All at once, Favorite made a movement, like a person who is just waking up. Well, said she, and the surprise? Yes, by the way, joined in Dahlia, the famous surprise. They are a very long time about it, said Fantine. As Fantine concluded this sigh, the waiter who had served them at dinner entered. He held in his hand something which resembled a letter. What is that? Demanded Favorite. The waiter replied, It is a paper that those gentlemen left for these ladies. Why did you not bring it at once? Because, said the waiter, the gentleman ordered me not to deliver it to the ladies for an hour. Favorite snatched the paper from the waiter's hand. It was, in fact, a letter. Stop, said she, there is no address, but this is what is written on it. This is the surprise. She tore the letter open hastily, opened it, and read she knew how to read. Our beloved. You must know that we have parents. Parents, you do not know much about such things. They are called fathers and mothers by the civil code, which is puerile and honest. Now these parents groan, these old folks implore us, these good men and these good women call us prodigal sons. They desire our return and offer to kill calves for us. Being virtuous, we obey them. At the hour when you read this, 5 fiery horses will be bearing us to our papas and mamas. We are pulling up our stakes, as Bossuet says. We are going, we are gone. We flee in the arms of Lafayette and on the wings of Caillard. The Toulouse diligence tears us from the abyss, and the abyss is you, oh our little beauties. We return to society, to duty, to respectability, at full trot, at the rate of 3 legs an hour. It is necessary for the good of the country that we should be, like the rest of the world, prefects, fathers of families, rural police, and councillors of state. Venerate us. We are sacrificing ourselves. Mourn for us in haste, and replace us with speed. If this letter lacerates you, do the same by it. Adieu. For the space of nearly 2 years, we have made you happy. We bear you no grudge for that. Signed. BLACHEVELLE. FAMUEIL. Chapter 51, Stolia. Felix Tholomyès. Postscriptum, the dinner is paid for. The 4 young women looked at each other. Favorite was the first to break the silence. Well, she exclaimed, it's a very pretty farce all the same. It is very droll, said Zéphine. That must have been Blachevelle's idea, resumed Favorite. It makes me in love with him. No sooner is he gone than he is loved. This is an adventure indeed. No, said Dahlia, it was one of Tholomyès' ideas. That is evident. In that case, retorted Favorite, Death to Blachevelle and long live Tholomyès. Long live Tholomyès, exclaimed Dahlia and Zéphine. And they burst out laughing. Fantine laughed with the rest. An hour later, when she had returned to her room, she wept. It was her first love affair, as we have said. She had given herself to this Tholomyès as to a husband, and the poor girl had a child. Book 4th, to confide is, sometimes to deliver into a person's power. Chapter 1, One Mother Meets Another Mother. There was at Montfermeil, near Paris, during the first quarter of this century, a sort of cookshop which no longer exists. This cookshop was kept by some people named Thénardier, husband and wife. It was situated in Boulanger Lane. Over the door there was a board nailed flat against the wall. Upon this board was painted something which resembled a man carrying another man on his back, the latter wearing the big gilt epaulets of a general, with large silver stars. Red spots represented blood. The rest of the picture consisted of smoke, and probably represented a battle. Below ran this inscription, AT, the sign of Sergeant of Waterloo, O Sergeant de Waterloo. Nothing is more common than a cart or a truck at the door of a hostelry. Nevertheless, the vehicle, or to speak more accurately, the fragment of a vehicle, which encumbered the street in front of the cookshop of the Sergeant of Waterloo one evening in the spring of 1818, would certainly have attracted, by its mass, the attention of any painter who had passed that way. It was the forecarriage of one of those trucks which are used in wooded tracts of country, and which serve to transport thick planks and the trunks of trees. This forecarriage was composed of a massive iron axle-tree with a pivot, into which was fitted a heavy shaft, and which was supported by two huge wheels. The whole thing was compact, overwhelming, and misshapen. It seemed like the gun carriage of an enormous cannon. The ruts of the road had bestowed on the wheels, the fellies, the hub, the axle, and the shaft, a layer of mud, a hideous yellowish daubing hue, tolerably like that with which people are fond of ornamenting cathedrals. The wood was disappearing under mud, and the iron beneath rust. Under the axle-tree hung, like drapery, a huge chain, worthy of some Goliath of a convict. This chain suggested not the beams, which it was its office to transport, but the mastodons and mammoths which it might have served to harness. It had the air of the galleys, but of cyclopean and superhuman galleys, and it seemed to have been detached from some monster. Homer would have bound Polyphemus with it, and Shakespeare Caliban. Why was that forecarriage of a truck in that place in the street? In the first place, to encumber the street. Next, in order that it might finish the process of rusting. There is a throng of institutions in the old social order, which one comes across in this fashion as one walks about outdoors, and which have no other reasons for existence than the above. The center of the chain swung very near the ground in the middle, and in the loop, as in the rope of a swing, there were seated and grouped, on that particular evening, in exquisite interlacement, two little girls, one about 2 years and a half old, the other 18 months, the younger in the arms of the other. A handkerchief cleverly knotted about them prevented their falling out. A mother had caught sight of that frightful chain and had said, "Come, there's a plaything for my children." The two children, who were dressed prettily and with some elegance, were radiant with pleasure. One would have said that they were two roses amid old iron. Their eyes were a triumph. Their fresh cheeks were full of laughter. One had chestnut hair, the other brown. Their innocent faces were two delighted surprises. A blossoming shrub which grew near wafted to the passers-by perfumes which seemed to emanate from them. The child of 18 months displayed her pretty little bare stomach with the chaste indecency of childhood. Above and around these two delicate heads, all made of happiness and steeped in light, the gigantic forecarriage, black with rust, almost terrible, all entangled in curves and wild angles, rose in a vault, like the entrance of a cavern. A few paces apart, crouching down upon the threshold of the hostelry, the mother, not a very prepossessing woman, by the way, though touching at that moment, was swinging the two children by means of a long cord, watching them carefully, for fear of accidents, with that animal and celestial expression which is peculiar to maternity. At every backward and forward swing the hideous links emitted a strident sound, which resembled a cry of rage. The little girls were in ecstasies. The setting sun mingled in this joy, and nothing could be more charming than this caprice of chance, which had made of a chain of Titans the swing of cherubim. As she rocked her little ones, the mother hummed in a discordant voice, a romance, then celebrated. "It must be," said a warrior. Her song and the contemplation of her daughters prevented her hearing and seeing what was going on in the street. In the meantime, someone had approached her as she was beginning the first couplet of the romance, and suddenly she heard a voice saying very near her ear, "You have 2 beautiful children there, madame." "To the fair and tender Imogen," replied the mother, continuing her romance. Then she turned her head. A woman stood before her, a few paces distant. This woman also had a child, which she carried in her arms. She was carrying, in addition, a large carpet-bag, which seemed very heavy. This woman's child was one of the most divine creatures that it is possible to behold. It was a girl, 2 or 3 years of age. She could have entered into competition with the 2 other little ones, so far as the coquetry of her dress was concerned. She wore a cap of fine linen, ribbons on her bodice, and Valenciennes lace on her cap. The folds of her skirt were raised so as to permit a view of her white, firm, and dimpled leg. She was admirably rosy and healthy. The little beauty inspired a desire to take a bite from the apples of her cheeks. Of her eyes, nothing could be known except that they must be very large and that they had magnificent lashes. She was asleep. She slept with that slumber of absolute confidence peculiar to her age. The arms of mothers are made of tenderness. In them children sleep profoundly. As for the mother, her appearance was sad and poverty-stricken. She was dressed like a working woman who is inclined to turn into a peasant again. She was young. Was she handsome? Perhaps, but in that attire it was not apparent. Her hair, a golden lock of which had escaped, seemed very thick, but was severely concealed beneath an ugly, tight, close, nun-like cap tied under the chin. A smile displays beautiful teeth when one has them, but she did not smile. Her eyes did not seem to have been dry for a very long time. She was pale. She had a very weary and rather sickly appearance. She gazed upon her daughter asleep in her arms with the air peculiar to a mother who has nursed her own child. A large blue handkerchief, such as the invalid's use, was folded into a fichu and concealed her figure clumsily. Her hands were sunburnt and all dotted with freckles. Her forefinger was hardened and lacerated with the needle. She wore a cloak of coarse brown woolen stuff, a linen gown, and coarse shoes. It was Fantine. It was Fantine, but difficult to recognize. Nevertheless, on scrutinizing her attentively, it was evident that she still retained her beauty. A melancholy fold, which resembled the beginning of irony, wrinkled her right cheek. As for her toilette, that aerial toilette of muslin and ribbons, which seemed made of mirth, of folly, and of music, full of bells, and perfumed with lilacs, had vanished like that beautiful and dazzling hoarfrost which is mistaken for diamonds in the sunlight. It melts and leaves the branch quite black. 10 months had elapsed since the pretty farce. What had taken place during those 10 months, it can be divined. The porter, whose candle had lighted the tragic arrival of Marius, had been the only one to take note of the man in question, and this is the description that he gave. That man was terrible. Marius had the blood-stained clothing which he had worn when he had been brought back to his grandfather preserved, in the hope that it would prove of service in his researches. On examining the coat, it was found that one skirt had been torn in a singular way. A piece was missing. One evening, Marius was speaking in the presence of Cosette and Jean Valjean of the whole of that singular adventure, of the innumerable inquiries which he had made, and of the fruitlessness of his efforts. The cold countenance of Monsieur Fauchelevent angered him. He exclaimed, with a vivacity which had something of wrath in it, "Yes, that man, whoever he may have been, was sublime. Do you know what he did, sir? He intervened like an archangel. He must have flung himself into the midst of the battle, have stolen me away, have opened the sewer, have dragged me into it, and have carried me through it. He must have traversed more than a league and a half in those frightful subterranean galleries, bent over, weighed down in the dark, in the cesspool, more than a league and a half, sir, with a corpse upon his back. And with what object? With the sole object of saving the corpse. And that corpse I was. He said to himself, there may still be a glimpse of life there, perchance. I will risk my own existence for that miserable spark. And his existence he risked not once but 20 times, and every step was a danger. The proof of it is that on emerging from the sewer he was arrested. Do you know, sir, that that man did all this, and he had no recompense to expect? What was I, an insurgent? What was I, one of the conquered? Oh, if Cosette's 600,000 francs were mine. They are yours, interrupted Jean Valjean. Well, resumed Marius, I would give them all to find that man once more. Jean Valjean remained silent. Book 6, The Sleepless Night. Chapter 1, the 16th of February, 1833. The night of the 16th to the 17th of February, 1833, was a blessed night. Above its shadows heaven stood open. It was the wedding night of Marius and Cosette. The day had been adorable. It had not been the grand festival dreamed by the grandfather, a fairy spectacle with a confusion of cherubim and cupids over the heads of the bridal pair, a marriage worthy to form the subject of a painting to be placed over a door, but it had been sweet and smiling. The manner of marriage in 1833 was not the same as it is today. France had not yet borrowed from England that supreme delicacy of carrying off one's wife, of fleeing on coming out of church, of hiding oneself with shame from one's happiness, and of combining the ways of a bankrupt with the delights of the Song of Songs. People had not yet grasped to the full the chastity, exquisiteness, and decency of jolting their paradise in a posting chaise, of breaking up their mystery with click-clacks, of taking for a nuptial bed the bed of an inn, and of leaving behind them, in a commonplace chamber, at so much a night, the most sacred of the souvenirs of life mingled pell-mell with the tête-à-tête of the conductor of the diligence and the maid-servant of the inn. In this second half of the 19th century in which we are now living, the mayor and his scarf, the priest and his chasuble, the law and God no longer suffice. They must be eked out by the postilion de l'Anjumeau, a blue waistcoat turned up with red, and with bell buttons, a plaque like a vant-brace, knee breeches of green leather, oaths to the Norman horses with their tails knotted up, false galloons, varnished hat, long powdered locks, an enormous whip and tall boots. France does not yet carry elegance to the length of doing like the English nobility, and raining down on the post-chaise of the bridal pair, a hailstorm of slippers trodden down at heel and of worn-out shoes, in memory of Churchill, afterwards Marlborough or Malbrouck, who was assailed on his wedding day by the wrath of an ant which brought him good luck. Old shoes and slippers do not as yet form a part of our nuptial celebrations, but patience, as good taste continues to spread, we shall come to that. In 1833, 100 years ago, marriage was not conducted at a full trot. Strange to say, at that epoch, people still imagine that a wedding was a private and social festival, that a patriarchal banquet does not spoil a domestic solemnity, that gaiety, even in excess, provided it be honest and decent, does happiness no harm, and that, in short, it is a good and a venerable thing that the fusion of these two destinies whence a family is destined to spring should begin at home, and that the household should thenceforth have its nuptial chamber as its witness. And people were so immodest as to marry in their own homes. The marriage took place, therefore, in accordance with this now superannuated fashion, at M. Gillenormand's house. Natural and commonplace as this matter of marrying is, the banns to publish, the papers to be drawn up, the mayoralty, and the church produce some complication. They could not get ready before the 16th of February. Now we note this detail, for the pure satisfaction of being exact. It chanced that the 16th fell on Shrove Tuesday. Hesitations, scruples, particularly on the part of Aunt Gillenormand. Shrove Tuesday, exclaimed the grandfather, so much the better. There is a proverb. Marriage un Mardi Gras. En aura point enfants ingrats. 66. Let us proceed. Here goes for the 16th. Do you want to delay, Marius? No, certainly not, replied the lover. Let us marry, then, cried the grandfather. Accordingly, the marriage took place on the 16th, notwithstanding the public merrymaking. It rained that day, but there is always in the sky a tiny scrap of blue at the service of happiness, which lovers see, even when the rest of creation is under an umbrella. On the preceding evening, Jean Valjean handed to Marius, in the presence of M. Gillenormand, the 584,000 francs. As the marriage was taking place under the regime of community of property, the papers had been simple. Henceforth, Toussaint was of no use to Jean Valjean. Cosette inherited her and promoted her to the rank of lady's maid. As for Jean Valjean, a beautiful chamber in the Gillenormand house had been furnished expressly for him, and Cosette had said to him in such an irresistible manner, "Father, I entreat you," that she had almost persuaded him to promise that he would come and occupy it. A few days before that fixed on for the marriage, an accident happened to Jean Valjean. He crushed the thumb of his right hand. This was not a serious matter, and he had not allowed anyone to trouble himself about it, nor to dress it, nor even to see his hurt, not even Cosette. Nevertheless, this had forced him to swathe his hand in a linen bandage, and to carry his arm in a sling, and had prevented his signing. M. Gillenormand, in his capacity of Cosette's supervising guardian, had supplied his place. We will not conduct the reader either to the mayor's office or to the church. One does not follow a pair of lovers to that extent, and one is accustomed to turn one's back on the drama as soon as it puts a wedding nosegay in its buttonhole. We will confine ourselves to noting an incident which, though unnoticed by the wedding party, marked the transit from the Rue des Filles du Calvaire to the Church of St. Paul. At that epoch, the northern extremity of the Rue Saint-Louis was in process of repaving. It was barred off, beginning with the Rue du Parc Royal. It was impossible for the wedding carriages to go directly to St. Paul. They were obliged to alter their course, and the simplest way was to turn through the boulevard. One of the invited guests observed that it was Shrove Tuesday, and that there would be a jam of vehicles. "Why?" asked M. Gillenormand. "Because of the maskers." "Capital," said the grandfather. "Let us go that way. These young folks are on the way to be married. They are about to enter the serious part of life. This will prepare them for seeing a bit of the masquerade." They went by way of the boulevard. The first wedding coach held Cosette and Aunt Gillenormand, M. Gillenormand, and Jean Valjean. Marius, still separated from his betrothed according to usage, did not come until the second. The nuptial train, on emerging from the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, became entangled in a long procession of vehicles, which formed an endless chain from the Madeleine to the Bastille, and from the Bastille to the Madeleine. Maskers abounded on the boulevard. In spite of the fact that it was raining at intervals, Merry Andrew, Pantaloon, and Clown persisted. In the good humor of that winter of 1833, Paris had disguised itself as Venice. Such Shrove Tuesdays are no longer to be seen nowadays. Everything which exists being a scattered carnival, there is no longer any carnival. The sidewalks were overflowing with pedestrians, and the windows with curious spectators. The terraces, which crown the peristyles of the theaters, were bordered with spectators. Besides the maskers, they stared at that procession, peculiar to Shrove Tuesday as to Longchamps, of vehicles of every description, citadines, tapissiers, carrioles, cabriolets marching in order, rigorously riveted to each other by the police regulations and locked into rails, as it were. Anyone in these vehicles is at once a spectator and a spectacle. Police sergeants maintained, on the sides of the boulevard, these two interminable parallel files, moving in contrary directions, and saw to it that nothing interfered with that double current, those two brooks of carriages, flowing, the one downstream, the other upstream, the one towards the Chaussée d'Antin, the other towards the Faubourg Saint-Antin. The carriages of the peers of France and of the ambassadors, emblazoned with coats of arms, held the middle of the way, going and coming freely. Certain joyous and magnificent trains, notably that of the Boeuf Gras, had the same privilege. In this gaiety of Paris, England cracked her whip. Lord Seymour's postchaise, harassed by a nickname from the populace, passed with great noise. In the double file, along which the municipal guards galloped like sheepdogs, honest family coaches, loaded down with great aunts and grandmothers, displayed at their doors fresh groups of children in disguise, clowns of 7 years of age, columbines of 6, ravishing little creatures, who felt that they formed an official part of the public mirth, who were imbued with the dignity of their harlequinade, and who possessed the gravity of functionaries. From time to time, A hitch arose somewhere in the procession of vehicles. One or other of the two lateral files halted until the knot was disentangled. One carriage delayed sufficed to paralyze the whole line. Then they set out again on the march. The wedding carriages were in the file proceeding towards the Bastille and skirting the right side of the boulevard. At the top of the Pontoc Stew there was a stoppage. Nearly at the same moment, the other file, which was proceeding towards the Madeleine, halted also. At that point of the file there was a carriage-load of maskers. These carriages, or to speak more correctly, these wagon-loads of maskers are very familiar to Parisians. If they were missing on a Shrove Tuesday or at the Mid-Lent, it would be taken in bad part, and people would say, "There's something behind that. Probably the ministry is about to undergo a change." A pile of Cassandras, Harlequins, and Columbines jolted along high above the passers-by, all possible grotesquenesses, from the Turk to the savage, Hercules supporting marquises, fishwives who would have made Rabelais stop up his ears just as the Aeneids made Aristophanes drop his eyes, toe wigs, pink tights, dandified hats, spectacles of a grimacer, three-cornered hats of Janot tormented with a butterfly, shouts directed at pedestrians, fists on hips, bold attitudes, bare shoulders, immodesty unchained. A chaos of shamelessness driven by a coachman crowned with flowers. This is what that institution was like. Greece stood in need of the chariot of Thespis. France stands in need of the hackney coach of Vadé. Everything can be parodied, even parody. The Saturnalia, that grimace of antique beauty, ends, through exaggeration after exaggeration, in Shrove Tuesday, and the Bacchanal, formerly crowned with sprays of vine leaves and grapes, inundated with sunshine, displaying her marble breast in a divine semi-nudity, having at the present day lost her shape under the soaked rags of the north, has finally come to be called the Jack Pudding. The tradition of carriage-loads of maskers runs back to the most ancient days of the monarchy. The accounts of Louis XI, allot to the bailiff of the palace 20 sous, tournois, for 3 coaches of masquerades in the crossroads. In our day, these noisy heaps of creatures are accustomed to have themselves driven in some ancient cuckoo carriage, whose imperial they load down, or they overwhelm a hired landau, with its top thrown back, with their tumultuous groups. 20 of them ride in a carriage intended for 6. They cling to the seats, to the rumble, on the cheeks of the hood, on the shafts. They even bestride the carriage lamps. They stand, sit, lie, with their knees drawn up in a knot, and their legs hanging. The women sit on the men's laps. Far away, above the throng of heads, their wild pyramid is visible. These carriage loads form mountains of mirth in the midst of the rout. Calais, Panard, and Payerne flow from it, enriched with slang. This carriage, which has become colossal through its freight, has an air of conquest. Uproar reigns in front, tumult behind. People vociferate, shout, howl, there they break forth and writhe with enjoyment. Gaiety roars, sarcasm flames forth, joviality is flaunted like a red flag. 2 jades their drag farce blossomed forth into an apotheosis. It is the triumphal car of laughter. A laughter that is too cynical to be frank. In truth, this laughter is suspicious. This laughter has a mission. It is charged with proving the carnival to the Parisians. These fishwife vehicles, in which one feels one knows not what shadows, set the philosopher to thinking. There is government therein. There one lays one's finger on a mysterious affinity between public men and public women. It certainly is sad that turpitude heaped up should give a sum total of gaiety, that by piling ignominy upon opprobrium the people should be enticed, that the system of spying and serving as caryatids to prostitution should amuse the rabble when it confronts them, that the crowd loves to behold that monstrous living pile of tinsel rags, half dung, half light, roll by on 4 wheels howling and laughing, that they should clap their hands at this glory composed of all shames, that there would be no festival for the populace, did not the police promenade in their midst these sorts of 20-headed hydras of joy. But what can be done about it? These beribboned and beflowered tumbrils of mire are insulted and pardoned by the laughter of the public. The laughter of all is the accomplice of universal degradation. Certain unhealthy festivals disaggregate the people and convert them into the populace. And populaces, like tyrants, require buffoons. The king has Roquelaure, the populace has the Merry Andrew. Paris is a great mad city on every occasion that it is a great sublime city. There the carnival forms part of politics. Paris, let us confess it, willingly allows infamy to furnish it with comedy. She only demands of her masters, when she has masters, one thing: paint me the mud. Rome was of the same mind. She loved Nero. Nero was a titanic lighterman. Chance ordained, as we have just said, that one of these shapeless clusters of masked men and women, dragged about on a vast calash, should halt on the left of the boulevard, while the wedding train halted on the right. The carriage-load of masks caught sight of the wedding carriage containing the bridal party opposite them on the other side of the boulevard. "Hullo," said a masker, "here's a wedding." "A sham wedding," retorted another. "We are the genuine article." And being too far off to accost the wedding party, and fearing also the rebuke of the police, the two maskers turned their eyes elsewhere. At the end of another minute, the carriage-load of maskers had their hands full, the multitude set to yelling, which is the crowd's caress to masquerades, and the two maskers who had just spoken had to face the throng with their comrades, and did not find the entire repertory of projectiles of the fish markets too extensive to retort to the enormous verbal attacks of the populace. A frightful exchange of metaphors took place between the maskers and the crowd. In the meanwhile, two other maskers in the same carriage, a Spaniard with an enormous nose, an elderly air and huge black mustache, and a gaunt fishwife, who was quite a young girl, masked with a loop, 67, had also noticed the wedding, and while their companions and the passers-by were exchanging insults, they had held a dialogue in a low voice. Their aside was covered by the tumult and was lost in it. The gusts of rain had drenched the front of the vehicle, which was wide open. The breezes of February are not warm, as the fishwife, clad in a low-necked gown, replied to the Spaniard. She shivered, laughed, and coughed. "Here is their dialogue. Say now, what daddy? Do you see that old cove?" "What old cove?" "Yonder in the first wedding cart on our side. The one with his arm hung up in a black cravat." "Yes. Well, I'm sure that I know him." "Oh, I'm willing that they should cut my throat, and I'm ready to swear that I never said either you, thou, or I in my life, if I don't know that Parisian. Paris in Pantine today. Can you see the bride if you stoop down?" "No." "And the bridegroom?" "There's no bridegroom in that trap." "But unless it's the old fellow. Try to get a sight of the bride by stooping very low." "I can't." "Never mind, that old cove who has something the matter with his paw I know, and that I'm positive." "And what good does it do to know him?" "No one can tell, sometimes it does." "I don't care a hang for old fellows, that I do." "I know him." "Know him if you want to." "How the devil does he come to be one of the wedding party?" "We are in it too." "Where does that wedding come from?" "How should I know?" "Listen." "Well, what?" "There's one thing you ought to do." "What's that?" "Get off of our trap and spin that wedding." "What for?" "To find out where it goes and what it is. Hurry up and jump down, Trot, my girl, your legs are young." "I can't quit the vehicle." "Why not?" "I'm hired." "Ah, the devil. I owe my fishwife day to the prefecture." "That's true." "If I leave the cart, the first inspector who gets his eye on me will arrest me. You know that well enough." "Yes, I do. I'm bought by the government for today." "All the same, that old fellow bothers me." "Do the old fellows bother you? But you're not a young girl." "He's in the first carriage." "Well, in the bride's trap." "What then?" "So he is the father." "What concern is that of mine?" I tell you that he's the father. As if he were the only father. Listen. What? I can't go out otherwise than masked. Here I'm concealed, no one knows that I'm here. But tomorrow there will be no more maskers. It's Ash Wednesday, I run the risk of being nabbed. I must sneak back into my hole, but you are free. Not particularly. More than I am, at any rate. Well, what of that? You must try to find out where that wedding party went to. Where it went. Yes. I know. Where is it going then? To the Cadron Blue. In the first place, it's not in that direction. Well, to La Rapée. Or elsewhere. It's free, wedding parties are at liberty. That's not the point at all. I tell you that you must try to learn for me what that wedding is, who that old cove belongs to, and where that wedding pair lives. I like that, that would be queer. It's so easy to find out a wedding party that passed through the street on a Shrove Tuesday, a week afterwards. A pin in a haymow, it ain't possible. That don't matter, you must try, you understand me, Azelma. The two files resumed their movement on both sides of the boulevard, in opposite directions, and the carriage of the maskers lost sight of the trap of the bride. Chapter 2. Jean Valjean still wears his arm in a sling. To realize one's dream, to whom is this accorded? There must be elections for this in heaven. We are all candidates, unknown to ourselves. The angels vote. Cosette and Marius had been elected. Cosette, both at the mayor's office and at church, was dazzling and touching. Toussaint, assisted by Nicolette, had dressed her. Cosette wore over a petticoat of white taffeta, her robe of binche guipure, a veil of English point, a necklace of fine pearls, a wreath of orange flowers. All this was white, and from the midst of that whiteness she beamed forth. It was an exquisite candor, expanding and becoming transfigured in the light. One would have pronounced her a virgin on the point of turning into a goddess. Marius' handsome hair was lustrous and perfumed. Here and there, beneath the thick curls, pale lines, the scars of the barricade were visible. The grandfather, haughty, with head held high, amalgamating more than ever in his toilet, and his manners all the elegances of the epoch of Barras, escorted Cosette. He took the place of Jean Valjean, who, on account of his arm being still in a sling, could not give his hand to the bride. Jean Valjean, dressed in black, followed them with a smile. Monsieur Fauchelevent, said the grandfather to him, this is a fine day. I vote for the end of afflictions and sorrows. Henceforth, there must be no sadness anywhere. Pardieu, I decree joy. Evil has no right to exist. That there should be any unhappy men is, in sooth, a disgrace to the azure of the sky. Evil does not come from man, who is good at bottom. All human miseries have for their capital and central government hell, otherwise known as the devil's Tuileries. Good, here I am uttering demagogical words. As far as I am concerned, I have no longer any political opinions. Let all men be rich, that is to say, mirthful, and I confine myself to that. When, at the conclusion of all the ceremonies, after having pronounced before the mayor and before the priest all possible yeses, after having signed the registers at the municipality and at the sacristy, after having exchanged their rings, after having knelt side by side under the pall of white moire in the smoke of the censer, they arrived, hand in hand, admired and envied by all, Marius in black, she in white, preceded by the Suisse, with the epaulets of a colonel, tapping the pavement with his halberd between two rows of astonished spectators, at the portals of the church, both leaves of which were thrown wide open, ready to enter their carriage again, and all being finished, Cosette still could not believe that it was real. She looked at Marius, she looked at the crowd, she looked at the sky. It seemed as though she feared that she should wake up from her dream. Her amazed and uneasy air added something indescribably enchanting to her beauty. They entered the same carriage to return home, Marius beside Cosette. M. Gillenormand and Jean Valjean sat opposite them. Aunt Gillenormand had withdrawn 1 degree and was in the second vehicle. "My children," said the grandfather, "here you are, Monsieur le Baron and Madame la Baronne. with an income of 30,000 livres. And Cosette, nestling close to Marius, caressed his ear with an angelic whisper, "So it is true, my name is Marius, I am Madame Thou." These two creatures were resplendent. They had reached that irrevocable and irrecoverable moment at the dazzling intersection of all youth and all joy. They realized the verses of Jean Prouvaire. They were 40 years old taken together. It was marriage sublimated. These two children were two lilies. They did not see each other. They did not contemplate each other. Cosette perceived Marius in the midst of a glory. Marius perceived Cosette on an altar. And on that altar, and in that glory, the two apotheoses mingling in the background, one knows not how, behind a cloud for Cosette, in a flash for Marius, there was the ideal thing, the real thing, the meeting of the kiss and the dream, the nuptial pillow. All the torments through which they had passed came back to them in intoxication. It seemed to them that their sorrows, their sleepless nights, their tears, their anguish, their terrors, their despair, converted into caresses and rays of light, rendered still more charming the charming hour which was approaching, and that their griefs were but so many handmaidens who were preparing the toilet of joy. How good it is to have suffered! Their unhappiness formed a halo round their happiness. The long agony of their love was terminating in an ascension. It was the same enchantment in two souls, tinged with voluptuousness in Marius and with modesty in Cosette. They said to each other in low tones, "We will go back to take a look at our little garden in the Rue Plumet." The folds of Cosette's gown lay across Marius. Such a day is an ineffable mixture of dream and of reality. One possesses and one supposes. One still has time before one to divine. The emotion on that day, of being at midday and of dreaming of midnight, is indescribable. The delights of these two hearts overflowed upon the crowd and inspired the passers-by with cheerfulness. People halted in the Rue Saint-Anton, in front of St. Paul, to gaze through the windows of the carriage at the orange flowers quivering on Cosette's head. Then they returned home to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Marius, triumphant and radiant, mounted side by side with Cosette the staircase up which he had been borne in a dying condition. The poor, who had trooped to the door and who shared their purses, blessed them. There were flowers everywhere. The house was no less fragrant than the church. After the incense, roses. They thought they heard voices caroling in the infinite. They had God in their hearts. Destiny appeared to them like a ceiling of stars. Above their heads they beheld the light of a rising sun. All at once, the clock struck. Marius glanced at Cosette's charming bare arm and at the rosy things which were vaguely visible through the lace of her bodice, and Cosette, intercepting Marius' glance, blushed to her very hair. Quite a number of old family friends of the Gillenormand family had been invited. They pressed about Cosette. Each one vied with the rest in saluting her as Madame la Baronne. The officer, Théodule Gillenormand, now a captain, had come from Chartres, where he was stationed in garrison, to be present at the wedding of his cousin Pontmercy. Cosette did not recognize him. He, on his side, habituated as he was to have women consider him handsome, retained no more recollection of Cosette than of any other woman. "How right I was not to believe in that story about the lancer," said Father Gillenormand to himself. Cosette had never been more tender with Jean Valjean. She was in unison with Father Gillenormand. While he erected joy into aphorisms and maxims, she exhaled goodness like a perfume. Happiness desires that all the world should be happy. She regained, for the purpose of addressing Jean Valjean, inflections of voice belonging to the time when she was a little girl. She caressed him with her smile. A banquet had been spread in the dining room. Illumination as brilliant as the daylight is the necessary seasoning of a great joy. Mist and obscurity are not accepted by the happy. They do not consent to be black. The night, yes. The shadows, no. If there is no sun, one must be made. The dining room was full of gay things. In the center, above the white and glittering table, was a Venetian lustre with flat plates, with all sorts of colored birds, blue, violet, red, and green, perched amid the candles. Around the chandelier, girandoles on the walls, sconces with triple and quintuple branches, mirrors, silverware, glassware, plate, porcelain, faience, pottery, gold, and silversmith's work, all was sparkling and gay. The empty spaces between the candelabra were filled in with bouquets, so that where there was not a light, there was a flower. In the antechamber, 3 violins and a flute softly played quartets by Haydn. Jean Valjean had seated himself on a chair in the drawing-room, behind the door, the leaf of which folded back upon him in such a manner as to nearly conceal him. A few moments before they sat down to table, Cosette came, as though inspired by a sudden whim, and made him a deep courtesy, spreading out her bridal toilet with both hands, and with a tenderly roguish glance, she asked him, "Father, are you satisfied?" "Yes," said Jean Valjean, "I am content." "Well then, laugh." Jean Valjean began to laugh. A few moments later, Basque announced that dinner was served. The guests, preceded by M. Gillenormand with Cosette on his arm, entered the dining room and arranged themselves in the proper order around the table. 2 large armchairs figured on the right and left of the bride, the first for M. Gillenormand, the other for Jean Valjean. M. Gillenormand took his seat. The other armchair remained empty. They looked about for M. Fauchelevent. He was no longer there. M. Gillenormand questioned Basque. "Do you know where M. Fauchelevent is?" "Sir," replied Basque, "I do precisely. M. Fauchelevent told me to say to you, sir, that he was suffering, his injured hand was paining him somewhat, and that he could not dine with Monsieur le Baron and Madame la Baronne, that he begged to be excused, that he would come tomorrow. He has just taken his departure." That empty armchair chilled the effusion of the wedding feast for a moment, but if M. Fauchelevent was absent, M. Gillenormand was present, and the grandfather beamed for 2. He affirmed that M. Fauchelevent had done well to retire early if he were suffering, but that it was only a slight ailment. This declaration sufficed. Moreover, what is an obscure corner in such a submersion of joy? Cosette and Marius were passing through one of those egotistical and blessed moments when no other faculty is left to a person than that of receiving happiness. And then an idea occurred to M. Gillenormand. "Pardieu, this armchair is empty. Come hither, Marius. Your aunt will permit it, although she has a right to you. This armchair is for you. That is legal and delightful. Fortunatus beside Fortunata." Applause from the whole table. Marius took Jean Valjean's place beside Cosette, and things fell out so that Cosette, who had at first been saddened by Jean Valjean's absence, ended by being satisfied with it. From the moment when Marius took his place and was the substitute, Cosette would not have regretted God himself. She set her sweet little foot, shod in white satin, on Marius' foot. The armchair being occupied, M. Fauchelevent was obliterated, and nothing was lacking. And 5 minutes afterward, the whole table from one end to the other was laughing with all the animation of forgetfulness. At dessert, M. Gillenormand, rising to his feet, with a glass of champagne in his hand, only half full so that the palsy of his 80 years might not cause an overflow, proposed the health of the married pair. "You shall not escape 2 sermons," he exclaimed. "This morning you had one from the curé, this evening you shall have one from your grandfather. Listen to me, I will give you a bit of advice. Adore each other. I do not make a pack of gyrations, I go straight to the mark, be happy. In all creation, only the turtle-doves are wise. Philosophers say, moderate your joys. I say, give rein to your joys. Be as much smitten with each other as fiends, be in a rage about it. The philosophers talk stuff and nonsense. I should like to stuff their philosophy down their gullets again. Can there be too many perfumes, too many open rosebuds, too many nightingales singing, too many green leaves, too much aurora in life? Can people love each other too much? Can people please each other too much? Take care, Estelle, thou art too pretty. Have a care, Nemorin, thou art too handsome. Find stupidity in sooth. Can people enchant each other too much, cajole each other too much, charm each other too much? Can one be too much alive, too happy? Moderate your joys. Ah, indeed, down with the philosophers. Wisdom consists in jubilation. Make merry, let us make merry. Are we happy because we are good, or are we good because we are happy? Is the Sancy diamond called the Sancy because it belonged to Harley de Sancy, or because it weighs 600 carats? I know nothing about it. Life is full of such problems. The important point is to possess the Sancy and happiness. Let us be happy without quibbling and quirking. Let us obey the sun blindly. What is the sun? It is love. He who says love says woman. Behold omnipotence, women. Ask that demagogue of a Marius if he is not the slave of that little tyrant of a Cosette, and of his own free will, too, the coward. Woman, there is no Robespierre who keeps his place, but woman reigns. I am no longer royalist except towards that royalty. What is Adam? The kingdom of Eve. No 89 for Eve. There has been the royal scepter surmounted by a fleur-de-lis. There has been the imperial scepter surmounted by a globe. There has been the scepter of Charlemagne, which was of iron. There has been the scepter of Louis the Great, which was of gold. The revolution twisted them between its thumb and forefinger halfpenny straws. It is done with, it is broken, it lies on the earth. There is no longer any scepter, but make me a revolution against that little embroidered handkerchief which smells of patchouli. I should like to see you do it. Try. Why is it so solid? Because it is a gewgaw. You are the 19th century? Well, what then? And we have been as foolish as you. Do not imagine that you have effected much change in the universe, because your trip gallant is called the cholera morbus, and because your parade is called the cachuca. In fact, the women must always be loved. I defy you to escape from that. These friends are our angels. Yes, love, woman, the kiss forms a circle from which I defy you to escape, and for my own part, I should be only too happy to re-enter it. Which of you has seen the planet Venus, the coquette of the abyss, the saline of the ocean, rise in the infinite, calming all here below? The ocean is a rough Alcestis. Well, grumble as he will, when Venus appears he is forced to smile. That brute beast submits. We are all made so. Wrath, tempest, claps of thunder, foam to the very ceiling. A woman enters on the scene, a planet rises, flat on your face. Marius was fighting 6 months ago, today he is married. That is well. Yes, Marius, yes, Cosette, you are in the right. Exist boldly for each other, make us burst with rage that we cannot do the same, idealize each other, catch in your beaks all the tiny blades of felicity that exist on earth, and arrange yourselves a nest for life. Party to love, to be loved. What a fine miracle when one is young. Don't imagine that you have invented that. I too have had my dream, I too have meditated, I too have sighed, I too have had a moonlight soul. Love is a child 6,000 years old. Love has the right to a long white beard. Methusalem is a street Arab beside Cupid. For 60 centuries, men and women have got out of their scrape by loving. The devil, who is cunning, took to hating man. Man, who is still more cunning, took to loving woman. In this way, he does more good than the devil does him harm. This craft was discovered in the days of the terrestrial paradise. The invention is old, my friends, but it is perfectly new. Profit by it. Be Daphnis and Chloe, while waiting to become Philemon and Baucis. Manage so that, when you are with each other, nothing shall be lacking to you, and that Cosette may be the sun for Marius, and that Marius may be the universe to Cosette. Cosette, let your fine weather be the smile of your husband. Marius, let your rain be your wife's tears, and let it never rain in your household. You have filched the winning number in the lottery. You have gained the great prize. Guard it well, keep it under lock and key, do not squander it. Adore each other and snap your fingers at all the rest. Believe what I say to you, it is good sense, and good sense cannot lie. Be a religion to each other. Each man has his own fashion of adoring God. Saperlot, the best way to adore God is to love one's wife. I love thee, that's my catechism. He who loves is orthodox. The oath of Henry IV places sanctity somewhere between feasting and drunkenness. Ventre Saint Gris, I don't belong to the religion of that oath. Woman is forgotten in it. This astonishes me on the part of Henry IV. My friends, long live women. I am old, they say. It's astonishing how much I feel in the mood to be young. I should like to go and listen to the bagpipes in the woods. Children who contrive to be beautiful and contented, that intoxicates me. I would like greatly to get married, if anyone would have me. It is impossible to imagine that God could have made us for anything but this. To idolize, to coo, to preen ourselves, to be dove-like, to be dainty, to bill and coo our loves from morn to night, to gaze at one's image in one's little wife, to be proud, to be triumphant, to plume oneself. That is the aim of life. There, let not that displease you which we used to think in our day, when we were young folks. Ah, Vertubambach, what charming women there were in those days, and what pretty little faces, and what lovely lasses. I committed my ravages among them. Then love each other. If people did not love each other, I really do not see what use there would be in having any springtime. And for my own part, I should pray the good God to shut up all the beautiful things that he shows us, and to take away from us, and put back in his box, the flowers, the birds, and the pretty maidens. My children, receive an old man's blessing. The evening was gay, lively, and agreeable. The grandfather's sovereign good humor gave the keynote to the whole feast, and each person regulated his conduct on that almost centenarian cordiality. They danced a little, they laughed a great deal. It was an amiable wedding. Goodman days of yore might have been invited to it. However, he was present in the person of Father Gillenormand. There was a tumult, then silence. The married pair disappeared. A little after midnight, the Gillenormand house became a temple. Here we pause. On the threshold of wedding nights stands a smiling angel with his finger on his lips. The soul enters into contemplation before that sanctuary where the celebration of love takes place. There should be flashes of light athwart such houses. The joy which they contain ought to make its escape through the stones of the walls in brilliancy and vaguely illuminate the gloom. It is impossible that this sacred and fatal festival should not give off a celestial radiance to the infinite. Love is the sublime crucible wherein the fusion of the man and the woman takes place. The being one, the being triple, the being final, the human trinity proceeds from it. This birth of two souls into one ought to be an emotion for the gloom. The lover is the priest, the ravished virgin is terrified. Something of that joy ascends to God. Where true marriage is, that is to say, where there is love, the ideal enters in. A nuptial bed makes a nook of dawn amid the shadows. If it were given to the eye of the flesh to scan the formidable and charming visions of the upper life, it is probable that we should behold the forms of night, the winged unknowns, the blue passers of the invisible, bend down, a throng of somber heads, around the luminous house, satisfied, showering benedictions, pointing out to each other the virgin wife gently alarmed, sweetly terrified, and bearing the reflection of human bliss upon their divine countenances. If at that supreme hour the wedded pair, dazzled with voluptuousness and believing themselves alone, were to listen, they would hear in their chamber a confused rustling of wings. Perfect happiness implies a mutual understanding with the angels. That dark little chamber has all heaven for its ceiling. When two mouths, rendered sacred by love, approach to create, it is impossible that there should not be, above that ineffable kiss, a quivering throughout the immense mystery of stars. These felicities are the true ones. There is no joy outside of these joys. Love is the only ecstasy, all the rest weeps. To love or to have loved, this suffices, demand nothing more. There is no other pearl to be found in the shadowy folds of life. To love is a fulfillment. Chapter 3. The Inseparable. What had become of Jean Valjean? Immediately after having laughed at Cosette's graceful command, when no one was paying any heed to him, Jean Valjean had risen and had gained the antechamber unperceived. This was the very room which, 8 months before, he had entered black with mud, with blood and powder, bringing back the grandson to the grandfather. The old wainscoting was garlanded with foliage and flowers. The musicians were seated on the sofa on which they had laid Marius down. Basque, in a black coat, knee breeches, white stockings, and white gloves, was arranging roses round all of the dishes that were to be served. Jean Valjean pointed to his arm in its sling, charged Basque to explain his absence, and went away. The long windows of the dining room opened on the street. Jean Valjean stood for several minutes, erect and motionless in the darkness, beneath those radiant windows. He listened. The confused sounds of the banquet reached his ear. He heard the loud, commanding tones of the grandfather, the violins, the clatter of the plates, the bursts of laughter, and through all that merry uproar, he distinguished Cosette's sweet and joyous voice. He quitted the Rue des Filles du Calvaire and returned to the Rue de l'Homme Armé. In order to return thither, he took the Rue Saint-Louis, the Rue Culture Sainte-Catherine, and the Blancs-Manteaux. It was a little longer, but it was the road through which, for the last 3 months, he had become accustomed to pass every day on his way from the Rue de l'Homme Armé to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, in order to avoid the obstructions and the mud in the Rue Ville du Temple. This road, through which Cosette had passed, excluded for him all possibility of any other itinerary. Jean Valjean entered his lodgings. He lighted his candle and mounted the stairs. The apartment was empty. Even Toussaint was no longer there. Jean Valjean's step made more noise than usual in the chambers. All the cupboards stood open. He penetrated to Cosette's bedroom. There were no sheets on the bed. The pillow, covered with ticking and without a case or lace, was laid on the blankets folded up on the foot of the mattress, whose covering was visible, and on which no one was ever to sleep again. All the little feminine objects which Cosette was attached to had been carried away. Nothing remained except the heavy furniture and the four walls. Toussaint's bed was despoiled in like manner. One bed only was made up, and seemed to be waiting someone, and this was Jean Valjean's bed. Jean Valjean looked at the walls, closed some of the cupboard doors, and went and came from one room to another. Then he sought his own chamber once more, and set his candle on a table. He had disengaged his arm from the sling, and he used his right hand as though it did not hurt him. He approached his bed, and his eyes rested, was it by chance, was it intentionally, on the inseparable of which Cosette had been jealous, on the little portmanteau which never left him. On his arrival in the Rue de l'Homme Armé on the 4th of June, he had deposited it on a round table near the head of his bed. He went to this table with a sort of vivacity, took a key from his pocket, and opened the valise. From it he slowly drew forth the garments in which, 10 years before, Cosette had quitted Montfermeil, first the little gown, then the black fichu, then the stout, coarse child's shoes which Cosette might almost have worn still, so tiny were her feet, then the fustian bodice, which was very thick, then the knitted petticoat, next the apron with pockets, then the woolen stockings. These stockings, which still preserved the graceful form of a tiny leg, were no longer than Jean Valjean's hand. All this was black of hue. It was he who had brought those garments to Montfermeil for her. As he removed them from the valise, he laid them on the bed. He fell to thinking. He called up memories. It was in winter, in a very cold month of December. She was shivering, half-naked, in rags. Her poor little feet were all red in their wooden shoes. He, Jean Valjean, had made her abandon those rags to clothe herself in these mourning habiliments. The mother must have felt pleased in her grave to see her daughter wearing mourning for her, and above all, to see that she was properly clothed and that she was warm. He thought of that forest of Montfermeil. They had traversed it together, Cosette and he. He thought of what the weather had been, of the leafless trees, of the wood destitute of birds, of the sunless sky. It mattered not, it was charming. He arranged the tiny garments on the bed, the fichu next to the petticoat, the stockings beside the shoes, and he looked at them, one after the other. She was no taller than that. She had her big doll in her arms. She had put her louis d'or in the pocket of that apron. She had laughed. They walked hand in hand. She had no one in the world but him. Then his venerable white head fell forward on the bed. That stoical old heart broke. His face was engulfed, so to speak, in Cosette's garments, and if anyone had passed up the stairs at that moment, he would have heard frightful sobs. Chapter 4. The Immortal Liver 68. The old and formidable struggle, of which we have already witnessed so many phases, began once more. Jacob struggled with the angel but one night. Alas, how many times have we beheld Jean Valjean seized bodily by his conscience in the darkness and struggling desperately against it. Unheard of conflict. At certain moments the foot slips, at other moments the ground crumbles away underfoot. How many times had that conscience, mad for the good, clasped and overthrown him? How many times had the truth set her knee inexorably upon his breast? How many times, hurled to earth by the light, had he begged for mercy? How many times had that implacable spark, lighted within him, and upon him by the bishop, dazzled him by force when he had wished to be blind? How many times had he risen to his feet in the combat, held fast to the rock, leaning against sophism, dragged in the dust, now getting the upper hand of his conscience, again overthrown by it? How many times, after an equivoque, after the specious and treacherous reasoning of egotism, had he heard his irritated conscience cry in his ear, "A trip, you wretch"? How many times had his refractory thoughts rattled convulsively in his throat, under the evidence of duty, resistance to God, funereal sweats? What secret wounds which he alone felt bleed? What excoriations in his lamentable existence? How many times he had risen bleeding, bruised, broken, enlightened, despair in his heart, serenity in his soul, and vanquished he had felt himself the conqueror. And after having dislocated, broken, and rent his conscience with red-hot pincers, it had said to him, as it stood over him, formidable, luminous, and tranquil. Now go in peace. But on emerging from so melancholy a conflict, what a lugubrious peace, alas! Nevertheless, that night Jean Valjean felt that he was passing through his final combat. A heart-rending question presented itself. Predestinations are not all direct. They do not open out in a straight avenue before the predestined man. They have blind courts, impassable alleys, obscure turns, disturbing crossroads, offering the choice of many ways. Jean Valjean had halted at that moment at the most perilous of these crossroads. He had come to the supreme crossing of good and evil. He had that gloomy intersection beneath his eyes. On this occasion once more, as had happened to him already in other sad vicissitudes, two roads opened out before him, the one tempting, the other alarming. Which was he to take? He was counseled to the one which alarmed him by that mysterious index finger which we all perceive whenever we fix our eyes on the darkness. Once more, Jean Valjean had the choice between the terrible port and the smiling ambush. Is it then true, the soul may recover, but not fate, frightful thing, an incurable destiny? This is the problem which presented itself to him. In what manner was Jean Valjean to behave in relation to the happiness of Cosette and Marius? It was he who had willed that happiness, it was he who had brought it about. He had himself buried it in his entrails, and at that moment, when he reflected on it, he was able to enjoy the sort of satisfaction which an armorer would experience on recognizing his factory mark on a knife, on withdrawing it, all smoking, from his own breast. Cosette had Marius, Marius possessed Cosette. They had everything, even riches, and this was his doing. But what was he, Jean Valjean, to do with this happiness, now that it existed, now that it was there? Should he force himself on this happiness? Should he treat it as belonging to him? No doubt Cosette did belong to another, but should he, Jean Valjean, retain of Cosette all that he could retain? Should he remain the sort of father, half seen but respected, which he had hitherto been? Should he, without saying a word, bring his past to that future? Should he present himself there as though he had a right, and should he seat himself, veiled, at that luminous fireside? Should he take those innocent hands into his tragic hands, with a smile? Should he place upon the peaceful fender of the Gillenormand drawing-room those feet of his, which dragged behind them the disgraceful shadow of the law? Should he enter into participation in the fair fortunes of Cosette and Marius? Should he render the obscurity on his brow and the cloud upon theirs still more dense? Should he place his catastrophe as a third associate in their felicity? Should he continue to hold his peace? In a word, should he be the sinister mute of destiny beside these two happy beings? We must have become habituated to fatality and to encounters with it in order to have the daring to raise our eyes when certain questions appear to us in all their horrible nakedness. Good or evil stands behind this severe interrogation point. What are you going to do? Demands the Sphinx. This habit of trial Jean Valjean possessed. He gazed intently at the Sphinx. He examined the pitiless problem under all its aspects. Cosette, that charming existence, was the raft of this shipwreck. What was he to do? To cling fast to it, or to let go his hold? If he clung to it, he should emerge from disaster, he should ascend again into the sunlight, he should let the bitter water drip from his garments and his hair, he was saved, he should live. And if he let go his hold, then the abyss. Thus he took sad counsel with his thoughts, or, to speak more correctly, he fought. He kicked furiously internally, now against his will, now against his conviction. Happily for Jean Valjean that he had been able to weep. That relieved him, possibly, but the beginning was savage. A tempest, more furious than the one which had formerly driven him to Arras, broke loose within him. The past surged up before him, facing the present. He compared them and sobbed. The silence of tears once opened, the despairing man writhed. He felt that he had been stopped short. Alas, in this fight to the death between our egotism and our duty, when we thus retreat step by step before our immutable ideal, bewildered, furious, exasperated at having to yield, disputing the ground, hoping for a possible flight, seeking an escape. What an abrupt and sinister resistance does the foot of the wall offer in our rear? To feel the sacred shadow which forms an obstacle. The invisible, inexorable, what an obsession! Then one is never done with conscience. Make your choice, Brutus, make your choice, Cato. It is fathomless, since it is God. One flings into that well the labor of one's whole life. One flings in one's fortune, one flings in one's riches, one flings in one's success, one flings in one's liberty or fatherland, one flings in one's well-being, one flings in one's repose, one flings in one's joy. More, 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 empty the vase, tip the urn. One must finish by flinging in one's heart. Somewhere in the fog of the ancient hells, there is a ton like that. Is not one pardonable, if one at last refuses? Can the inexhaustible have any right? Are not chains which are endless above human strength? Who would blame Sisyphus and Jean Valjean for saying, "It is enough"? The obedience of matter is limited by friction. Is there no limit to the obedience of the soul? If perpetual motion is impossible, can perpetual self-sacrifice be exacted? The first step is nothing, it is the last which is difficult. What was the Champmathieu affair in comparison with Cosette's marriage and of that which it entailed? What is a re-entrance into the galleys compared to entrance into the void? O first step that must be descended, how sombre art thou! O second step, how black art thou! How could he refrain from turning aside his head this time? Martyrdom is sublimation, corrosive sublimation. It is a torture which consecrates. One can consent to it for the first hour. One seats oneself on the throne of glowing iron. One places on one's head the crown of hot iron. One accepts the globe of red-hot iron. One takes the scepter of red-hot iron. But the mantle of flame still remains to be donned. And comes there not a moment when the miserable flesh revolts, and when one abdicates from suffering? At length, Jean Valjean entered into the peace of exhaustion. He weighed, he reflected, he considered the alternatives, the mysterious balance of light and darkness. Should he impose his galleys on those two dazzling children, or should he consummate his irremediable engulfment by himself? On one side lay the sacrifice of Cosette, on the other that of himself. At what solution should he arrive? What decision did he come to? What resolution did he take? What was his own inward definitive response to the unbribable interrogatory of fatality? What door did he decide to open? Which side of his life did he resolve upon closing and condemning? Among all the unfathomable precipices which surrounded him, which was his choice? What extremity did he accept? To which of the gulfs did he nod his head? His dizzy reverie lasted all night long. He remained there until daylight, in the same attitude, bent double over that bed, prostrate beneath the enormity of fate, crushed, perchance, alas, with clenched fists, with arms outspread at right angles, like a man crucified who has been unnailed and flung face down on the earth. There he remained for 12 hours, the 12 long hours of a long winter's night, ice-cold, without once raising his head and without uttering a word. He was as motionless as a corpse, while his thoughts wallowed on the earth and soared, now like the hydra, now like the eagle. Anyone to behold him thus motionless would have pronounced him dead. All at once he shuddered convulsively, and his mouth, glued to Cosette's garments, kissed them. Then it could be seen that he was alive. Who could see, since Jean Valjean was alone, and there was no one there? The one who is in the shadows. Book 7th, The Last Draught from the Cup. Last Drop from the Cup. Chapter 1, The Seventh Circle and the Eighth Heaven. The days that follow weddings are solitary. People respect the meditations of the happy pair, and also their tardy slumbers to some degree. The tumult of visits and congratulations only begins later on. On the morning of the 17th of February, it was a little past midday when Basque, with napkin and feather duster under his arm, busy in setting his antechamber to rights, heard a light tap at the door. There had been no ring, which was discreet on such a day. Basque opened the door and beheld M. Fauchelevent. He introduced him into the drawing-room, still encumbered and topsy-turvy, and which bore the air of a field of battle after the joys of the preceding evening. "Dame, sir," remarked Basque, "we all woke up late." "Is your master up?" asked Jean Valjean. "How is Monsieur's arm?" replied Basque. "Better. Is your master up?" "Which one, the old one or the new one?" "Monsieur Pontmercy." "Monsieur le Baron," said Basque, drawing himself up. A man is a baron most of all to his servants. He counts for something with them. They are what a philosopher would call bespattered with the title, and that flatters them. Marius, be it said in passing, a militant republican as he had proved, was now a baron in spite of himself. A small revolution had taken place in the family in connection with this title. It was now M. Gillenormand who clung to it, and Marius who detached himself from it. But Colonel Pontmercy had written, "My son will bear my title." Marius obeyed. And then Cosette, in whom the woman was beginning to dawn, was delighted to be a baroness. "Monsieur le Baron," repeated Basque, "I will go and see. I will tell him that M. Fauchelevent is here." "No, do not tell him that it is I. Tell him that someone wishes to speak to him in private, and mention no name." "Ah," ejaculated Basque. "I wish to surprise him." "Ah," ejaculated Basque once more, omitting his second "ah," as an explanation of the first. And he left the room. Jean Valjean remained alone. The drawing-room, as we have just said, was in great disorder. It seemed as though, by lending an ear, one might still hear the vague noise of the wedding. On the polished floor lay all sorts of flowers which had fallen from garlands and head-dresses. The wax candles, burned to stumps, added stalactites of wax to the crystal drops of the chandeliers. Not a single piece of furniture was in its place. In the corners, 3 or 4 armchairs, drawn close together in a circle, had the appearance of continuing a conversation. The whole effect was cheerful. A certain grace still lingers round a dead feast. It has been a happy thing. On the chairs in disarray, among those fading flowers, beneath those extinct lights, people have thought of joy. The sun had succeeded to the chandelier and made its way gaily into the drawing-room. Several minutes elapsed. Jean Valjean stood motionless on the spot where Basque had left him. He was very pale. His eyes were hollow and so sunken in his head by sleeplessness that they nearly disappeared in their orbits. His black coat bore the weary folds of a garment that has been up all night. The elbows were whitened with the down which the friction of cloth against linen leaves behind it. Jean Valjean stared at the window, outlined on the polished floor at his feet by the sun. There came a sound at the door, and he raised his eyes. Marius entered, his head well up, his mouth smiling, an indescribable light on his countenance, his brow expanded, his eyes triumphant. He had not slept either. "It is you, father," he exclaimed, on catching sight of Jean Valjean. "That idiot of a Basque had such a mysterious air, but you have come too early. It is only 12:30. Cosette is asleep." That word, father, said to M. Fauchelevent by Marius, signified supreme felicity. There had always existed, as the reader knows, a lofty wall, a coldness and a constraint between them, ice which must be broken or melted. Marius had reached that point of intoxication when the wall was lowered, when the ice dissolved, and when M. Fauchelevent was to him, as to Cosette, a father. He continued. His words poured forth, as is the peculiarity of divine paroxysms of joy. "How glad I am to see you. If you only knew how we missed you yesterday. Good morning, father. How is your hand? Better, is it not?" And satisfied with the favorable reply which he had made to himself, he pursued. "We have both been talking about you. Cosette loves you so dearly. You must not forget that you have a chamber here. We want nothing more to do with the Rue de l'Homme Armé. We will have no more of it at all. How could you go to live in a street like that, which is sickly, which is disagreeable, which is ugly, which has a barrier at one end, where one is cold, and into which one cannot enter? You are to come and install yourself here, and this very day, or you will have to deal with Cosette. She means to lead us all by the nose, I warn you. You have your own chamber here, it is close to ours, it opens on the garden. The trouble with the clock has been attended to, the bed is made. It is all ready, you have only to take possession of it. Near your bed Cosette has placed a huge, old, easy chair covered with Utrecht velvet, and she has said to it, 'Stretch out your arms to him.' A nightingale comes to the clump of acacias opposite your windows every spring. In 2 months more you will have it. You will have its nest on your left and ours on your right. By night it will sing, and by day Cosette will prattle. Your chamber faces due south. Cosette will arrange your books for you, your voyages of Captain Cook and the other, Vancouver's, and all your affairs. I believe that there is a little valise to which you are attached. I have fixed upon a corner of honor for that. You have conquered my grandfather, you suit him, we will live together. Do you play whist? You will overwhelm my grandfather with delight if you play whist. It is you who shall take Cosette to walk on the days when I am at the courts. You shall give her your arm, you know, as you used to in the Luxembourg. We are absolutely resolved to be happy, and you shall be included in it, in our happiness. Do you hear, father? Come, will you breakfast with us today? Sir, said Jean Valjean, I have something to say to you. I am an ex-convict. The limit of shrill sounds perceptible can be overleaped, as well in the case of the mind as in that of the ear. These words, I am an ex-convict, proceeding from the mouth of M. Fauchelevent and entering the ear of Marius, overshot the possible. It seemed to him that something had just been said to him, but he did not know what. He stood with his mouth wide open. Then he perceived that the man who was addressing him was frightful. Wholly absorbed in his own dazzled state, he had not, up to that moment, observed the other man's terrible pallor. Jean Valjean untied the black cravat which supported his right arm, unrolled the linen from around his hand, bared his thumb, and showed it to Marius. There is nothing the matter with my hand, said he. Marius looked at the thumb. There has not been anything the matter with it, went on Jean Valjean. There was, in fact, no trace of any injury. Jean Valjean continued. It was fitting that I should be absent from your marriage. I absented myself as much as was in my power. So I invented this injury in order that I might not commit a forgery, that I might not introduce a flaw into the marriage documents, in order that I might escape from signing. Marius stammered. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of it is, replied Jean Valjean, that I have been in the galleys. You are driving me mad, exclaimed Marius in terror. Monsieur Pontmercy, said Jean Valjean, I was 19 years in the galleys for theft. Then I was condemned for life for theft, for a second offense. At the present moment, I have broken my ban. In vain did Marius recoil before the reality, refuse the fact, resist the evidence. He was forced to give way. He began to understand, and as always happens in such cases, he understood too much. An inward shudder of hideous enlightenment flashed through him, an idea which made him quiver traversed his mind. He caught a glimpse of a wretched destiny for himself in the future. Say all, he cried, you are Cosette's father. And he retreated a couple of paces, with a movement of indescribable horror. Jean Valjean elevated his head with so much majesty of attitude that he seemed to grow even to the ceiling. It is necessary that you should believe me here, sir, although our oath to others may not be received in law. Here he paused, then, with a sort of sovereign and sepulchral authority, he added, articulating slowly and emphasizing the syllables. You will believe me, I the father of Cosette. Before God, no, Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy, I am a peasant of Faverolles. I earned my living by pruning trees. My name is not Fauchelevent, but Jean Valjean. I am not related to Cosette, reassure yourself. Marius stammered. Who will prove that to me? Since I tell you so. Marius looked at the man. He was melancholy yet tranquil. No lie could proceed from such a calm. That which is icy is sincere. The truth could be felt in that chill of the tomb. I believe you, said Marius. Jean Valjean bent his head, as though taking note of this, and continued. What am I to Cosette, a passer-by? 10 years ago, I did not know that she was in existence. I love her, it is true. One loves a child whom one has seen when very young, being old oneself. When one is old, one feels oneself a grandfather towards all little children. You may, it seems to me, suppose that I have something which resembles a heart. She was an orphan, without either father or mother. She needed me, that is why I began to love her. Children are so weak that the first comer, even a man like me, can become their protector. I have fulfilled this duty towards Cosette. I do not think that so slight a thing can be called a good action, but if it be a good action, well, say that I have done it. Register this attenuating circumstance. Today, Cosette passes out of my life, our two roads part. Henceforth, I can do nothing for her. She is Madame Pontmercy. Her providence has changed, and Cosette gains by the change. All is well. As for the 600,000 francs, you do not mention them to me, but I forestall your thought. They are a deposit. How did that deposit come into my hands? What does that matter? I restore the deposit. Nothing more can be demanded of me. I complete the restitution by announcing my true name. That concerns me. I have a reason for desiring that you should know who I am. And Jean Valjean looked Marius full in the face. All that Marius experienced was tumultuous and incoherent. Certain gusts of destiny produce these billows in our souls. We have all undergone moments of trouble in which everything within us is dispersed. We say the first things that occur to us, which are not always precisely those which should be said. There are sudden revelations which one cannot bear, and which intoxicate like baleful wine. Marius was stupefied by the novel situation which presented itself to him, to the point of addressing that man almost like a person who was angry with him for this avowal. "But why," he exclaimed, "do you tell me all this? Who forces you to do so? You could have kept your secret to yourself. You are neither denounced, nor tracked, nor pursued. You have a reason for wantonly making such a revelation. Conclude. There is something more. In what connection do you make this confession? What is your motive?" "My motive," replied Jean Valjean in a voice so low and dull that one would have said that he was talking to himself rather than to Marius. "From what motive, in fact, has this convict just said, 'I am a convict'? Well, yes, the motive is strange. It is out of honesty. Stay, the unfortunate point is that I have a thread in my heart which keeps me fast. It is when one is old that that sort of thread is particularly solid. All life falls in ruin around one resists. Had I been able to tear out that thread, to break it, to undo the knot, or to cut it, to go far away, I should have been safe. I had only to go away. There are diligences in the Rue Boule. You are happy. I am going. I have tried to break that thread. I have jerked at it. It would not break. I tore my heart with it. Then I said, I cannot live anywhere else than here. I must stay. Well, yes, you are right. I am a fool. Why not simply remain here? You offer me a chamber in this house. Madame Pontmercy is sincerely attached to me, she said to the armchair. Stretch out your arms to him. Your grandfather demands nothing better than to have me. I suit him. We shall live together and take our meals in common. I shall. Give Cosette my arm. Madame Pontmercy, excuse me, it is a habit. We shall have but one roof, one table, one fire, the same chimney corner in winter, the same promenade in summer. That is joy, that is happiness, that is everything. We shall live as one family, one family. At that word, Jean Valjean became wild. He folded his arms, glared at the floor beneath his feet, as though he would have excavated an abyss therein, and his voice suddenly rose in thundering tones. As one family, no, I belong to no family. I do not belong to yours. I do not belong to any family of men. In houses where people are among themselves, I am superfluous. There are families, but there is nothing of the sort for me. I am an unlucky wretch. I am left outside. Did I have a father and mother? I almost doubt it. On the day when I gave that child in marriage, all came to an end. I have seen her happy, and that she is with a man whom she loves, and that there exists here a kind old man, a household of 2 angels, and all joys in that house, and that it was well, I said to myself, enter thou not. I could have lied, it is true, have deceived you all, and remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. So long as it was for her, I could lie, but now it would be for myself, and I must not. It was sufficient for me to hold my peace, it is true, and all would go on. You ask me what has forced me to speak? A very odd thing, my conscience. To hold my peace was very easy, however. I passed the night in trying to persuade myself to it. You questioned me, and what I have just said to you is so extraordinary that you have the right to do it. Well, yes, I have passed the night in alleging reasons to myself, and I gave myself very good reasons. I have done what I could. But there are 2 things in which I have not succeeded. In breaking the thread that holds me fixed, riveted, and sealed here by the heart, or in silencing someone who speaks softly to me when I am alone. That is why I have come hither to tell you everything this morning. Everything or nearly everything. It is useless to tell you that which concerns only myself. I keep that to myself. You know the essential points. So I have taken my mystery and have brought it to you, and I have disemboweled my secret before your eyes. It was not a resolution that was easy to take. I struggled all night long. Oh, you think that I did not tell myself that this was no Champmathieu affair, that by concealing my name I was doing no one any injury, that the name of Fauchelevent had been given to me by Fauchelevent himself, out of gratitude for a service rendered to him, and that I might assuredly keep it, and that I should be happy in that chamber which you offer me, that I should not be in anyone's way, that I should be in my own little corner, and that, while you would have Cosette, I should have the idea that I was in the same house with her. Each one of us would have had his share of happiness. If I continued to be Monsieur Fauchelevent, that would arrange everything. Yes, with the exception of my soul. There was joy everywhere upon my surface, but the bottom of my soul remained black. It is not enough to be happy, one must be content. Thus I should have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent, thus I should have concealed my true visage. Thus, in the presence of your expansion, I should have had an enigma. Thus, in the midst of your full noonday, I should have had shadows. Thus, without crying, where I should have simply introduced the galleys to your fireside, I should have taken my seat at your table with the thought that if you knew who I was, you would drive me from it. I should have allowed myself to be served by domestics who, had they known, would have said, "How horrible." I should have touched you with my elbow, which you have a right to dislike. I should have filched your clasps of the hand. There would have existed in your house a division of respect between venerable white locks and tainted white locks. At your most intimate hours, when all hearts thought themselves open to the very bottom to all the rest, when we four were together, your grandfather, you two, and myself, a stranger would have been present. I should have been side by side with you in your existence, having for my only care not to disarrange the cover of my dreadful pit. Thus I, a dead man, should have thrust myself upon you who are living beings. I should have condemned her to myself forever, you and Cosette, and I would have had all three of our heads in the green cap. Does it not make you shudder? I am only the most crushed of men. I should have been the most monstrous of men. And I should have committed that crime every day. And I should have had that face of night upon my visage every day, and I should have communicated to you a share in my taint every day, to you, my dearly beloved, my children, to you, my innocent creatures. Is it nothing to hold one's peace? Is it a simple matter to keep silence? No, it is not simple. There is a silence which lies, and my lie and my fraud and my indignity and my cowardice and my treason and my crime, I should have drained drop by drop. I should have spit it out, then swallowed it again. I should have finished at midnight and have begun again at midday, and my good morning would have lied, and my good night would have lied, and I should have slept on. I should have eaten it with my bread, and I should have looked Cosette in the face, and I should have responded to the smile of the angel by the smile of the damned soul, and I should have been an abominable villain. Why should I do it? In order to be happy. In order to be happy. Have I the right to be happy? I stand outside of life, sir. Jean Valjean paused. Marius listened. Such chains of ideas and of anguishes cannot be interrupted. Jean Valjean lowered his voice once more, but it was no longer a dull voice, it was a sinister voice. You ask why I speak. I am neither denounced nor pursued nor tracked, you say. Yes, I am denounced. Yes, I am tracked. By whom? By myself. It is I who bar the passage to myself, and I drag myself, and I push myself, and I arrest myself, and I execute myself, and when one holds oneself, one is firmly held. And seizing a handful of his own coat by the nape of the neck, and extending it towards Marius. Do you see that fist? He continued. Don't you think that it holds that collar in such a wise as not to release it? Well, conscience is another grasp. If one desires to be happy, sir, one must never understand duty, for as soon as one has comprehended it, it is implacable. One would say that it punished you for comprehending it, but no, it rewards you, for it places you in a hell where you feel God beside you. One has no sooner lacerated his own entrails than he is at peace with himself. And with a poignant accent, he added, Monsieur Pontmercy, this is not common sense. I am an honest man. It is by degrading myself in your eyes that I elevate myself in my own. This has happened to me once before, but it was less painful then. it was a mere nothing. Yes, an honest man. I should not be so if, through my fault, you had continued to esteem me. Now that you despise me, I am so. I have that fatality hanging over me that, not being able to ever have anything but stolen consideration, that consideration humiliates me and crushes me inwardly, and in order that I may respect myself, it is necessary that I should be despised. Then I straighten up again. I'm a galley slave who obeys his conscience. I know well that that is most improbable, but what would you have me do about it? It is the fact. I have entered into engagements with myself, I keep them. There are encounters which bind us, there are chances which involve us in duties. You see, Monsieur Pontmercy, various things have happened to me in the course of my life. Again Jean Valjean paused, swallowing his saliva with an effort, as though his words had a bitter aftertaste, and then he went on. When one has such a horror hanging over one has not the right to make others share it without their knowledge. One has not the right to make them slip over one's own precipice without their perceiving it. One has not the right to let one's red blouse drag upon them. One has no right to slyly encumber with one's misery the happiness of others. It is hideous to approach those who are healthy and to touch them in the dark with one's ulcer. In spite of the fact that Fauchelevent lent me his name, I have no right to use it. He could give it to me, but I could not take it. A name is an eye. You see, sir, that I have thought somewhat, I have read a little, although I am a peasant, and you see that I express myself properly. I understand things. I have procured myself an education. Well, yes, to abstract a name and to place oneself under it is dishonest. Letters of the alphabet can be filched, like a purse or a watch. To be a false signature in flesh and blood, to be a living false key, to enter the house of honest people by picking their lock, never more to look straight forward, to forever eye askance, to be infamous within the eye, no, 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 no. It is better to suffer, to bleed, to weep, to tear one's skin from the flesh with one's nails, to pass nights writhing in anguish, to devour oneself body and soul. That is why I have just told you all this, wantonly, as you say. He drew a painful breath and hurled this final word. In days gone by, I stole a loaf of bread in order to live. Today, in order to live, I will not steal a name. To live, interrupted Marius, you do not need that name in order to live. Ah, I understand the matter, said Jean Valjean, raising and lowering his head several times in succession. A silence ensued. Both held their peace, each plunged in a gulf of thoughts. Marius was sitting near a table and resting the corner of his mouth on one of his fingers, which was folded back. Jean Valjean was pacing to and fro. He paused before a mirror and remained motionless. Then, as though replying to some inward course of reasoning, he said, as he gazed at the mirror, which he did not see, "While at present I am relieved." He took up his march again and walked to the other end of the drawing-room. At the moment when he turned round, he perceived that Marius was watching his walk. Then he said, with an inexpressible intonation, "I drag my leg a little, now you understand why." Then he turned fully round towards Marius. "And now, sir, imagine this. I have said nothing. I have remained Monsieur Fauchelevent. I have taken my place in your house. I am one of you. I am in my chamber. I come to breakfast in the morning in slippers. In the evening all three of us go to the play. I accompany Madame Pontmercy to the Tuileries, and to the Place Royale. We are together. You think me your equal. One fine day you are there, and I am there. We are conversing. We are laughing. All at once, you hear a voice shouting this name, Jean Valjean. And behold, that terrible hand, the police, darts from the darkness and abruptly tears off my mask." Again he paused. Marius had sprung to his feet with a shudder. Jean Valjean resumed. "What do you say to that?" Marius' silence answered for him. Jean Valjean continued. "You see that I am right in not holding my peace. Be happy, be in heaven, be the angel of an angel, exist in the sun, be content therewith, and do not trouble yourself about the means which a poor damned wretch takes to open his breast and force his duty to come forth. You have before you, sir, a wretched man." Marius slowly crossed the room, and when he was quite close to Jean Valjean, he offered the latter his hand. But Marius was obliged to step up and take that hand which was not offered. Jean Valjean let him have his own way, and it seemed to Marius that he pressed a hand of marble. "My grandfather has friends," said Marius. "I will procure your pardon." "It is useless," replied Jean Valjean. "I am believed to be dead, and that suffices. The dead are not subjected to surveillance. They are supposed to rot in peace. Death is the same thing as pardon." And disengaging the hand which Marius held, he added, with a sort of inexorable dignity, "Moreover, the friend to whom I have recourse is the doing of my duty, and I need but one pardon, that of my conscience." At that moment, a door at the other end of the drawing-room opened gently halfway, and in the opening Cosette's head appeared. They saw only her sweet face. Her hair was in charming disorder, her eyelids were still swollen with sleep. She made the movement of a bird, which thrusts its head out of its nest, glanced first at her husband, then at Jean Valjean, and cried to them with a smile, so that they seemed to behold a smile at the heart of a rose. "I will wager that you are talking politics. How stupid that is, instead of being with me." Jean Valjean shuddered. "Cosette," stammered Marius. And he paused. One would have said that they were two criminals. Cosette, who was radiant, continued to gaze at both of them. There was something in her eyes like gleams of paradise. "I have caught you in the very act," said Cosette. "Just now I heard my father Fauchelevent through the door saying, 'Conscience, doing my duty, that is politics, indeed it is. I will not have it. People should not talk politics the very next day. It is not right.'" "You are mistaken, Cosette," said Marius. "We are talking business. We are discussing the best investment of your 600,000 francs. "That is not it at all," interrupted Cosette. "I am coming. Does anybody want me here?" And passing resolutely through the door, she entered the drawing-room. She was dressed in a voluminous white dressing-gown, with 1,000 folds and large sleeves which, starting from the neck, fell to her feet. In the golden heavens of some ancient Gothic pictures, there are these charming sacks fit to clothe the angels. She contemplated herself from head to foot in a long mirror, then exclaimed, in an outburst of ineffable ecstasy, "There was once a king and a queen. Oh, how happy I am!" That said, she made a curtsy to Marius and to Jean Valjean. "There," said she, "I am going to install myself near you in an easy chair. We breakfast in half an hour. You shall say anything you like. I know well that men must talk, and I will be very good." Marius took her by the arm and said lovingly to her, "We are talking business." "By the way," said Cosette, "I have opened my window. A flock of pierrots has arrived in the garden. Birds, not maskers. Today is Ash Wednesday, but not for the birds. I tell you that we are talking business. Go, my little Cosette, leave us alone for a moment. We are talking figures. That will bore you. You have a charming cravat on this morning, Marius. You are very dandified, Monseigneur. No, it will not bore me. I assure you that it will bore you. No, since it is you. I shall not understand you, but I shall listen to you. When one hears the voices of those whom one loves, one does not need to understand the words that they utter. That we should be here together, that is all that I desire. I shall remain with you, bah. You are my beloved Cosette. Impossible. Impossible. Yes. Very good, said Cosette. I was going to tell you some news. I could have told you that your grandfather is still asleep, that your aunt is at mass, that the chimney in my father Fauchelevent's room smokes, that Nicolette has sent for the chimney sweep, that Toussaint and Nicolette have already quarreled, that Nicolette makes sport of Toussaint's stammer. Well, you shall know nothing. Ah, it is impossible. You shall see, gentlemen, that I in my turn can say, it is impossible. Then who will be caught? I beseech you, my little Marius, let me stay here with you too. I swear to you that it is indispensable that we should be alone. Well, am I anybody? Jean Valjean had not uttered a single word. Cosette turned to him. In the first place, father, I want you to come and embrace me. What do you mean by not saying anything instead of taking my part? Who gave me such a father as that? You must perceive that my family life is very unhappy. My husband beats me. Come, embrace me instantly. Jean Valjean approached. Cosette turned toward Marius. As for you, I shall make a face at you. Then she presented her brow to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean advanced a step toward her. Cosette recoiled. Father, you are pale. Does your arm hurt you? It is well, said Jean Valjean. Did you sleep badly? No. Are you sad? No. Embrace me if you are well, if you sleep well, if you are content, I will not scold you. And again she offered him her brow. Jean Valjean dropped a kiss upon that brow whereon rested a celestial gleam. Smile. Jean Valjean obeyed. It was the smile of a spectre. Now defend me against my husband. Cosette, ejaculated Marius. Get angry, father, say that I must stay. You can certainly talk before me, so you think me very silly. What you say is astonishing. Business, placing money in a bank, a great matter, truly. Men make mysteries out of nothing. I am very pretty this morning. Look at me, Marius. And with an adorable shrug of the shoulders and an indescribably exquisite pout, she glanced at Marius. I love you, said Marius. I adore you, said Cosette. And they fell irresistibly into each other's arms. Now, said Cosette, adjusting a fold of her dressing gown with a triumphant little grimace, I shall stay. No, not that, said Marius in a supplicating tone. We have to finish something. Still no. Marius assumed a grave tone. I assure you, Cosette, that it is impossible. Ah, you put on your man's voice, sir. That is well, I go. You, father, have not upheld me. Monsieur my father, monsieur my husband, you are tyrants. I shall go and tell grandpapa. If you think that I am going to return and talk platitudes to you, you are mistaken. I am proud. I shall wait for you now. You shall see that it is you who are going to be bored without me. I am going, it is well. And she left the room. 2 seconds later, the door opened once more. Her fresh and rosy head was again thrust between the 2 leaves, and she cried to them. I am very angry indeed. The door closed again, and the shadows descended once more. It was as though a ray of sunlight should have suddenly traversed the night, without itself being conscious of it. Marius made sure that the door was securely closed. Poor Cosette, he murmured, when she finds out. At that word Jean Valjean trembled in every limb. He fixed on Marius a bewildered eye. Cosette, oh yes, it is true, you are going to tell Cosette about this. That is right. Stay, I had not thought of that. One has the strength for one thing, but not for another. Sir, I conjure you, I entreat now, sir, give me your most sacred word of honor that you will not tell her. Is it not enough that you should know it? I have been able to say it myself without being forced to it. I could have told it to the universe, to the whole world. It was all one to me. But she does not know what it is. It would terrify her. What a convict. We should be obliged to explain matters to her, to say to her, he is a man who has been in the galleys. She saw the chain gang pass by one day. Oh my God! He dropped into an armchair and hid his face in his hands. His grief was not audible, but from the quivering of his shoulders, it was evident that he was weeping. Silent tears, terrible tears. There is something of suffocation in the sob. He was seized with a sort of convulsion. He threw himself against the back of the chair as though to gain breath, letting his arms fall and allowing Marius to see his face inundated with tears, and Marius heard him murmur, so low that his voice seemed to issue from fathomless depths. Oh, would that I could die! Be at your ease, said Marius. I will keep your secret for myself alone. And less touched, perhaps, than he ought to have been, but forced, for the last hour, to familiarize himself with something as unexpected as it was dreadful, gradually beholding the convict superposed before his very eyes, upon M. Fauchelevent, overcome, little by that lugubrious reality, and led by the natural inclination of the situation, to recognize the space which had just been placed between that man and himself, Marius added. It is impossible that I should not speak a word to you with regard to the deposit which you have so faithfully and honestly remitted. That is an act of probity, It is just that some recompense should be bestowed on you. Fix the sum yourself, it shall be counted out to you. Do not fear to set it very high." "I thank you, sir," replied Jean Valjean gently. He remained in thought for a moment, mechanically passing the tip of his forefinger across his thumbnail. Then he lifted up his voice. "All is nearly over, but one last thing remains for me." "What is it?" Jean Valjean struggled with what seemed a last hesitation, and without voice, without breath, he stammered rather than said, "Now that you know, do you think, sir, you who are the master, that I ought not to see Cosette any more?" "I think that would be better," replied Marius coldly. "I shall never see her more," murmured Jean Valjean, and he directed his steps towards the door. He laid his hand on the knob, the latch yielded, the door opened. Jean Valjean pushed it open far enough to pass through, stood motionless for a second, then closed the door again and turned to Marius. He was no longer pale, he was livid. There were no longer any tears in his eyes, but only a sort of tragic flame. His voice had regained a strange composure. "Stay, sir," he said. "If you will allow it, I will come to see her. I assure you that I desire it greatly. If I had not cared to see Cosette, I should not have made to you the confession that I have made. I should have gone away. But as I desired to remain in the place where Cosette is, and to continue to see her, I had to tell you about it honestly. You follow my reasoning, do you not? It is a matter easily understood. You see, I have had her with me for more than 9 years. We lived first in that hut on the boulevard, then in the convent, then near the Luxembourg. That was where you saw her for the first time. You remember her blue plush hat. Then we went to the Quartier des Invalides, where there was a railing on a garden, the Rue Plumet. I lived in a little back courtyard, whence I could hear her piano. That was my life. We never left each other. That lasted for 9 years and some months. I was like her own father, and she was my child. I do not know whether you understand, Monsieur Pontmercy, but to go away now, never to see her again, never to speak to her again, to no longer have anything would be hard. If you do not disapprove of it, I will come to see Cosette from time to time. I will not come often. I will not remain long. You shall give orders that I am to be received in the little waiting room on the ground floor. I could enter perfectly well by the back door, but that might create surprise perhaps, and it would be better, I think, for me to enter by the usual door. Truly, sir, I should like to see a little more of Cosette, as rarely as you please. Put yourself in my place. I have nothing left but that. And then we must be cautious. If I no longer come at all, it would produce a bad effect. It would be considered singular. What I can do, by the way, is to come in the afternoon, when night is beginning to fall." "You shall come every evening," said Marius, "and Cosette will be waiting for you." "You are kind, sir," said Jean Valjean. Marius saluted Jean Valjean. Happiness escorted despair to the door, and these two men parted. Chapter 2. The obscurities which a revelation can contain. Marius was quite upset. The sort of estrangement which he had always felt towards the man beside whom he had seen Cosette was now explained to him. There was something enigmatic about that person, of which his instinct had warned him. This enigma was the most hideous of disgraces, the galleys. This M. Fauchelevent was the convict Jean Valjean. To abruptly find such a secret in the midst of one's happiness resembles the discovery of a scorpion in a nest of turtle-doves. Was the happiness of Marius and Cosette thenceforth condemned to such a neighborhood? Was this an accomplished fact? Did the acceptance of that man form a part of the marriage now consummated? Was there nothing to be done? Had Marius wedded the convict as well? In vain may one be crowned with light and joy. In vain may one taste the grand purple hour of life, happy love. Such shocks would force even the archangel in his ecstasy, even the demigod in his glory, to shudder. As is always the case in changes of view of this nature, Marius asked himself whether he had nothing with which to reproach himself. Had he been wanting in divination? Had he been wanting in prudence? Had he involuntarily dulled his wits? A little, perhaps. Had he entered upon this love affair, which had ended in his marriage to Cosette, without taking sufficient precautions to throw light upon the surroundings? He admitted it is thus, by a series of successive admissions of ourselves in regard to ourselves, that life amends us little by little. He admitted the chimerical and visionary side of his nature, a sort of internal cloud peculiar to many organizations, and which, in paroxysms of passion and sorrow, dilates as the temperature of the soul changes, and invades the entire man, to such a degree as to render him nothing more than a conscience bathed in a mist. We have more than once indicated this characteristic element of Marius' individuality. He recalled that, in the intoxication of his love, in the Rue Plumet, during those 6 or 7 ecstatic weeks, he had not even spoken to Cosette of that drama in the Gorbeau hovel, where the victim had taken up such a singular line of silence during the struggle and the ensuing flight. How had it happened that he had not mentioned this to Cosette, yet it was so near and so terrible? How had it come to pass that he had not even named the Thénardiers, and particularly on the day when he had encountered Eponine? He now found it almost difficult to explain his silence of that time. Nevertheless, he could account for it. He recalled his benumbed state, his intoxication with Cosette, love absorbing everything, that catching away of each other into the ideal, and perhaps also, like the imperceptible quantity of reason mingled with this violent and charming state of the soul, a vague instinct impelling him to conceal and abolish in his memory that redoubtable adventure, contact with which he dreaded, in which he did not wish to play any part, his agency in which he had kept secret, and in which he could be neither narrator nor witness without being an accuser. Moreover, these few weeks had been a flash of lightning. There had been no time for anything except love. In short, having weighed everything, turned everything over in his mind, examined everything, whatever might have been the consequences if he had told Cosette about the Gorbeau ambush, even if he had discovered that Jean Valjean was a convict, would that have changed him, Marius? Would that have changed her, Cosette? Would he have drawn back? Would he have adored her any the less? Would he have refrained from marrying her? No, then there was nothing to regret, nothing with which he need reproach himself. All was well. There is a deity for those drunken men who are called lovers. Marius, blind, had followed the path which he would have chosen had he been in full possession of his sight. Love had bandaged his eyes in order to lead him whither? To paradise. But this paradise was henceforth complicated with an infernal accompaniment. Marius' ancient estrangement towards this man, towards this Fauchelevent who had turned into Jean Valjean, was at present mingled with horror. In this horror, let us state, there was some pity and even a certain surprise. This thief guilty of a second offense, had restored that deposit. And what a deposit! 600,000 francs. He alone was in the secret of that deposit. He might have kept it all, he had restored it all. Moreover, he had himself revealed his situation. Nothing forced him to this. If anyone learned who he was, it was through himself. In this avowal there was something more than acceptance of humiliation, there was acceptance of peril. For a condemned man, a mask is not a mask, it is a shelter. A false name is security, and he had rejected that false name. He, the galley slave, might have hidden himself forever in an honest family. He had withstood this temptation. And with what motive? Through a conscientious scruple. He himself explained this with the irresistible accents of truth. In short, whatever this Jean Valjean might be, he was undoubtedly a conscience which was awakening. There existed some mysterious rehabilitation which had begun, and to all appearances, scruples had for a long time already controlled this man. Such fits of justice and goodness are not characteristic of vulgar natures. An awakening of conscience is grandeur of soul. Jean Valjean was sincere. This sincerity, visible, palpable, irrefragable, evident from the very grief that it caused him, rendered inquiries useless, and conferred authority on all that that man had said. Here for Marius there was a strange reversal of situations. What breathed from M. Fauchelevent? Distrust. What did Jean Valjean inspire? Confidence. In the mysterious balance of this Jean Valjean which the pensive Marius struck, he admitted the active principle, he admitted the passive principle, and he tried to reach a balance. But all this went on as in a storm. Marius, while endeavoring to form a clear idea of this man, and while pursuing Jean Valjean, so to speak, in the depths of his thought, lost him, and found him again in a fatal mist. The deposit honestly restored, the probity of the confession, these were good. This produced a lightening of the cloud, then the cloud became black once more. Troubled as were Marius' memories, a shadow of them returned to him. After all, what was that adventure in the Jondrette attic? Why had that man taken to flight on the arrival of the police, instead of entering a complaint? Here Marius found the answer, because that man was a fugitive from justice who had broken his ban. Another question, why had that man come to the barricade? For Marius now once more distinctly beheld that recollection which had reappeared in his emotions like sympathetic ink at the application of heat. This man had been in the barricade. He had not fought there. What had he come there for? In the presence of this question, a spectre sprang up and replied, Javert. Marius recalled perfectly now that funereal sight of Jean Valjean dragging the pinioned Javert out of the barricade, and he still heard behind the corner of the little Rue Mondétour that frightful pistol shot. Obviously, there was hatred between that police spy and the galley slave. The one was in the other's way. Jean Valjean had gone to the barricade for the purpose of revenging himself. He had arrived late. He probably knew that Javert was a prisoner there. The Corsican vendetta has penetrated to certain lower strata and has become the law there. It is so simple that it does not astonish souls which are but half turned towards good, and those hearts are so constituted that a criminal who is in the path of repentance may be scrupulous in the matter of theft and unscrupulous in the matter of vengeance. Jean Valjean had killed Javert. At least, that seemed to be evident. This was the final question, to be sure, but to this there was no reply. This question Marius felt like pincers. How had it come to pass that Jean Valjean's existence had elbowed that of Cosette for so long a period? What melancholy sport of Providence was that which had placed that child in contact with that man? Are there then chains for two which are forged on high? And does God take pleasure in coupling the angel with the demon? So a crime and an innocence can be roommates in the mysterious galleys of wretchedness. In that defiling of condemned persons which is called human destiny, can two brows pass side by side, the one ingenuous, the other formidable, the one all bathed in the divine whiteness of dawn, the other forever blemished by the flash of an eternal lightning? Who could have arranged that inexplicable pairing off? In what manner, in consequence of what prodigy, had any community of life been established between this celestial little creature and that old criminal? Who could have bound the lamb to the wolf, and what was still more incomprehensible, have attached the wolf to the lamb? For the wolf loved the lamb, for the fierce creature adored the feeble one, for during the space of 9 years, the angel had had the monster as her point of support. Cosette's childhood and girlhood, her advent in the daylight, her virginal growth towards life and light, had been sheltered by that hideous devotion. Here questions exfoliated, so to speak, into innumerable enigmas, abysses yawned at the bottoms of abysses, and Marius could no longer bend over Jean Valjean without becoming dizzy. What was this man-precipice? The old symbols of Genesis are eternal, in human society such as it now exists, and until a broader day shall effect a change in it, there will always be two men, the one superior, the other subterranean. The one which is according to good is Abel. The other which is according to evil is Cain. What was this tender Cain? What was this ruffian religiously absorbed in the adoration of a virgin, watching over her, rearing her, guarding her, dignifying her, and enveloping her, impure as he was himself, with purity? What was that cesspool which had venerated that innocence to such a point as not to leave upon it a single spot? What was this Jean Valjean educating Cosette? What was this figure of the shadows which had for its only object the preservation of the rising of a star from every shadow and from every cloud? That was Jean Valjean's secret. That was also God's secret. In the presence of this double secret, Marius recoiled. The one in some sort reassured him as to the other. God was as visible in this affair as was Jean Valjean. God has his instruments. He makes use of the tool which he wills. He is not responsible to men. Do we know how God sets about the work? Jean Valjean had labored over Cosette. He had, to some extent, made that soul. That was incontestable. Well, what then? The workman was horrible, but the work was admirable. God produces his miracles as seems good to him. He had constructed that charming Cosette, and he had employed Jean Valjean. It had pleased him to choose this strange collaborator for himself. What account have we to demand of him? Is this the first time that the dung heap has aided the spring to create the rose? Marius made himself these replies, and declared to himself that they were good. He had not dared to press Jean Valjean on all the points which we have just indicated, but he did not confess to himself that he did not dare to do it. He adored Cosette, he possessed Cosette, Cosette was splendidly pure. That was sufficient for him. What enlightenment did he need? Cosette was a light. Does light require enlightenment? He had everything. What more could he desire? All, is not that enough? Jean Valjean's personal affairs did not concern him. And bending over the fatal shadow of that man, he clung fast, convulsively, to the solemn declaration of that unhappy wretch. I am nothing to Cosette. 10 years ago, I did not know that she was in existence. Jean Valjean was a passer-by. He had said so himself. Well, he had passed. Whatever he was, his part was finished. Henceforth there remained Marius to fulfill the part of Providence to Cosette. Cosette had sought the azure in a person like herself, in her lover, her husband, her celestial male. Cosette, as she took her flight, winged and transfigured, left behind her on the earth her hideous and empty chrysalis, Jean Valjean. In whatever circle of ideas Marius revolved, he always returned to a certain horror for Jean Valjean. A sacred horror, perhaps, for, as we have just pointed out, he felt a quid divinum in that man. But do what he would, and seek what extenuation he would, he was certainly forced to fall back upon this. The man was a convict, that is to say, a being who has not even a place in the social ladder, since he is lower than the very lowest rung. After the very last of men comes the convict. The convict is no longer, so to speak, in the semblance of the living. The law has deprived him of the entire quantity of humanity of which it can deprive a man. Marius, on penal questions, still held to the inexorable system, though he was a democrat, and he entertained all the ideas of the law on the subject of those whom the law strikes. He had not yet accomplished all progress, we admit. He had not yet come to distinguish between that which is written by man and that which is written by God, between law and right. He had not examined and weighed the right which man takes to dispose of the irrevocable and the irreparable. He was not shocked by the word vindict. He found it quite simple that certain breaches of the written law should be followed by eternal suffering, and he accepted, as the process of civilization, social damnation. He still stood at this point, though safe to advance infallibly later on, since his nature was good, and at bottom, wholly formed of latent progress. In this stage of his ideas, Jean Valjean appeared to him hideous and repulsive. He was a man reproved, he was the convict. That word was for him like the sound of the trump on the day of judgment, and after having reflected upon Jean Valjean for a long time, his final gesture had been to turn away his head. Vade retro. Marius, if we must recognize and even insist upon the fact, while interrogating Jean Valjean to such a point that Jean Valjean had said, "You are confessing me," had not, nevertheless, put to him 2 or 3 decisive questions. It was not that they had not presented themselves to his mind, but that he had been afraid of them. The Jondrette attic, the barricade, Javert, who knows where these revelations would have stopped? Jean Valjean did not seem like a man who would draw back, and who knows whether Marius, after having urged him on, would not have himself desired to hold him back. Has it not happened to all of us, in certain supreme conjunctures, to stop our ears in order that we may not hear the reply after we have asked a question? It is especially when one loves that one gives way to these exhibitions of cowardice. It is not wise to question sinister situations to the last point, particularly when the indissoluble side of our life is fatally intermingled with them. What a terrible light might have proceeded from the despairing explanations of Jean Valjean, and who knows whether that hideous glare would not have darted forth as far as Cosette? Who knows whether a sort of infernal glow would not have lingered behind it on the brow of that angel? The spattering of a lightning flash is of the thunder also. Fatality has points of juncture where innocence itself is stamped with crime by the gloomy law of the reflections which give color. The purest figures may forever preserve the reflection of a horrible association. Rightly or wrongly, Marius had been afraid. He already knew too much. He sought to dull his senses rather than to gain further light. In dismay, he bore off Cosette in his arms and shut his eyes to Jean Valjean. That man was the night, the living and horrible night. How should he dare to seek the bottom of it? It is a terrible thing to interrogate the shadow. Who knows what its reply will be? The dawn may be blackened forever by it. In this state of mind, the thought that that man would, henceforth, come into any contact whatever with Cosette was a heartrending perplexity to Marius. He now almost reproached himself for not having put those formidable questions before which he had recoiled, and from which an implacable and definitive decision might have sprung. He felt that he was too good, too gentle, too weak, if we must say the word. This weakness had led him to an imprudent concession. He had allowed himself to be touched. He had been in the wrong. He ought to have simply and purely rejected Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean played the part of fire, and that is what he should have done, and have freed his house from that man. He was vexed with himself. He was angry with that whirlwind of emotions which had deafened, blinded, and carried him away. He was displeased with himself. What was he to do now? Jean Valjean's visits were profoundly repugnant to him. What was the use in having that man in his house? What did the man want? Here he became dismayed. He did not wish to dig down. He did not wish to penetrate deeply. He did not wish to sound himself. He had promised. He had allowed himself to be drawn into a promise. Jean Valjean held his promise. One must keep one's word even to a convict, above all to a convict. Still, his first duty was to Cosette. In short, he was carried away by the repugnance which dominated him. Marius turned over all this confusion of ideas in his mind, passing from one to the other, and moved by all of them. Hence arose a profound trouble. It was not easy for him to hide this trouble from Cosette, but love is a talent, and Marius succeeded in doing it. However, without any apparent object, he questioned Cosette, who was as candid as a dove is white and who suspected nothing. He talked of her childhood and her youth, and he became more and more convinced that that convict had been everything good, paternal, and respectable that a man can be towards Cosette. All that Marius had caught a glimpse of and had surmised was real. That sinister nettle had loved and protected that lily. Book 8th, Fading Away of the Twilight. The Twilight Decline. Chapter 1, The Lower Chamber. On the following day, at nightfall, Jean Valjean knocked at the carriage gate of the Gillenormand house. It was Basque who received him. Basque was in the courtyard at the appointed hour, as though he had received his orders. It sometimes happens that one says to a servant, "You will watch for Mr. So-and-so when he arrives." Basque addressed Jean Valjean without waiting for the latter to approach him. "Monsieur le Baron has charged me to inquire whether Monsieur desires to go upstairs or to remain below." "I will remain below," replied Jean Valjean. Basque, who was perfectly respectful, opened the door of the waiting room and said, "I will go and inform Madame." The room which Jean Valjean entered was a damp, vaulted room on the ground floor, which served as a cellar on occasion, which opened on the street, was paved with red squares, and was badly lighted by a grated window. This chamber was not one of those which are harassed by the feather duster, the Pope's head brush, and the broom. The dust rested tranquilly there. Persecution of the spiders was not organized there. A fine web, which spread far and wide, and was very black and ornamented with dead flies, formed a wheel on one of the window panes. The room, which was small and low-ceiled, was furnished with a heap of empty bottles piled up in one corner. The wall, which was daubed with an ochre-yellow wash, was scaling off in large flakes. At one end there was a chimney-piece painted in black with a narrow shelf. A fire was burning there, which indicated that Jean Valjean's reply, "I will remain below," had been foreseen. 2 armchairs were placed at the 2 corners of the fireplace. Between the chairs, an old bedside rug, which displayed more foundation thread than wool, had been spread by way of a carpet. The chamber was lighted by the fire on the hearth, and the twilight falling through the window. Jean Valjean was fatigued. For days he had neither eaten nor slept. He threw himself into one of the armchairs. Basque returned, set a lighted candle on the chimney-piece, and retired. Jean Valjean, his head drooping and his chin resting on his breast, perceived neither Basque nor the candle. All at once, he drew himself up with a start. Cosette was standing beside him. He had not seen her enter, but he had felt that she was there. He turned round, he gazed at her. She was adorably lovely, but what he was contemplating with that profound gaze was not her beauty but her soul. "Well," exclaimed Cosette, "Father, I knew that you were peculiar, but I never should have expected this. What an idea! Marius told me that you wish me to receive you here." "Yes, it is my wish." "I expected that reply. Good. I warn you that I am going to make a scene for you. Let us begin at the beginning. Embrace me, father." And she offered him her cheek. Jean Valjean remained motionless. "You do not stir, I take note of it, attitude of guilt, but never mind, I pardon you. Jesus Christ said, 'Offer the other cheek,' here it is." And she presented her other cheek. Jean Valjean did not move. It seemed as though his feet were nailed to the pavement. "This is becoming serious," said Cosette. "What have I done to you? I declare that I am perplexed. You owe me reparation. You will dine with us." "I have dined." "That is not true. I will get M. Gillenormand to scold you. Grandfathers are made to reprimand fathers. Come, go upstairs with me to the drawing-room, immediately." "Impossible." Here Cosette lost ground a little. She ceased to command and passed to questioning. "But why? And you choose the ugliest chamber in the house in which to see me. It's horrible here." "Thou knowest." Jean Valjean caught himself up. "You know, madame, that I am peculiar. I have my freaks." Cosette struck her tiny hands together. "Madame, you know, more novelties. What is the meaning of this?" Jean Valjean directed upon her that heartrending smile, to which he occasionally had recourse. "You wish to be madame, you are so." "Not for you, father." "Do not call me father." "What?" "Call me Monsieur Jean, Jean, if you like." "You are no longer my father. I am no longer Cosette. Monsieur Jean, what does this mean? Why, these are revolutions, aren't they? What has taken place? Come, look me in the face. And you won't live with us, and you won't have my chamber. What have I done to you? Has anything happened?" "Nothing." "Well then, everything is as usual. Why do you change your name? You have changed yours, surely." He smiled again, with the same smile as before, and added, "Since you are Madame Pontmercy, I certainly can be Monsieur Jean." "I don't understand anything about it. All this is idiotic. I shall ask permission of my husband for you to be Monsieur Jean. I hope that he will not consent to it. You cause me a great deal of pain. One does have freaks, but one does not cause one's little Cosette grief. That is wrong. You have no right to be wicked, you who are so good." He made no reply. She seized his hands with vivacity, and raising them to her face with an irresistible movement, she pressed them against her neck beneath her chin, which is a gesture of profound tenderness. "Oh," she said to him, "be good." And she went on. "This is what I call being good, being nice and coming and living here. There are birds here as there are in the Rue Plumet, living with us, quitting that hole of a Rue de l'Homme Armé, not giving us riddles to guess, being like all the rest of the world, dining with us, breakfasting with us, being my father." He loosed her hands. "You no longer need a father, you have a husband." Cosette became angry. "I no longer need a father. One really does not know what to say to things like that, which are not common sense." "If Toussaint were here," resumed Jean Valjean, like a person who is driven to seek authorities and who clutches at every branch, "she would be the first to agree that it is true that I have always had ways of my own. There is nothing new in this. I always have loved my black corner. But it is cold here. One cannot see distinctly. It is abominable that it is, to wish to be Monsieur Jean. I will not have you say you to me. Just now as I was coming hither, replied Jean Valjean, I saw a piece of furniture in the Rue Saint-Louis. It was at a cabinet-maker's. If I were a pretty woman, I would treat myself to that bit of furniture. A very neat toilet table in the reigning style, what you call rosewood, I think. It is inlaid. The mirror is quite large. There are drawers. It is pretty. Who the villainous bear, replied Cosette. And with supreme grace, setting her teeth and drawing back her lips, she blew at Jean Valjean. She was a grace copying a cat. I am furious, she resumed. Ever since yesterday you have made me rage, all of you. I am greatly vexed. I don't understand. You do not defend me against Marius. Marius will not uphold me against you. I am all alone. I arrange a chamber prettily. If I could have put the good God there, I would have done it. My chamber is left on my hands. My lodger sends me into bankruptcy. I order a nice little dinner of Nicolette. We will have nothing to do with your dinner, madame. And my father, Fauchelevent, wants me to call him Monsieur Jean, and to receive him in a frightful, old, ugly cellar, where the walls have beards, and where the crystal consists of empty bottles, and the curtains are of spiders' webs. You are singular, I admit. That is your style, but people who get married are granted a truce. You ought not to have begun being singular again instantly, so you are going to be perfectly contented in your abominable Rue de l'Homme Armé. I was very desperate indeed there, that I was. What have you against me? You cause me a great deal of grief. Fie. And becoming suddenly serious, she gazed intently at Jean Valjean and added, Are you angry with me because I am happy? Ingenuousness sometimes unconsciously penetrates deep. This question, which was simple for Cosette, was profound for Jean Valjean. Cosette had meant to scratch, and she lacerated. Jean Valjean turned pale. He remained for a moment without replying. Then, with an inexpressible intonation, and speaking to himself, he murmured, Her happiness was the object of my life. Now God may sign my dismissal. Cosette, thou art happy, my day is over. Ah, you have said thou to me, exclaimed Cosette. And she sprang to his neck. Jean Valjean, in bewilderment, strained her wildly to his breast. It almost seemed to him as though he were taking her back. Thanks, father, said Cosette. This enthusiastic impulse was on the point of becoming poignant for Jean Valjean. He gently removed Cosette's arms and took his hat. Well, said Cosette. I leave you, madame. They are waiting for you. And from the threshold, he added, I have said thou to you, tell your husband that this shall not happen again. Pardon me. Jean Valjean quitted the room, leaving Cosette stupefied at this enigmatical farewell. Chapter 2. Another Step Backwards. On the following day, at the same hour, Jean Valjean came. Cosette asked him no questions, was no longer astonished, no longer exclaimed that she was cold, no longer spoke of the drawing-room. She avoided saying either father or Monsieur Jean. She allowed herself to be addressed as you. She allowed herself to be called madame. Only her joy had undergone a certain diminution. She would have been sad if sadness had been possible to her. It is probable that she had had with Marius one of those conversations in which the beloved man says what he pleases, explains nothing, and satisfies the beloved woman. The curiosity of lovers does not extend very far beyond their own love. The lower room had made a little toilet. Basque had suppressed the bottles, and Nicolette the spiders. All the days which followed brought Jean Valjean at the same hour. He came every day because he had not the strength to take Marius' words otherwise than literally. Marius arranged matters so as to be absent at the hours when Jean Valjean came. The house grew accustomed to the novel ways of M. Fauchelevent. Toussaint helped in this direction. Monsieur has always been like that, she repeated. The grandfather issued this decree. He's an original. And all was said. Moreover, at the age of 96, no bond is any longer possible. All is merely juxtaposition. A newcomer is in the way. There is no longer any room. All habits are acquired. M. Fauchelevent, M. Tranchelevent, Father Gillenormand asked nothing better than to be relieved from that gentleman. He added, nothing is more common than those originals. They do all sorts of queer things. They have no reason. The Marquis de Canapples was still worse. He bought a palace that he might lodge in the garret. These are fantastic appearances that people affect. No one caught a glimpse of the sinister foundation. And moreover, who could have guessed such a thing? There are marshes of this description in India. The water seems extraordinary, inexplicable, rippling though there is no wind, and agitated where it should be calm. One gazes at the surface of these causeless ebullitions. One does not perceive the hydra which crawls on the bottom. Many men have a secret monster in this same manner, a dragon which gnaws them, a despair which inhabits their night. Such a man resembles other men. He goes and comes. No one knows that he bears within him a frightful parasitic pain with 1,000 teeth, which lives within the unhappy man and of which he is dying. No one knows that this man is a gulf. He is stagnant but deep. From time to time, a trouble of which the onlooker understands nothing appears on his surface. A mysterious wrinkle is formed, then vanishes, then reappears. An air bubble rises and bursts. It is the breathing of the unknown beast. Certain strange habits, arriving at the hour when other people are taking their leave, keeping in the background when other people are displaying themselves, preserving on all occasions what may be designated as the wall-colored mantle, seeking the solitary walk, preferring the deserted street, avoiding any share in conversation, avoiding crowds and festivals, seeming at one's ease and living poorly, having one's key in one's pocket and one's candle at the porter's lodge. However rich one may be, entering by the side door, ascending the private staircase, all these insignificant singularities, fugitive folds on the surface, often proceed from a formidable foundation. Many weeks passed in this manner. A new life gradually took possession of Cosette. The relations which marriage creates, visits, the care of the house, pleasures, great matters. Cosette's pleasures were not costly. They consisted in one thing, being with Marius. The great occupation of her life was to go out with him, to remain with him. It was for them a joy that was always fresh, to go out arm in the face of the sun, in the open street, without hiding themselves, before the whole world, both of them completely alone. Cosette had one vexation. Toussaint could not get on with Nicolette, the soldering of 2 elderly maids being impossible, and she went away. The grandfather was well. Marius argued a case here and there. Aunt Gillenormand peacefully led that life aside which sufficed for her beside the new household. Jean Valjean came every day. The address as thou disappeared, the you, the madame, the Monsieur Jean, rendered him another person to Cosette. The care which he had himself taken to detach her from him was succeeding. She became more and more gay and less tender. Yet she still loved him sincerely, and he felt it. One day she said to him suddenly, "You used to be my father, you are no longer my father, you were my uncle, you are no longer my uncle, you were Monsieur Fauchelevent, you are Jean. Who are you then? I don't like all this. If I did not know how good you are, I should be afraid of you." He still lived in the Rue de l'Homme Armé, because he could not make up his mind to remove to a distance from the quarter where Cosette dwelt. At first, he only remained a few minutes with Cosette, and then went away. Little by little, he acquired the habit of making his visits less brief. One would have said that he was taking advantage of the authorization of the days which were lengthening. He arrived earlier and departed later. One day Cosette chanced to say "father" to him. A flash of joy illuminated Jean Valjean's melancholy old countenance. He caught her up. "Say, Jean." "Ah, truly," she replied with a burst of laughter. "Monsieur Jean." "That is right," said he, and he turned aside so that she might not see him wipe his eyes. Chapter 3. They recall the garden of the Rue Plumet. This was the last time. After that last flash of light, complete extinction ensued. No more familiarity, no more good morning with a kiss, never more that word so profoundly sweet. My father, he was at his own request, and through his own complicity driven out of all his happinesses one after the other. And he had this sorrow, that after having lost Cosette wholly in one day, he was afterwards obliged to lose her again in detail. The eye eventually becomes accustomed to the light of a cellar. In short, it sufficed for him to have an apparition of Cosette every day. His whole life was concentrated in that 1 hour. He seated himself close to her, he gazed at her in silence, or he talked to her of years gone by, of her childhood, of the convent, of her little friends of those bygone days. One afternoon, it was on one of those early days in April, already warm and fresh, the moment of the sun's great gaiety, the gardens which surrounded the windows of Marius and Cosette felt the emotion of waking. The hawthorn was on the point of budding. A jeweled garniture of gillyflowers spread over the ancient walls. Snapdragons yawned through the crevices of the stones. Amid the grass there was a charming beginning of daisies and buttercups. The white butterflies of the year were making their first appearance. The wind, that minstrel of the eternal wedding, was trying in the trees the first notes of that grand, auroral symphony which the old poets called the springtide. Marius said to Cosette, "We said that we would go back to take a look at our garden in the Rue Plumet. Let us go thither, we must not be ungrateful." And away they flitted, like two swallows towards the spring. This garden of the Rue Plumet produced on them the effect of the dawn. They already had behind them in life something which was like the springtime of their love. The house in the Rue Plumet, being held on a lease, still belonged to Cosette. They went to that garden and that house. There they found themselves again, there they forgot themselves. That evening, at the usual hour, Jean Valjean came to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. "Madame went out with Monsieur and has not yet returned," Basque said to him. He seated himself in silence and waited an hour. Cosette did not return. He departed with drooping head. Cosette was so intoxicated with her walk to their garden, and so joyous at having lived a whole day in her past, that she talked of nothing else on the morrow. She did not notice that she had not seen Jean Valjean. "In what way did you go thither?" Jean Valjean asked her. "On foot." "And how did you return?" "In a hackney carriage." For some time, Jean Valjean had noticed the economical life led by the young people. He was troubled by it. Marius' economy was severe, and that word had its absolute meaning for Jean Valjean. He hazarded a query. "Why do you not have a carriage of your own? A pretty coupé would only cost you 500 francs a month. You are rich." "I don't know," replied Cosette. "It is like Toussaint," resumed Jean Valjean. "She is gone, you have not replaced her. Why? Nicolette suffices. But you ought to have a maid." "Have I not Marius?" "You ought to have a house of your own servants, a carriage, a box at the theater. There is nothing too fine for you. Why not profit by your riches? Wealth adds to happiness." Cosette made no reply. Jean Valjean's visits were not abridged. Far from it. When it is the heart which is slipping, one does not halt on the downward slope. When Jean Valjean wished to prolong his visit and to induce forgetfulness of the hour, he sang the praises of Marius. He pronounced him handsome, noble, courageous, witty, eloquent, good. Cosette outdid him. Jean Valjean began again. They were never weary. Marius, that word was inexhaustible. Those 6 letters contained volumes. In this manner, Jean Valjean contrived to remain a long time. It was so sweet to see Cosette, to forget by her side. It alleviated his wounds. It frequently happened that Basque came twice to announce, "M. Gillenormand sends me to remind Madame la Baronne that dinner is served." On those days, Jean Valjean was very thoughtful on his return home. Was there, then, any truth in that comparison of the chrysalis which had presented itself to the mind of Marius? Was Jean Valjean really a chrysalis who would persist, and who would come to visit his butterfly? One day he remained still longer than usual. On the following day he observed that there was no fire on the hearth. "Hello," he thought, "no fire," and he furnished the explanation for himself. "It is perfectly simple. It is April. The cold weather has ceased." "Heavens, how cold it is here!" exclaimed Cosette when she entered. "Why, no," said Jean Valjean. "Was it you who told Basque not to make a fire then?" "Yes, since we are now in the month of May." "But we have a fire until June. One is needed all the year in this cellar." "I thought that a fire was unnecessary." "That is exactly like one of your ideas," retorted Cosette. On the following day there was a fire. but the two armchairs were arranged at the other end of the room near the door. What is the meaning of this? Thought Jean Valjean. He went for the armchairs and restored them to their ordinary place near the hearth. This fire lighted once more encouraged him, however. He prolonged the conversation even beyond its customary limits. As he rose to take his leave, Cosette said to him, "My husband said a queer thing to me yesterday." "What was it?" "He said to me, 'Cosette, we have an income of 30,000 livres, 27 that you own and 3 that my grandfather gives me.' I replied, 'That makes 30. He went on, 'Would you have the courage to live on the 3,000? I answered, 'Yes, on nothing, provided that it was with you.' And then I asked, 'Why do you say that to me?' He replied, 'I wanted to know.'" Jean Valjean found not a word to answer. Cosette probably expected some explanation from him. He listened in gloomy silence. He went back to the Rue de l'Homme Armé. He was so deeply absorbed that he mistook the door, and instead of entering his own house, he entered the adjoining dwelling. It was only after having ascended nearly 2 stories that he perceived his error and went down again. His mind was swarming with conjectures. It was evident that Marius had his doubts as to the origin of the 600,000 francs, that he feared some source that was not pure, who knows? That he had even, perhaps, discovered that the money came from him, Jean Valjean, that he hesitated before this suspicious fortune, and was disinclined to take it as his own, preferring that both he and Cosette should remain poor, rather than that they should be rich with wealth that was not clean. Moreover, Jean Valjean began vaguely to surmise that he was being shown the door. On the following day, he underwent something like a shock on entering the ground-floor room. The armchairs had disappeared. There was not a single chair of any sort. "Ah, what's this?" exclaimed Cosette as she entered. "No chairs. Where are the armchairs?" "They are no longer here," replied Jean Valjean. "This is too much." Jean Valjean stammered. "It was I who told Basque to remove them." "And your reason?" "I have only a few minutes to stay today." "A brief stay is no reason for remaining standing." "I think that Basque needed the chairs for the drawing room." "Why?" "You have company this evening, no doubt." "We expect no one." Jean Valjean had not another word to say. Cosette shrugged her shoulders. "To have the chairs carried off. The other day you had the fire put out. How odd you are." "Adieu," murmured Jean Valjean. He did not say, "Adieu, Cosette," but he had not the strength to say, "Adieu, madame." He went away utterly overwhelmed. This time he had understood. On the following day he did not come. Cosette only observed the fact in the evening. "Why," said she, "Monsieur Jean has not been here today." And she felt a slight twinge at her heart, but she hardly perceived it, being immediately diverted by a kiss from Marius. On the following day he did not come. Cosette paid no heed to this, passed her evening and slept well that night, as usual, and thought of it only when she woke. She was so happy, she speedily dispatched Nicolette to M. Jean's house to inquire whether he were ill and why he had not come on the previous evening. Nicolette brought back the reply of M. Jean that he was not ill, he was busy, he would come soon as he was able. Moreover, he was on the point of taking a little journey. Madame must remember that it was his custom to take trips from time to time. They were not to worry about him, they were not to think of him. Nicolette, on entering M. Jean's, had repeated to him her mistress' very words, that Madame had sent her to inquire why M. Jean had not come on the preceding evening. "It is 2 days since I have been there," said Jean Valjean gently. But the remark passed unnoticed by Nicolette, who did not report it to Cosette. Chapter 4. Attraction and Extinction. During the last months of spring and the first months of summer in 1833, the rare passers-by in the Marais, the petty shopkeepers, the loungers on thresholds, noticed an old man neatly clad in black, who emerged every day at the same hour, towards nightfall. From the Rue de l'Homme Armé, on the side of the Rue Sainte-Croix de la Bretonnerie, passed in front of the Blanc's manteau, gained the Rue Culture Sainte Catherine, and on arriving at the Rue de l'Échoppe, turned to the left and entered the Rue Saint-Louis. There he walked at a slow pace, with his head strained forward, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, his eye immovably fixed on a point which seemed to be a star to him, which never varied, and which was no other than the corner of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. The nearer he approached the corner of the street, the more his eye lighted up. A sort of joy illuminated his pupils like an inward aurora. He had a fascinated and much affected air. His lips indulged in obscure movements, as though he were talking to someone whom he did not see. He smiled vaguely and advanced as slowly as possible. One would have said that, while desirous of reaching his destination, he feared the moment when he should be close at hand. When only a few houses remained between him and that street, which appeared to attract him, his pace slackened to such a degree that, at times, one might have thought that he was no longer advancing at all. The vacillation of his head and the fixity of his eyeballs suggested the thought of the magnetic needle seeking the pole. Whatever time he spent on arriving, he was obliged to arrive at last. He reached the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Then he halted, he trembled, he thrust his head with a sort of melancholy timidity round the corner of the last house, and gazed into that street, and there was in that tragic look something which resembled the dazzling light of the impossible and the reflection from a paradise that was closed to him. Then a tear, which had slowly gathered in the corner of his lids and had become large enough to fall, trickled down his cheek and sometimes stopped at his mouth. The old man tasted its bitter flavor. Thus he remained for several minutes as though made of stone. Then he returned by the same road and with the same step, and in proportion as he retreated, his glance died out. Little by little, this old man ceased to go as far as the corner of the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. He halted halfway in the Rue Saint-Louis, sometimes a little further off, sometimes a little nearer. One day he stopped at the corner of the Rue Culture Sainte Catherine and looked at the Rue des Filles du Calvaire from a distance. Then he shook his head slowly from right to left, as though refusing himself something, and retraced his steps. Soon he no longer came as far as the Rue Saint-Louis. He got as far as the Rue Pavée, shook his head, and turned back. Then he went no further than the Rue des Trois Pavillons. Then he did not overstep the Blanc's manteau. One would have said that he was a pendulum which was no longer wound up, and whose oscillations were growing shorter before ceasing altogether. Every day he emerged from his house at the same hour. He undertook the same trip, but he no longer completed it, and perhaps without himself being aware of the fact, he constantly shortened it. His whole countenance expressed this single idea: what is the use? His eye was dim, no more radiance. His tears were also exhausted. They no longer collected in the corner of his eyelid. That thoughtful eye was dry. The old man's head was still craned forward. His chin moved at times. The folds in his gaunt neck were painful to behold. Sometimes, when the weather was bad, he had an umbrella under his arm, but he never opened it. The good women of the quarter said, "He is an innocent." The children followed him and laughed. Book 9th, Supreme Shadow, Supreme Dawn. Chapter 1, Pity for the unhappy, but indulgence for the happy. It is a terrible thing to be happy, how content one is, how all-sufficient one finds it, how, being in possession of the false object of life, happiness, one forgets the true object, duty. Let us say, however, that the reader would do wrong were he to blame Marius. Marius, as we have explained, before his marriage, had put no questions to M. Fauchelevent, and since that time he had feared to put any to Jean Valjean. He had regretted the promise into which he had allowed himself to be drawn. He had often said to himself that he had done wrong in making that concession to despair. He had confined himself to gradually estranging Jean Valjean from his house and to effacing him as much as possible from Cosette's mind. He had, in a manner, always placed himself between Cosette and Jean Valjean, sure that, in this way, she would not perceive nor think of the latter. It was more than effacement, it was an eclipse. Marius did what he considered necessary and just. He thought that he had serious reasons which the reader has already seen, and others which will be seen later on, for getting rid of Jean Valjean without harshness, but without weakness. chance having ordained that he should encounter, in a case which he had argued, a former employee of the Laffitte establishment, he had acquired mysterious information without seeking it, which he had not been able, it is true, to probe, out of respect for the secret which he had promised to guard and out of consideration for Jean Valjean's perilous position. He believed at that moment that he had a grave duty to perform, the restitution of the 600,000 francs to someone whom he sought with all possible discretion. In the meanwhile, he abstained from touching that money. As for Cosette, she had not been initiated into any of these secrets, but it would be harsh to condemn her also. There existed between Marius and her an all-powerful magnetism, which caused her to do, instinctively and almost mechanically, what Marius wished. She was conscious of Marius, while in the direction of Monsieur Jean, she conformed to it. Her husband had not been obliged to say anything to her. She yielded to the vague but clear pressure of his tacit intentions and obeyed blindly. Her obedience in this instance consisted in not remembering what Marius forgot. She was not obliged to make any effort to accomplish this. Without her knowing why herself, and without his having any cause to accuse her of it, her soul had become so wholly her husband's that that which was shrouded in gloom in Marius' mind became overcast in hers. Let us not go too far, however. In what concerns Jean Valjean, this forgetfulness and obliteration were merely superficial. She was rather heedless than forgetful. At bottom, she was sincerely attached to the man whom she had so long called her father, but she loved her husband still more dearly. This was what had somewhat disturbed the balance of her heart, which leaned to one side only. It sometimes happened that Cosette spoke of Jean Valjean and expressed her surprise. Then Marius calmed her. "He is absent, I think. Did not he say that he was setting out on a journey?" "That is true," thought Cosette. "He had a habit of disappearing in this fashion, but not for so long." 2 or 3 times she dispatched Nicolette to inquire in the Rue de l'Homme Armé whether M. Jean had returned from his journey. Jean Valjean caused the answer "no" to be given. Cosette asked nothing more, since she had but one need on earth, Marius. Let us also say that, on their side, Cosette and Marius had also been absent. They had been to Vernon. Marius had taken Cosette to his father's grave. Marius gradually won Cosette away from Jean Valjean. Cosette allowed it. Moreover, that which is called, far too harshly in certain cases, the ingratitude of children, is not always a thing so deserving of reproach as it is supposed. It is the ingratitude of nature. Nature, as we have elsewhere said, looks before her. Nature divides living beings into those who are arriving and those who are departing. Those who are departing are turned towards the shadows, those who are arriving towards the light. Hence a gulf which is fatal on the part of the old and involuntary on the part of the young. This breach, at first insensible, increases slowly, like all separations of branches. The boughs, without becoming detached from the trunk, grow away from it. It is no fault of theirs. Youth goes where there is joy, festivals, vivid lights, love. Old age goes towards the end. They do not lose sight of each other, but there is no longer a close connection. Young people feel the cooling off of life, old people that of the tomb. Let us not blame these poor children. Chapter 2. Last flickerings of a lamp without oil. One day Jean Valjean descended his staircase, took 3 steps in the street, seated himself on a post, on that same stone post where Gavroche had found him meditating on the night between the 5th and the 6th of June. He remained there a few moments, then went upstairs again. This was the last oscillation of the pendulum. On the following day he did not leave his apartment. On the day after that, he did not leave his bed. His portress, who prepared his scanty repasts, a few cabbages or potatoes with bacon, glanced at the brown earthenware plate and exclaimed, "But you ate nothing yesterday, poor dear man." "Certainly I did," replied Jean Valjean. "The plate is quite full. Look at the water jug, it is empty. That proves that you have drunk, it does not prove that you have eaten." "Well," said Jean Valjean, "what if I felt hungry only for water?" "That is called thirst, and when one does not eat at the same time, it is called fever." "I will eat tomorrow." "Or at Trinity Day, why not today? Is it the thing to say, 'I will eat tomorrow'? The idea of leaving my platter without even touching it, my ladyfinger potatoes were so good. Jean Valjean took the old woman's hand. "I promise you that I will eat them," he said in his benevolent voice. "I am not pleased with you," replied the portress. Jean Valjean saw no other human creature than this good woman. There are streets in Paris through which no one ever passes, and houses to which no one ever comes. He was in one of those streets and one of those houses. While he still went out, he had purchased of a coppersmith, for a few sous, a little copper crucifix which he had hung up on a nail opposite his bed. That gibbet is always good to look at. A week passed, and Jean Valjean had not taken a step in his room. He still remained in bed. The portress said to her husband, "The good man upstairs yonder does not get up. He no longer eats. He will not last long. That man has his sorrows that he has. You won't get it out of my head that his daughter has made a bad marriage." The porter replied, with the tone of marital sovereignty, "If he's rich, let him have a doctor. If he is not rich, let him go without. If he has no doctor, he will die. And if he has one, he will die," said the porter. The portress set to scraping away the grass from what she called her pavement with an old knife, and as she tore out the blades, she grumbled, "It's a shame, such a neat old man. He's as white as a chicken." She caught sight of the doctor of the quarter as he passed the end of the street. She took it upon herself to request him to come upstairs. "It's on the second floor," said she. "You have only to enter. As the good man no longer stirs from his bed, the door is always unlocked." The doctor saw Jean Valjean and spoke with him. When he came down again, the portress interrogated him. "Well, doctor, your sick man is very ill indeed. What is the matter with him?" "Everything and nothing. He is a man who, to all appearances, has lost some person who is dear to him. People die of that." "What did he say to you?" "He told me that he was in good health." "Shall you come again, doctor?" "Yes," replied the doctor, "but someone else besides must come." Chapter 3. A pen is heavy to the man who lifted the Fauchelevent's cart. One evening Jean Valjean found difficulty in raising himself on his elbow. He felt of his wrist and could not find his pulse. His breath was short and halted at times. He recognized the fact that he was weaker than he had ever been before. Then, no doubt under the pressure of some supreme preoccupation, he made an effort, drew himself up into a sitting posture, and dressed himself. He put on his old working man's clothes. As he no longer went out, he had returned to them and preferred them. He was obliged to pause many times while dressing himself. Merely putting his arms through his waistcoat made the perspiration trickle from his forehead. Since he had been alone, he had placed his bed in the antechamber, in order to inhabit that deserted apartment as little as possible. He opened the valise and drew from it Cosette's outfit. He spread it out on his bed. The bishop's candlesticks were in their place on the chimney-piece. He took from a drawer 2 wax candles and put them in the candlesticks. Then, although it was still broad daylight, it was summer, he lighted them. In the same way candles are to be seen lighted in broad daylight in chambers where there is a corpse. Every step that he took in going from one piece of furniture to another exhausted him, and he was obliged to sit down. It was not ordinary fatigue, which expends the strength only to renew it. It was the remnant of all movement possible to him. It was life drained, which flows away drop by drop in overwhelming efforts, and which will never be renewed. The chair into which he allowed himself to fall was placed in front of that mirror, so fatal for him, so providential for Marius, in which he had read Cosette's reversed writing on the blotting book. He caught sight of himself in this mirror and did not recognize himself. He was 80 years old. Before Marius' marriage, he would have hardly been taken for 50. That year had counted for 30. What he bore on his brow was no longer the wrinkles of age. It was the mysterious mark of death. The hollowing of that pitiless nail could be felt there. His cheeks were pendulous. The skin of his face had the color which would lead one to think that it already had earth upon it. The corners of his mouth drooped as in the mask which the ancients sculptured on tombs. He gazed into space with an air of reproach. One would have said that he was one of those grand, tragic beings who have cause to complain of someone. He was in that condition, the last phase of dejection, in which sorrow no longer flows. It is coagulated, so to speak. There is something on the soul like a clot of despair. Night had come. He laboriously dragged a table and the old armchair to the fireside, and placed upon the table a pen, some ink, and some paper. That done, he had a fainting fit. When he recovered consciousness, he was thirsty. As he could not lift the jug, he tipped it over painfully towards his mouth and swallowed a draught. As neither the pen nor the ink had been used for a long time, the point of the pen had curled up, the ink had dried away. He was forced to rise and put a few drops of water in the ink, which he did not accomplish without pausing and sitting down 2 or 3 times, and he was compelled to write with the back of the pen. He wiped his brow from time to time. Then he turned towards the bed, and still seated, for he could not stand, he gazed at the little black gown and all those beloved objects. These contemplations lasted for hours, which seemed minutes. All at once he shivered. He felt that a child was taking possession of him. He rested his elbows on the table, which was illuminated by the bishop's candles, and took up the pen. His hand trembled. He wrote slowly the few following lines. Cosette, I bless thee. I am going to explain to thee. Thy husband was right in giving me to understand that I ought to go away, but there is a little error in what he believed, though he was in the right. He is excellent. Love him well even after I am dead. Monsieur Pontmercy, love my darling child well. Cosette, this paper will be found. This is what I wish to say to thee. Thou wilt see the figures. If I have the strength to recall them, listen well, this money is really thine. Here is the whole matter. White jet comes from Norway, black jet comes from England, black glass jewelry comes from Germany. Jet is the lightest, the most precious, the most costly. Imitations can be made in France as well as in Germany. What is needed is a little anvil 2 inches square and a lamp burning spirits of wine to soften the wax. The wax was formerly made with resin and lampblack and cost 4 livres the pound. I invented a way of making it with gum, shellac, and turpentine. It does not cost more than 30 sous and is much better. Buckles are made with a violet glass which is stuck fast, by means of this wax, to a little framework of black iron. The glass must be violet for iron jewelry and black for gold jewelry. Spain buys a great deal of it. It is the country of jet. Here he paused. The pen fell from his fingers. He was seized by one of those sobs which at times welled up from the very depths of his being. The poor man clasped his head in both hands and meditated. Oh, he exclaimed within himself lamentable cries, heard by God alone, all is over. I shall never see her more. She is a smile which passed over me. I am about to plunge into the night without even seeing her again. Oh, 1 minute, 1 instant, to hear her voice, to touch her dress, to gaze upon her, the angel, and then to die. It is nothing to die. What is frightful is to die without seeing her. She would smile on me, she would say a word to me. Would that do any harm to anyone? No, all is over and forever. Here I am all alone. My God, I shall never see her again. At that moment there came a knock at the door. Chapter 4. A bottle of ink which only succeeded in whitening. That same day, or to speak more accurately, that same evening, as Marius left the table, and was on the point of withdrawing to his study, having a case to look over, Basque handed him a letter saying, "The person who wrote the letter is in the antechamber." Cosette had taken the grandfather's arm and was strolling in the garden. A letter, like a man, may have an unprepossessing exterior. Coarse paper, coarsely folded, the very sight of certain missives is displeasing. The letter which Basque had brought was of this sort. Marius took it. It smelled of tobacco. Nothing evokes a memory like an odor. Marius recognized that tobacco. He looked at the superscription, to Monsieur le Baron Pontmercy, at his hotel. The recognition of the tobacco caused him to recognize the writing as well. It may be said that amazement has its lightning flashes. Marius was, as it were, illuminated by one of these flashes. The sense of smell, that mysterious aid to memory, had just revived a whole world within him. This was certainly the paper, the fashion of folding, the dull tint of ink. It was certainly the well-known handwriting, especially was it the same tobacco. The Jondrette garret rose before his mind. Thus, strange freak of chance, one of the two scents which he had so diligently sought, the one in connection with which he had lately again exerted so many efforts, and which he supposed to be forever lost, had come and presented itself to him of its own accord. He eagerly broke the seal and read, "Monsieur le Baron, if the Supreme Being had given me the talents, I might have been Baron Thénard, member of the Institute Académie of Sciences, but I am not. I only bear the same as him, happy if this memory recommends me to the excellence of your kindnesses. The benefit with which you will honor me will be reciprocal. I am in possession of a secret concerning an individual. This individual concerns you. I hold the secret at your disposal, desiring to have the honor to be useful to you. I will furnish you with the simple means of driving from your honorable family that individual who has no right there, Madame la Baronne being of lofty birth. The sanctuary of virtue cannot cohabit longer with crime without abdicating. I await in the antechamber the orders of Monsieur le Baron. With respect." The letter was signed Thénard. This signature was not false, it was merely a trifle abridged. Moreover, the rigmarole and the orthography completed the revelation. The certificate of origin was complete. Marius' emotion was profound. After a start of surprise, he underwent a feeling of happiness. If he could now but find that other man of whom he was in search, the man who had saved him, Marius, there would be nothing left for him to desire. He opened the drawer of his secretary, took out several banknotes, put them in his pocket, closed the secretary again, and rang the bell. Basque half opened the door. "Show the man in," said Marius. Basque announced, "Monsieur Thénard." A man entered. A fresh surprise for Marius. The man who entered was an utter stranger to him. This man, who was old, moreover, had a thick nose, his chin swathed in a cravat, green spectacles with a double screen of green taffeta over his eyes, and his hair was plastered and flattened down on his brow on a level with his eyebrows like the wigs of English coachmen in high life. His hair was grey. He was dressed in black from head to foot, in garments that were very threadbare but clean. A bunch of seals depending from his fob suggested the idea of a watch. He held in his hand an old hat. He walked in a bent attitude, and the curve in his spine augmented the profundity of his bow. The first thing that struck the observer was that this personage's coat, which was too ample although carefully buttoned, had not been made for him. Here a short digression becomes necessary. There was in Paris at that epoch, in a low-lived old lodging in the Rue Beautreillis, near the Arsenal, an ingenious Jew whose profession was to change villains into honest men. Not for too long, which might have proved embarrassing for the villain. The change was on sight, for a day or two, at the rate of 30 sous a day, by means of a costume which resembled the honesty of the world in general as nearly as possible. This costumer was called the Changer. The pickpockets of Paris had given him this name and knew him by no other. He had a tolerably complete wardrobe. The rags with which he tricked out people were almost probable. He had specialties and categories. On each nail of his shop hung a social status, threadbare and worn. Here the suit of a magistrate, there the outfit of a curé, beyond the outfit of a banker, in one corner the costume of a retired military man, elsewhere the habiliments of a man of letters, and further on the dress of a statesman. This creature was the costumer of the immense drama which knavery plays in Paris. His lair was the green room whence theft emerged, and into which roguery retreated. A tattered knave arrived at this dressing-room, deposited his 30 sous, and selected, according to the part which he wished to play, the costume which suited him, and on descending the stairs once more, the knave was a somebody. On the following day, the clothes were faithfully returned, and the changer, who trusted the thieves with everything, was never robbed. There was one inconvenience about these clothes: they did not fit. Not having been made for those who wore them, they were too tight for one, too loose for another, and did not adjust themselves to anyone. Every pickpocket who exceeded or fell short of the human average was ill at his ease in the changers' costumes. It was necessary that one should not be either too fat or too lean. The changer had foreseen only ordinary men. He had taken the measure of the species from the first rascal who came to hand, who is neither stout nor thin, neither tall nor short. Hence adaptations which were sometimes difficult, and from which the changer's clients extricated themselves as best they might. So much the worse for the exceptions. The suit of the statesman, for instance, black from head to foot, and consequently proper, would have been too large for Pitt and too small for Castelcicala. The costume of a statesman was designated as follows in the changer's catalogue. We copy: a coat of black cloth, trousers of black wool, a silk waistcoat, boots and linen. On the margin there stood ex-ambassador, and a note which we also copy. In a separate box, a neatly frizzed peruke, green glasses, seals, and 2 small quills an inch long, wrapped in cotton. All this belonged to the statesman, the ex-ambassador. This whole costume was, if we may so express ourselves, debilitated. The seams were white. A vague buttonhole yawned at one of the elbows. Moreover, one of the coat buttons was missing on the breast. But this was only detail, as the hand of the statesman should always be thrust into his coat and laid upon his heart. Its function was to conceal the absent button. If Marius had been familiar with the occult institutions of Paris, he would instantly have recognized upon the back of the visitor whom Basque had just shown in, the statesman's suit borrowed from the pick-me-down-that shop of the changer. Marius' disappointment on beholding another man than the one whom he expected to see turned to the newcomer's disadvantage. He surveyed him from head to foot, while that personage made exaggerated bows and demanded in a curt tone, "What do you want?" The man replied with an amiable grin, of which the caressing smile of a crocodile will furnish some idea. "It seems to me impossible that I should not have already had the honor of seeing Monsieur le Baron in society. I think I actually did meet Monsieur personally, several years ago, at the house of Madame la Princesse Bagration, and in the drawing-rooms of his lordship, the Vicomte d'Ambray, peer of France. It is always a good bit of tactics in knavery to pretend to recognize someone whom one does not know." Marius paid attention to the manner of this man's speech. He spied on his accent and gesture, but his disappointment increased. The pronunciation was nasal and absolutely unlike the dry, shrill tone which he had expected. He was utterly routed. "I know neither Madame Bagration nor M. d'Ambray," said he. "I have never set foot in the house of either of them in my life." The reply was ungracious. The personage, determined to be gracious at any cost, insisted. "Then it must have been at Chateaubriand's that I have seen Monsieur. I know Chateaubriand very well. He is very affable. He sometimes says to me, 'Thénard, my friend, won't you drink a glass of wine with me?'" Marius' brow grew more and more severe. "I have never had the honor of being received by M. de Chateaubriand. Let us cut it short. What do you want?" The man bowed lower at that harsh voice. "Monsieur le Baron, deign to listen to me. There is in America, in a district near Panama, a village called La Joya. That village is composed of a single house, a large, square house of 3 stories, built of bricks dried in the sun, each side of the square 500 feet in length, each story retreating 12 feet back of the story below, in such a manner as to leave in front a terrace which makes the circuit of the edifice, in the center an inner court where the provisions and munitions are kept. No windows, loopholes, no doors, ladders to mount from the ground to the first terrace, and from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, ladders to descend into the inner court, no doors to the chambers, trapdoors, no staircases to the chambers, ladders. In the evening the traps are closed, the ladders are withdrawn, carbines and blunderbusses trained from the loopholes. No means of entering, a house by day, a citadel by night, 800 inhabitants. That is the village. Why so many precautions? Because the country is dangerous, It is full of cannibals. Then why do people go there? Because the country is marvelous, gold is found there. What are you driving at? Interrupted Marius, who had passed from disappointment to impatience. At this, Monsieur le Baron, I am an old and weary diplomat. Ancient civilization has thrown me on my own devices. I want to try savages. Well, Monsieur le Baron, egotism is the law of the world. The proletarian peasant woman who toils by the day turns round when the diligence passes by. The peasant proprietress who toils in her field does not turn round. The dog of the poor man barks at the rich man. The dog of the rich man barks at the poor man, each one for himself. Self-interest, that's the object of men. Gold, that's the lodestone. What then? Finish. I should like to go and establish myself at La Joya. There are 3 of us. I have my spouse and my young lady, a very beautiful girl. The journey is long and costly. I need a little money. What concern is that of mine? Demanded Marius. The stranger stretched his neck out of his cravat, a gesture characteristic of the vulture, and replied with an augmented smile. Has not Monsieur le Baron perused my letter? There was some truth in this. The fact is that the contents of the epistle had slipped Marius' mind. He had seen the writing rather than read the letter. He could hardly recall it, but a moment ago a fresh start had been given him. He had noted that detail, my spouse and my young lady. He fixed a penetrating glance on the stranger. An examining judge could not have done the look better. He almost lay in wait for him. He confined himself to replying, "State the case precisely." The stranger inserted his 2 hands in both his fobs, drew himself up without straightening his dorsal column, but scrutinizing Marius in his turn, with the green gaze of his spectacles. So be it, Monsieur le Baron, I will be precise. I have a secret to sell to you. A secret? A secret? Which concerns me somewhat. What is the secret? Marius scrutinized the man more and more as he listened to him. I commence gratis, said the stranger. You will see that I am interesting. Speak. Monsieur le Baron, you have in your house a thief and an assassin. Marius shuddered. In my house, no, said he. The imperturbable stranger brushed his hat with his elbow and went on. An assassin and a thief. Remark, Monsieur le Baron, that I do not here speak of ancient deeds, deeds of the past which have lapsed, which can be effaced by limitation before the law and by repentance before God. I speak of recent deeds, of actual facts as still unknown to justice at this hour. I continue. This man has insinuated himself into your confidence and almost into your family under a false name. I am about to tell you his real name, and to tell it to you for nothing. I am listening. His name is Jean Valjean. I know it. I am going to tell you, equally for nothing, who he is. Say on. He is an ex-convict. I know it. You know it since I have had the honor of telling you. No, I knew it before. Marius' cold tone, that double reply of I know it, his laconicism, which was not favorable to dialogue, stirred up some smoldering wrath in the stranger. He launched a furious glance on the sly at Marius, which was instantly extinguished. Rapid as it was, this glance was of the kind which a man recognizes when he has once beheld it. It did not escape Marius. Certain flashes can only proceed from certain souls. The eye, that vent-hole of the thought, glows with it. Spectacles hide nothing. Try putting a pane of glass over hell. The stranger resumed with a smile. I will not permit myself to contradict Monsieur le Baron. In any case, you ought to perceive that I am well informed. Now what I have to tell you is known to myself alone. This concerns the fortune of Madame la Baronne. It is an extraordinary secret. It is for sale. I make you the first offer of it. Cheap, 20,000 francs. I know that secret as well as the others, said Marius. The personage felt the necessity of lowering his price a trifle. Monsieur le Baron, Say 10,000 francs and I will speak. I repeat to you that there is nothing which you can tell me. I know what you wish to say to me." A fresh flash gleamed in the man's eye. He exclaimed, "But I must dine today, nevertheless. It is an extraordinary secret, I tell you. Monsieur le Baron, I will speak, I speak. Give me 20 francs. Marius gazed intently at him. "I know your extraordinary secret, just as I knew Jean Valjean's name, just as I know your name." "My name?" "Yes." "That is not difficult, Monsieur le Baron. I had the honor to write to you and to tell it to you, Thénard." "Dear." "Hey." "Thénardier." "Who's that?" In danger, the porcupine bristles up, the beetle feigns death, the old guard forms in a square. This man burst into laughter. Then he flicked a grain of dust from the sleeve of his coat with a fillip. Marius continued, "You are also Jondrette the workman, Fabantou the comedian, Genflot the poet, Don Alves the Spaniard, and Mistress Balizard." "Mistress what?" "And you kept a pot-house at Montfermeil." "A pot-house, never." "And I tell you that your name is Thénardier." "I deny it." "And that you are a rascal, here." And Marius drew a banknote from his pocket and flung it in his face. "Thanks, pardon me, 500 francs, Monsieur le Baron." And the man, overcome, bowed, seized the note and examined it. 500 francs, he began again, taken aback, and he stammered in a low voice, "An honest rustler, 69. Then brusquely, "Well, so be it," he exclaimed, "let us put ourselves at our ease." And with the agility of a monkey, flinging back his hair, tearing off his spectacles, and withdrawing from his nose by sleight of hand the 2 quills of which mention was recently made, and which the reader has also met with on another page of this book, he took off his face as the man takes off his hat. His eye lighted up. His uneven brow, with hollows in some places and bumps in others, hideously wrinkled at the top, was laid bare. His nose had become as sharp as a beak. The fierce and sagacious profile of the man of prey reappeared. "Monsieur le Baron is infallible," he said in a clear voice whence all nasal twang had disappeared. "I am Thénardier." And he straightened up his crooked back. Thénardier, for it was really he, was strangely surprised. He would have been troubled had he been capable of such a thing. He had come to bring astonishment, and it was he who had received it. This humiliation had been worth 500 francs to him, and taking it all in all, he accepted it, but he was none the less bewildered. He beheld this Baron Pontmercy for the first time, and in spite of his disguise, this Baron Pontmercy recognized him, and recognized him thoroughly. And not only was this Baron perfectly informed as to Thénardier, but he seemed well posted as to Jean Valjean. Who was this almost beardless young man, who was so glacial and so generous, who knew people's names, who knew all their names, and who opened his purse to them, who bullied rascals like a judge, and who paid them like a dupe? Thénardier, the reader will remember, although he had been Marius' neighbor, had never seen him, which is not unusual in Paris. He had formerly, in a vague way, heard his daughters talk of a very poor young man named Marius who lived in the house. He had written to him, without knowing him, the letter with which the reader is acquainted. No connection between that Marius and le Baron Pontmercy was possible in his mind. As for the name Pontmercy, it will be recalled that, on the battlefield of Waterloo, he had only heard the last 2 syllables, for which he always entertained the legitimate scorn which one owes to what is merely an expression of thanks. However, through his daughter Azelma, who had started on the scent of the married pair on the 16th of February, and through his own personal researches, he had succeeded in learning many things, and from the depths of his own gloom, he had contrived to grasp more than one mysterious clue. He had discovered, by dint of industry, or at least by dint of induction, he had guessed who the man was whom he had encountered on a certain day in the Grand Sewer. From the man he had easily reached the name. He knew that Madame la Baronne Pontmercy was Cosette, but he meant to be discreet in that quarter. Who was Cosette? He did not know exactly himself. He did indeed catch an inkling of illegitimacy. The history of Fantine had always seemed to him equivocal, but what was the use of talking about that? In order to cause himself to be paid for his silence, he had, or thought he had, better wares than that for sale. And according to all appearances, if he were to come and make to the Baron Pontmercy this revelation, and without proof, "Your wife is a bastard," the only result would be to attract the boot of the husband towards the loins of the revealer. From Thénardier's point of view, the conversation with Marius had not yet begun. He ought to have drawn back, to have modified his strategy, to have abandoned his position, to have changed his front, but nothing essential had been compromised as yet, and he had 500 francs in his pocket. Moreover, he had something decisive to say, and even against this very well-informed and well-armed Baron Pontmercy, he felt himself strong. For men of Thénardier's nature, every dialogue is a combat. In the one in which he was about to engage, what was his situation? He did not know to whom he was speaking, but he did know of what he was speaking. He made this rapid review of his inner forces, and after having said, "I am Thénardier," he waited. Marius had become thoughtful, so he had hold of Thénardier at last. That man whom he had so greatly desired to find was before him. He could honor Colonel Pontmercy's recommendation. He felt humiliated that that hero should have owned anything to this villain, and that the letter of change drawn from the depths of the tomb by his father upon him, Marius, had been protested up to that day. It also seemed to him, in the complex state of his mind towards Thénardier, that there was occasion to avenge the colonel for the misfortune of having been saved by such a rascal. In any case, he was content. He was about to deliver the colonel's shade from this unworthy creditor at last, and it seemed to him that he was on the point of rescuing his father's memory from the debtor's prison. By the side of this duty, there was another, to elucidate, if possible, the source of Cosette's fortune. The opportunity appeared to present itself. Perhaps Thénardier knew something. It might prove useful to see the bottom of this man. He commenced with this. Thénardier had caused the honest rustler to disappear in his fob, and was gazing at Marius with a gentleness that was almost tender. Marius broke the silence. "Thénardier, I have told you your name. Now would you like to have me tell you your secret, the one that you came here to reveal to me? I have information of my own also. You shall see that I know more about it than you do. Jean Valjean, as you have said, is an assassin and a thief. A thief, because he robbed a wealthy manufacturer, whose ruin he brought about. An assassin, because he assassinated police agent Javert." "I don't understand, sir," ejaculated Thénardier. "I will make myself intelligible. In a certain arrondissement of the Pas-de-Calais, there was, in 1822, a man who had fallen out with justice, and who, under the name of M. Madeleine, had regained his status and rehabilitated himself. This man had become a just man in the full force of the term. In a trade, the manufacture of black glass goods, he made the fortune of an entire city. As far as his personal fortune was concerned, he made that also, but as a secondary matter, and in some sort, by accident. He was the foster father of the poor. He founded hospitals, opened schools, visited the sick, dowered young girls, supported widows, and adopted orphans. He was like the guardian angel of the country. He refused the cross. He was appointed mayor. A liberated convict knew the secret of a penalty incurred by this man in former days. He denounced him and had him arrested, and profited by the arrest to come to Paris and cause the banker laugh at. I have the fact from the cashier himself, by means of a false signature, to hand over to him the sum of over 500,000 which belonged to M. Madeleine. This convict who robbed M. Madeleine was Jean Valjean. As for the other fact, you have nothing to tell me about it either. Jean Valjean killed the agent Javert. He shot him with a pistol. I, the person who is speaking to you, was present." Thénardier cast upon Marius the sovereign glance of a conquered man who lays his hand once more upon the victory, and who has just regained, in one instant, all the ground which he has lost. But the smile returned instantly. The inferior's triumph in the presence of his superior must be wheedling. Thénardier contented himself with saying to Marius, "Monsieur le Baron, we are on the wrong track." And he emphasized this phrase, by making his bunch of seals execute an expressive whirl. What, broke forth Marius, do you dispute that? These are facts. They are chimeras. The confidence with which Monsieur le Baron honors me renders it my duty to tell him so. Truth and justice before all things. I do not like to see folks accused unjustly. Monsieur le Baron, Jean Valjean did not rob Madeleine, and Jean Valjean did not kill Javert. This is too much. How is this? For two reasons. What are they? Speak. This is the first. He did not rob Madeleine, because it is Jean Valjean himself who was Madeleine. What tale are you telling me? And this is the second. He did not assassinate Javert, because the person who killed Javert was Javert. What do you mean to say? That Javert committed suicide. Prove it, cried Marius beside himself. Thénardier resumed, scanning his phrase after the manner of the ancient Alexandrine measure. Police agent Javert was found drowned under a boat of the Ponto change. But prove it. Thénardier drew from his pocket a large envelope of grey paper, which seemed to contain sheets folded in different sizes. I have my papers, he said calmly. And he added, Monsieur le Baron, in your interests I desired to know Jean Valjean thoroughly. I say that Jean Valjean and Madeleine are one and the same man, and I say that Javert had no other assassin than Javert. If I speak, it is because I have proofs. Not manuscript proofs, writing is suspicious, handwriting is complacent, but printed proofs. As he spoke, Thénardier extracted from the envelope 2 copies of newspapers, yellow, faded, and strongly saturated with tobacco. One of these 2 newspapers, broken at every fold and falling into rags, seemed much older than the other. 2 facts, 2 proofs, remarked Thénardier, and he offered the 2 newspapers unfolded to Marius. The reader is acquainted with these 2 papers. One, the most ancient, a number of the Drapeau Blanc of the 25th of July, 1823, the text of which can be seen in the first volume, established the identity of Madeleine and Jean Valjean. The other, a moniteur of the 15th of June, 1832, announced the suicide of Javert, adding that it appeared from a verbal report of Javert to the prefect that having been taken prisoner in the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, he had owed his life to the magnanimity of an insurgent who, holding him under his pistol, had fired into the air instead of blowing out his brains. Marius read, he had evidence, a certain date, irrefragable proof. These 2 newspapers had not been printed expressly for the purpose of backing up Thénardier's statements. The note printed in the Moniteur had been an administrative communication from the prefecture of police. Marius could not doubt. The information of the cashier clerk had been false, and he himself had been deceived. Jean Valjean, who had suddenly grown grand, emerged from his cloud. Marius could not repress a cry of joy. Well then, this unhappy wretch is an admirable man. The whole of that fortune really belonged to him. He is Madeleine, the providence of a whole countryside. He is Jean Valjean, Javert's savior. He is a hero, he is a saint. He's not a saint, and he's not a hero, said Thénardier. He's an assassin and a robber. And he added, in the tone of a man who begins to feel that he possesses some authority, let us be calm. Robber, assassin, those words which Marius thought had disappeared and which returned, fell upon him like an ice-cold shower bath. Again, said he. Always, ejaculated Thénardier. Jean Valjean did not rob Madeleine, but he is a thief. He did not kill Javert, but he is a murderer. Will you speak, retorted Marius, of that miserable theft, committed 40 years ago and expiated, as your own newspapers prove, by a whole life of repentance, of self-abnegation and of virtue? I say assassination and theft, Monsieur le Baron, and I repeat that I am speaking of actual facts. What I have to reveal to you is absolutely unknown. It belongs to unpublished matter, and perhaps you will find in it the source of the fortune so skillfully presented to Madame la Baronne by Jean Valjean. I say skillfully, because, by a gift of that nature, it would not be so very unskillful to slip into an honorable house whose comforts one would then share, and at the same stroke, to conceal one's crime, and to enjoy one's theft, to bury one's name, and to create for oneself a family. I might interrupt you at this point, said Marius, but go on. Monsieur le Baron, I will tell you all, leaving the recompense to your generosity. This secret is worth massive gold. You will say to me, why do not you apply to Jean Valjean? For a very simple reason. I know that he has stripped himself in your favor, and I consider the combination ingenious. But he has no longer a son, he would show me his empty hands, and since I am in need of some money for my trip to La Joya, I prefer you who have it all, to him who has nothing. I am a little fatigued, permit me to take a chair. Marius seated himself and motioned to him to do the same. Thénardier installed himself on a tufted chair, picked up his 2 newspapers, thrust them back into their envelope, and murmured, as he pecked at the drapeau blanc with his nail, "It cost me a good deal of trouble to get this one." That done, he crossed his legs and stretched himself out on the back of the chair, an attitude characteristic of people who are sure of what they are saying. Then he entered upon his subject gravely, emphasizing his words. Monsieur le Baron, on the 6th of June, 1832, about a year ago, on the day of the insurrection, a man was in the Grand Sewer of Paris, at the point where the sewer enters the Seine, between the Pont des Invalides and the Pont de Jena. Marius abruptly drew his chair closer to that of Thénardier. Thénardier noticed this movement and continued with the deliberation of an orator who holds his interlocutor and who feels his adversary palpitating under his words. This man, forced to conceal himself, and for reasons, moreover, which are foreign to politics, had adopted the sewer as his domicile and had a key to it. It was, I repeat, on the 6th of June. It might have been 8 o'clock in the evening. The man hears a noise in the sewer. Greatly surprised, he hides himself and lies in wait. It was the sound of footsteps. Someone was walking in the dark and coming in his direction. Strange to say, there was another man in the sewer besides himself. The grating of the outlet from the sewer was not far off. A little light which fell through it permitted him to recognize the newcomer and to see that the man was carrying something on his back. He was walking in a bent attitude. The man who was walking in a bent attitude was an ex-convict, and what he was dragging on his shoulders was a corpse. Assassination caught in the very act, if ever there was such a thing. As for the theft, that is understood, one does not kill a man gratis. This convict was on his way to fling the body into the river. One fact is to be noticed, that before reaching the exit grating, this convict, who had come a long distance in the sewer, must necessarily have encountered a frightful quagmire where it seems as though he might have left the body. But the sewermen would have found the assassinated man the very next day while at work on the quagmire, and that did not suit the assassin's plans. He had preferred to traverse that quagmire with his burden, and his exertions must have been terrible, for it is impossible to risk one's life more completely. I don't understand how he could have come out of that alive. Marius' chair approached still nearer. Thénardier took advantage of this to draw a long breath. He went on. Monsieur le Baron, a sewer is not the Champ de Mars. One lacks everything there, even room. When 2 men are there, they must meet. That is what happened. The man domiciled there and the passerby were forced to bid each other good day, greatly to the regret of both. The passerby said to the inhabitant, "You see what I have on my back, I must get out, you have the key, give it to me." That convict was a man of terrible strength. There was no way of refusing. Nevertheless, the man who had the key parleyed simply to gain time. He examined the dead man, but he could see nothing, except that the latter was young, well-dressed, with the air of being rich, and all disfigured with blood. While talking, the man contrived to tear and pull off behind, without the assassin perceiving it, a bit of the assassinated man's coat. A document for conviction, you understand, a means of recovering the trace of things and of bringing home the crime to the criminal. He put this document for conviction in his pocket, after which he opened the grating, made the man go out with his embarrassment on his back, closed the grating again, and ran off, not caring to be mixed up with the remainder of the adventure and, above all, not wishing to be present when the assassin threw the assassinated man into the river. Now you comprehend. The man who was carrying the corpse was Jean Valjean. The one who had the key is speaking to you at this moment, and the piece of the coat." Thénardier completed his phrase by drawing from his pocket, and holding on a level with his eyes, nipped between his two thumbs and his two forefingers, a strip of torn black cloth, all covered with dark spots. Marius had sprung to his feet, pale, hardly able to draw his breath, with his eyes riveted on the fragment of black cloth, and without uttering a word, without taking his eyes from that fragment, he retreated to the wall and fumbled with his right hand along the wall for a key which was in the lock of a cupboard near the chimney. He found the key, opened the cupboard, plunged his arm into it without looking, and without his frightened gaze quitting the rag which Thénardier still held outspread. But Thénardier continued. "Monsieur le Baron, I have the strongest of reasons for believing that the assassinated young man was an opulent stranger lured into a trap by Jean Valjean, and the bearer of an enormous sum of money. The young man was myself, and here is the coat," cried Marius, and he flung upon the floor an old black coat all covered with blood. Then, snatching the fragment from the hands of Thénardier, he crouched down over the coat and laid the torn morsel against the tattered skirt. The rent fitted exactly, and the strip completed the coat. Thénardier was petrified. This is what he thought: "I'm struck all of a heap." Marius rose to his feet trembling, despairing, radiant. He fumbled in his pocket and stalked furiously to Thénardier, presenting to him, and almost thrusting in his face, his fist filled with banknotes for 500 and 1,000 francs. "You are an infamous wretch. You are a liar, a calumniator, a villain. You came to accuse that man. You have only justified him. You wanted to ruin him. You have only succeeded in glorifying him. And it is you who are the thief. And it is you who are the assassin. I saw you, Thénardier Jondrette, in that lair on the Rue de l'Hôpital. I know enough about you to send you to the galleys, and even further if I choose. Here are 1,000 francs, bully that you are." And he flung a 1,000-franc note at Thénardier. "Ah, Jondrette Thénardier, vile rascal, let this serve you as a lesson, you dealer in second-hand secrets, merchant of mysteries, rummager of the shadows, wretch. Take these 500 francs and get out of here. Waterloo protects you." "Waterloo," growled Thénardier, pocketing the 500 francs along with the 1,000. "Yes, assassin, you there saved the life of a colonel." "Of a general," said Thénardier, elevating his head. "Of a colonel," repeated Marius in a rage. "I wouldn't give a halfpenny for a general, and you come here to commit infamies. I tell you that you have committed all crimes. Go, disappear, only be happy, that is all that I desire. Ah, monster, here are 3,000 francs more, take them. You will depart tomorrow, for America, with your daughter, for your wife is dead, you abominable liar. I shall watch over your departure, you ruffian, and at that moment I will count out to you 20,000 francs. Go get yourself hung elsewhere." "Monsieur le Baron," replied Thénardier, bowing to the very earth, "eternal gratitude." And Thénardier left the room, understanding nothing, stupefied and delighted with this sweet crushing beneath sacks of gold, and with that thunder which had burst forth over his head in bank bills. Struck by lightning he was, but he was also content, and he would have been greatly angered had he had a lightning rod to ward off such lightning as that. Let us finish with this man at once. 2 days after the events which we are at this moment narrating, he set out, thanks to Marius' care, for America under a false name, with his daughter Azelma, furnished with a draft on New York for 20,000 francs. The moral wretchedness of Thénardier, the bourgeois who had missed his vocation, was irremediable. He was in America what he had been in Europe. Contact with an evil man sometimes suffices to corrupt a good action and to cause evil things to spring from it. With Marius' money, Thénardier set up as a slave dealer. As soon as Thénardier had left the house, Marius rushed to the garden, where Cosette was still walking. "Cosette, Cosette," he cried, "come, come quick, let us go bask a carriage. Cosette, come, ah, my God, it was he who saved my life. Let us not lose a minute. put on your shawl." Cosette thought him mad and obeyed. He could not breathe. He laid his hand on his heart to restrain its throbbing. He paced back and forth with huge strides. He embraced Cosette. "Ah, Cosette, I am an unhappy wretch," said he. Marius was bewildered. He began to catch a glimpse in Jean Valjean of some indescribably lofty and melancholy figure. An unheard-of virtue, supreme and sweet, humble in its immensity, appeared to him. The convict was transfigured into Christ. Marius was dazzled by this prodigy. He did not know precisely what he beheld, but it was grand. In an instant, a hackney carriage stood in front of the door. Marius helped Cosette in and darted in himself. "Driver," said he, "Rue de l'Armée, number 7. The carriage drove off. "Ah, what happiness!" ejaculated Cosette. "Rue de l'Armée, I did not dare to speak to you of that. We are going to see M. Jean." "Thy father, Cosette, thy father more than ever. Cosette, I guess it. You told me that you had never received the letter that I sent you by Javert. It must have fallen into his hands. Cosette, he went to the barricade to save me. As it is a necessity with him to be an angel, he saved others also. He saved Javert. He rescued me from that gulf to give me to you. He carried me on his back through that frightful sewer. Ah, I am a monster of ingratitude. Cosette, after having been your providence, he became mine. Just imagine, there was a terrible quagmire enough to drown one 100 times over, to drown one in mire. Cosette, he made me traverse it. I was unconscious. I saw nothing, I heard nothing, I could know nothing of my own adventure. We are going to bring him back, to take him with us. Whether he is willing or not, he shall never leave us again. If only he is at home, provided only that we can find him, I will pass the rest of my life in venerating him. Yes, that is how it should be. Do you see, Cosette? Gavroche must have delivered my letter to him. All is explained. You understand." Cosette did not understand a word. "You are right," she said to him. Meanwhile, the carriage rolled on. Chapter 5. A night behind which there is day. Jean Valjean turned round at the knock, which he heard on his door. "Come in," he said feebly. The door opened. Cosette and Marius made their appearance. Cosette rushed into the room. Marius remained on the threshold, leaning against the jamb of the door. "Cosette," said Jean Valjean. And he sat erect in his chair, his arms outstretched and trembling, haggard, livid, gloomy, an immense joy in his eyes. Cosette, stifling with emotion, fell upon Jean Valjean's breast. "Father," said she. Jean Valjean, overcome, stammered. "Cosette, you, madame, it is thou, ah, my God." And pressed close in Cosette's arms, he exclaimed, "It is thou art here, thou dost pardon me then." Marius, lowering his eyelids, in order to keep his tears from flowing, took a step forward and murmured between lips, convulsively contracted to repress his sobs, "My father." "And you also, you pardon me," Jean Valjean said to him. Marius could find no words, and Jean Valjean added, "Thanks." Cosette tore off her shawl and tossed her hat on the bed. "It embarrasses me," said she. And seating herself on the old man's knees, she put aside his white locks with an adorable movement and kissed his brow. Jean Valjean, bewildered, let her have her own way. Cosette, who only understood in a very confused manner, redoubled her caresses, as though she desired to pay Marius' debt. Jean Valjean stammered, "How stupid people are! I thought that I should never see her again. Imagine, Monsieur Pontmercy, at the very moment when you entered, I was saying to myself, all is over. Here is her little gown. I am a miserable man. I shall never see Cosette again. And I was saying that at the very moment when you were mounting the stairs. Was not I an idiot? Just see how idiotic one can be. One reckons without the good God. The good God says, you fancy that you are about to be abandoned, stupid. No, no, things will not go so. Come, there is a good man yonder who is in need of an angel. And the angel comes, and one sees one's Cosette again, and one sees one's little Cosette once more. Ah, I was very unhappy. For a moment he could not speak, then he went on. I really needed to see Cosette a little bit now and then. A heart needs a bone to gnaw, but I was perfectly conscious that I was in the way. I gave myself reasons. They do not want you, keep in your own course, one has not the right to cling eternally. Ah, God be praised, I see her once more. Dost thou know, Cosette, thy husband is very handsome? Ah, what a pretty embroidered collar thou hast on, luckily. I am fond of that pattern. It was thy husband who chose it, was it not? And then thou shouldst have some cashmere shawls. Let me call her thou, Monsieur Pontmercy. It will not be for long. And Cosette began again. How wicked of you to have left us like that. Where did you go? Why have you stayed away so long? Formerly your journeys only lasted 3 or 4 days. I sent Nicolette. The answer always was, he is absent. How long have you been back? Why did you not let us know? Do you know that you are very much changed? Ah, what a naughty father. He has been ill, and we have not known it. Stay, Marius, feel how cold his hand is. So you are here, Monsieur Pontmercy, you pardon me, repeated Jean Valjean. At that word which Jean Valjean had just uttered once more, all that was swelling Marius' heart found vent. He burst forth. Cosette, do you hear? He has come to that. He asks my forgiveness. And do you know what he has done for me, Cosette? He has saved my life. He has done more. He has given you to me. And after having saved me, and after having given you to me, Cosette, what has he done with himself? He has sacrificed himself. Behold the man. And he says to me the ingrate, to me the forgetful, to me the pitiless, to me the guilty one, thanks, Cosette, my whole life passed at the feet of this man would be too little. That barricade, that sewer, that furnace, that cesspool, all that he traversed for me, for thee, Cosette. He carried me away through all the deaths which he put aside before me and accepted for himself. Every courage, every virtue, every heroism, every sanctity he possesses. Cosette, that man is an angel. Hush, hush, said Jean Valjean in a low voice. Why tell all that? But you, cried Marius with a wrath in which there was veneration, why did you not tell it to me? It is your own fault, too. You save people's lives, and you conceal it from them. You do more, under the pretext of unmasking yourself, you calumniate yourself. It is frightful. I told the truth, replied Jean Valjean. No, retorted Marius, the truth is the whole truth, and that you did not tell. You were Monsieur Madeleine, why not have said so? You saved Javert, why not have said so? I owed my life to you, why not have said so? Because I thought as you do. I thought that you were in the right. It was necessary that I should go away. If you had known about that affair, of the sewer, you would have made me remain near you. I was therefore forced to hold my peace. If I had spoken, it would have caused embarrassment in every way. It would have embarrassed what? Embarrassed whom? Retorted Marius. Do you think that you are going to stay here? We shall carry you off. Ah, good heavens, when I reflect that it was by an accident that I have learned all this, you form a part of ourselves. You are her father and mine. You shall not pass another day in this dreadful house. Do not imagine that you will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow, said Jean Valjean, I shall not be here, but I shall not be with you. What do you mean? Replied Marius. Ah, come now, we are not going to permit any more journeys. You shall never leave us again. You belong to us. We shall not loose our hold of you. This time it is for good, added Cosette. We have a carriage at the door. I shall run away with you. If necessary, I shall employ force. And she laughingly made a movement to lift the old man in her arms. Your chamber still stands ready in our house, she went on. If you only knew how pretty the garden is now, the azaleas are doing very well there. The walks are sanded with river sand. There are tiny violet shells. You shall eat my strawberries. I water them myself. And no more, madame, no more, Monsieur Jean. We are living under a republic. Everybody says thou, don't they, Marius? The program is changed. If you only knew, father, I have had a sorrow. There was a robin redbreast which had made her nest in a hole in the wall, and a horrible cat ate her. My poor, pretty little robin redbreast, which used to put her head out of her window and look at me. I cried over it. I should have liked to kill the cat. But now nobody cries any more. Everybody laughs, everybody is happy. You are going to come with us. How delighted grandfather will be. You shall have your plot in the garden, you shall cultivate it, and we shall see whether your strawberries are as fine as mine. And then I shall do everything that you wish. and then you will obey me prettily." Jean Valjean listened to her without hearing her. He heard the music of her voice rather than the sense of her words. One of those large tears which are the somber pearls of the soul welled up slowly in his eyes. He murmured, "The proof that God is good is that she is here." "Father," said Cosette. Jean Valjean continued, "It is quite true that it would be charming for us to live together. Their trees are full of birds. I would walk with Cosette. It is sweet to be among living people who bid each other good day, who call to each other in the garden. People see each other from early morning. We should each cultivate our own little corner. She would make me eat her strawberries. I would make her gather my roses. That would be charming. Only—" He paused and said gently, "It is a pity." The tear did not fall, it retreated, and Jean Valjean replaced it with a smile. Cosette took both the old man's hands in hers. "My God," said she, "your hands are still colder than before. Are you ill? Do you suffer?" "I know," replied Jean Valjean. "I am very well, only—" He paused. "Only what?" "I am going to die presently." Cosette and Marius shuddered. "To die!" exclaimed Marius. "Yes, but that is nothing," said Jean Valjean. He took breath, smiled, and resumed. "Cosette, thou wert talking to me, go on, so thy little robin redbreast is dead. Speak, so that I may hear thy voice." Marius gazed at the old man in amazement. Cosette uttered a heartrending cry. "Father, my father, you will live. You are going to live. I insist upon your living, do you hear?" Jean Valjean raised his head towards her with adoration. "Oh yes, forbid me to die. Who knows? Perhaps I shall obey. I was on the verge of dying when you came. That stopped me. It seemed to me that I was born again." "You are full of strength and life," cried Marius. "Do you imagine that a person can die like this? You have had sorrow, you shall have no more. It is I who ask your forgiveness, and on my knees. You are going to live, and to live with us, and to live a long time. We take possession of you once more. There are two of us here who will henceforth have no other thought than your happiness." "You see," resumed Cosette, all bathed in tears, "that Marius says that you shall not die." Jean Valjean continued to smile. "Even if you were to take possession of me, Monsieur Pontmercy, would that make me other than I am? No, God has thought like you and myself, and he does not change his mind. It is useful for me to go. Death is a good arrangement. God knows better than we what we need. May you be happy, may Monsieur Pontmercy have Cosette, may youth wed the morning, may there be around you, my children, lilacs and nightingales. May your life be a beautiful, sunny lawn. May all the enchantments of heaven fill your souls. And now let me, who am good for nothing, die. It is certain that all this is right. Come, be reasonable, nothing is possible now. I am fully conscious that all is over. And then, last night, I drank that whole jug of water. How good thy husband is, Cosette. Thou art much better off with him than with me." A noise became audible at the door. It was the doctor entering. "Good day and farewell, doctor," said Jean Valjean. "Here are my poor children." Marius stepped up to the doctor. He addressed to him only this single word, "Monsieur," but his manner of pronouncing it contained a complete question. The doctor replied to the question by an expressive glance. "Because things are not agreeable," said Jean Valjean, "that is no reason for being unjust towards God." A silence ensued. All breasts were oppressed. Jean Valjean turned to Cosette. He began to gaze at her as though he wished to retain her features for eternity. In the depths of the shadow into which he had already descended, ecstasy was still possible to him when gazing at Cosette. The reflection of that sweet face lighted up his pale visage. The doctor felt of his pulse. "Ah, it was you that he wanted," he murmured, looking at Cosette and Marius. And bending down to Marius' ear, he added in a very low voice, "Too late." Jean Valjean surveyed the doctor and Marius serenely. almost without ceasing to gaze at Cosette. These barely articulate words were heard to issue from his mouth. "It is nothing to die, it is dreadful not to live." All at once he rose to his feet. These accesses of strength are sometimes the sign of the death agony. He walked with a firm step to the wall, thrusting aside Marius and the doctor who tried to help him, detached from the wall a little copper crucifix which was suspended there, and returned to his seat with all the freedom of movement of perfect health, and said in a loud voice, as he laid the crucifix on the table, "Behold the great martyr." Then his chest sank in, his head wavered, as though the intoxication of the tomb were seizing hold upon him. His hands, which rested on his knees, began to press their nails into the stuff of his trousers. Cosette supported his shoulders and sobbed and tried to speak to him, but could not. Among the words mingled with that mournful saliva which accompanies tears, they distinguished words like the following: "Father, do not leave us. Is it possible that we have found you only to lose you again?" It might be said that agony writhes. It goes, comes, advances towards the sepulchre, and returns towards life. There is groping in the action of dying. Jean Valjean rallied after this semi-swoon, shook his brow as though to make the shadows fall away from it, and became almost perfectly lucid once more. He took a fold of Cosette's sleeve and kissed it. "He is coming back, doctor, he is coming back," cried Marius. "You are good, both of you," said Jean Valjean. "I am going to tell you what has caused me pain. What has pained me, Monsieur Pontmercy, is that you have not been willing to touch that money. That money really belongs to your wife. I will explain to you, my children, and for that reason, also, I am glad to see you. Black jet comes from England, white jet comes from Norway. All this is in this paper which you will read. For bracelets, I invented a way of substituting for slides of soldered sheet iron, slides of iron laid together. It is prettier, better, and less costly. You will understand how much money can be made in that way. So Cosette's fortune is really hers. I give you these details in order that your mind may be set at rest." The portress had come upstairs and was gazing in at the half-open door. The doctor dismissed her. But he could not prevent this zealous woman from exclaiming to the dying man before she disappeared, "Would you like a priest?" "I have had one," replied Jean Valjean. And with his finger, he seemed to indicate a point above his head, where one would have said that he saw someone. It is probable, in fact, that the bishop was present at this death agony. Cosette gently slipped a pillow under his loins. Jean Valjean resumed. "Have no fear, Monsieur Pontmercy, I adjure you. The 600,000 francs really belong to Cosette. My life will have been wasted if you do not enjoy them. We managed to do very well with those glass goods. We rivaled what is called Berlin jewelry. However, we could not equal the black glass of England. A gross, which contains 1,200 very well cut grains, only costs 3 francs. When a being who is dear to us is on the point of death, we gaze upon him with a look which clings convulsively to him and which would fain hold him back." Cosette gave her hand to Marius, and both, mute with anguish, not knowing what to say to the dying man, stood trembling and despairing before him. Jean Valjean sank moment by moment. He was failing. He was drawing near to the gloomy horizon. His breath had become intermittent. A little rattling interrupted it. He found some difficulty in moving his forearm. His feet had lost all movement, and in proportion as the wretchedness of limb and feebleness of body increased, all the majesty of his soul was displayed and spread over his brow. The light of the unknown world was already visible in his eyes. His face paled and smiled. Life was no longer there, it was something else. His breath sank, his glance grew grander. He was a corpse on which the wings could be felt. He made a sign to Cosette to draw near, then to Marius. The last minute of the last hour had, evidently, arrived. He began to speak to them in a voice so feeble that it seemed to come from a distance, and one would have said that a wall now rose between them and him. Draw near, both of you. I love you dearly. Oh, how good it is to die like this! And thou lovest me also, my Cosette. I knew well that thou still felt friendly towards thy poor old man. How kind it was of thee to place that pillow under my loins. Thou wilt weep for me a little, wilt thou not? Not too much. I do not wish thee to have any real griefs. You must enjoy yourselves a great deal, my children. I forgot to tell you that the profit was greater still on the buckles without tongues than on all the rest. A gross of a dozen dozens cost 10 francs and sold for 60. It really was a good business, so there is no occasion for surprise at the 600,000 francs, Monsieur Pontmercy. It is honest money. You may be rich with a tranquil mind. Thou must have a carriage, a box at the theatres now and then, and handsome ball dresses, my Cosette, and then thou must give good dinners to thy friends and be very happy. I was writing to Cosette a while ago. She will find my letter. I bequeath to her the 2 candlesticks which stand on the chimney-piece. They are of silver, but to me they are gold, they are diamonds. They change candles which are placed in them into wax tapers. I do not know whether the person who gave them to me is pleased with me yonder on high. I have done what I could. My children, you will not forget that I am a poor man. You will have me buried in the first plot of earth that you find, under a stone to mark the spot. This is my wish. No name on the stone. If Cosette cares to come for a little while now and then, it will give me pleasure. And you too, Monsieur Pontmercy. I must admit that I have not always loved you. I ask your pardon for that. Now she and you form but one for me. I feel very grateful to you. I am sure that you make Cosette happy. If you only knew, Monsieur Pontmercy, her pretty rosy cheeks were my delight. When I saw her in the least pale, I was sad. In the chest of drawers, there is a bank bill for 500 francs. I have not touched it. It is for the poor. Cosette, dost thou see thy little gown yonder on the bed? Dost thou recognize it? That was 10 years ago, however. How time flies. We have been very happy. All is over. Do not weep, my children. I am not going very far. I shall see you from there. You will only have to look at night, and you will see me smile. Cosette, dost thou remember Montfermeil? Thou wert in the forest. Thou wert greatly terrified. Dost thou remember how I took hold of the handle of the water bucket? That was the first time that I touched thy poor little hand. It was so cold. Ah, your hands were red then, mademoiselle. They are very white now. And the big doll, dost thou remember? Thou didst call her Catherine. Thou regrettedst not having taken her to the convent. How thou didst make me laugh sometimes, my sweet angel. When it had been raining, thou didst float bits of straw on the gutters and watch them pass away. One day I gave thee a willow battledore and a shuttlecock with yellow, blue, and green feathers. Thou hast forgotten it. Thou wert roguish so young. Thou didst play. Thou didst put cherries in thy ears. Those are things of the past. The forests through which one has passed with one's child, the trees under which one has strolled, the convents where one has concealed oneself, the games, the hearty laughs of childhood, are shadows. I imagine that all that belonged to me, in that lay my stupidity. Those Thénardiers were wicked. Thou must forgive them. Cosette, the moment has come to tell thee the name of thy mother. She was called Fantine. Remember that name, Fantine. Kneel whenever thou utterest it. She suffered much. She loved thee dearly. She had as much unhappiness as thou hast had happiness. That is the way God apportions things. He is there on high, he sees us all, and he knows what he does in the midst of his great stars. I am on the verge of departure, my children. Love each other well and always. There is nothing else but that in the world, love for each other. You will think sometimes of the poor old man who died here. Oh, my Cosette, it is not my fault, indeed, that I have not seen thee all this time. It cut me to the heart. I went as far as the corner of the street. I must have produced a queer effect on the people who saw me pass. I was like a madman, I once went out without my hat. I no longer see clearly, my children. I had still other things to say, but never mind. Think a little of me. Come still nearer. I die happy. Give me your dear and well-beloved heads, so that I may lay my hands upon them. Cosette and Marius fell on their knees, in despair, suffocating with tears, each beneath one of Jean Valjean's hands. Those august hands no longer moved. He had fallen backwards. The light of the candles illuminated him. His white face looked up to heaven. He allowed Cosette and Marius to cover his hands with kisses. He was dead. The night was starless and extremely dark. No doubt, in the gloom, some immense angel stood erect with wings outspread, awaiting that soul. Darkness. Chapter 6. The grass covers and the rain effaces. In the cemetery of Père Lachaise, in the vicinity of the common grave, far from the elegant quarter of that city of sepulchres, far from all the tombs of fancy which display in the presence of eternity all the hideous fashions of death, in a deserted corner, beside an old wall, beneath a great yew tree over which climbs the wild convolvulus, amid dandelions and mosses, there lies a stone. That stone is no more exempt than others from the leprosy of time, of dampness, of the lichens, and from the defilement of the birds. The water turns it green, the air blackens it. It is not near any path, and people are not fond of walking in that direction, because the grass is high and their feet are immediately wet. When there is a little sunshine, the lizards come thither. All around there is a quivering of weeds. In the spring, linnets warble in the trees. This stone is perfectly plain. In cutting it, the only thought was the requirements of the tomb, and no other care was taken than to make the stone long enough and narrow enough to cover a man. No name is to be read there. Only many years ago, a hand wrote upon it in pencil these 4 lines, which have become gradually illegible beneath the rain and the dust, and which are, today, probably effaced. 49 dort, quoique la sorte fut pour lui bien étrange. 49 vivate, il meurt quand il en plus son ange. La chose simplement del même arrive. Comme la nuit si fait lorsque le jour s'en va. 70. Letter to M. Daly, publisher of the Italian translation of Les Misérables in Milan. H.A.U.T. Vialelli House, October 18, 1862. You are right, sir, when you tell me that Les Misérables is written for all nations. I do not know whether it will be read by all, but I wrote it for all. It is addressed to England as well as to Spain, to Italy as well as to France, to Germany as well as to Ireland, to republics which have slaves as well as to empires which have serfs. Social problems overstep frontiers. The sores of the human race, those great sores which cover the globe, do not halt at the red or blue lines traced upon the map. In every place where man is ignorant and despairing, in every place where woman is sold for bread, wherever the child suffers for lack of the book which should instruct him and of the hearth which should warm him, the book of Les Misérables knocks at the door and says, "Open to me, I come for you." At the hour of civilization through which we are now passing, and which is still so somber, the miserable's name is man. He is agonizing in all climes, and he is groaning in all languages. Your Italy is no more exempt from the evil than is our France. Your admirable Italy has all miseries on the face of it. Does not banditism, that raging form of pauperism, inhabit your mountains? Few nations are more deeply eaten by that ulcer of convents which I have endeavored to fathom. In spite of your possessing Rome, Milan, Naples, Palermo, Turin, Florence, Siena, Pisa, Mantua, Bologna, Ferrara, Genoa, Venice, a heroic history, sublime ruins, magnificent ruins, and superb cities, you are like ourselves poor. You are covered with marvels and vermin. Assuredly, the sun of Italy is splendid, but alas, azure in the sky does not prevent rags on man. Like us, you have prejudices, superstitions, tyrannies, fanaticisms, blind laws lending assistance to ignorant customs. You taste nothing of the present nor of the future without a flavor of the past being mingled with it. You have a barbarian, the monk, and a savage, the Lazarone. The social question is the same for you as for us. There are few less deaths from hunger with you, and a few more from fever. Your social hygiene is not much better than ours. Shadows, which are Protestant in England, are Catholic in Italy, but under different names. The vescovo is identical with the bishop, and it always means night, and of pretty nearly the same quality. To explain the Bible badly amounts to the same thing as to understand the gospel badly. Is it necessary to emphasize this? Must this melancholy parallelism be yet more completely verified? Have you not indigent persons? Glance below. Have you not parasites? Glance up. Does not that hideous balance, whose 2 scales, pauperism and parasitism, so mournfully preserve their mutual equilibrium, oscillate before you as it does before us? Where is your army of schoolmasters, the only army which civilization acknowledges? Where are your free and compulsory schools? Does everyone know how to read in the land of Dante and of Michelangelo? Have you made public schools of your barracks? Have you not, like ourselves, an opulent war budget and a paltry budget of education? Have not you also that passive obedience which is so easily converted into soldierly obedience? Military establishment, which pushes the regulations to the extreme of firing upon Garibaldi, that is to say, upon the living honor of Italy. Let us subject your social order to examination. Let us take it where it stands, and as it stands, let us view its flagrant offenses. Show me the woman and the child. It is by the amount of protection with which these two feeble creatures are surrounded that the degree of civilization is to be measured. Is prostitution less heartrending in Naples than in Paris? What is the amount of truth that springs from your laws, and what amount of justice springs from your tribunals? Do you chance to be so fortunate as to be ignorant of the meaning of those gloomy words: public prosecution, legal infamy, prison, the scaffold, the executioner, the death penalty? Italians, with you as with us, Beccaria is dead and Farinis is alive. And then let us scrutinize your state reasons. Have you a government which comprehends the identity of morality and politics? You have reached the point where you grant amnesty to heroes. Something very similar has been done in France. Stay, let us pass miseries in review. Let each one contribute his pile. You are as rich as we. Have you not, like ourselves, two condemnations: religious condemnation pronounced by the priest, and social condemnation decreed by the judge? O great nation of Italy, thou resemblest the great nation of France. Alas, our brothers, you are, like ourselves, miserables. From the depths of the gloom wherein you dwell, you do not see much more distinctly than we the radiant and distant portals of Eden. Only, the priests are mistaken. These holy portals are before and not behind us. I resume, this book, Les Misérables, is no less your mirror than ours. Certain men, certain castes, rise in revolt against this book. I understand that. Mirrors, those revealers of the truth, are hated. That does not prevent them from being of use. As for myself, I have written for all, with a profound love for my own country, but without being engrossed by France more than by any other nation. In proportion as I advance in life, I grow more simple, and I become more and more patriotic for humanity. This is, moreover, the tendency of our age, and the law of radiance of the French Revolution. Books must cease to be exclusively French, Italian, German, Spanish, or English, and become European, I say more human, if they are to correspond to the enlargement of civilization. Hence a new logic of art, and of certain requirements of composition which modify everything, even the conditions, formerly narrow, of taste and language, which must grow broader like all the rest. In France, certain critics have reproached me, to my great delight, with having transgressed the bounds of what they call French taste. I should be glad if this eulogium were merited. In short, I am doing what I can. I suffer with the same universal suffering, and I try to assuage it. I possess only the puny forces of a man, and I cry to all, help me. This, sir, is what your letter prompts me to say. I say it for you and for your country. If I have insisted so strongly, it is because of one phrase in your letter. You write, there are Italians, and they are numerous, who say, this book, Les Misérables, is a French book. It does not concern us. Let the French read it as a history, we read it as a romance. Alas, I repeat, whether we be Italians or Frenchmen, misery concerns us all. Ever since history has been written, ever since philosophy has meditated, misery has been the garment of the human race. The moment has at length arrived for tearing off that rag, and for replacing, upon the naked limbs of the man-people, the sinister fragment of the past with the grand purple robe of the dawn. If this letter seems to you of service in enlightening some minds and in dissipating some prejudices, you are at liberty to publish it, sir. Accept, I pray you, a renewed assurance of my very distinguished sentiments. Chapter 104, Tour Hugo. After abandonment, straitened circumstances, Fantine had immediately lost sight of favorite, Zéphine and Dahlia. The bond once broken on the side of the men, it was loosed between the women. They would have been greatly astonished had anyone told them a fortnight later that they had been friends. There no longer existed any reason for such a thing. Fantine had remained alone. The father of her child gone, Alas, such ruptures are irrevocable. She found herself absolutely isolated, minus the habit of work and plus the taste for pleasure. Drawn away by her liaison with Tholomyès to disdain the pretty trade which she knew she had neglected to keep her market open, it was now closed to her. She had no resource. Fantine barely knew how to read and did not know how to write. In her childhood she had only been taught to sign her name. She had a public letter writer indite an epistle to Tholomyès, then a second, then a third. Tholomyès replied to none of them. Fantine heard the gossips say, as they looked at her child, "Who takes those children seriously? One only shrugs one's shoulders over such children." Then she thought of Tholomyès, who had shrugged his shoulders over his child, and who did not take that innocent being seriously, and her heart grew gloomy toward that man. But what was she to do? She no longer knew to whom to apply. She had committed a fault, but the foundation of her nature, as will be remembered, was modesty and virtue. She was vaguely conscious that she was on the verge of falling into distress and of gliding into a worse state. Courage was necessary, she possessed it, and held herself firm. The idea of returning to her native town of M occurred to her. There someone might possibly know her and give her work. Yes, but it would be necessary to conceal her fault. In a confused way she perceived the necessity of a separation which would be more painful than the first one. Her heart contracted, but she took her resolution. Fantine, as we shall see, had the fierce bravery of life. She had already valiantly renounced finery, had dressed herself in linen, and had put all her silks, all her ornaments, all her ribbons, and all her laces on her daughter, the only vanity which was left to her, and a holy one it was. She sold all that she had, which produced for her 200 francs, her little debts paid. She had only about 80 francs left. At the age of 22, on a beautiful spring morning, she quitted Paris, bearing her child on her back. Anyone who had seen these two pass would have had pity on them. This woman had, in all the world, nothing but her child, and the child had, in all the world, no one but this woman. Fantine had nursed her child, and this had tired her chest, and she coughed a little. We shall have no further occasion to speak of M. Félix Tholomyès. Let us confine ourselves to saying that 20 years later, under King Louis Philippe, he was a great provincial lawyer, wealthy and influential, a wise elector, and a very severe juryman. He was still a man of pleasure. Towards the middle of the day, after having, from time to time, for the sake of resting herself, travelled for 3 or 4 sous a league, in what was then known as the Petites Voitures des Environs de Paris, the little suburban coach service, Fantine found herself at Montfermeil in the Allée Boulanger. As she passed the Thénardier hostelry, the 2 little girls, blissful in the monster swing, had dazzled her in a manner, and she had halted in front of that vision of joy. Charms exist. These 2 little girls were a charm to this mother. She gazed at them in much emotion. The presence of angels is an announcement of paradise. She thought that, above this inn, she beheld the mysterious here of Providence. These 2 little creatures were evidently happy. She gazed at them, she admired them, in such emotion that at the moment when their mother was recovering her breath between 2 couplets of her song, she could not refrain from addressing to her the remark which we have just read. "You have 2 pretty children, madame." The most ferocious creatures are disarmed by caresses bestowed on their young. The mother raised her head and thanked her, and bade the wayfarer sit down on the bench at the door, she herself being seated on the threshold. The 2 women began to chat. "My name is Madame Thénardier," said the mother of the 2 little girls. "We keep this inn." Then, her mind still running on her romance, she resumed humming between her teeth. "It must be so, I am a knight, and I am off to Palestine." This Madame Thénardier was a sandy-complexioned woman, thin and angular, the type of the soldier's wife in all its unpleasantness, and what was odd, with a languishing air, which she owed to her perusal of romances. She was a simpering but masculine creature. Old romances produce that effect when rubbed against the imagination of cookshop woman. She was still young, she was barely 30. If this crouching woman had stood upright, her lofty stature and her frame of a perambulating colossus suitable for fairs might have frightened the traveler at the outset, troubled her confidence, and disturbed what caused what we have to relate to vanish. A person who is seated instead of standing erect, destinies hang upon such a thing as that. The traveler told her story with slight modifications. That she was a working woman, that her husband was dead, that her work in Paris had failed her, and that she was on her way to seek it elsewhere in her own native parts, that she had left Paris that morning on foot, that, as she was carrying her child and felt fatigued, she had got into the Villemomble coach when she met it, that from Villemomble she had come to Montfermeil on foot, that the little one had walked a little, but not much, because she was so young, and that she had been obliged to take her up, and the jewel had fallen asleep. At this word she bestowed on her daughter a passionate kiss, which woke her. The child opened her eyes, great blue eyes like her mother's, and looked at what? Nothing, with that serious and sometimes severe air of little children, which is a mystery of their luminous innocence in the presence of our twilight of virtue. One would say that they feel themselves to be angels and that they know us to be men. Then the child began to laugh, and although the mother held fast to her, she slipped to the ground with the unconquerable energy of a little being which wished to run. All at once she caught sight of the two others in the swing, stopped short, and put out her tongue in sign of admiration. Mother Thénardier released her daughters, made them descend from the swing, and said, "Now amuse yourselves, all three of you." Children become acquainted quickly at that age, and at the expiration of a minute, the little Thénardiers were playing with the newcomer at making holes in the ground, which was an immense pleasure. The newcomer was very gay. The goodness of the mother is written in the gaiety of the child. She had seized a scrap of wood, which served her for a shovel, and energetically dug a cavity big enough for a fly. The gravedigger's business becomes a subject for laughter when performed by a child. The two women pursued their chat. "What is your little one's name?" "Cosette." For Cosette read Euphrasie. The child's name was Euphrasie, but out of Euphrasie the mother had made Cosette by that sweet and graceful instinct of mothers and of the populace which changes Josepha into Pepita and Frances into Celeste. It is a sort of derivative which disarranges and disconcerts the whole science of etymologists. We have known a grandmother who succeeded in turning Theodore into Non. "How old is she?" "She is going on 3. That is the age of my eldest." In the meantime, the three little girls were grouped in an attitude of profound anxiety and blissfulness. An event had happened. A big worm had emerged from the ground, and they were afraid, and they were in ecstasies over it. Their radiant brows touched each other. One would have said that there were 3 heads in one aureole. "How easily children get acquainted at once," exclaimed Mother Thénardier. One would swear that they were 3 sisters. This remark was probably the spark which the other mother had been waiting for. She seized the Thénardier's hand, looked at her fixedly, and said, "Will you keep my child for me?" The Thénardier made one of those movements of surprise which signify neither assent nor refusal. Cosette's mother continued, "You see, I cannot take my daughter to the country. My work will not permit it. With a child one can find no situation. People are ridiculous in the country. It was the good God who caused me to pass your inn. When I caught sight of your little ones, so pretty, so clean, and so happy, it overwhelmed me. I said, 'Here is a good mother. That is just the thing. That will make 3 sisters. And then it will not be long before I return. Will you keep my child for me?" "I must see about it," replied the Thénardier. "I will give you 6 francs a month." Here a man's voice called from the depths of the cook shop. "Not for less than 7 francs, and 6 months paid in advance." 6 times 7 makes 42, said the Thénardier. "I will give it," said the mother. "And 15 francs in addition for preliminary expenses," added the man's voice. "Total 57 francs, said Madame Thénardier, and she hummed vaguely with these figures. "It must be," said a warrior. "I will pay it," said the mother. "I have 80 francs. I shall have enough left to reach the country by traveling on foot. I shall earn money there, and as soon as I have a little I will return for my darling." The man's voice resumed. "The little one has an outfit." "That is my husband," said the Thénardier. "Of course she has an outfit, the poor treasure. I understood perfectly that it was your husband, and a beautiful outfit too, a senseless outfit, everything by the dozen, and silk gowns like a lady. It is here, in my carpet-bag." "You must hand it over," struck in the man's voice again. "Of course I shall give it to you," said the mother. "It would be very queer if I were to leave my daughter quite naked." The master's face appeared. "That's good," said he. The bargain was concluded. The mother passed the night at the inn, gave up her money and left her child, fastened her carpet-bag once more, now reduced in volume by the removal of the outfit and light henceforth, and set out on the following morning, intending to return soon. People arrange such departures tranquilly, but they are despairs. A neighbor of the Thénardiers met this mother as she was setting out, and came back with the remark, "I have just seen a woman crying in the street, so that it was enough to rend your heart." When Cosette's mother had taken her departure, the man said to the woman, "That will serve to pay my note for 110 francs, which falls due tomorrow. I lacked 50 francs. Do you know that I should have had a bailiff and a protest after me? You played the mousetrap nicely with your young ones." "Without suspecting it," said the woman. Chapter 2. First sketch of two unprepossessing figures. The mouse which had been caught was a pitiful specimen, but the cat rejoices even over a lean mouse. Who were these Thénardiers? Let us say a word or two of them now. We will complete the sketch later on. These beings belong to that bastard class, composed of coarse people who have been successful, and of intelligent people who have descended in the scale, which is between the class called middle and the class denominated as inferior, and which combines some of the defects of the second with nearly all the vices of the first, without possessing the generous impulse of the working man nor the honest order of the bourgeois. They were of those dwarfed natures which, if a dull fire chances to warm them up, easily become monstrous. There was in the woman a substratum of the brute, and in the man the material for a blackguard. Both were susceptible, in the highest degree, of the sort of hideous progress which is accomplished in the direction of evil. There exist crab-like souls which are continually retreating towards the darkness, retrograding in life rather than advancing, employing experience to augment their deformity, growing incessantly worse, and becoming more and more impregnated with an ever-augmenting blackness. This man and woman possessed such souls. Thénardier, in particular, was troublesome for a physiognomist. One can only look at some men to distrust them, for one feels that they are dark in both directions. They are uneasy in the rear and threatening in front. There is something of the unknown about them. One can no more answer for what they have done than for what they will do. The shadow which they bear in their glance denounces them. From merely hearing them utter a word or seeing them make a gesture, one obtains a glimpse of somber secrets in their past and of somber mysteries in their future. This Thénardier, if he himself was to be believed, had been a soldier, a sergeant, he said. He had probably been through the campaign of 1815 and had even conducted himself with tolerable valor, it would seem. We shall see later on how much truth there was in this. The sign of his hostelry was in allusion to one of his feats of arms. He had painted it himself, for he knew how to do a little of everything, and badly. It was at the epoch when the ancient classical romance which, after having been Clélie, was no longer anything but Ladisque, still noble, but ever more and more vulgar, having fallen from Mademoiselle de Scudéry to Madame Bournon-Malherbe, and from Madame de Lafayette to Madame Barthélemy Haddot, was setting the loving hearts of the portresses of Paris aflame, and even ravaging the suburbs to some extent. Madame Thénardier was just intelligent enough to read this sort of books. She lived on them. In them she drowned what brains she possessed. This had given her, when very young and even a little later, a sort of pensive attitude towards her husband, a scamp of a certain depth, a ruffian lettered to the extent of the grammar, coarse and fine at one and the same time, but so far as sentimentalism was concerned, given to the perusal of Pigault Lebrun, and in what concerns the sex, as he said in his jargon, a downright, unmitigated lout. His wife was 12 or 15 years younger than he was. Later on, when her hair, arranged in a romantically drooping fashion, began to grow grey. When the Megara began to be developed from the Pamela, the female Thénardier was nothing but a coarse, vicious woman who had dabbled in stupid romances. Now one cannot read nonsense with impunity. The result was that her eldest daughter was named Éponine. As for the younger, the poor little thing came near being called Gulnare. I know not to what diversion, affected by a romance of Ducray Dumenil, she owed the fact that she merely bore the name of Azelma. However, we will remark by the way, everything was not ridiculous and superficial in that curious epoch to which we are alluding, and which may be designated as the anarchy of baptismal names. By the side of this romantic element, which we have just indicated there, is the social symptom. It is not rare for the neatherd's boy nowadays to bear the name of Arthur, Alfred, or Alphonse, and for the Vicomte, if there are still any Vicomte, to be called Thomas, Pierre, or Jacques. This displacement, which places the elegant name on the plebeian and the rustic name on the aristocrat, is nothing else than an eddy of equality. The irresistible penetration of the new inspiration is there as everywhere else. Beneath this apparent discord there is a great and a profound thing, the French Revolution. Chapter 3. The Lark. It is not all in all sufficient to be wicked in order to prosper. The cook-shop was in a bad way. Thanks to the traveller's 57 francs, Thénardier had been able to avoid a protest and to honor his signature. On the following month, they were again in need of money. The woman took Cosette's outfit to Paris and pawned it at the pawnbroker's for 60 francs. As soon as that sum was spent, the Thénardiers grew accustomed to look on the little girl merely as a child whom they were caring for out of charity, and they treated her accordingly. As she had no longer any clothes, they dressed her in the cast-off petticoats and chemises of the Thénardier brats, that is to say, in rags. They fed her on what all the rest had left, a little better than the dog, a little worse than the cat. Moreover, the cat and the dog were her habitual table companions. Cosette ate with them under the table, from a wooden bowl similar to theirs. The mother, who had established herself, as we shall see later on, at M. Sur M, wrote, or more correctly, caused to be written, a letter every month, that she might have news of her child. The Thénardiers replied invariably, "Cosette is doing wonderfully well." At the expiration of the first 6 months, the mother sent 7 francs for the 7th month, and continued her remittances with tolerable regularity from month to month. The year was not completed when Thénardier said, "A fine favor she is doing us, in sooth. What does she expect us to do with her 7 francs?" And he wrote to demand 12 francs. The mother, whom they had persuaded into the belief that her child was happy and was coming on well, submitted and forwarded the 12 francs. Certain natures cannot love on the one hand without hating on the other. Mother Thénardier loved her 2 daughters passionately, which caused her to hate the stranger. It is sad to think that the love of a mother can possess villainous aspects. Little as was the space occupied by Cosette, it seemed to her as though it were taken from her own, and that little child diminished the air which her daughters breathed. This woman, like many women of her sort, had a load of caresses and a burden of blows and injuries to dispense each day. If she had not had Cosette, it is certain that her daughters, idolized as they were, would have received the whole of it, but the stranger did them the service to divert the blows to herself. Her daughters received nothing but caresses. Cosette could not make a motion which did not draw down upon her head a heavy shower of violent blows and unmerited chastisement. The sweet, feeble being, who should not have understood anything of this world or of God, incessantly punished, scolded, ill-used, beaten, and seeing beside her 2 little creatures like herself, who lived in a ray of dawn. Madame Thénardier was vicious with Cosette. Éponine and Azelma were vicious. Children at that age are only copies of their mother. The size is smaller, that is all. A year passed, then another. People in the village said, "Those Thénardiers are good people. They are not rich, and yet they are bringing up a poor child who is abandoned on their hands." They thought that Cosette's mother had forgotten her. In the meanwhile, Thénardier, having learned, it is impossible to say by what obscure means, that the child was probably a bastard, and that the mother could not acknowledge it, exacted 15 francs a month, saying that the creature was growing and eating and threatening to send her away. "Let her not bother me," he exclaimed, "or I'll fire her brat right into the middle of her secrets. I must have an increase." The mother paid the 15 francs. From year to year, the child grew, and so did her wretchedness. As long as Cosette was little, she was the scapegoat of the 2 other children. As soon as she began to develop a little, that is to say, before she was even 5 years old, she became the servant of the household. 5 years old, the reader will say, that is not probable. Alas, it is true. Social suffering begins at all ages. Have we not recently seen the trial of a man named Dumoulard, an orphan turned bandit, who from the age of 5, as the official documents state, being alone in the world, worked for his living and stole? Cosette was made to run on errands, to sweep the rooms, the courtyard, the street, to wash the dishes, to even carry burdens. The Thénardiers considered themselves all the more authorized to behave in this manner, since the mother, who was still at M, had become irregular in her payments. Some months she was in arrears. If this mother had returned to Montfermeil at the end of these 3 years, she would not have recognized her child. Cosette, so pretty and rosy on her arrival in that house, was now thin and pale. She had an indescribably uneasy look. "The sly creature," said the Thénardiers. Injustice had made her peevish, and misery had made her ugly. Nothing remained to her except her beautiful eyes, which inspired pain, because, large as they were, it seemed as though one beheld in them a still larger amount of sadness. It was a heartbreaking thing to see this poor child, not yet 6 years old, shivering in the winter in her old rags of linen, full of holes, sweeping the street before daylight, with an enormous broom in her tiny red hands and a tear in her great eyes. Cosette sweeping. She was called the Lark in the neighborhood. The populace, who are fond of these figures of speech, had taken a fancy to bestow this name on this trembling, frightened, and shivering little creature, no bigger than a bird, who was awake every morning before anyone else in the house or the village, and was always in the street or the fields before daybreak. Only the little lark never sang. Book 5, The Descent. Chapter 1, The History of a Progress in Black Glass Trinkets. And in the meantime, what had become of that mother who, according to the people at Montfermeil, seemed to have abandoned her child? Where was she? What was she doing? After leaving her little Cosette with the Thénardiers, she had continued her journey and had reached M. This, it will be remembered, was in 1818. Fantine had quitted her province 10 years before. M had changed its aspect. While Fantine had been slowly descending from wretchedness to wretchedness, her native town had prospered. About 2 years previously, one of those industrial facts, which are the grand events of small districts, had taken place. This detail is important, and we regard it as useful to develop it at length. We should almost say to underline it. From time immemorial, M had had for its special industry the imitation of English jet and the black glass trinkets of Germany. This industry had always vegetated, on account of the high price of the raw material, which reacted on the manufacture. At the moment when Fantine returned to M, an unheard-of transformation had taken place in the production of black goods. Towards the close of 1815, a man, a stranger, had established himself in the town and had been inspired with the idea of substituting, in this manufacture, gumlac for resin, and for bracelets in particular, slides of sheet iron simply laid together, for slides of soldered sheet iron. This very small change had effected a revolution. This very small change had, in fact, prodigiously reduced the cost of the raw material, which had rendered it possible in the first place to raise the price of manufacture, a benefit to the country, in the second place to improve the workmanship, an advantage to the consumer, in the third place to sell at a lower price while trebling the profit, which was a benefit to the manufacturer. Thus 3 results ensued from one idea. In less than 3 years, the inventor of this process had become rich, which is good, and had made everyone about him rich, which is better. He was a stranger in the department. Of his origin nothing was known, of the beginning of his career, very little. It was rumored that he had come to town with very little money, a few hundred francs at the most. It was from this slender capital, enlisted in the service of an ingenious idea developed by method and thought, that he had drawn his own fortune and the fortune of the whole countryside. On his arrival at M, he had only the garments, the appearance, and the language of a working man. It appears that on the very day when he made his obscure entry into the little town of M, just at nightfall, on a December evening, knapsack on back and thorn club in hand, a large fire had broken out in the town hall. This man had rushed into the flames and saved, at the risk of his own life, 2 children who belonged to the captain of the gendarmerie. This is why they had forgotten to ask him for his passport. Afterwards, they had learned his name. He was called Father Madeleine. Chapter 2, Madeleine. He was a man about 50 years of age, who had a preoccupied air and who was good. That was all that could be said about him. Thanks to the rapid progress of the industry which he had so admirably reconstructed, M had become a rather important center of trade. Spain, which consumes a good deal of black jet, made enormous purchases there each year. M almost rivaled London and Berlin in this branch of commerce. Father Madeleine's profits were such that at the end of the second year he was able to erect a large factory in which there were 2 vast workrooms, one for the men and the other for women. Anyone who was hungry could present himself there and was sure of finding employment and bread. Father Madeleine required of the men good will, of the women pure morals, and of all, probity. He had separated the workrooms in order to separate the sexes, and so that the women and girls might remain discreet. On this point he was inflexible. It was the only thing in which he was in a manner intolerant. He was all the more firmly set on this severity, since M, being a garrison town, opportunities for corruption abounded. However, his coming had been a boon, and his presence was a godsend. Before Father Madeleine's arrival, everything had languished in the country. Now everything lived with a healthy life of toil. A strong circulation warmed everything and penetrated everywhere. Slack seasons and wretchedness were unknown. There was no pocket so obscure that it had not a little money in it, no dwelling so lowly that there was not some little joy within it. Father Madeleine gave employment to everyone. He exacted but one thing: be an honest man, be an honest woman. As we have said, in the midst of this activity of which he was the cause and the pivot, Father Madeleine made his fortune. But a singular thing in a simple man of business, it did not seem as though that were his chief care. He appeared to be thinking much of others and little of himself. In 1820, he was known to have a sum of 630,000 francs lodged in his name with Laffitte, but before reserving these 630,000 francs, he had spent more than 1 million for the town and its poor. The hospital was badly endowed. He founded 6 beds there. M is divided into the upper and the lower town. The lower town, in which he lived, had but one school, a miserable hovel which was falling to ruin. He constructed 2, one for girls, the other for boys. He allotted a salary from his own funds to the 2 instructors, a salary twice as large as their meager official salary, and one day he said to someone who expressed surprise, "The 2 prime functionaries of the state are the nurse and the schoolmaster." He created at his own expense an infant school, a thing then almost unknown in France, and a fund for aiding old and infirm workmen. As his factory was a center, a new quarter, in which there were a good many indigent families, rose rapidly around him. He established there a free dispensary. At first, when they watched his beginnings, the good souls said, "He's a jolly fellow who means to get rich." When they saw him enriching the country before he enriched himself, the good souls said, "He is an ambitious man." This seemed all the more probable since the man was religious, and even practiced his religion to a certain degree, a thing which was very favorably viewed at that epoch. He went regularly to low mass every Sunday. The local deputy, who nosed out all rivalry everywhere, soon began to grow uneasy over this religion. This deputy had been a member of the legislative body of the empire, and shared the religious ideas of a father of the oratoire, known under the name of Fauché, Duc d'Otrante, whose creature and friend he had been. He indulged in gentle raillery at God, with closed doors. But when he beheld the wealthy manufacturer Madeleine going to low mass at 7 o'clock, he perceived in him a possible candidate and resolved to outdo him. He took a Jesuit confessor and went to high mass and to vespers. Ambition was at that time, in the direct acceptation of the word, a race to the steeple. The poor profited by this terror as well as the good God, for the honorable deputy also founded 2 beds in the hospital, which made 12. Nevertheless, in 1819, a rumor one morning circulated through the town to the effect that, on the representations of the prefect, and in consideration of the services rendered by him to the country, Father Madeleine was to be appointed by the king, mayor of M. Those who had pronounced this newcomer to be an ambitious fellow seized with delight on this opportunity which all men desire, to exclaim, "There, what did we say?" All M. was in an uproar. The rumor was well founded. Several days later, the appointment appeared in the Moniteur. On the following day, Father Madeleine refused. In this same year of 1819, the products of the new process invented by Madeleine figured in the industrial exhibition. When the jury made their report, the king appointed the inventor a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. A fresh excitement in the little town. Well, so it was the cross that he wanted. Father Madeleine refused the cross. Decidedly, this man was an enigma. The good souls got out of their predicament by saying, "After all, he is some sort of an adventurer." We have seen that the country owed much to him. The poor owed him everything. He was so useful and he was so gentle that people had been obliged to honor and respect him. His workmen, in particular, adored him, and he endured this adoration with a sort of melancholy gravity. When he was known to be rich, people in society bowed to him, and he received invitations in the town. He was called, in town, Monsieur Madeleine. His workmen and the children continued to call him Father Madeleine, and that was what was most adapted to make him smile. In proportion as he mounted, throve, invitations rained down upon him. Society claimed him for its own. The prim little drawing rooms on M, which of course had at first been closed to the artisan, opened both leaves of their folding doors to the millionaire. They made 1,000 advances to him. He refused. This time the good gossips had no trouble. He is an ignorant man, of no education. No one knows where he came from. He would not know how to behave in society. It has not been absolutely proved that he knows how to read. When they saw him making money, they said, "He is a man of business." When they saw him scattering his money about, they said, "He is an ambitious man." When he was seen to decline honors, they said, "He is an adventurer." When they saw him repulse society, they said, "He is a brute." In 1820, 5 years after his arrival in M, the services which he had rendered to the district were so dazzling, the opinion of the whole country round about was so unanimous, that the king again appointed him mayor of the town. He again declined, but the prefect resisted his refusal. All the notabilities of the place came to implore him. The people in the street besought him. The urging was so vigorous that he ended by accepting. It was noticed that the thing which seemed chiefly to bring him to a decision was the almost irritated apostrophe addressed to him by an old woman of the people, who called to him from her threshold, in an angry way, "A good mayor is a useful thing. Is he drawing back before the good which he can do?" This was the third phase of his ascent. Father Madeleine had become Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine became Monsieur le Maire. Chapter 3. Sums deposited with Laffitte. On the other hand, he remained as simple as on the first day. He had gray hair, a serious eye, the sunburned complexion of a laborer, the thoughtful visage of a philosopher. He habitually wore a hat with a wide brim and a long coat of coarse cloth, buttoned to the chin. He fulfilled his duties as mayor, but with that exception he lived in solitude. He spoke to but few people. He avoided polite attentions. He escaped quickly. He smiled to relieve himself of the necessity of talking. He gave, in order to get rid of the necessity for smiling. The women said of him, "What a good-natured bear." His pleasure consisted in strolling in the fields. He always took his meals alone, with an open book before him, which he read. He had a well-selected little library. He loved books. Books are cold but safe friends. In proportion as leisure came to him with fortune, He seemed to take advantage of it to cultivate his mind. It had been observed that, ever since his arrival at M, his language had grown more polished, more choice, and more gentle with every passing year. He liked to carry a gun with him on his strolls, but he rarely made use of it. When he did happen to do so, his shooting was something so infallible as to inspire terror. He never killed an inoffensive animal. He never shot at a little bird. Although he was no longer young, it was thought that he was still prodigiously strong. He offered his assistance to anyone who was in need of it, lifted a horse, released a wheel clogged in the mud, or stopped a runaway bull by the horns. He always had his pockets full of money when he went out, but they were empty on his return. When he passed through a village, the ragged brats ran joyously after him and surrounded him like a swarm of gnats. It was thought that he must, in the past, have lived a country life, since he knew all sorts of useful secrets, which he taught to the peasants. He taught them how to destroy scurf on wheat, by sprinkling it and the granary and inundating the cracks in the floor with a solution of common salt, and how to chase away weevils by hanging up orviot in bloom everywhere, on the walls and the ceilings, among the grass and in the houses. He had recipes for exterminating from a field blight, tares, foxtail, and all parasitic growths which destroy the wheat. He defended a rabbit warren against rats, simply by the odor of a guinea pig which he placed in it. One day he saw some country people busily engaged in pulling up nettles. He examined the plants, which were uprooted and already dried, and said, "They are dead. Nevertheless, it would be a good thing to know how to make use of them. When the nettle is young, the leaf makes an excellent vegetable. When it is older, it has filaments and fibers like hemp and flax. Nettle cloth is as good as linen cloth. Chopped up, nettles are good for poultry. Pounded, they are good for horned cattle. The seed of the nettle, mixed with fodder, gives gloss to the hair of animals. The root, mixed with salt, produces a beautiful yellow coloring matter. Moreover, it is an excellent hay, which can be cut twice. And what is required for the nettle? A little soil, no care, no culture. Only the seed falls as it is ripe, and it is difficult to collect it. That is all. With the exercise of a little care, the nettle could be made useful. It is neglected, and it becomes hurtful. It is exterminated. How many men resemble the nettle?" He added after a pause, "Remember this, my friends, there are no such things as bad plants or bad men. There are only bad cultivators." The children loved him because he knew how to make charming little trifles of straw and coconuts. When he saw the door of a church hung in black, he entered. He sought out funerals as other men seek christenings. Widowhood and the grief of others attracted him because of his great gentleness. He mingled with the friends clad in mourning, with families dressed in black, with the priests groaning around a coffin. He seemed to like to give to his thoughts for text these funereal psalmodies filled with the vision of the other world. With his eyes fixed on heaven, he listened with a sort of aspiration towards all the mysteries of the infinite, those sad voices which sing on the verge of the obscure abyss of death. He performed a multitude of good actions, concealing his agency in them as a man conceals himself because of evil actions. He penetrated houses privately, at night. He ascended staircases furtively. A poor wretch on returning to his attic would find that his door had been opened, sometimes even forced, during his absence. The poor man made a clamor over it. Some malefactor had been there. He entered, and the first thing he beheld was a piece of gold lying forgotten on some piece of furniture. The malefactor who had been there was Father Madeleine. He was affable and sad. The people said, "There is a rich man who has not a haughty air. There is a happy man who has not a contented air." Some people maintained that he was a mysterious person, and that no one ever entered his chamber, which was a regular anchorite cell, furnished with winged hourglasses and enlivened by crossbones and skulls of dead men. This was much talked of, so that one of the elegant and malicious young women of M came to him one day and asked, "Monsieur le Maire, pray show us your chamber. It is said to be a grotto." He smiled and introduced them instantly into this grotto. They were well punished for their curiosity. The room was very simply furnished in mahogany, which was rather ugly, like all furniture of that sort, and hung with paper worth 12 sous. They could see nothing remarkable about it, except 2 candlesticks of antique pattern which stood on the chimney-piece and appeared to be silver, for they were hallmarked, an observation full of the type of wit of petty towns. Nevertheless, people continued to say that no one ever got into the room, and that it was a hermit's cave, a mysterious retreat, a hole, a tomb. It was also whispered about that he had immense sums deposited with Laffitte, with this peculiar feature that they were always at his immediate disposal, so that it was added M. Madeleine could make his appearance at Laffitte's any morning, sign a receipt, and carry off his 2 or 3 millions in 10 minutes. In reality, these 2 or 3 millions were reducible, as we have said, to 630 or 40,000 francs. Chapter 4. M. Madeleine in mourning. At the beginning of 1820, the newspapers announced the death of M. Marius, Bishop of 500, surnamed Monseigneur Bienvenu, who had died in the odor of sanctity at the age of 82. The Bishop of 500, to supply here a detail which the papers omitted, had been blind for many years before his death, and content to be blind, as his sister was beside him. Let us remark, by the way, that to be blind and to be loved is, in fact, one of the most strangely exquisite forms of happiness upon this earth, where nothing is complete. To have continually at one's side a woman, a daughter, a sister, a charming being, who is there because you need her, and because she cannot do without you. To know that we are indispensable to a person who is necessary to us. To be able to incessantly measure one's affection by the amount of her presence which she bestows on us, and to say to ourselves, since she consecrates the whole of her time to me, it is because I possess the whole of her heart. To behold her thought in lieu of her face, to be able to verify the fidelity of one being amid the eclipse of the world, to regard the rustle of a gown as the sound of wings, to hear her come and go, retire, speak, return, sing, and to think that one is the center of these steps, of this speech, to manifest at each instant one's personal attraction, to feel one's self all the more powerful because of one's infirmity, to become in one's obscurity and through one's obscurity the star around which this angel gravitates. Few felicities equal this. The supreme happiness of life consists in the conviction that one is loved, loved for one's own sake, let us say rather, loved in spite of one's self. This conviction the blind man possesses. To be served in distress is to be caressed. Does he lack anything? No, one does not lose the sight when one has love. And what love? A love wholly constituted of virtue. There is no blindness where there is certainty. Soul seeks soul gropingly and finds it. And this soul, found and tested, is a woman. A hand sustains you, it is hers. A mouth lightly touches your brow, it is her mouth. You hear a breath very near you, it is hers. To have everything of her, from her worship to her pity, never to be left, to have that sweet weakness aiding you, to lean upon that immovable reed, to touch Providence with one's hands, and to be able to take it in one's arms, God made tangible, what bliss! The heart, that obscure celestial flower, undergoes a mysterious blossoming. One would not exchange that shadow for all brightness. The angel's soul is there, uninterruptedly there. If she departs, it is but to return again. She vanishes like a dream and reappears like reality. One feels warmth approaching, and behold, she is there. One overflows with serenity, with gaiety, with ecstasy. One is a radiance amid the night, and there are 1,000 little cares, nothings, which are enormous in that void. The most ineffable accents of the feminine voice employed to lull you and supplying the vanished universe to you. One is caressed with the soul. One sees nothing, but one feels that one is adored. It is a paradise of shadows. It was from this paradise that Monseigneur Welcome had passed to the other. The announcement of his death was reprinted by the local journal of M. Sir M. on the following day. M. Madeleine appeared clad wholly in black, and with crape on his hat. This morning was noticed in the town and commented on. It seemed to throw a light on M. Madeleine's origin. It was concluded that some relationship existed between him and the venerable bishop. He has gone into mourning for the Bishop of 500, said the drawing rooms. This raised M. Madeleine's credit greatly, and procured for him, instantly and at one blow, a certain consideration in the noble world of M. Sir M. The microscopic Faubourg Saint-Germain of the place meditated raising the quarantine against M. Madeleine, the probable relative of a bishop. M. Madeleine perceived the advancement which he had obtained by the more numerous courtesies of the old women and the more plentiful smiles of the young ones. One evening, a ruler in that petty great world, who was curious by right of seniority, ventured to ask him, "M. Le Maire is doubtless a cousin of the late Bishop of 500. He said, "No, madame." "But," resumed the dowager, "you are wearing mourning for him." He replied, "It is because I was a servant in his family in my youth." Another thing which was remarked was that every time that he encountered in the town a young Savoyard who was roaming about the country and seeking chimneys to sweep, the mayor had him summoned, inquired his name, and gave him money. The little Savoyards told each other about it. A great many of them passed that way. Chapter 5. Vague flashes on the horizon. Little by little, and in the course of time, all this opposition subsided. There had at first been exercised against M. Madeleine, in virtue of a sort of law which all those who rise must submit to blackening and calumnies. Then they grew to be nothing more than ill nature, then merely malicious remarks, then even this entirely disappeared. Respect became complete, unanimous, cordial, and towards 1821, the moment arrived when the word Monsieur le Maire was pronounced at M. Sir M. with almost the same accent as Monseigneur the Bishop had been pronounced in 500 in 1815. People came from a distance of 10 leagues around to consult M. Madeleine. He put an end to differences, he prevented lawsuits, he reconciled enemies. Everyone took him for the judge, and with good reason. It seemed as though he had for a soul the book of the natural law. It was like an epidemic of veneration, which in the course of 6 or 7 years gradually took possession of the whole district. One single man in the town, in the arrondissement, absolutely escaped this contagion, and whatever Father Madeleine did remained his opponent, as though a sort of incorruptible and imperturbable instinct kept him on the alert and uneasy. It seems, in fact, as though there existed in certain men a veritable bestial instinct, though pure and upright, like all instincts, which creates antipathies and sympathies, which fatally separates one nature from another nature, which does not hesitate, which feels no disquiet, which does not hold its peace, and which never belies itself, clear in its obscurity, infallible, imperious, intractable, stubborn to all counsels of the intelligence and to all the dissolvents of reason, and which, in whatever manner destinies are arranged, secretly warns the man-dog of the presence of the man-cat, and the man-fox of the presence of the man-lion. It frequently happened that, when M. Madeleine was passing along a street, calm, affectionate, surrounded by the blessings of all, a man of lofty stature, clad in an iron-gray frock-coat, armed with a heavy cane, and wearing a battered hat, turned round abruptly behind him, and followed him with his eyes until he disappeared with folded arms and a slow shake of the head, and his upper lip raised in company with his lower to his nose, a sort of significant grimace which might be translated by, "What is that man, after all? I certainly have seen him somewhere. In any case, I am not his dupe." This person, grave with a gravity which was almost menacing, was one of those men who, even when only seen by a rapid glimpse, arrest the spectator's attention. His name was Javert, and he belonged to the police. At M. Sir M, he exercised the unpleasant but useful functions of an inspector. He had not seen Madeleine's beginnings. Javert owed the post which he occupied to the protection of M. Chaboilet, the secretary of the Minister of State, Comte Angles, then prefect of police at Paris. When Javert arrived at M. Sir M, the fortune of the great manufacturer was already made, and Father Madeleine had become Monsieur Madeleine. Certain police officers have a peculiar physiognomy, which is complicated with an air of baseness mingled with an air of authority. Javert possessed this physiognomy minus the baseness. It is our conviction that if souls were visible to the eyes, we should be able to see distinctly that strange thing that each one individual of the human race corresponds to some one of the species of the animal creation. And we could easily recognize this truth, hardly perceived by the thinker, that from the oyster to the eagle, from the pig to the tiger, all animals exist in man, and that each one of them is in a man, sometimes even several of them at a time. Animals are nothing else than the figures of our virtues and our vices, straying before our eyes, the visible phantoms of our souls. God shows them to us in order to induce us to reflect. Only since animals are mere shadows, God has not made them capable of education in the full sense of the word. What is the use? On the contrary, our souls being realities and having a goal which is appropriate to them, God has bestowed on them intelligence, that is to say, the possibility of education. Social education, when well done, can always draw from a soul, of whatever sort it may be, the utility which it contains. This, be it said, is of course from the restricted point of view of the terrestrial life, which is apparent, and without prejudging the profound question of the anterior or ulterior personality of the beings which are not man. The visible eye in nowise authorizes the thinker to deny the latent eye. Having made this reservation, let us pass on. Now, if the reader will admit, for a moment, with us, that in every man there is one of the animal species of creation, it will be easy for us to say what there was in police officer Javert. The peasants of Asturias are convinced that in every litter of wolves there is one dog, which is killed by the mother because, otherwise, as he grew up, he would devour the other little ones. Give to this dog son of a wolf a human face, and the result will be Javert. Javert had been born in prison of a fortune-teller whose husband was in the galleys. As he grew up, he thought that he was outside the pale of society, and he despaired of ever re-entering it. He observed that society unpardoningly excludes two classes of men, those who attack it and those who guard it. He had no choice except between these two classes. At the same time, he was conscious of an indescribable foundation of rigidity, regularity, and probity, complicated with an inexpressible hatred for the race of Bohemians whence he was sprung. He entered the police. He succeeded there. At 40 years of age, he was an inspector. During his youth, he had been employed in the convict establishments of the South. Before proceeding further, let us come to an understanding as to the words human face, which we have just applied to Javert. The human face of Javert consisted of a flat nose, with two deep nostrils, towards which enormous whiskers ascended on his cheeks. One felt ill at ease when he saw these two forests and these two caverns for the first time. When Javert laughed, and his laugh was rare and terrible, his thin lips parted and revealed to view not only his teeth, but his gums, and around his nose there formed a flattened and savage fold, as on the muzzle of a wild beast. Javert Sirius was a watchdog. When he laughed, he was a tiger. As for the rest, he had very little skull and a great deal of jaw. His hair concealed his forehead and fell over his eyebrows. Between his eyes there was a permanent, central frown, like an imprint of wrath. His gaze was obscure, his mouth pursed up and terrible, his air that of ferocious command. This man was composed of two very simple and two very good sentiments, comparatively, but he rendered them almost bad by dint of exaggerating them: respect for authority, hatred of rebellion, and in his eyes, murder, robbery, all crimes are only forms of rebellion. He enveloped in a blind and profound faith everyone who had a function in the state, from the prime minister to the rural policeman. He covered with scorn, aversion, and disgust everyone who had once crossed the legal threshold of evil. He was absolute and admitted no exceptions. On the one hand, he said, the functionary can make no mistake, the magistrate is never the wrong. On the other hand, he said, these men are irremediably lost. Nothing good can come from them. He fully shared the opinion of those extreme minds which attribute to human law I know not what power of making, or if the reader will have it so, of authenticating demons, and who place a Styx at the base of society. He was stoical, serious, austere, a melancholy dreamer, humble and haughty like fanatics. His glance was like a gimlet, cold and piercing. His whole life hung on these two words, watchfulness and supervision. He had introduced a straight line into what is the most crooked thing in the world. He possessed the conscience of his usefulness, the religion of his functions, and he was a spy as other men are priests. Woe to the man who fell into his hands. He would have arrested his own father if the latter had escaped from the galleys, and would have denounced his mother if she had broken her ban. And he would have done it with that sort of inward satisfaction which is conferred by virtue, and withal a life of privation, isolation, abnegation, chastity, with never a diversion. It was implacable duty. The police understood, as the Spartans understood Sparta, a pitiless lying in wait, a ferocious honesty, a marble informer, Brutus in Vidoc. Javert's whole person was expressive of the man who spies and who withdraws himself from observation. The mystical school of Joseph de Maistre, which at that epoch seasoned with lofty cosmogony those things which were called the ultra-newspapers, would not have failed to declare that Javert was a symbol. His brow was not visible, it disappeared beneath his hat. His eyes were not visible, since they were lost under his eyebrows. His chin was not visible, for it was plunged in his cravat. His hands were not visible, they were drawn up in his sleeves, and his cane was not visible, he carried it under his coat. But when the occasion presented itself, there was suddenly seen to emerge from all this shadow, as from an ambuscade, a narrow and angular forehead, a baleful glance, a threatening chin, enormous hands, and a monstrous cudgel. In his leisure moments, which were far from frequent, he read, although he hated books. This caused him to be not wholly illiterate. This could be recognized by some emphasis in his speech. As we have said, he had no vices. When he was pleased with himself, he permitted himself a pinch of snuff. Therein lay his connection with humanity. The reader will have no difficulty in understanding that Javert was the terror of that whole class which the annual statistics of the Ministry of Justice designates under the rubric vagrants. The name of Javert rooted them by its mere utterance. The face of Javert petrified them at sight. Such was this formidable man. Javert was like an eye constantly fixed on M. Madeleine, an eye full of suspicion and conjecture. M. Madeleine had finally perceived the fact, but it seemed to be of no importance to him. He did not even put a question to Javert. He neither sought nor avoided him. He bore that embarrassing and almost oppressive gaze without appearing to notice it. He treated Javert with ease and courtesy as he did all the rest of the world. It was divined, from some words which escaped Javert, that he had secretly investigated, with that curiosity which belongs to the race, and into which there enters as much instinct as will, all the anterior traces which Father Madeleine might have left elsewhere. He seemed to know, and he sometimes said in covert words, that someone had gleaned certain information in a certain district about a family which had disappeared. Once he chanced to say, as he was talking to himself, "I think I have him." Then he remained pensive for 3 days and uttered not a word. It seemed that the thread which he thought he held had broken. Moreover, and this furnishes the necessary corrective for the too absolute sense which certain words might present, there can be nothing really infallible in a human creature, and the peculiarity of instinct is that it can become confused, thrown off the track, and defeated. Otherwise, it would be superior to intelligence, and the beast would be found to be provided with a better light than man. Javert was evidently somewhat disconcerted by the perfect naturalness and tranquility of M. Madeleine. One day, nevertheless, his strange manner appeared to produce an impression on M. Madeleine. It was on the following occasion. Chapter 6. Father Fauchelevent. One morning M. Madeleine was passing through an unpaved alley of M. Sur M. He heard a noise and saw a group some distance away. He approached. An old man named Father Fauchelevent had just fallen beneath his cart, his horse having tumbled down. This Fauchelevent was one of the few enemies whom M. Madeleine had at that time. When Madeleine arrived in the neighborhood, Fauchelevent, an ex-notary and a peasant who was almost educated, had a business which was beginning to be in a bad way. Fauchelevent had seen this simple workman grow rich, while he, a lawyer, was being ruined. This had filled him with jealousy, and he had done all he could, on every occasion, to injure Madeleine. Then bankruptcy had come, and as the old man had nothing left but a cart and a horse, and neither family nor children, he had turned carter. The horse had 2 broken legs and could not rise. The old man was caught in the wheels. The fall had been so unlucky that the whole weight of the vehicle rested on his breast. The cart was quite heavily laden. Father Fauchelevent was rattling in the throat in the most lamentable manner. They had tried, but in vain, to drag him out. An unmethodical effort, aid awkwardly given, a wrong shake, might kill him. It was impossible to disengage him otherwise than by lifting the vehicle off of him. Javert, who had come up at the moment of the accident, had sent for a jack-screw. M. Madeleine arrived. People stood aside respectfully. "Help," cried old Fauchelevent. "Who will be good and save the old man?" Madeleine turned towards those present. "Is there a jack-screw to be had?" "One has been sent for," answered the peasant. "How long will it take to get it?" "They have gone for the nearest, to Flachot's place, where there is a farrier, but it makes no difference. It will take a good quarter of an hour." "A quarter of an hour," exclaimed Madeleine. It had rained on the preceding night. The soil was soaked. The cart was sinking deeper into the earth every moment and crushing the old carter's breast more and more. It was evident that his ribs would be broken in 5 minutes more. "It is impossible to wait another quarter of an hour," said Madeleine to the peasants who were staring at him. "We must." "But it will be too late then. Don't you see that the cart is sinking?" "Well." "Listen," resumed Madeleine. "There is still room enough under the cart to allow a man to crawl beneath it and raise it with his back. Only half a minute, and the poor man can be taken out. Is there anyone here who has stout loins and heart? There are 5 louis d'or to be earned." Not a man in the group stirred. 10 louis, said Madeleine. The persons present dropped their eyes. One of them muttered, "A man would need to be devilish strong, and then he runs the risk of getting crushed." "Come," began Madeleine again, 20 louis. The same silence. "It is not the will which is lacking," said a voice. Madeleine turned round and recognized Javert. He had not noticed him on his arrival. Javert went on. "It is strength. One would have to be a terrible man to do such a thing as lift a cart like that on his back." Then, gazing fixedly at Madeleine, he went on, emphasizing every word that he uttered. "Monsieur Madeleine, I have never known but one man capable of doing what you ask." Madeleine shuddered. Javert added, with an air of indifference, but without removing his eyes from Madeleine, "He was a convict." "Ah," said Madeleine. "In the galleys at Toulon." Madeleine turned pale. Meanwhile, the cart continued to sink slowly. Father Fauchelevent rattled in the throat and shrieked. "I am strangling, my ribs are breaking, a screw, something, ah." Madeleine glanced about him. "Is there, then, no one who wishes to earn 20 louis and save the life of this poor old man?" No one stirred. Javert resumed. "I have never known but one man who could take the place of a screw, and he was that convict." "Ah, it is crushing me," cried the old man. Madeleine raised his head, met Javert's falcon eye still fixed upon him, looked at the motionless peasants, and smiled sadly. Then, without saying a word, he fell on his knees, and before the crowd had even had time to utter a cry, he was underneath the vehicle. A terrible moment of expectation and silence ensued. They beheld Madeleine, almost flat on his stomach beneath that terrible weight, make 2 vain efforts to bring his knees and his elbows together. They shouted to him, "Father Madeleine, come out." Old Fauchelevent himself said to him, "Monsieur Madeleine, go away. You see that I am fated to die. Leave me, you will get yourself crushed also." Madeleine made no reply. All the spectators were panting. The wheels had continued to sink, and it had become almost impossible for Madeleine to make his way from under the vehicle. Suddenly the enormous mass was seen to quiver, the cart rose slowly, the wheels half emerged from the ruts. They heard a stifled voice crying, "Make haste, help." It was Madeleine, who had just made a final effort. They rushed forwards. The devotion of a single man had given force and courage to all. The cart was raised by 20 arms. Old Fauchelevent was saved. Madeleine rose. He was pale, though dripping with perspiration. His clothes were torn and covered with mud. All wept. The old man kissed his knees and called him the good God. As for him, he bore upon his countenance an indescribable expression of happy and celestial suffering, and he fixed his tranquil eye on Javert, who was still staring at him. Chapter 7. Fauchelevent becomes a gardener in Paris. Fauchelevent had dislocated his knee-pan in his fall. Father Madeleine had him conveyed to an infirmary which he had established for his workmen in the factory building itself, and which was served by 2 sisters of charity. On the following morning, the old man found a 1,000-franc banknote on his nightstand, with these words in Father Madeleine's writing: "I purchase your horse and cart." The cart was broken, and the horse was dead. Fauchelevent recovered, but his knee remained stiff. M. Madeleine, on the recommendation of the Sisters of Charity and of his priest, got the good man a place as gardener in a female convent in the Rue Saint-Antoine in Paris. Some time afterwards, M. Madeleine was appointed mayor. The first time that Javert beheld M. Madeleine clothed in the scarf which gave him authority over the town, he felt the sort of shudder which a watchdog might experience on smelling a wolf in his master's clothes. From that time forth, he avoided him as much as he possibly could. When the requirements of the service imperatively demanded it, and he could not do otherwise than meet the mayor, he addressed him with profound respect. This prosperity created at M by Father Madeleine had, besides the visible signs which we have mentioned, another symptom which was nonetheless significant for not being visible. This never deceives. When the population suffers, when work is lacking, when there is no commerce, the taxpayer resists imposts through penury, he exhausts and oversteps his respite, and the state expends a great deal of money in the charges for compelling and collection. When work is abundant, when the country is rich and happy, the taxes are paid easily and cost the state nothing. It may be said that there is one infallible thermometer of the public misery and riches, the cost of collecting the taxes. In the course of 7 years, the expense of collecting the taxes had diminished 3/4 in the arrondissement of M, and this led to this arrondissement being frequently cited from all the rest by M. de Villèle, then Minister of Finance. Such was the condition of the country when Fantine returned thither. No one remembered her. Fortunately, the door of M. Madeleine's factory was like the face of a friend. She presented herself there and was admitted to the women's workroom. The trade was entirely new to Fantine. She could not be very skillful at it, and she therefore earned but little by her day's work, but it was sufficient. The problem was solved. She was earning her living. Chapter 8. Madame Victurnien expends 30 francs on morality. When Fantine saw that she was making her living, she felt joyful for a moment. To live honestly by her own labor, what mercy from heaven! The taste for work had really returned to her. She bought a looking-glass, took pleasure in surveying in it her youth, her beautiful hair, her fine teeth. She forgot many things. She thought only of Cosette and of the possible future, and was almost happy. She hired a little room and furnished on credit on the strength of her future work, a lingering trace of her improvident ways. As she was not able to say that she was married, she took good care, as we have seen, not to mention her little girl. At first, as the reader has seen, she paid the Thénardiers promptly. As she only knew how to sign her name, she was obliged to write through a public letter writer. She wrote often, and this was noticed. It began to be said in an undertone in the women's workroom that Fantine wrote letters and that she had ways about her. There is no one for spying on people's actions like those who are not concerned in them. Why does that gentleman never come except at nightfall? Why does Mr. So-and-so never hang his key on its nail on Tuesday? Why does he always take the narrow streets? Why does Madame always descend from her hackney coach before reaching her house? Why does she send out to purchase 6 sheets of note paper when she has a whole stationer's shop full of it, etc.? There exist beings who, for the sake of obtaining the key to these enigmas, which are, moreover, of no consequence whatever to them, spend more money, waste more time, take more trouble than would be required for 10 good actions, and that gratuitously for their own pleasure, without receiving any other payment for their curiosity than curiosity. They will follow up such and such a man or woman for whole days. They will do sentry duty for hours at a time on the corners of the streets, under alleyway doors at night, in cold and rain. They will bribe errand porters. They will make the drivers of hackney coaches and lackeys tipsy, by a waiting maid, suborn a porter. Why? For no reason. A pure passion for seeing, knowing, and penetrating into things. A pure itch for talking. And often these secrets once known, these mysteries made public, these enigmas illuminated by the light of day, bring on catastrophes, duels, failures, the ruin of families and broken lives, to the great joy of those who have found out everything, without any interest in the matter, and by pure instinct. A sad thing. Certain persons are malicious solely through a necessity for talking. Their conversation, the chat of the drawing room, gossip of the anteroom, is like those chimneys which consume wood rapidly. They need a great amount of combustibles, and their combustibles are furnished by their neighbors. So Fantine was watched. In addition, many a one was jealous of her golden hair and of her white teeth. It was remarked that in the workroom she often turned aside in the midst of the rest to wipe away a tear. These were the moments when she was thinking of her child, perhaps also of the man whom she had loved. Breaking the gloomy bonds of the past is a mournful task. It was observed that she wrote twice a month at least, and that she paid the carriage on the letter. They managed to obtain the address, Monsieur Thénardier, innkeeper at Montfermeil. The public writer, a good old man who could not fill his stomach with red wine without emptying his pocket of secrets, was made to talk in the wine shop. In short, it was discovered that Fantine had a child. She must be a pretty sort of a woman. An old gossip was found, who made the trip to Montfermeil, talked to the Thénardiers, and said on her return, "For my 35 francs I have freed my mind. I have seen the child." The gossip who did this thing was a Gorgon named Madame Victurnien, the guardian and doorkeeper of everyone's virtue. Madame Victurnien was 56, and reinforced the mask of ugliness with the mask of age. A quavering voice, a whimsical mind. This old dame had once been young, astonishing fact. In her youth, in '93, she had married a monk who had fled from his cloister in a red cap and passed from the Bernardines to the Jacobins. She was dry, rough, peevish, sharp, captious, almost venomous, all this in memory of her monk, whose widow she was, and who had ruled over her masterfully and bent her to his will. She was a nettle in which the rustle of the cassock was visible. At the Restoration she had turned bigot, and that with so much energy that the priests had forgiven her her monk. She had a small property, which she bequeathed with much ostentation to a religious community. She was in high favor at the episcopal palace of Arras. So this Madame Victurnien went to Montfermeil and returned with the remark, "I have seen the child." All this took time. Fantine had been at the factory for more than a year, when one morning the superintendent of the workroom handed her 50 francs from the mayor, told her that she was no longer employed in the shop, and requested her, in the mayor's name, to leave the neighborhood. This was the very month when the Thénardiers, after having demanded 12 francs instead of 6, had just exacted 15 francs instead of 12. Fantine was overwhelmed. She could not leave the neighborhood. She was in debt for her rent and furniture. 50 francs was not sufficient to cancel this debt. She stammered a few supplicating words. The superintendent ordered her to leave the shop on the instant. Besides, Fantine was only a moderately good workwoman. Overcome with shame, even more than with despair, she quitted the shop and returned to her room, so her fault was now known to everyone. She no longer felt strong enough to say a word. She was advised to see the mayor. She did not dare. The mayor had given her 50 francs because he was good and had dismissed her because he was just. She bowed before the decision. Chapter 9. Madame Victurnien's success. So the monk's widow was good for something. But Madeleine had heard nothing of all this. Life is full of just such combinations of events. Madeleine was in the habit of almost never entering the women's workroom. At the head of this room he had placed an elderly spinster, whom the priest had provided for him, and he had full confidence in this superintendent. A truly respectable person, firm, equitable, upright, full of the charity which consists in giving, but not having in the same degree that charity which consists in understanding and in forgiving. Madeleine relied wholly on her. The best men are often obliged to delegate their authority. It was with this full power and the conviction that she was doing right that the superintendent had instituted the suit, judged, condemned, and executed Fantine. As regards the 50 francs, she had given them from a fund which Madeleine had entrusted to her for charitable purposes, and for giving assistance to the workwomen, and of which she rendered no account. Fantine tried to obtain a situation as a servant in the neighborhood. She went from house to house. No one would have her. She could not leave town. The second-hand dealer, to whom she was in debt for her furniture and what furniture, said to her, "If you leave, I will have you arrested as a thief." The householder, whom she owed for her rent, said to her, "You are young and pretty, you can pay." She divided the 50 francs between the landlord and the furniture dealer, returned to the latter 3/4 of his goods, kept only necessaries, and found herself without work, without a trade, with nothing but her bed, and still about 50 francs in debt. She began to make coarse shirts for soldiers of the garrison and earned 12 sous a day. Her daughter cost her 10. It was at this point that she began to pay the Thénardiers irregularly. However, the old woman who lighted her candle for her when she returned at night taught her the art of living in misery. Back of living on little, there is the living on nothing. These are the 2 chambers, the first is dark, the second is black. Fantine learned how to live without fire entirely in the winter, how to give up a bird which eats a half a farthing's worth of millet every 2 days, how to make a coverlet of one's petticoat and a petticoat of one's coverlet, how to save one's candle by taking one's meals by the light of the opposite window. No one knows all that certain feeble creatures who have grown old in privation and honesty can get out of a sou. It ends by being a talent. Fantine acquired this sublime talent and regained a little courage. At this epoch she said to a neighbor, "Bah, I say to myself, by only sleeping 5 hours and working all the rest of the time at my sewing, I shall always manage to nearly earn my bread. And then, when one is sad, one eats less. Well, sufferings, uneasiness, a little bread on one hand, trouble on the other, all this will support me." It would have been a great happiness to have her little girl with her in this distress. She thought of having her come, but what then? Make her share her own destitution, and then she was in debt to the Thénardiers. How could she pay them? And the journey, how pay for that? The old woman who had given her lessons in what may be called the life of indigence was a sainted spinster named Marguerite, who was pious with a true piety, poor and charitable towards the poor, and even towards the rich, knowing how to write just sufficiently to sign herself Marguerite, and believing in God, which is science. There are many such virtuous people in this lower world. Some day they will be in the world above. This life has a morrow. At first, Fantine had been so ashamed that she had not dared to go out. When she was in the street, she divined that people turned round behind her and pointed at her. Everyone stared at her, and no one greeted her. The cold and bitter scorn of the passers-by penetrated her very flesh and soul like a north wind. It seems as though an unfortunate woman were utterly bare beneath the sarcasm and the curiosity of all in small towns. In Paris, at least, no one knows you, and this obscurity is a garment. Oh, how she would have liked to betake herself to Paris. Impossible. She was obliged to accustom herself to disrepute, as she had accustomed herself to indigence. Gradually she decided on her course. At the expiration of 2 or 3 months, she shook off her shame and began to go about as though there were nothing the matter. "It is all the same to me," she said. She went and came, bearing her head well up, with a bitter smile, and was conscious that she was becoming brazen-faced. Madame Victurnien sometimes saw her passing from her window, noticed the distress of that creature who, thanks to her, had been put back in her proper place, and congratulated herself. The happiness of the evil-minded is black. Excess of toil wore out Fantine, and the little dry cough which troubled her increased. She sometimes said to her neighbor Marguerite, "Just feel how hot my hands are." Nevertheless, when she combed her beautiful hair in the morning with an old broken comb, and it flowed about her like floss silk, she experienced a moment of happy coquetry. Chapter 10. Result of the success. She had been dismissed towards the end of the winter. The summer passed, but winter came again. Short days, less work. Winter, no warmth, no light, no noonday, the evening joining on to the morning, fogs, twilight, the window is grey, it is impossible to see clearly at it. The sky is but a vent hole, the whole day is a cavern, the sun has the air of a beggar. A frightful season. Winter changes the water of heaven and the heart of man into a stone. Her creditors harassed her. Fantine earned too little. Her debts had increased. The Thénardiers, who were not promptly paid, wrote to her constantly letters whose contents drove her to despair, and whose carriage ruined her. One day they wrote to her that her little Cosette was entirely naked in that cold weather, that she needed a woolen skirt, and that her mother must send at least 10 francs for this. She received the letter and crushed it in her hands all day long. That evening she went into a barber's shop at the corner of the street and pulled out her comb. Her admirable golden hair fell to her knees. "What splendid hair!" exclaimed the barber. "How much will you give me for it?" said she. 10 francs. "Cut it off." She purchased a knitted petticoat and sent it to the Thénardiers. This petticoat made the Thénardiers furious. It was the money that they wanted. They gave the petticoat to Eponine. The poor lark continued to shiver. Fantine thought, "My child is no longer cold. I have clothed her with my hair." She put on little round caps which concealed her shorn head and in which she was still pretty. Dark thoughts held possession of Fantine's heart. When she saw that she could no longer dress her hair, she began to hate everyone about her. She had long shared the universal veneration for Father Madeleine, yet by dint of repeating to herself that it was he who had discharged her, that he was the cause of her unhappiness, she came to hate him also, and most of all. When she passed the factory in working hours, when the workpeople were at the door, she affected to laugh and sing. An old workwoman who once saw her laughing and singing in this fashion said, "There's a girl who will come to a bad end." She took a lover, the first who offered, a man whom she did not love, out of bravado and with rage in her heart. He was a miserable scamp, a sort of mendicant musician, a lazy beggar who beat her and who abandoned her as she had taken him in disgust. She adored her child. The lower she descended, the darker everything grew about her, the more radiant shone that little angel at the bottom of her heart. She said, "When I get rich, I will have my Cosette with me," and she laughed. Her cough did not leave her, and she had sweats on her back. One day she received from the Thénardiers a letter couched in the following terms: "Cosette is ill with a malady which is going the rounds of the neighborhood. A miliary fever, they call it. Expensive drugs are required. This is ruining us, and we can no longer pay for them. If you do not send us 40 francs before the week is out, the little one will be dead." She burst out laughing and said to her old neighbor, "Ah, they are good, 40 francs, the idea, that makes 2 Napoleons. Where do they think I am to get them? These peasants are stupid, truly." Nevertheless, she went to a dormer window in the staircase and read the letter once more. Then she descended the stairs and emerged, running and leaping and still laughing. Someone met her and said to her, "What makes you so gay?" She replied, "A fine piece of stupidity that some country people have written to me. They demand 40 francs of me. So much for you, you peasants." As she crossed the square, she saw a great many people collected around a carriage of eccentric shape, upon the top of which stood a man dressed in red, who was holding forth. He was a quack dentist on his rounds, who was offering to the public full sets of teeth, opiates, powders, and elixirs. Fantine mingled in the group, and began to laugh with the rest at the harangue, which contained slang for the populace and jargon for respectable people. The tooth-puller espied the lovely, laughing girl, and suddenly exclaimed, "You have beautiful teeth, you girl there, who are laughing. If you want to sell me your palates, I will give you a gold Napoleon apiece for them." "What are my palates?" asked Fantine. "The palates," replied the dental professor, "are the front teeth, the 2 upper ones." "How horrible!" exclaimed Fantine. "2 Napoleons," grumbled a toothless old woman who was present. "Here's a lucky girl." Fantine fled and stopped her ears that she might not hear the hoarse voice of the man shouting to her, "Reflect, my beauty, 2 Napoleons, they may prove of service. If your heart bids you, come this evening to the Inn of the Tillac d'Argent, you will find me there." Fantine returned home. She was furious, and related the occurrence to her good neighbor Marguerite. "Can you understand such a thing? Is he not an abominable man? How can they allow such people to go about the country? Pull out my 2 front teeth. Why, I should be horrible. My hair will grow again, but my teeth, ah, what a monster of a man. I should prefer to throw myself head first on the pavement from the 5th story. He told me that he should be at the Tillac d'Argent this evening." "And what did he offer?" asked Marguerite. 2 Napoleons. That makes 40 francs. Yes, said Fantine, that makes 40 francs. She remained thoughtful and began her work. At the expiration of a quarter of an hour, she left her sewing and went to read the Thénardier's letter once more on the staircase. On her return, she said to Marguerite, who was at work beside her, "What is a miliary fever, do you know?" "Yes," answered the old spinster, "it is a disease." "Does it require many drugs?" "Oh, terrible drugs." "How does one get it?" "It is a malady that one gets without knowing how." "Then it attacks children." "Children in particular." "Do people die of it?" "They may," said Marguerite. Fantine left the room and went to read her letter once more on the staircase. That evening she went out and was seen to turn her steps in the direction of the Rue de Paris, where the inns are situated. The next morning, when Marguerite entered Fantine's room before daylight, for they always worked together and in this manner used only one candle for the two, she found Fantine seated on her bed, pale and frozen. She had not lain down. Her cap had fallen on her knees. Her candle had burned all night and was almost entirely consumed. Marguerite halted on the threshold, petrified at this tremendous wastefulness, and exclaimed, "Lord, the candle is all burned out. Something has happened." Then she looked at Fantine, who turned toward her, her head bereft of its hair. Fantine had grown 10 years older since the preceding night. "Jesus," said Marguerite, "what is the matter with you, Fantine?" "Nothing," replied Fantine, "quite the contrary. My child will not die of that frightful malady for lack of succor. I am content." So saying, she pointed out to the spinster 2 Napoleons, which were glittering on the table. "Ah, Jesus God," cried Marguerite, "why, it is a fortune. Where did you get those louis d'or?" "I got them," replied Fantine. At the same time she smiled. The candle illuminated her countenance. It was a bloody smile. A reddish saliva soiled the corners of her lips, and she had a black hole in her mouth. The 2 teeth had been extracted. She sent the 40 francs to Montfermeil. After all, it was a ruse of the Thénardiers to obtain money. Cosette was not ill. Fantine threw her mirror out of the window. She had long since quitted her cell on the second floor for an attic with only a latch to fasten it, next the roof. One of those attics whose extremity forms an angle with the floor and knocks you on the head every instant. The poor occupant can reach the end of his chamber as he can the end of his destiny, only by bending over more and more. She had no longer a bed. A rag which she called her coverlet, a mattress on the floor, and a seatless chair still remained. A little rosebush which she had dried up, forgotten, in one corner. In the other corner was a butterpot to hold water, which froze in winter, and in which the various levels of the water remained long marked by these circles of ice. She had lost her shame, she lost her coquetry, a final sign. She went out with dirty caps. Whether from lack of time or from indifference, she no longer mended her linen. As the heels wore out, she dragged her stockings down into her shoes. This was evident from the perpendicular wrinkles. She patched her bodice, which was old and worn out, with scraps of calico which tore at the slightest movement. The people to whom she was indebted made scenes and gave her no peace. She found them in the street, she found them again on her staircase. She passed many a night weeping and thinking. Her eyes were very bright, and she felt a steady pain in her shoulder towards the top of the left shoulder blade. She coughed a great deal. She deeply hated Father Madeleine, but made no complaint. She sewed 17 hours a day, but a contractor for the work of prisons, who made the prisoners work at a discount, suddenly made prices fall, which reduced the daily earnings of working women to 9 sous. 17 hours of toil and 9 sous a day. Her creditors were more pitiless than ever. The second-hand dealer, who had taken back nearly all his furniture, said to her incessantly, "When will you pay me, you hussy?" What did they want of her? Good God! She felt that she was being hunted, and something of the wild beast developed in her. About the same time, Thénardier wrote to her that he had waited with decidedly too much amiability, and that he must have 100 francs at once. Otherwise, he would turn little Cosette out of doors, convalescent as she was from her heavy illness, into the cold and the streets, and that she might do what she liked with herself, and die if she chose. 100 francs, thought Fantine, but in what trade can one earn 100 sous a day? Come, said she, let us sell what is left. The unfortunate girl became a woman of the town. Chapter 11. Christus nos liberavit. What is this history of Fantine? It is society purchasing a slave. From whom? From misery. From hunger, cold, isolation, destitution, a dolorous bargain, a soul for a morsel of bread, misery offers, society accepts. The sacred law of Jesus Christ governs our civilization, but it does not, as yet, permeate it. It is said that slavery has disappeared from European civilization. This is a mistake. It still exists, but it weighs only upon the woman, and it is called prostitution. It weighs upon the woman, that is to say, upon grace, weakness, beauty, maternity. This is not one of the least of man's disgraces. At the point in this melancholy drama which we have now reached, nothing is left to Fantine of that which she had formerly been.